Can you come to Baodao CAF at 8 p.m. tonight? I need to talk to you. Chen Yang stared at the message from Lin Wei on his phone, surprised. Never in a million years did he expect to be reborn into the year 2002. Lin Wei was his classmate at Xinjiang University and also the president of the student union. In his previous life, Chen Yang had missed their meeting because of a sudden stomach illness. From that point on, their relationship drifted apart. He never understood why until shortly before his death, when he discovered the truth. His so-called best friend, Zhang Jun, had been behind it all. Zhang Jun had been chasing after Lin Wei since high school through university and even up until Chen Yang's final days, but never succeeded. Back then, Chen Yang had been deeply moved by Zhang Jun's persistence. Now he realized was the real fool. Chen Yang, someone had told him before he died, "Do you know why your life turned out so badly after graduation? It was all Zhang Jun's doing. You couldn't find a job in Qingxue because Zhang Jun called ahead and told employers not to hire you. That girlfriend of yours? She was actually your cousin's cousin. Zhang Jun knew about it from the start. He arranged for her to approach you on purposito, lure you away to Shenzhen, and keep you far from Lin Wei. Oh, and back then, Lin Wei liked you, not Zhang Jun. And that 3 million yuan your wife lost in a scam? That was also orchestrated by Zhang Jun. If he hadn't been sure you truly didn't have feelings for Lin Wei, he might have even had someone kill you." Chen Yang's world collapsed under the weight of this revelation. All those years of hardship suddenly made sense: his failed career, his unfaithful wife who left him for another man, the crushing debt, and finally, his attempt to return home and give up entirely only for everything to fall apart again. And the one responsible? His so-called closest brother Zhang Jun. Fueled with rage, Chen Yang ignored his wife's desperate attempts to stop him and drove back to Qingxue that night to confront Zhang Jun. Then came the car accident. Now, reborn and calm, Chen Yang looked back objectively. The root of his conflict with Zhang Jun was ultimately Lin Wei. But the truth was, Zhang Jun had schemed against him out of jealousy. During university, although Lin Wei had helped Chen Yang many times, they had rarely spent time alone together. She was busy with studies and student affairs, while Chen Yang spent his free time working part-time jobs to make ends meet. The only moments they talked freely were during short breaks when returning home to Qingxue for summer and winter holidays times when Zhang Jun was often there too. Besides that, Chen Yang had never sensed any romantic interest from Lin Wei. After graduation, they hadn't spoken once. Everything Chen Yang thought he knew about Lin Wei liking him had come from Zhang Jun himself, talking in their dorm group chats. So yes, Chen Yang felt like the most wronged man alive. He quickly got dressed and prepared to go to the CAF. Maybe it was time to find out if Lin Wei really did have feelings for him. Just as he stepped out the door, Zhang Jun appeared, smiling and holding a bag of KFC. "Chen Yang, fresh KF brought it especially for you." Chen Yang barely suppressed the urge to punch him. He studied Zhang Jun carefully. Shorter than him by a head, plain-looking, and never much of a student. If not for being the son of Qingshui's richest man, he probably would have ended up worse off than Chen Yang's former self. As for Lin Wei, beautiful, capable, and from a powerful political family before Chen Yang's death, she had already become the county party secretary of Qingxue, a true local power figure. Of course, she wouldn't look twice at someone like Zhang Jun. To go to such lengths to sabotage an innocent man just for the love of a woman who didn't even love him back. Chen Yang found it ridiculous. He had no intention of entertaining Zhang Jun's fake warmth. He sidestepped and walked past him toward the dormitory exit. "Chen Yang, what the hell is that supposed to mean?" Zhang Jun grabbed his arm, anger flashing in his eyes. "I bring you food, and you can't even bother to thank me? You're acting like a total prick." Chen Yang glanced at him, then at the KFC bag in his hand. Suddenly, memories long buried surged back. He remembered it was after drinking the cola Zhang Jun gave him that he started getting sick, which led to missing Lin Wei's appointment. And when he asked Zhang Jun to buy a medicine, the guy disappeared all night and even stole his phone. Meanwhile, the other two roommates, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kunwo, were always glued to Zhang Jun, also didn't return that night. They later claimed they were watching the World Cup at an internet CAF. At the time, Chen Yang didn't think much of it. But now looking back, that year's World Cup was co-hosted by South Korea and Japan. All matches were held in the afternoon, or evening, no reason for an all-nighter. Their absence had clearly been orchestrated by Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun," Chen Yang said slowly, "someone just messaged me saying you put something in my cola? Is that true?" He was only trying to test Zhang Jun, but the reaction was telling. Shock, embarrassment, fury, and finally, arrogance. "Chen Yang, haven't I treated you well these past few years? Fed you, given you drinks, helped you get subsidies. Even if I slipped some laxatives into your cola, so what? Just a prank, right?" Chen Yang laughed bitterly. A prank? That prank landed him in the bathroom all night, emptying his guts until he thought he'd die. What kind of grudge warranted such cruelty? Suddenly, another thought struck him. You drugged me over Lin Wei, didn't you? Zhang Jun's face darkened instantly. Yes, Lin Wei wanted to meet with you, and I didn't want you involved. Chen Yang frowned. If it was that important, why not just tell me not to go? Because I couldn't afford any mistakes. What could possibly be so urgent? You don't need to know. Fine. Then I'll ask Lin Wei myself. Chen Yang had no more patience for Zhang Jun. Truthfully, he was curious now what was so important that Zhang Jun would go to such extremes. Was it a confession? No. Chen Yang immediately dismissed that idea. After graduation, his phone number had never changed, yet Lin Wei had never once called or texted him. Every holiday, he sent her greetings, never a reply. For 4 years classmates, how could she treat him like a complete stranger? Confused but determined, Chen Yang decided to seek the truth directly from Lin Wei. Meanwhile, a furious Zhang Jun hurled the KFC bag onto the floor of the dorm room. He pulled out his phone and dialed furiously. Zhao Xuanfa, Thung Kuwen. Bastards. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and now you sell me out. You two better watch yourselves, I'm not done with you. At an internet CAF outside Xingqing University, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuwen sat staring at each other in confusion, watching the football match on screen, utterly baffled by Zhang Jun's sudden outburst on the phone. Chapter 2. The False Brotherhood. Upon exiting the dormitory building, Chen Yang dialed Lin Wei's number, intending to confirm the details of their upcoming rendezvous. However, it appeared that Lin Wei was preoccupied, requesting him to hang up and reconnect later. With some time to spare, Chen Yang decided to head to the meeting location and wait. After a brief stroll, he encountered Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuwen, who were breathlessly returning from an internet CAF. Zhao Xuanfa stood at a similar height to Chen Yang, both measuring around 1.8 meters. As a teammate on the university basketball team, he was robust, having served as Zhang Jun's personal bodyguard during college. Tang Kuwen, shorter than both Chen Yang and Zhao Xuanfa, was slightly taller than Zhang Jun, perhaps just over 1.7 meters. Yet, in contrast to Zhang Jun's unwavering devotion, this fellow was a notorious flirt, having cycled through 4 girlfriends over the course of 4 years. Simultaneously, he played the role of Zhang Jun's trusted advisor. In their past lives, these two had always been entrenched in Zhang Jun's circle, while Chen Yang, residing far away in Deep City, maintained only a limited connection with them, primarily through their university roommate group. Their interactions revolved around casual chats about daily life and exchanging festive greetings during holidays. Conversely, despite the physical distance, Zhang Jun exhibited remarkable warmth towards Chen Yang, providing unwavering support whenever challenges arose. Thus, when Tang Kuwen revealed the unsettling truth, Chen Yang found it utterly incomprehensible, especially regarding the stolen 3 million, which extinguished his will to survive. Chen Yang, what is the situation between you and Zhang Jun? Inquired Tang Kuwen, his voice strained, evidently exhausted from his hasty return. Did you not send a message claiming Zhang Jun intended to drug me? Chen Yang replied coolly, casting a glance at Tang Kuwen. In truth, this information had indeed originated from Tang Kuwen, albeit 20 years prior. Moreover, Chen Yang had grounds to suspect that the scheme involving the laxative was conjured by none other than the crafty advisor himself. Chen Yang, do not frame me. I have said nothing. Tang Kuwen exclaimed, his panic palpable. His family's breeding farm had flourished in recent years, with Zhang Jun's father as their largest client. If Zhang Jun were to misunderstand and believe Tang Kuwen had betrayed him, the repercussions could be dire. Oh, so it was not you? Chen Yang feigned surprise, then turned to Zhao Xuanfa, pretending to ponder. Old Zhao, could it possibly be you? Zhao Xuanfa quickly shook his head in denial. Despite his burly appearance, he was quite astute. Sensing Chen Yang's nonchalant demeanor, he began to grasp the reason behind Zhang Jun's ire. There is an insider. It is not me. It absolutely cannot be me. Zhao Xuanfa insisted. Chen Yang, Tang Kuwen, and I were at the internet CAF watching the World Cup when we received Zhang Jun's call. We thought there was an issue, so we rushed back to check on you. You claim Zhang Jun is trying to drug you? That seems implausible. Chen Yang shot him a knowing look, urging them to return to their dormitory to find Zhang Jun. He deliberately sowed discord, seeking to unsettle them. For 4 years in college, they had embraced a brotherly bond, yet when it came to administering a laxative, they showed no restraint whatsoever. Nevertheless, Zhao Xuanfa's words sparked a memory in Chen Yang. It seemed that this World Cup year was rife with unexpected outcomes. Tang Kuwen, an aficionado of betting, had even won the second prize in a match prediction lottery, netting him over 100,000 in prize money. However, During the dinner invitation, the young man incessantly lamented his regret over not selecting Italy to lose during the voting, missing out on a grand prize of 4 million. This thought had lingered for 2 decades. Chen Yang glanced at the date on his phone, which happened to be the day before the cutoff for that lottery ticket sale. Consequently, he resolved to try his luck. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Yang hailed a taxi, heading directly to the Peninsula CAF in the city center. Noticing that Lin Wei had yet to return his call, he sought out a nearby sports lottery shop. He procured a single betting slip for the match results and, relying on his memory, marked the correct options with a pencil. He handed the proprietor 100 yuan, instructing him to place a 50-fold bet. "You're somewhat squandering your money with this approach," remarked the middle-aged shopkeeper, seemingly knowledgeable about football. After examining Chen Yang's betting slip, he refrained from processing it immediately and earnestly questioned Chen Yang. Chen Yang chuckled. "Fortune favors the bold. One cannot secure a grand prize without wagering on the underdogs. Yet your selections are exceedingly audacious," the shopkeeper exclaimed incredulously while scrutinizing the betting slip. "You've chosen draws for both the French and German teams, the top contenders for the championship, and outright selected Italy to lose. This is remarkably risky. Perhaps you should consider a multi-bet slip instead?" the shopkeeper suggested earnestly, aware that 100 yuan represented 3 to 4 days' wages for an ordinary worker. Engaging in such reckless betting felt like a waste of money. Chen Yang shook his head, resolutely adhering to his choices. The shopkeeper sighed, cautiously printing out the lottery ticket, and prompted Chen Yang to verify it several times. He was concerned that a distraught Chen Yang might seek him out for complaints post-draw, having witnessed many such cases where enthusiasm during betting turned to lamentation during the results. Unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, he would soon regret not placing a few bets himself. After obtaining the lottery ticket, Chen Yang proceeded to an ATM nearby to withdraw 500 yuan. Since their meeting was at the CAF, he felt obliged to treat Lin Wei. Throughout their 4 years in university, she had assisted him considerably, and he was not one to have women pay the bill. As night fell, the dazzling lights illuminated the darkened Star City. Chen Yang found a window seat on the 2nd floor of the CAF, indulging in the nocturnal cityscape while keeping an eye on the time. Around 7:50 p.m., Lin Wei finally made her entrance. Dressed in a sleek black uniform, her long, fair legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, exuding an air of height and cool elegance. Nevertheless, as she settled in, her voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Chen Yang, the student council has been particularly busy lately. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Chen Yang smiled and reassured her that it was no trouble, then called over a server to place their orders. Lin Wei mentioned she was on a diet and only ordered a cup of coffee, assuming she wished to save him money. He pulled out the 500 yuan he had just withdrawn and placed it on the table, saying, "You needn't worry about saving. Indulge yourself, and if it's insufficient, we can withdraw more." Lin Wei shot him an exasperated glance, her expression slightly displeased. "Chen Yang, I had thought you were different from Zhang Jun, but it seems you're cut from the same cloth. At least he is a legitimate rich heir, while you, a farmer's son working 2 jobs, are hardly in a position to act like a wealthy patron." Chen Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment at her rebuke. He then realized that he had indeed been profoundly influenced by Zhang Jun without his awareness. In his previous life, he had lived a burdensome existence, with the weight of family obligations and Zhang Jun's scheming, alongside excessive expenditures in social circles, being significant contributors to his fatigue. The crux of the matter was that much of the money spent yielded no returns. Those who called him brother at the banquet tables were often the very ones who would stab him in the back. Zhang Jun's family was the wealthiest in Qingshui City, with assets exceeding 10 billion during its peak. To him, spending a little extra money in social settings was akin to a mere drizzle. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was just a wage earner, and every penny he spent was earned through his hard work. However, Lin Wei was certainly different from the superficial friends he had in his past life. She genuinely assisted him. "Lin Wei, you have taken care of me a lot during these past few years at school, and I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Nothing more," he said. Lin Wei shook her head, her tone noticeably softening. "I appreciate your sentiment. I am genuinely trying to lose weight. You can ask Zhang Jun if you don't believe me." Given that Chen Yang had just severed ties with Zhang Jun, it was impossible for him to inquire. Since Lin Wei claimed to be on a weight loss journey, he decided to take her at her word, even though, in his eyes, she was not at all overweight. After they placed their orders, there was a brief silence before Chen Yang could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Lin Wei, what brings you here?" "My father wishes for me to marry the son of his comrade after graduation." I do not agree with this union and want to find someone to enter into a sham marriage to deceive him. After considering it, you are the most suitable person to assist me in resolving this predicament. Lin Wei looked at the somewhat bewildered Chen Yang and earnestly asked, "Are you willing to help me?" Chapter 3. A sham marriage. Chen Yang had not anticipated that the plot he had seen on television would manifest in his reality. Suddenly, he understood why Zhang Jun had not allowed him to interfere in this matter. A normal man would never accept his beloved marrying another man, even if it were a sham. Had it not been for their past grievances, if Zhang Jun had openly discussed this matter with Chen Yang, he would have undoubtedly refused. To his astonishment, Zhang Jun had resorted to underhanded tactics that nearly cost Chen Yang his life. "You are ungrateful. Do not blame me for being unjust." Nevertheless, while Chen Yang wished to vex Zhang Jun, he refrained from making any hasty declarations. He harbored certain questions for Lin Wei. Why not approach Zhang Jun? Wouldn't his family's resources make it easier for her to execute this ruse? No. Lin Wei shook her head decisively. He is the least suitable person for this. He treats you quite well. Everyone says he is the most infatuated man at Xinjiang University. Chen Yang pressed on. After all, Zhang Jun had pursued her since high school. A relentless endeavor spanning 7 years. If history remained unchanged, there were still 20 more years of this arduous journey ahead, and yet he had not succeeded. Lin Wei sighed. Romance cannot be forced. If I had been willing to accept him, I would have done so after graduating high school. Why wait until now? Isn't a sham marriage just playing a role? No, I cannot give him any false hopes, nor do I wish to entangle myself in complications. Chen Yang reflected and agreed. Allowing that scheming individual, Zhang Jun, to enter into a sham marriage with Lin Wei would undoubtedly lead him to concoct ways to turn a mere pretense into reality. In his previous life, despite remaining single, Zhang Jun had never lacked for female companionship. This sentiment is palpable from the chat logs within his university roommate group. Moreover, Chen Yang is acutely aware that Zhang Jun's pursuit of Lin Wei is not fueled by genuine affection, but rather by the esteemed background of the Lin family that she represents. Conversely, it is likely that Lin Wei's rejection of him stems from her clear understanding of his motives. Chen Yang cannot help but admire Lin Wei's decisiveness in handling matters. Disinterest is disinterest, devoid of any lingering hesitation. In his previous life, he unjustly defended Zhang Jun, labeling Lin Wei as a sophisticated manipulator, a grave misjudgment on his part. Then why did you choose me? He mused. Aside from my family's wealth, my appearance, knowledge, and character are all commendable, making it easier to impress my parents. Flattered by such praise from a beautiful woman, Chen Yang felt a twinge of pride. He thought to himself, if it's a sham marriage, then so be it. After all, his primary objective in this rebirth is to amass wealth, and he has no intention of rekindling a romance with Zhang Meili. Very well, I shall cooperate with you this once. Seeing Chen Yang acquiesce so readily, Lin Wei expressed her gratitude. To preempt any unexpected visits from her parents, they discussed various details such as their respective lifestyle preferences, hobbies, dietary habits, and personal taboos. During this exchange, Zhang Jun incessantly bombarded them with calls. Yet they both tacitly chose to ignore them. After approximately an hour of conversation, Lin Wei grew fatigued and arranged to meet Chen Yang the following morning to obtain their marriage certificate. She then took a taxi back to her rented apartment in the city, while Chen Yang returned to the campus after bidding her farewell. As he approached the dormitory, he was met by Zhang Jun, whose face was a mask of fury. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls? Chen Yang, disinterested, retorted. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? He proceeded to his room, only to be greeted by utter chaos. His clothes, pants, bedding, and even toiletries lay strewn across the floor. Had it not been for the lock on his suitcase, the scene would have been even more dismal. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Jun, who quickly sought refuge behind Zhao Xuanfa. Chen Yang, you cannot blame Zhang Jun entirely. Everyone has witnessed how he has treated you over the years. Who would have thought you would undermine him? Remarked tycoon, his tone laced with mockery. Chen Yang scoffed, replying, which of your eyes saw me undermine him? You returned late. Didn't you have a date with Lin Wei? Tycoon huffed in annoyance. Chen Yang pressed further. Did you witness it with your own eyes? If we're discussing undermining, isn't that your forte? Tycoon fell silent, as 3 of his 4 girlfriends had been taken from others. At this juncture, Zhao Xuanfa intervened. Chen Yang, since you're not with Lin Wei, why didn't you answer Zhang Jun's calls? Chen Yang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Jun, saying, that scoundrel even resorted to drugging. Do you expect me to greet him with a smile like a dog? Unlike certain individuals, I still maintain my principles. Zhao Xuanfa's expression turned awkward, sensing a veiled reference to himself. Yet, he could not react in anger, as it would mean acknowledging the truth. However, he felt compelled to address Zhang Jun's situation, given that he is a significant benefactor. While he understood Zhang Jun was in the wrong, he still wanted to counsel Chen Yang, as roommates for 4 years. You should be magnanimous, let bygones be bygones. After all, you weren't the one who was ensnared. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for a fellow student's thoughtful reminder. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Despite Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan having previously sworn their allegiance, the seed of doubt began to take root in Zhang Jun's mind. Brother Jun, I swear it wasn't me. Both Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan exclaimed almost in unison. Zhang Jun, caught in a whirlwind of anger and confusion, struggled to reconcile his thoughts. Zhao Xuanfa was his most trusted enforcer, always the first to charge into any situation. He pondered deeply and realized he had never mistreated Zhao Xuanfa over the years. There was no reason for betrayal. As for Tang Kuan, setting up the scheme was entirely his idea, and it was inconceivable that he would turn against himself. Moreover, Zhang Jun had checked their phones and found no records of calls or messages to Chen Yang. Could it be that a third party was present at the scene? Unbeknownst to them, who had betrayed Chen Yang? Zhang Jun felt as if his mind were on the verge of breaking. If not for the fear of repercussions, he would have considered examining Chen Yang's phone. Chen Yang was deliberately sowing discord. He would never provide the answers Zhang Jun sought. After gradually tidying up the room, he picked up his suitcase and departed the dormitory. Observing his departure, Zhang Jun signaled to Zhao Xuanfa with a glance. Understanding the implication, Zhao Xuanfa quickly shook his head, sensing the fury Chen Yang was suppressing. To confront him at this moment would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. Despite his athletic build, he felt no confidence in a physical altercation. A man capable of effortlessly carrying 2 bags of cement up 7 flights of stairs was not someone to be trifled with. Even with Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan alongside him, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage, especially since the latter two were no more than fragile beings easily swayed by the wind. That night, the 3 roommates lay in silence, contemplating the events until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, sequestered in a hotel off campus, found himself unable to sleep. He oscillated between thoughts of feigning a marriage with Lin Wei and how to navigate her family in the future. He also contemplated revenge against Zhang Jun, the scoundrel who had caused him so much suffering. After a sleepless night, as morning arrived, Chen Yang hastily groomed himself in the bathroom. Once ready, he gathered his identification and household registration book and met Lin Wei at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At 10 a.m., after completing all necessary procedures, they successfully obtained their marriage certificate. Gazing at the photograph of the two of them on the certificate, Chen Yang suddenly felt as if he were living in a dream. Lin Wei, the future secretary of the Qing County Committee, a prominent official, had become his legally recognized wife. It was utterly surreal. However, before he could savor the moment, Lin Wei snatched the marriage certificate from his hands. I will keep this for safekeeping until the time comes for our divorce, she proclaimed. Chapter 4. The farce of the school forum. With the certificate taken away, Chen Yang felt a pang of regret. This was, after all, his first time obtaining a marriage certificate since his rebirth. Even if it was a ruse, it was a moment worth commemorating. Lin Wei seemed to sense Chen Yang's discontent and solemnly remarked, I am doing this for your own good. Zhang Jun is not as trustworthy as you think. The matter of our marriage, if it were to be leaked, would undoubtedly bring you considerable trouble in Qingshui. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly, expressing, what is there to fear? I do not intend to return to Qingshui for development. After all, his reach cannot extend to Xingqing. Lin Wei was taken aback by Chen Yang's words. You are not returning to Qingshui? I recall you once expressed otherwise. Chen Yang replied. My previous intention was to utilize the knowledge I acquired at university to aid my hometown in prospering. However, I have since changed my mind. Curiously, Lin Wei inquired. What prompted this change? Chen Yang responded. Without policies, without individuals to implement those policies, and devoid of funds, returning would merely squander my youth. Lin Wei seemed unsatisfied with Chen Yang's answer, asserting, for a place to develop, there must be a leader. You could return and initiate some projects to invigorate the community. I can figure out the funding. I appreciate your kindness, but for now, I have no plans to return to Qingshui. Chen Yang shook his head. Having been reborn, who would willingly become a fool to toil without reward. In my past life, settling in deep city, aside from Zhang Jun's scheming, my hometown people also played a part. Lin Wei remarked, "You do not strike me as someone who easily forgets their roots. I still hope you will return and contribute to the development of Qingshui. If I were to tell you that my family's old house has been occupied and the land reclaimed by the village, do you believe I have any reason to return?" Lin Wei's expression shifted from disappointment to astonishment, predominantly filled with confusion. "Chen Yang, how could they do such a thing? That is illegal. My parents have passed away, and my household registration is now with the school. What can I do in such circumstances?" Chen Yang smiled bitterly. Without connections or funds, even if one is bullied, one must endure. Such is the fate of the underprivileged. Even as a reborn individual, Chen Yang currently lacks the power to alter his situation. Lin Wei gazed at Chen Yang with sympathy. She had known of his background since her freshman year, but had not anticipated his struggles. After a moment of silence, she comforted him. "Then come back to Qingshui with me, to your aunt's house. With your education, finding a good job in the city should not be difficult." Chen Yang thought to himself, "Qingshui is Zhang Jun's domain. That fellow would never allow me to thrive." However, since these events had yet to unfold, he could not share his concerns with Lin Wei, knowing she would not believe him. He could only seek alternative excuses to decline. "My cousin graduated from high school this year, and her target university is also in Xingqing. I suspect their family will move here as well." Lin Wei felt a tinge of disappointment at Chen Yang's reluctance to return to Qingshui, but she understood that such matters could not be forced. Just then, Lin Wei's phone rang, a reminder from the student council urging her to attend to affairs. Chen Yang, fearing she would persist in discussing the return to Qingshui, quickly hailed a taxi to take her back to Xingqing University while he returned to the hotel for some much-needed rest. Perhaps due to a sleepless night, he slept until nightfall. Upon awakening, he discovered several missed calls and messages on his phone. Lin Wei, Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had all attempted to reach him, along with messages from other classmates. Most crucially, even his mentor, Wang Jiangwo, had called. After reviewing the messages, he finally grasped the situation. Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had conspired in the campus forum, accusing him of abandoning his principles and seducing Lin Wei. As he contemplated confronting those three scoundrels, Lin Wei's call interrupted him. "Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why haven't you been answering your phone?" "I just woke up," he replied. "You must be aware of the incidents occurring on the forum, right? I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that Zhang Jun would also corrupt my close friend." "It's all right. I do not regard those clowns highly," Chen Yang reassured her. "Chen Yang, do not act impulsively. Graduation is just around the corner. I have already clarified the situation on the forum. Just consider today as if nothing occurred." "Fine," Chen Yang responded dismissively, using the pretext of needing to shower to end the call. Subsequently, he dialed his mentor, Wang Jiangwo. After understanding the circumstances, his mentor too advised him against rash actions. The more they urged caution, the more Chen Yang's curiosity grew. He rushed to an internet CAF near the hotel, registered a computer using his ID, and swiftly logged onto the campus network of Xingqing University. To his astonishment, there were indeed such morally bankrupt individuals at Xingqing University. The forum's homepage displayed a striking hot discussion thread that was impossible to ignore. The post was authored by the first talent of the Tang clan, a username Chen Yang was quite familiar with, Tang Kuan. Clicking on his post revealed a barrage of criticisms aimed at him. The essence of the discourse suggested that throughout his 4 years at university, all his expenses were covered by Zhang Jun, and even the school's subsidies were obtained through Zhang Jun's connections, yet he had ultimately stolen Zhang Jun's girlfriend. Beneath the post, a multitude of accounts belonging to Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan were fueling the outrage, mercilessly disparaging Chen Yang. Their campaign had proven remarkably effective, as he scrolled through dozens of pages filled with negative remarks from the spectators. Some even proposed that the university expel Chen Yang to preserve its reputation. Fortunately, a few classmates who had a decent rapport with Chen Yang attempted to defend him, but their voices were feeble and soon drowned out by the onslaught of criticism. However, beneath Tang Kuan's post, another highly active thread caught his attention. It was initiated by Lin Wei. As the chairperson of the student council, she had always been a focal figure in the school forum. The title of her post was straightforward: clarification regarding my relationship with Zhang Jun and Chen Yang. Esteemed school leaders and fellow students, I apologize for taking up your time here. I hereby declare that I have never had a romantic relationship with Zhang Jun. We are merely ordinary classmates, fellow townsfolk, and friends. As for Chen Yang, we too, at present, are just ordinary classmates, fellow townsfolk, and friends. To those who delight in fabricating rumors, I hope you grasp one crucial point. The internet is not a lawless realm, and slanderous behavior will inevitably incur consequences. Upon the release of Lin Wei's declaration, the fervor surrounding Tang Kuen's post significantly diminished. The spectators began to shift their allegiance, criticizing Tang Kuen for being overly sentimental and stirring trouble without cause. Nevertheless, even with Lin Wei stepping forward, Chen Yang had no intention of letting the matter rest. He needed to enlighten the spectators about truths they remained oblivious to. Esteemed school leaders and fellow students of Xingqing University, I, the Real Chen Yang, would like to present 3 points of clarification regarding the denunciation thread initiated by student Tang. Firstly, during my time studying abroad, I adhered to the principles of diligent work and frugality. All my living expenses, apart from the subsidies provided by the school, were earned through my own labor. The notion of relying on my classmates for support is entirely fictitious. Secondly, I indeed graciously accepted the remnants of food offered by my roommate. Adhering to the principle that wasting food is a disgrace, I did partake in it. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to that kind-hearted roommate. Thirdly, Lin Wei is a modern, independent woman endowed with both beauty and intellect, and I genuinely admire her. If such admiration were deemed a transgression, it would seem that many individuals within our institution would also warrant punishment. As for the classmate Tang, who reproaches others for encroaching upon relationships, it is my understanding that he himself possesses quite the talent for such endeavors. Chapter 5. The intoxicated football fan Chen Yang's post swiftly attracted a throng of onlookers. Seats were claimed, and the speed of the first-floor commentators was truly impressive. After perusing the original post, I realized I too bore guilt. In truth, I have harbored a secret admiration for Senior Lin Wei since my freshman year. I have encountered the original poster in person. He is tall and handsome, a fitting match for Senior Lin Wei. Conversely, the gentleman named Zhang who persistently pursues her is rather unremarkable, akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. How absurd. Dear classmates, have you not noticed the crux of the matter? The original poster claims that the so-called first talent of the Tang clan is a master of relationship sabotage. Is there anyone in the know who could shed light on this? I shall. A friend of mine has a girlfriend who is indeed the target of his romantic overtures. His true name is Tang Kuen, a student in the finance department, who, relying on his family's modest wealth, enjoys indulging in flirtations. So it is Tang Kuen? What a scoundrel he is. He has switched girlfriends multiple times, all of whom were taken from others. It is no wonder that Lin Wei holds no affection for Zhang Jun, given his association with such a cad. Allow me to share a secret. Last summer, while working a temporary job, I encountered a police raid on a prostitution ring, and one of those apprehended bore a striking resemblance to Tang Kuen. Is it possible? Such a disgraceful character tarnishing the school's reputation, and yet the administration remains indifferent? In room 402 of the finance department dormitory, Tang Kuen, engrossed in watching the World Cup on his computer, was compelled by Zhang Jun to view Chen Yang's post. He then erupted in fury, hurling his beer can to the ground. Who is this scoundrel calling himself a cup of clear water? I shall sue him for defamation. Did you truly not go? Zhang Jun inquired skeptically, his mood soured. He had initially intended for Tang Kuen to tarnish Chen Yang's reputation on the school forum. To his dismay, Lin Wei had directly intervened, effectively severing any ties between them. Although Chen Yang's post was primarily aimed at Tang Kuen, it inadvertently implicated Zhang Jun as well. Maintaining a long-term association with a rogue, how could his image at school possibly remain untarnished? This truly is a case of losing more than one gains. What Zhang Jun found even harder to accept was that Tang Kuen had secretly engaged in prostitution with Zhao Shun behind his back. Hadn't they agreed to share both fortunes and misfortunes? Feeling the scrutiny from Zhang Jun, Tang Kuen felt somewhat apprehensive and finally confessed, Brother Jun, I did indeed go once. However, that establishment is quite upscale, with excellent confidentiality. There was no way to be caught. That individual on the forum is certainly spreading falsehoods. Zhang Jun, uninterested in his excuses, prioritized addressing Chen Yang's post. If gossip continued to circulate, it was likely that others would be implicated in the act of solicitation as well. Graduating with the stigma of participating in a prostitution ring would surely lead to dire consequences upon returning home. Hello, Suga. Are you keeping abreast of the forum situation? You are familiar with Tang Kuen, are you not? While he may have a bit of charm, he certainly would not dare to engage in any illicit or unethical activities. I suspect it is that rascal Chen Yang who has been spreading rumors using a fake account. Could you assist me in addressing this matter? Thank you ever so much. I shall treat you to a meal later. After concluding the call, Zhang Jun finally let out a sigh of relief. He had not offended Chen Yang and had managed to extricate himself from a sticky situation. The more he looked at Tang Kuan, the more displeased he became, and he kicked out in frustration. Outside Xingqing University, Chen Yang, who had just posted online, ordered a serving of fried rice noodles from a roadside stall. As he was enjoying his meal, Lin Wei's call came through once more. Chen Yang, come to the Zhaoyang restaurant on Jianxi Road. It's urgent. Chen Yang immediately thought something significant had occurred. He abandoned his noodles and hurriedly made his way to the destination. Although it was called Zhaoyang Restaurant, it was merely a small eatery run privately. Lin Wei was standing at the entrance, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was unsteady on his feet, mumbling incoherently, clearly inebriated, while the woman was beside him, attempting to soothe him. Chen Yang, my friend is drunk. We can't manage him and had to call you for assistance. Chen Yang scrutinized the inebriated man, who was of similar height to him, but considerably more robust. Lin Wei stood at 168 centimeters, while the woman next to the man appeared to be about 160 centimeters. Both were of slender build, and trying to assist a 180 centimeters tall, muscular man in a drunken state was indeed quite a challenge. Moreover, Lin Wei displayed a clear reluctance to touch him. After considerable effort, they finally managed to hoist the man onto Chen Yang's back. During their journey, Chen Yang inquired about the situation. It turned out the man's name was Chen Bing, a football enthusiast. After witnessing the national team's defeat to Brazil in 2004, he was disheartened and sought solace in alcohol, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. Chen Yang found this difficult to comprehend. After all, Brazil was the reigning World Cup champion. Losing to them by 4 goals was hardly unexpected. If he could not accept this, what would he do when the national team faced a 15-goal defeat in the future? At the same time, Chen Yang felt a swell of sympathy for this individual. After all, as long as he remained a fan of the national team, there would be many more painful days ahead. He wished to convey to him the importance of cherishing the present, as the future of the national team playing in the World Cup was uncertain. Yet, that was a matter for the future. Even if Chen Yang spoke up, no one would believe him, and he might even face a barrage of criticism. After traversing approximately a kilometer, they finally arrived at their destination. Chen Yang felt that this ordeal was more exhausting than carrying cement up 7 flights of stairs at a construction site. Fortunately, Chen Bing's residence had an elevator. Otherwise, Chen Yang would have been utterly overwhelmed. Upon entering Chen Bing's home, however, Chen Yang was taken aback. Although it was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, it was immaculately clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the image of a drunken man. Additionally, after helping Chen Bing into the bedroom, he discovered that this fellow was actually a police officer. Chen Yang pondered if this man was indeed the son of Lin Wei's father's comrade. No wonder she expressed reluctance to marry. It appeared this fellow had developed an affection for someone else. Yet, he found this reasoning flawed. Knowing Lin Wei's temperament, if Chen Bing had truly strayed, she would have severed ties immediately. How could they still be sharing meals together? Furthermore, Lin Wei could easily leverage this situation to persuade her parents to annul the engagement. Why then must Chen Yang engage in a sham marriage? Lin Wei, could it be that Chen Bing is the person your parents spoke of? Lin Wei nodded, and noticing Chen Yang's puzzled expression, she elaborated. His parents disapprove of his relationship with Zhong Lin and have cast him out. In order to facilitate their union, I must marry first. Seizing a moment while Zhong Lin stepped away to fetch a warm towel for Chen Bing, Chen Yang gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. He has already moved on. And yet you are so self-sacrificing, truly admirable. When did I ever express affection for him? Lin Wei shot Chen Yang a disdainful glance and retorted, with his cowardly demeanor, wallowing in self-pity at the slightest provocation. Only the blind would take a liking to him. Just as Chen Yang was about to caution her to lower her voice, Zhong Lin entered, creating an unexpectedly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Lin Wei quickly adapted, addressing Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin, I've known Chen Bing since childhood, and we're accustomed to speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart. This fellow is fortunate to have found a girlfriend like you. Zhong Lin smiled and assured her it was no trouble, then attentively tended to the ailing Chen Bing. This scene struck a chord with Chen Yang, reminiscent of a past life. Chapter 6. The 10 million yuan prize. Chen Yang recalled his ex-wife, Zhang Meili, a woman as gentle and beautiful as Zhong Lin. Once upon a time, after a drunken night out with clients, Zhang Meili would care for him in the same nurturing manner. Her tenderness led him to overlook her previous marriage and even accept the 3 children she had with other men. He had always believed that Zhang Meili simply had unfortunate encounters in her youth. Little did he know, she had conspired against him alongside Zhang Jun, Tang Kuan, and Zhao Xuanfa. Were it not for the existence of law, Chen Yang would have eagerly sent them to hell on the very first day of his rebirth. Chen Yang, what troubles you? Lin Wei inquired with concern, noticing his despondent demeanor after leaving Chen Bing's home. Unable to share the haunting memories of his past life, Chen Yang replied that he was fine. Yet Lin Wei was displeased. Your emotions are clearly etched on your face. Why pretend? Is there something you cannot disclose? No. It's merely a sudden recollection of an old acquaintance from afar. A woman? Chen Yang nodded, causing Lin Wei to feel a surge of dissatisfaction. With a beauty like her by his side, how could Chen Yang's thoughts wander to another? Of course, Lin Wei was unaware of the root of her feelings. Despite their merely nominal marriage and the fact that his romantic life bore no relevance to her, she could not shake the discontent. Thus, when Chen Yang proposed to escort her home, she decisively declined. In the ensuing days, they remained out of contact. Lin Wei was preoccupied with student council matters and preparing for her post-graduation work in Qingshui. Chen Yang, on the other hand, spent his time perusing newspapers and frequenting internet cafes to catch up on various news stories. In his previous life, as a laborer, he toiled endlessly without achieving anything substantial. This time, he resolved to embark on a path of entrepreneurship, determined to seize control of his own destiny. Naturally, he remained vigilant regarding the school forum. Although Zhang Jun had employed individuals to delete his posts, gossip surrounding Tang Kuan continued unabated. The onlookers have completely unleashed their imaginations. One moment accusing Tang Kuan of soliciting minors, the next claiming he consorted with an octogenarian woman. And then someone suggested he had relations with a transgender individual from a distant land. Moreover, some mischievous netizens have even dubbed him a master of the romantic arts. This has utterly infuriated Tang Kuan, prompting him to unleash a barrage of posts cursing those who mocked him. Consequently, he found himself banned from the platform. Chen Yang could vividly picture Tang Kuan's hysterical state. Despite the fact that this individual had awakened him in his previous life, he felt no sympathy for him. After all, Tang Kuan was one of the behind-the-scenes culprits in Chen Yang's tragic past. Had it not been for the upheaval in the Zhang family's business, he would have remained the sycophantic enabler of malevolence. Breaking news. A remarkable talent has emerged from Dongjiang province. One individual has won a staggering 10 million yuan in the World Cup betting pool. The previously calm forum erupted with excitement. On the sofa. This World Cup has been so unpredictable. I've guessed wrong on several matches. Who possesses such incredible luck? On the floor. Speaking of this year's World Cup brings nothing but bad luck. My beloved Italian male model team shockingly lost to Croatia. What is so surprising about Italy losing to Croatia? The real joke is Germany's failure to defeat Ireland. Germany won their first match and could afford to draw their way through, but the absurdity lies with France. The reigning champions managed to secure only 1 point from 2 matches. I simply cannot fathom how they triumphed over Brazil in '98. Never mind. France must just be slow to warm up. With their overall strength, they should win against Denmark in the next round and advance. For heaven's sake. You still have the energy to concern yourselves with other teams while our national team has suffered 2 consecutive defeats, with 0 points and 0 goals. What a disgrace. To the person above, I have even more heartbreaking news. The neighboring teams from Korea and Japan are on the verge of advancing. Indeed, it's outrageous. They are all East Asian teams. Why should they advance while we are eliminated? I believe this Milu is nothing but a fraud. I concur with the previous comment. That old man can only deceive the fans. He has no tactical acumen. It's a pity such a talented group of players is being squandered under his management. May I suggest that the 2 above regain some clarity? I watched the matches too. Our national team genuinely cannot compete. The perspective from above is rather objective. We must recognize our own capabilities. My expectations are modest. I hope in the final match against Turkey, our national team can score at least 1 goal and break the record of not scoring. If our national team cannot score, I would be satisfied with at least earning 1 point against Turkey. Noticing the sudden shift in conversation to the World Cup, Chen Yang recalled that he had also purchased a lottery ticket. After the fallout with Zhang Jun and the others, his interest in football had waned. That ticket was still locked away in his suitcase. He logged on to Sina.com to check the results of the betting pool, and indeed, there were no changes from his previous life. However, the first prize had decreased from nearly 4 million to 500,000 yuan. Yet for Chen Yang, 500,000 multiplied by 50 equaled an astonishing 25 million. Even after taxes, he would still have a net gain of 20 million. He was about to become wealthy. With a heart full of excitement, Chen Yang returned to his rented hotel room. He first called the lottery center to schedule a time to claim his prize. Then, he wrapped himself in his blanket and let out an exhilarated shout. In his previous life, when the weight of existence suffocated him, he once dreamt of winning a grand prize. He invested several thousand, only to win a meager 10. Little did he know, this dream would only materialize after his rebirth. With this newfound fortune, Chen Yang's future aspirations became crystal clear. He resolved to invest in real estate. Over the next decade, the property market in Star City was poised for an unprecedented era of prosperity. In his past life, he was shackled by housing loans. Acutely aware of the significance of a home for a family. Although Star City's housing prices did not reach the soaring heights of Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, or Guangzhou, it remained a provincial capital. Investing now would yield substantial returns in the future without undue strain. Moreover, at this time, the concept of school district housing was still undeveloped. Chen Yang could leverage his foresight to acquire numerous properties in desirable school districts, maximizing his profits. Additionally, he aspired to purchase several commercial spaces. Having lost his parents early on, he had been living with his aunt since middle school. His aunt was unemployed, and his uncle was merely an ordinary worker at a textile factory in Qinshui City. To support his and his cousin's education, they toiled relentlessly, selling goods on the street. In his former life, burdened by the Zhang family's constraints, Chen Yang had few opportunities to repay their kindness. Now that he had wealth, his foremost desire was to buy a few shops for his aunt and uncle, sparing them from enduring the hardships of the elements. Furthermore, he intended to return to his hometown to restore his parents' grave. As for the encroached ancestral home and land, he needed to devise a way to reclaim them. Regardless of the circumstances, that place was ultimately the root of the Chen family. Chapter 7. The young scholar. The school district housing in Star City is primarily concentrated in the old district of Jiangdong. 3 of the city's 4 prestigious schools are located in this area. After researching online, Chen Yang discovered that the average housing price in Star City ranged between 150,000 to 200,000. To familiarize himself with the specifics, he shifted his base of operations to the old district upon receiving his prize money and rented a furnished vintage 2-bedroom apartment near the Normal University-affiliated high school, costing $300 a month with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months upfront. Considering he would need to renovate and move into a new home after purchasing, he paid 6 months' rent in advance. The landlady, a retired teacher, was quite chatty and warm-hearted. Within half an hour, she had thoroughly acquainted Chen Yang with the surrounding area. As she was leaving, she even mentioned introducing him to a potential match. Chen Yang, at the time, took little notice. However, he was taken aback when the elderly lady returned that evening. "Young Chen, tidy yourself up and dress handsomely. Miss Lu will be back soon." "Miss Lu? Which Miss Lu?" Chen Yang was bewildered, thinking the landlady was excessively eager. Introducing a match on their first day of acquaintance without considering he might be a dubious character. "The girl I mentioned earlier. She is also from Star City University. A year below you. Her grandmother is my colleague and is quite pleased with your background." After the landlady's insistence, Chen Yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just as he sought an excuse to decline, a melodious voice echoed from the stairway below. "Senior Chen, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing that voice, Chen Yang felt an unsettling familiarity, and as he looked closely, a headache began to set in. The newcomer was Lu Qingqing, a lively beauty from his junior year. The 2 individuals had once worked at a bar near the school. However, their motivations diverged significantly. Chen Yang labored to sustain himself, while Lu Qingqing sought merely to experience life, often bringing a group of friends to the bar, her earnings scarcely covering her frivolous expenses. "Do you know each other? That makes it even better." The landlord beamed with delight, as if envisioning a generous red envelope from a former colleague beckoning her. "Grandma Zhang, for once. You've proven reliable today," Lu Qingqing exclaimed joyously as she dashed upstairs, enveloping the landlord in an affectionate embrace. The landlord, feigning annoyance, gently pushed her away, responding in a warm tone. "When have I ever been unreliable, you mischievous girl?" "Reliable. Always reliable," Lu Qingqing replied playfully. The landlord, amused, sought a quick excuse to leave, wishing not to intrude upon their intimate moment. Chen Yang observed Lu Qingqing, who embodied a chic aura today. Her long, Flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a black cap featuring a whimsical cartoon design. A fitted white graphic tee accentuated her slender waist, while light blue denim shorts embraced her fair, elongated legs, complemented by silver high-heeled sandals, making her resemble a fashion model. Senior, do I look beautiful today? When have you not looked beautiful? Then why did you reject me? I prefer women with ample bosoms. Lu Qingqing retaliated with a playful kick to Chen Yang, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she retreated to her room. Chen Yang watched her close the door, feeling not only the sting in his foot, but a heavier ache in his head. During their junior year, Lu Qingqing had pursued him, but he had turned her down, citing the stark disparity between their families. Lu Qingqing hailed from a prestigious lineage, wielding considerable influence in the Star City business realm. In her presence, Chen Yang felt an innate sense of inferiority. Nevertheless, Lu Qingqing's past romantic endeavors were equally tumultuous. Several relationships had fizzled out, leaving her single until Chen Yang's rebirth. The reasons for her romantic misfortunes remained unasked, as he feared reopening old wounds and succumbing to the pressures of life, which could lead to emotional or physical infidelity. Moreover, a crucial factor was his preference for women with generous curves. Lu Qingqing excelled in every aspect, save for one. Her bosom lacked the desired fullness. Chen Yang's deliberate provocation was an attempt to find some tranquility. In their junior year, he had sought every means to extricate himself from her affections, even quitting his job at the bar. Ironically, just before graduation, they found themselves living as neighbors. What a twist of fate. Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled Lin Wei. The only thing that could restore Lu Qingqing's composure would likely be the marriage certificate he held with Lin Wei. In his previous life, it was only after he wed Zhang Meili that Lu Qingqing finally relinquished her feelings. However, following the recent uproar instigated by Zhang Jun on the school forum, he could no longer publicly acknowledge his marriage to Lin Wei, lest troubles resurface for both of them. The headache persisted. Before he could devise a solution, another knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted once more by Lu Qingqing's charming visage. The cap had been removed, her makeup washed away, and her high heels replaced with pink flip-flops. She clutched her stomach, looking pitiful as she pleaded with Chen Yang. Senior, I'm hungry. Could you prepare something for me? Chen Yang gestured towards the empty kitchen, his voice tinged with helplessness. I just rented this place and Haven Tea had the chance to buy anything. I can't cook. It's quite all right. My kitchen is fully stocked. You can prepare the meal at my place, Lu Qingqing asserted, forcibly pulling Chen Yang towards her home. Upon entering, Chen Yang observed that the layout of the room bore an uncanny resemblance to his own abode, yet the interior decor exuded a far greater opulence. The refrigerator, color television, sofa, and air conditioning unit were all present, accompanied by a range hood in the kitchen. However, it was evident that Lu Qingqing was not a woman accustomed to domesticity. The vegetables in her refrigerator were meticulously arranged, with the supermarket labels still intact. A glance at the purchase date revealed they had been acquired a week prior. The meat was similarly untouched, firmly sealed in the freezer. As he selected a few spoiled vegetables to discard, he found himself unable to locate a trash bin. Upon inquiring, Lu Qingqing hesitated before gesturing towards the balcony. When Chen Yang opened the balcony door, he discovered a trash bin brimming with takeout boxes, instant noodle packets, and beer cans. I overslept this morning and was worried about being late for class, so I didn't have time to throw it out, Lu Qingqing explained, her embarrassment palpable. Chen Yang said nothing. He had long been accustomed to such scenarios during his 4 years at university. Urban children, unlike those from rural backgrounds, often neglect household chores, especially those like Lu Qingqing, who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. He found several garbage bags, packed all the refuse, and disposed of it at the waste station outside the residential building. He then defrosted the meat and prepared 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles. Lu Qingqing relished the meal, exclaiming between bites, Senior, your shredded pork noodles are truly delectable. I wish I could eat them for a lifetime. Chen Yang shot her a sidelong glance, jesting. Then you ought to seek out a master chef who can whip up any delicacy you desire. I would never seek out a chef. They tend to be rather plump. Lu Qingqing pouted, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. I just like you. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words and chose to feign ignorance. After finishing the noodles and tidying up the kitchen, he concocted an excuse to escape back to his newly rented apartment. Drawing from his past experiences, Chen Yang was reluctant to embark on another romantic relationship hastily. Whether it be Lin Wei or Lu Qingqing, they inhabited worlds so disparate from his own. Perhaps friendship or a fleeting romance could be entertained, but the prospect of marriage would inevitably lead to yet another tragic tale. Chapter 8. The true romantic Lu Qingqing sent dozens of messages throughout the night, yet Chen Yang remained unresponsive. She had assumed that her persistence would wane. But to her surprise, she found him cornered the next morning as he opened the door. "Senior, would you like to join me for breakfast? I know of an old establishment renowned for its delectable rice noodles." Faced with Lu Qingqing's eager expression, Chen Yang found it difficult to decline. After all, in both this life and the last, such a devoted beauty pursuing him was a rarity. Descending the stairs, Lu Qingqing attempted to take Chen Yang's hand, but he evaded her grasp. Undeterred, she pressed her body against him, wrapping her arms firmly around his right arm. Feeling her warmth and the fragrance of her presence, Chen Yang could only sigh in resignation. "Young lady, are you not concerned about being seen by acquaintances and the ensuing gossip?" "Not at all. I spoke with my grandmother last night about you, and she has given her approval," Lu Qingqing replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Her grandmother held the highest authority in their household. As long as she consented, there would be no obstacles to their union. Chen Yang found her grandmother's decision rather hasty. After all, she was a respected educator. One would think she would conduct a thorough evaluation before entrusting her beloved granddaughter's lifelong happiness to someone. Upon exiting the family compound, the two individuals strolled along the road to the left for 500 meters, eventually pausing at a venerable rice noodle establishment. The shop was modest in size, scarcely exceeding 10 square meters, yet it boasted 3 tables that were fully occupied, a testament to its popularity. The proprietor, a gentleman in his 60s, appeared somewhat taken aback upon noticing Lu Qingqing entwined with Chen Yang. "Ah, my dear girl, have you found a beau? Quite the handsome one." Lu Qingqing beamed with joy. "Grandpa Zhang, I would like 2 bowls of rib noodles, one without chili or scallions, and the other with extra chili." Grandpa Zhang responded affirmatively, instructing Lu Qingqing to set up a table at the entrance. The young lady cheerfully complied, retrieving a small folding table from a corner of the shop, adeptly positioning it by the roadside. She then procured 2 small stools, offering one to Chen Yang. "Who would have thought you could be so industrious?" Chen Yang remarked, unable to suppress his surprise at Lu Qingqing's demeanor. "Of course, I am the very model of a virtuous wife and devoted mother," she declared with pride, basking in the sunlight. "Indeed, a model of someone who cannot cook or manage household chores," Chen Yang retorted bluntly, exposing her self-aggrandizement. "That's all right," Lu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. "I can learn. Best not to. You should remain as you are." Chen Yang genuinely wished for Lu Qingqing not to alter herself for his sake. His past experiences had taught him that those who live for others often lead the most burdensome lives. Lu Qingqing had been raised with a silver spoon. There was no reason for her to endure hardship. The notion of a wealthy heiress transforming into a housewife for a poor lad was merely a fabrication of television dramas and novels, designed to tantalize the daydreams of the common folk. "Do you truly have such little faith in me, senior?" Lu Qingqing, not entirely grasping Chen Yang's sentiments, pouted slightly. Chen Yang clarified, "Firstly, I can cook and prefer not to have someone in the kitchen offering unsolicited advice. Secondly, our relationship is merely that of schoolmates and friends, and I have no right to request you to transcend those boundaries. Lastly, if your intention is to change for someone else, my advice is to reconsider. If you cannot excel at it, there is no need to try. I believe that mutual support should be founded upon authenticity, not deceit." Lu Qingqing endeavored to assimilate Chen Yang's words, ultimately proposing, "In that case, I shall handle the grocery shopping, and you can cook, and we can share our lives together." Chen Yang was at a loss for words, feeling that reasoning with Lu Qingqing was futile. At that moment, Grandpa Zhang arrived with 2 generous bowls of rice noodles, brimming with ample portions of ribs. After just one taste, Chen Yang was convinced that Lu Qingqing had not exaggerated. He swiftly devoured an entire bowl, still yearning for more. Lu Qingqing graciously divided her bowl, sharing half with him. When it came time to settle the bill, Chen Yang could not resist inquiring with Grandpa Zhang about the secrets behind the broth and ingredients, only to be met with a firm refusal. Grandpa Zhang, with utmost seriousness, stated, "My boy, there are 2 things in this world that must never be shared: the woman you cherish and your dining utensils." Chen Yang found himself in agreement with this philosophy, yet he persisted, "I could offer a tuition fee and assure you it would not be for commercial purposes." Grandpa Zhang merely chuckled and shook his head. Chen Yang resigned himself to defeat, feeling a twinge of regret lingering in his heart. On the way back, Lu Qingqing suddenly inquired of Chen Yang. Senior, do you truly wish to learn the culinary skills of Grandpa Zhang? Chen Yang instinctively nodded. Now that he no longer had to toil for a living, he indeed had the desire to enhance his culinary prowess. Well, I can assist you with that, Lu Qingqing declared with a proud expression. Chen Yang looked at her with skepticism. After all, one does not simply offer assistance without ulterior motives. Could it be that she intended to send a woman his way? Lu Qingqing chuckled mischievously, but offered no reply. You mustn't act recklessly, Chen Yang cautioned. Startled, there's a generational gap. Lu Qingqing playfully kicked him and retorted, Chen Yang, so you think I am such a frivolous woman in your eyes? Chen Yang quickly apologized, and once her anger had subsided, he continued, Lu Qingqing, do you have any brilliant ideas? It's quite simple. Let our grandmother take the lead, Lu Qingqing suggested. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. After all that, it still came down to the allure of a woman. Only this time, the youthful beauty was replaced with an elder charm. Will that truly work? He asked skeptically. Of course. Grandpa Zhang adored my grandmother in his youth, she replied. But that was in their younger days. Chen Yang protested. It remains the same even now. She countered. By the way, is your grandmother single? No, she and my grandfather have always gotten along splendidly. Chen Yang's mind struggled to keep pace. If your grandfather is still around, isn't it a bit inappropriate to have your grandmother pursue Grandpa Zhang? What are you thinking? Lu Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. Can't there be a purely platonic relationship between men and women? Not at all, Chen Yang asserted firmly. Even if it starts off pure, with time it will inevitably change. Lu Qingqing maintained her seriousness. My grandmother and Grandpa Zhang are truly just good friends. They have known each other since childhood. Chen Yang did not wish to continue this line of discussion, as they were, after all, talking about Lu Qingqing's grandmother. To dwell on negative suspicions would be somewhat disrespectful to their elders. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Lu Qingqing took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. After conversing for a considerable duration, she hung up and instructed Chen Yang to wait. 5 minutes later, her phone rang again. After concluding the call, she beamed and pulled Chen Yang back toward Grandpa Zhang's rice noodle shop. The shop was still bustling with patrons, yet Grandpa Zhang was not working. He held a well-worn, grease-stained notebook, glaring discontentedly at Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, as if he were guilty of coveting someone else's cherished possession. Perhaps we should just forget it. Let today's matter pass without mention, he suggested. Grandpa Zhang huffed and handed the notebook to Chen Yang. Take a good look. Don't damage it, and remember to return it. Chen Yang felt too shy to accept it. Grandpa Zhang's displeasure grew, and he snorted, What? Do you think my belongings are unclean? Fearing a misunderstanding, Chen Yang quickly received the notebook with both hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He couldn't help but admire the man before him, a true romantic willing to sacrifice everything for the woman he loves. Compared to him, Zhang Jun was nothing. Chapter 9. Internal subscription. After having breakfast, Chen Yang planned to visit a nearby real estate agency. In this era where information is not yet fully developed, this place serves as the most expedient and effective venue for finding housing. However, Lu Qingqing persistently clung to Chen Yang. Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to visit an agency to view properties, she even expressed a hint of displeasure. You've only just moved in, and you are already planning to leave. Am I truly so unbearable? Chen Yang insisted that he was not moving, but merely seeking to see if there were suitable properties for sale. Where do you expect to find the money to buy a house? Lu Qingqing gazed at Chen Yang with skepticism. Although the real estate prices in Xingqing are not exorbitant, they are still not inexpensive. The average person requires 2 months' salary to afford a single square meter. Even if Chen Yang worked 2 jobs and abstained from eating and drinking for 4 years, he would still not accumulate enough to purchase a home. Guess what? Chen Yang wished to maintain a low profile and had no intention of revealing his recent windfall. You haven't been taken in by some wealthy woman, have you? Lu Qingqing's imagination ran wild, and before Chen Yang could respond, she began to lament his supposed decline. Senior, how could you be so debased? A distinguished graduate of Xingqing University should not be swayed by money. Chen Yang shot her a glance. You were born a fortunate phoenix, unacquainted with the hardships of ordinary life. Given the increasingly difficult job market, one must rely on money and connections to pave the way. If a wealthy woman were genuinely willing to support someone like me, why would I refuse? Lu Qingqing, believing Chen Yang was indeed being supported, became anxious. I'm a wealthy woman too, why not seek me out? Chen Yang retorted, what you eat, where you live, and what you use are all provided by your parents. You can only be considered a second-generation affluent individual at best. And what's wrong with being a second-generation rich kid? I am an only child, and my parents' wealth will inevitably be mine, Lu Qingqing declared nonchalantly. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Lu Qingqing seized the opportunity. Marrying me equates to possessing all the future assets of the Lu family. Have you given it any thought? Not at all. Chen Yang, now a single nobleman of sorts, relished his freedom. Marrying Lu Qingqing would alter that dynamic, transforming him from a carefree bachelor into a man aspiring to enter a wealthy family. If the Lu family disapproved of him, he could easily find himself cast aside. He had no desire to endure that indignity. Lu Qingqing, fuming, exclaimed, Chen Yang, you should summon that wealthy woman. I wish to confront her. Chen Yang, unwilling to continue teasing her, chuckled. Could it not be possible that I am earning money to buy a house through my own efforts? Lu Qingqing, of course, did not believe him, her large eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang. Truly no wealthy woman? Chen Yang nodded with certainty. Instantly, Lu Qingqing's expression brightened. She swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Brother, have all the apartments in your complex been sold? My boyfriend wishes to purchase a place. Really? Could you perhaps offer an internal price? His financial situation isn't very robust. All right, thank you, brother. I adore you. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire Lu Qingqing's networking prowess, from real estate tycoons to the elderly owners of noodle shops. She could easily manage them all with a single call. However, the more enthusiastic she became, the more Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. He would rather pay a small fee to an agency than owe Lu Qingqing too many favors. Qingqing, your cousin is extremely busy. Let us not trouble him. Not a bother. He is free at the moment. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing sensed something amiss and looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Do you know my cousin? I do not. Chen Yang immediately shook his head. This information was imparted to him by Zhang Jun from his previous life. How do you know he is my cousin? You are an only child, and if you refer to him as brother, he must be either a cousin or a distant cousin. Why couldn't he be a distant cousin? Your cousin is not within the 5th degree of kinship, and if you were to fall deeply in love with him, it would raise significant ethical concerns. Your family would never approve. Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Senior, you're even jealous of my cousin and still claim you are not fond of me? I truly am not jealous. Chen Yang replied with a helpless shrug. He realized that no matter the topic of conversation, Lu Qingqing always managed to connect it back to the two of them. Could this be what is referred to as love-struck thinking? After some playful banter, Chen Yang ultimately succumbed to Lu Qingqing's insistence and took a taxi to her cousin's property development. To his delight, he discovered that her cousin's project was located near Qingqing's for prestigious schools, named Sunshine Garden. In his previous life, when contemplating a return to the mainland for development, he had researched the school district properties in Qingqing, and Sunshine Garden was among the most sought-after communities. The initial price per square meter was 3,800 yuan, which had surged to over 10,000 yuan a decade later, eventually becoming a property with high demand yet limited availability. Upon inspecting the environment of Sunshine Garden, Chen Yang felt quite satisfied. However, upon entering the sales office, he was struck by the emptiness inside. The number of prospective buyers was scant, and the staff were huddled together, idly chatting. This starkly contrasted with the bustling scenes he had witnessed in his previous life, where popular developments were fiercely contested. Chen Yang found it puzzling. He recalled that Lu Qingqing's cousin, Lu Shiji, was also destined to become a real estate tycoon in Qingqing. How could he be so inept as to not even employ basic marketing tactics, like hiring extra hands? As they stepped inside, a woman clad in a sleek black business suit approached them first. With courtesy, she addressed Lu Qingqing. May I inquire if you are Miss Lu Qingqing? Lu Qingqing nodded. My name is Zhao Xiaoli, the sales manager here. Mr. Lu called earlier and specifically asked me to accompany you both during your property viewing. Lu Qingqing surveyed the sales office. Her curiosity piqued as she asked Zhao Xiaoli, Manager Zhao, have all your units sold out? There seem to be so few people looking at the properties. Zhao Xiaoli offered an awkward smile in response, explaining, Miss Lu, we are targeting an elite market. Given the current economic climate in Qingqing, the sales cycle may indeed take a bit longer. However, I remain optimistic about our community's future. Lu Qingqing was not satisfied with her answer and retorted, no wonder my brother has been borrowing money everywhere. It turns out the properties are not selling, and he has to support a bunch of idle staff. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Xiaoli maintained her professional demeanor, her smile unwavering, while the other staff members, fearing repercussions, lowered their heads in silence. Chen Yang, also a worker in the industry, did not wish to complicate matters for them. Currently, the average price for commercial housing in Xingqing was 1,800 yuan per square meter, making it quite reasonable that Sunshine Garden, priced significantly higher, was experiencing slow sales. With money in his pocket, Chen Yang remained interested in investing in such a promising high-end community. He pointed to the model of the sales office and asked Zhao Xiaoli, "Manager Zhao, how many units of the 80 to 90 square meter types are still available? Are there discounts for purchasing multiple units?" Zhao Xiaoli keenly grasped the implications of Chen Yang's words, her eyes instantly alight with understanding. With an ingratiating smile, she addressed him, "Sir, we still have a few units of the 80-90 square meter model available. Manager Lu previously instructed that we could reduce the price by 800 yuan per square meter from the opening price. What? Is my worth merely 800? Before Chen Yang could respond, Lu Qingqing, visibly displeased, glared at Zhao Xiaoli. "Is this my brother's intention or your own?" Chapter 10. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Yang sensed that Lu Qingqing's behavior today was somewhat unusual. Her harsh demeanor toward Zhao Xiaoli suggested there was an underlying story. Considering that Lu Qingqing was assisting him in negotiating the price, he refrained from probing further, despite his curiosity. Surprisingly, Zhao Xiaoli maintained an exceptional level of professionalism. Unfazed by Lu Qingqing's attempts to undermine her, always wearing a smile, she invited Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing into her office, poured 2 glasses of water, and then called Lu Shiji to relay Lu Qingqing's request for a price reduction. After a few minutes, she hung up and informed Lu Qingqing. "Manager Lu said that if your friend desires just 1 unit, he can waive the fee in consideration of your standing. However, if you aim to invest in multiple units, the minimum price would be 2,800. He also expressed hope that you understand his current difficulties." Lu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Yang. "So, how do you like having a wife like me?" Chen Yang wholeheartedly agreed but refrained from responding. Instead, he turned to Zhao Xiaoli and inquired, "Manager Zhao, may we view the available units? I would like to see those under 100 square meters." Zhao Xiaoli nodded affirmatively and asked them to wait in her office while she made the necessary arrangements. Once she left, Lu Qingqing quickly clung to Chen Yang's arm, playfully admonishing, "Senior, you still haven't answered my question." Chen Yang replied, "Whoever marries you must surely be blessed from a past life." Lu Qingqing, still unsatisfied, corrected him, "Not just anyone, only you." Understanding that she would not relent without an answer, Chen Yang suggested, "How about we try to spend some time together? If we get along well, we can take the next step. If not, we can remain friends." Lu Qingqing joyfully embraced Chen Yang, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, you are my man for life, you won't escape." Chen Yang hesitated to disillusion her. Dating was one thing, but marriage was another entirely. Aside from their differing personalities, there existed a significant disparity in their social standings, a gap that could not simply be bridged by a sudden windfall of 20 million. Zhao Xiaoli soon returned, holding a large set of keys. Under her guidance, Chen Yang selected a unit comprised entirely of smaller apartments. Upon inspecting the available units, he found the layouts quite satisfactory, with excellent ventilation and lighting. Such properties would be highly sought after, whether for rental or resale. "Manager Zhao, if I were to purchase an entire unit, would there be additional discounts?" Chen Yang's inquiry startled both Lu Qingqing and Zhao Xiaoli. Lu Qingqing had assumed that Chen Yang was merely selecting a complimentary housing benefit from her cousin, while Zhao Xiaoli had initially judged him based on his attire, concluding that he was merely a man living off others. The patience displayed in accompanying here to view the property is entirely due to Lu Qingqing's status. "Senior, if you find this apartment too small, we can certainly consider a larger flat," Lu Qingqing suggested in a hushed tone to Chen Yang. She felt it necessary to have Zhao Xiaoli sign a confidentiality agreement, ensuring that this matter would not reach home. "Mr. Chen, do you truly wish to purchase an entire unit?" Zhao Xiaoli thought Chen Yang hardly resembled a wealthy individual. However, as a professional salesperson, she patiently sought confirmation. "Indeed," Chen Yang affirmed earnestly, articulating his thoughts. "I hope to acquire each apartment at 2,800 per square meter, with an additional parking space included." Zhao Xiaoli mentioned she would need to consult with Manager Lu, stepping aside to make a phone call. Once she departed, Lu Qingqing whispered to Chen Yang, "Senior, we might be taking this just a bit too far. My brother will surely laugh at me later." Chen Yang chuckled and inquired, Have you been following the school forum recently? I frequent the school forum. When that scoundrel Tang Kuan slandered you, claiming you had an improper relationship with senior Lin Wei, I defended you. Not that, but regarding the World Cup, someone won a 10 million jackpot. You can't possibly mean that the winner is you, can you? Lu Qingqing looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. Chen Yang nodded. Lu Qingqing remained skeptical. As a fellow football fan, she was aware of the numerous upsets in this World Cup that had redefined many perceptions. She had followed the discussion thread and subsequent media coverage on the 10 million jackpot, but could not fathom how someone could accurately predict all outcomes by 50-fold precision. To her astonishment, that remarkable individual turned out to be her favorite senior. Senior, pinch me to assure me this isn't a dream. Chen Yang playfully pinched her cheek, which was soft and smooth. After feeling the pain, Lu Qingqing playfully punched Chen Yang's chest, pouting, "You're mean. That hurt." Chen Yang ruffled her hair, teasing, "I must admit. The texture is quite delightful." Lu Qingqing shot him an exasperated glance before finally expressing her curiosity. "Senior, why are you purchasing so many properties?" "For investment," Chen Yang revealed without hesitation, sharing his perspective. The area boasts excellent living conditions, convenient transportation, and is surrounded by hospitals, schools, and shopping centers. The potential for appreciation in value is substantial. Is it truly that favorable? Why is my brother unable to sell them? Lu Qingqing was aware of her cousin's current financial predicament, as he was being pursued for debts due to this property. Chen Yang explained, "Currently, the primary consumers in the market are civil servants and employees of state-owned enterprises. They have fixed welfare housing and will not prioritize commercial real estate as their first choice. Given the average income level in Xinjiang, it's challenging for most families to produce substantial sums at once. However, as time progresses, the quality of life for the common people will undoubtedly improve. Once incomes rise, attention will inevitably shift towards real estate, and that will be when property prices soar." Lu Qingqing understood this well and nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of guilt. She said, "Senior, does our acquisition of so many properties at a low price from my brother count as taking advantage of a crisis?" Chen Yang chuckled. "By purchasing such a substantial number of properties, I not only alleviated his cash flow pressures, but also enhanced the sales rate of the development. This isn't theft. It's a timely assistance." Lu Qingqing, unfamiliar with the intricacies of real estate, felt that Chen Yang was merely trying to deceive her. Yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her cousin, Lu Shiji. She answered and promptly switched to speaker mode. "Qingqing, what is the background of your boyfriend? Is he really intending to buy a unit?" "Brother, if you deem the price too low, just disregard his proposal. The price is acceptable, and I can even offer a parking space. Just inquire whether he is genuinely interested in making a purchase and when the funds will be available." Lu Qingqing glanced at Chen Yang, who replied, "As long as there are no issues with the property paperwork, I can pay in cash at any time." "All right. I'll have Zhao Xiaoli coordinate with you. I'm currently not in Xinjiang, but I'll treat you both to a meal upon my return." Chapter 11. Opening a supermarket. One unit comprised 54 apartments, with sizes of 70, 80, and 100 square meters, totaling 18 units. Calculating at a unit price of 2,800. The total cost amounted to 12.6 million. Furthermore, Chen Yang selected 4 adjacent street-level storefronts, with a total area of 160 square meters. After some negotiation with Zhao Xiaoli, they ultimately settled on a price per square meter. In other words, Chen Yang spent 14 million in a single day. Such a grand expenditure, even for someone like Lu Qingqing, who had seen her fair share of opulence, was astonishing. "Senior, are you not afraid of losing all this money by investing so heavily?" Investment inherently carries both risk and reward. Those who fear losses will never attain wealth. Besides, I was originally poor. At worst, I would merely return to my starting point. Then you might as well remain poor. This way, I can still feel a sense of superiority when I'm with you." Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing an incredulous glance, pondering how a student from a prestigious 985 university could possess such limited insight. Moreover, given his current assets compared to Lu Qingqing's family, the disparity resembled that of an ant to an elephant. As they exited the sales office of Sunshine Garden, the demeanor of Zhao Xiaoli and the other staff members in bidding farewell to Chen Yang and his companion resembled that of ancient subjects seeing off a sovereign. Since the launch of this development, they had encountered no client as significant as this. To honor the occasion, Zhao Xiaoli even arranged for a stretch Lincoln limousine to personally escort Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing home. However, Chen Yang was aware of Lu Qingqing's aversion to Zhao Xiaoli and declined her generous offer. Naturally, he did not wish to attract undue attention. Arriving in such a luxurious vehicle at the family compound of Shida-affiliated high school would undoubtedly make them the center of gossip among the elderly residents the following day. He preferred not to be the subject of scrutiny wherever he went. Once outside Sunshine Garden, Chen Yang broached his curiosity. Qingqing, there seems to be some tension between you and Zhao Xiaoli. Has she wronged you in some way? No, I simply have an intense dislike for that vixen. Lu Qingqing pouted, displaying her displeasure. Is she trying to seduce your brother? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat surprised, as this issue had not been mentioned by the Lu Qingqing from his previous life. Although he was aware that Lu Shiji eventually divorced amidst considerable turmoil, the third party was someone entirely different. Could this be a misunderstanding? She is the most brazen one in the entire sales office. Who else could it be? Lu Qingqing retorted indignantly. Could it be that you have mistaken the wrong person? Chen Yang had been silently observing Zhao Xiaoli. Although she was undeniably beautiful, her demeanor was not frivolous. The tone of her phone call with your brother regarding work matters was far from that of an intimate conversation. What would such a conversation between lovers entail? Reflecting on the moments shared during your calls with me might provide some insight. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully remarked, how annoying, while inadvertently linking her arm with Chen Yang's. As they strolled down the street, Lu Qingqing's curiosity resurfaced, prompting her to ask, Senior, who do you think it could be? I'm not the head of a gossip squad, how would I know? Chen Yang had no desire to involve himself in the sordid affairs of wealthy families, as it could lead to unnecessary conflicts. He also wished for Lu Qingqing to refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. Unless caught in the act, any speculation would merely strain their mental faculties. Furthermore, your reckless conjectures might jeopardize the bond you share with your brother. Lu Qingqing acknowledged the validity of Chen Yang's points. After a moment of silence, she seemed to recall something, gazing at Chen Yang with a scrutinizing expression. You wouldn't be seeking a mistress, would you? Not at all. My aim is to remain a happy bachelor. Chen Yang was not inclined to provide a straightforward answer to such a loaded question. He suddenly remembered Lin Wei, with whom he had already registered their marriage. After their parting that night, they had not been in touch. He was oblivious to her current endeavors, yet he found no inclination to speculate. Lin Wei had always struck him as a workaholic, unmarried even in her 40s. During his previous life, when conversing with the three beasts, they had even pondered whether Lin Wei had an aversion to men. Lu Qingqing playfully pinched Chen Yang's waist, expressing her discontent. You liar. Just a moment ago you promised to date me, and now you wish to remain single. Chen Yang mused that, legally speaking, Lu Qingqing was indeed a mistress at this moment. However, he responded with a smile, that depends on your behavior. If you're going to suspect me of having a mistress every day, being single would be preferable. I certainly won tea. Lu Qingqing retorted, glancing at his phone. Chen Yang noted it was mealtime, so he took Lu Qingqing out for a Western meal. After their satisfying meal, he hailed a taxi to take her back to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. Once Lu Qingqing departed, Chen Yang suddenly felt the urgency to acquire a vehicle. After all, he had numerous matters to address in the near future. In the Sunshine Garden community, aside from retaining 2 units for his own residence, he planned to rent out the remainder. This endeavor would not only require a substantial financial investment, but also necessitate hiring a renovation company and procuring materials from the construction market. For the street-facing storefront, Chen Yang intended to establish a convenience supermarket, which would be managed by his aunt's family once they moved in. This would entail overseeing renovations as well as liaising with suppliers. He could enlist Zhao Xiaoli's assistance regarding the renovation company, given the close ties between the community sales office and the renovation firms. Chen Yang simply needed to select the best option among various companies. However, he would have to personally oversee the supermarket's development, from renovations to hiring staff to sourcing suppliers. Managing such a multitude of tasks without a vehicle would indeed prove inconvenient. Chen Yang had obtained his driver's license in his freshman year of college, initially reluctant to do so until Zhang Jun insisted he participate, asserting that refusing would mean not considering him a true friend. After completing the exam, Zhang Jun had purchased a BMW, which Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan had both driven. Only when it came to Chen Yang did the matter come to a halt. Upon reflection, it was evident that this young man had never regarded him as one of his own. Naturally, Chen Yang had no intention of purchasing a BMW. With merely 6 million remaining at his disposal, there were numerous expenses to consider, such as home renovations and supermarket ventures. In his previous life, He had taken out a loan for a BMW, primarily to create a favorable impression while conducting business. However, there was no need for pretense now, as a car merely served as a means of transportation. After browsing several dealerships, he ultimately chose a white Jetta. The primary reason for this selection was that he had learned to drive in a Jetta, making it easy for him to handle. The second reason was its reputed durability and reliability, even praised by the illustrious Mr. Ren. Yet, when he drove to the entrance of Star City University to pick up Lu Qingqing, she was taken aback. "Senior, I just attended a class. How did you become a taxi driver?" Chen Yang jested. "Occupations are not defined by their prestige. You wouldn't disdain me for driving a taxi, would you? Senior, if this property fails to appreciate, you will incur a significant loss. What is there to fear? It was acquired through a stroke of luck. Even if my judgment proves faulty, I can still rent these properties out and secure my livelihood for the rest of my days." Lu Qingqing swiftly climbed into the passenger seat, anxious not to be seen by classmates and friends with a boyfriend who drove a taxi. "Why don't you drive my Porsche? I hardly use it anyway." "I appreciate your offer, but my car is quite satisfactory," Chen Yang politely declined. Although Lu Qingqing's car was seldom used, it was well known at Star City University and had even been featured in a popular forum. He had no desire to gain notoriety through a perceived reliance on her wealth. Seeing Chen Yang reject her offer, Lu Qingqing had no choice but to suggest, "Then please pick me up farther away from the school in the future to avoid being seen by classmates." Chen Yang understood her sentiment. Girls often possess a touch of vanity. He had been so focused on his own convenience that he had overlooked her feelings. Nevertheless, the car had been purchased, and he had no plans to change it. Noticing Lu Qingqing's anxious demeanor as she gazed out the window, he teased, "You could easily catch a cab right at the school gate, yet you choose to walk a bit further. If they see you, they would surely find it amusing. Is that so? What should I do then?" Lu Qingqing's head began to ache. Although she was riding in her boyfriend's car, it felt oddly like taking a taxi. Chen Yang chuckled at her expression and continued to jest. "How about this? When you get out, you pay double the fare. That way, it's akin to riding in a luxury vehicle." Lu Qingqing shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you think I'm that foolish? Hurry up and drive." She lowered her head, peering out the window, fearful of encountering an acquaintance. However, what one fears often comes to pass. Just as Chen Yang was about to accelerate, the back door swung open, and a familiar figure climbed in. "Driver, take me to 58, Jian," she wrote. Chen Yang instinctively turned to look, locking eyes with Lin Wei. "Chen Yang, have you switched careers to driving a taxi?" Lin Wei, aware of Chen Yang's penchant for odd jobs, was merely surprised. What astonished her most was the presence of Lu Qingqing in the passenger seat. Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling a slight headache. Although the three individuals are acquainted with one another, the current atmosphere is quite awkward. One is a legally recognized wife, and the other is a girlfriend on the brink of developing a more intimate relationship. Could this be considered a battlefield of emotions? "Senior, this is the car that Chen Yang just purchased. He isn't working as a taxi driver." Lu Qingqing whispered to Lin Wei, urging Chen Yang to drive away swiftly. Fearing an encounter with familiar faces, Chen Yang hastily maneuvered the vehicle away from Star City University, wishing to avoid further acquaintances. "Chen Yang, where did you acquire the funds for this car?" Lin Wei inquired with surprise. It had only been a few days since they last met, and now he seemed to have come into money. Moreover, hadn't he rejected Lu Qingqing? Why were they seemingly closer than before? Was Lu Qingqing the person he had been contemplating that day? Did she finance this vehicle for him? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. "Senior, we also purchased a house today." Lu Qingqing expressed her pride, eager to flaunt her recent accomplishments to Lin Wei. Despite Chen Yang's clarification of his relationship with Lin Wei on the forum, a woman's intuition informed her that Lin Wei posed a significant threat. She felt compelled to assert her position. Lin Wei, realizing her suspicions were correct, found her unease intensifying. "It's all borrowed," Chen Yang quickly interjected, interrupting Lu Qingqing. If Lin Wei discovered he had won a 20 million lottery prize, she would undoubtedly try to persuade him to return to Qingshui for investment. The current environment in Qingshui was dire. Enterprises were barely surviving, and workers were struggling to receive their wages. Private enterprises offered higher salaries but lacked substantial support, rendering them unsuitable for investment. Given Chen Yang's current financial standing, engaging in small ventures in Qingshui seemed less appealing than remaining in Star City as an untroubled landlord. Should he choose to aim higher, he would have to contend with Zhang Jun and the formidable Zhang family behind him, facing numerous crises. As a reborn individual, he would no longer foolishly place himself in perilous situations. As a university student, don't you feel embarrassed driving a taxi here? Lin Wei regarded Chen Yang with disappointment, once again kindly advising him to return to Qingshui, offering her assistance in securing a banking position for him. There is no shame in any profession that is earned through hard work, Chen Yang asserted, standing firm in his beliefs. In his past life, he had successfully passed the interview at the Qingshui Bank, only to be ultimately informed of his rejection, with Zhang Jun present. Even if Lin Wei could facilitate his success in the interview, life thereafter would not be easy. Rather than live in an environment rife with scheming, it was preferable to remain in Star City and develop gradually. Marrying Lin Wei had already diminished Zhang Jun's official resources significantly. Pursuing a relationship with Lu Qingqing would further weaken Zhang Jun's future career prospects through connections with Lu Shiji. In essence, he was indirectly enacting revenge. When Lin Wei realized she could not sway Chen Yang, she relented but reminded him to keep their relationship confidential once they arrived at their destination. Casting a meaningful glance at Lu Qingqing during her admonition, this left Chen Yang feeling exasperated, regretting his decision to obtain that meaningless certificate with her. Senior, what is the nature of your relationship with him? Lu Qingqing's curiosity was piqued by Lin Wei's words, prompting her to recall the recent explosive controversy that had erupted on the school forum. Tang Kuan's remarks in the forum cannot possibly be true, can they? Chen Yang, feeling helpless, found himself compelled to reveal the pretense of a marriage with Lin Wei. Given that Lin Wei had acted unjustly from the outset, he saw no reason to continue concealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of distress, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Just that morning, she had criticized Zhao Xiaoli for being a mistress, only to find herself in the same predicament. Qingqing, we only registered our marriage. We haven't done anything else. Chen Yang swore to her. But you were legally married, Lu Qingqing retorted, her displeasure palpable. Her instincts had proven correct. Lin Wei was indeed a perilous woman. Chen Yang, exasperated, replied, when I registered our marriage, we weren't even together. That doesn't matter. I will never be a mistress, Lu Qingqing declared resolutely. You must divorce her immediately. With that, she hastily exited the car and called for another vehicle. Furious, Chen Yang dialed Lin Wei's number, ready to confront her. Lin Wei, you have gone too far. I helped you out of goodwill without expecting anything in return, yet you betray me. Lin Wei feigned ignorance. How have I betrayed you? I haven't said a word. Did you say something? You're ruthless. I'm done. I'll file for divorce tomorrow. Chen Yang seethed. Oh, that decision is not entirely yours, Lin Wei retorted with a mocking tone. Gripped by anger, Chen Yang longed to drag her back and punish her, but he resigned himself. Acknowledging her connections, a father who was a police chief and a brother who was a criminal investigator. Dejected, he drove back to the staff quarters of the Normal University-affiliated high school. He knocked on Lu Qingqing's door, but received no response. He called her, but she didn't answer. He sent her a message, but there was no reply. Leaning in to listen for any sounds from within, he was met with silence. Ultimately, he could only return home in resignation. That night, Chen Yang aimlessly copied Grandpa Zhang's culinary notes until dawn. Chapter 13. Uncle Chun might just send someone to give you a beating, kid. With this car, you probably can't even get through the door of Qingqing's house. Grandpa Zhang remarked pessimistically about Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing's future together upon seeing the Jetta parked outside the old noodle shop. If I can't get in, so be it. Chen Yang feigned indifference. He recalled the disdainful reaction from Lu Qingqing when he picked her up in the Jetta the previous day. That was a clear indication of her feelings. If he were to drive this car to her dormitory, he likely wouldn't even catch a glimpse of her. It seemed he had been rather hasty in his decision regarding the car. Pursuing a wealthy heiress in a modest vehicle felt like living in a fairy tale. Grandpa Zhang gave Chen Yang a thumbs up and jokingly said, Kid, I hope that when you eventually meet Qingqing's father, you can maintain that same spirit. What kind of man is my future father-in-law? Chen Yang inquired, intrigued by Zhang's mention of Lu Qingqing's father. He had seen a family portrait at Lu Qingqing's home. Her father was quite handsome but bore a cold, stern demeanor that suggested he was not easy to approach. He.s. quite an unpleasant person, similar to Qingqing's grandfather. Zhang seemed reluctant to speak of Lu's father and son, his tone laced with personal sentiment. Chen Yang sensed there was more to the story. Not wanting to pry further, he refrained from asking more questions. However, with Lu Qingqing absent, the noodles today felt distinctly lacking in flavor. He pondered whether he was being somewhat foolish. After all, he had been reborn, so why engage in romantic entanglements? It was merely a source of self-inflicted turmoil. And as for Lin Wei, this woman truly made it impossible for him to have peace of mind. His well-intentioned offer to give her a ride ended up complicating his own affairs. Such is the irony of good intentions going unrewarded. However, without Lu Qingqing clinging to him, Chen Yang could indeed focus on managing the supermarket's renovation. Chen Yang drove to the sales office of Sunshine Garden Community. Upon seeing him emerge from his Jetta, the staff, though slightly surprised, courteously ushered their benefactor into Zhao Xiaoli's office. Upon learning that Chen Yang was in search of a renovation company, Zhao Xiaoli promptly made several phone calls. Within approximately half an hour, several vehicles arrived outside the sales office, including BMWs, Santanas, and even Wuling vans. After inquiring about Chen Yang's requirements, Zhao Xiaoli called in representatives from various renovation companies for interviews. However, at the conclusion of the interviews, she recommended only the company that drove the Wuling van. Chen Yang questioned Zhao Xiaoli about her choice. Her response was straightforward: familiarity, affordability, and reliability. Chen Yang then asked, if you intended to recommend this company from the outset, why go through such a convoluted process? Zhao Xiaoli smiled and explained, without giving you insight into other companies, my recommendation would lack credibility. Chen Yang found Zhao Xiaoli to be quite competent. Too bad she was under the thumb of Lu Shiji, making her difficult to approach. In the ensuing days, apart from eating and sleeping, Chen Yang spent all his time supervising the renovation at Sunshine Garden. He ignored several calls from Lin Wei, determined to make her experience the same cold shoulder he had received from Lu Qingqing. Yet, Lin Wei proved to be quite persistent, even going so far as to visit Sunshine Garden herself. Dressed in her Star City University uniform and white sneakers, her appearance drew considerable attention. Chen Yang, I didn't realize your investment acumen was so impressive, Lin Wei remarked, her gaze fixed on the residences within Sunshine Garden, causing Chen Yang to feel inexplicably flustered. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend. Stop pretending. Qingqing has already confessed everything. You've purchased a unit here, quite the extravagant investment. Lin Wei gestured towards the 6 towering buildings within the community and asked Chen Yang, where is it? Aren't you going to take me for a tour? Chen Yang was at a loss for words. While it was one thing for Lu Qingqing to ignore him for days, it was entirely another for her to clandestinely meet with Lin Wei. With Lin Wei's naive mind, how could she possibly contend with the future county party secretary? With the busy Lin Dezhu personally coming to visit, it seemed unlikely this was merely about viewing properties. Chen Yang scrutinized Lin Wei, sensing an ulterior motive lurking nearby. Since my husband has purchased this property, as his wife, I naturally must come and see it. In the event of a divorce, I need to know where my share lies. She added mischievously, I have already consulted. Post-marital assets are split equally. Observing the sly smile on Lin Wei's face, Chen Yang resolved to disregard her. He reminded her, Lin Wei, our marriage is merely a fade. With the certificate in hand, our relationship is protected by law. Is it not? Lin Wei pulled out their marriage certificate, waving it teasingly before Chen Yang's eyes. Undeterred, he remained unmoved. He initially refrained from signing a prenuptial agreement, fully aware that Lin Wei was not a woman driven by avarice. Yet, she undoubtedly had ulterior motives. If there is something to discuss, let us speak plainly. There is no need for veiled insinuations between us, is there? Lin Wei intended to tease Chen Yang, but to her surprise, he did not fall for her bait. Since the day they obtained their marriage certificate, she sensed that Chen Yang was no longer the familiar rural lad she once knew. He had inexplicably struck a windfall, investing without hesitation in high-end real estate with immense potential. A veil of inscrutability now surrounded him. Qingqing had approached me a few days prior, expressing her desire to expedite the conclusion of our relationship. I understood her sentiment. However, Chen Bing had encountered difficulties. His father vehemently opposed his relationship with Zhong Lin, even seizing the property they resided in. With nowhere to live, was he now considering me as a solution? Chen Yang immediately grasped the crux of the issue. Feeling a twinge of displeasure, he had yet to settle the score from being duped by her a few days ago, and now she was eyeing his property. She truly did not regard him as an outsider. For the sake of your Qingqing, what is the loss of a house? Chen Yang mused. It's easy for you to say, as it is not your property. After some contemplation, he resolved to acquiesce to Lin Wei's request. After all, with aspirations to develop in Star City, having connections like Chen Bing was advantageous. Furthermore, Lin Wei would owe him a favor. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. The house could be theirs to inhabit for as long as necessary, but he felt compelled to remind her, should Chen's father ever pursue the matter. You must not betray me. Rest assured, considering your status as the Lin family's son-in-law, Uncle Chen would only go so far as to give you a good beating. He would leave you maimed, Lin Wei replied, eliciting an eye roll from Chen Yang. He recalled that this woman had previously shown no inclination towards humor. She was cold in school, and even more so in the political arena. What had caused such a transformation? Returning to matters at hand. Would Chen's father truly only seek to administer a beating? This was a matter of great significance concerning the continuation of the Chen lineage. And then there was Lin Wei's father. In a previous life, Zhang Jun had been hospitalized for 3 days after an encounter with him. How much more furious would he be towards Chen Yang, who had married his daughter without consent? The more he contemplated, the more his head throbbed. Chapter 14. I prefer women. After perusing Chen Yang's apartment for a considerable time, Lin Wei selected a modest 70 square meter 2-bedroom unit on the 10th floor for Chen Bing. She had secretly wished to choose a larger 100 square meter 3-bedroom unit, but felt hesitant to broach the subject with Chen Yang. After all, she had inquired about the property prices in Sunshine Garden community beforehand. A 100 square meter unit would cost 380,000 yuan. Even though Chen Yang could procure it at an internal price, it would still amount to 280,000 yuan. Being a man who had lived 2 lives, Chen Yang was perceptive to Lin Wei's thoughts and proactively suggested she opt for the 100 square meter 3-bedroom. Lin Wei was taken aback by his generosity, and her admiration for the handsome man before her grew. She kindly cautioned him, an additional 30 square meters means several more thousands. Aren't you concerned? Chen Yang mused that claiming not to care would be disingenuous. However, since Lin Wei was helping him cultivate a network, sacrificing a property was indeed worthwhile. Of course, he did not forget to remind her of a more pressing matter. The house is yours, but when shall we return to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Are you in a hurry? What makes me any less appealing than that, Qingqing? Lin Wei felt a fleeting moment of joy, but soon her spirits dampened. She couldn't comprehend why. At Star City University, her popularity surpassed that of Lu Qingqing, yet Chen Yang had never taken the initiative to pursue her, nor had he ever shown the slightest hint of affection. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback by Lin Wei's reaction. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Would you kiss me? Would you bathe with me in the bathroom? Would you engage in the intimate activities that a couple does?" Lin Wei's face flushed with embarrassment at the series of explicit questions. Have you both progressed to that extent? She wondered. No, but I would certainly agree to it. Unlike you. Chen Yang glared at Lin Wei, exclaiming, I knew you were setting traps for me. Lin Wei chuckled nervously. To be fair, she harbored a slight admiration for Chen Yang, yet it hadn't reached the point of willing to surrender herself entirely. In this regard, she perhaps fell short of Lu Qingqing. Her earlier emotional shift was likely triggered by Chen Yang's actions. To resolve her dilemma, he effortlessly offered a house worth hundreds of thousands. Such generosity is indeed rare in reality. It is important to note that the average salary in Star City is merely 600 a month. For an ordinary person to save for a house priced nearly at 300,000, they would have to forego all expenses for over 40 years. Lin Wei recalled her father, who had worked over 20 years in the public security system in Qishui City, living only in an aging unit. Why don't you break up with Lu Qingqing, and we can turn this act into reality? Lin Wei suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. She understood that while Chen Yang could assist her temporarily in matters of relationships, he could not provide lasting support. Rather than face future troubles, it would be better to resolve the issue now. Are you serious about this pretense becoming genuine? Chen Yang, a reincarnate who knew Lin Wei's future romantic history, found it hard to believe. Of course, Lin Wei affirmed, adding, I've heard that many from the older generation first register their marriage before nurturing their feelings. We could try that as well. Chen Yang remained unconvinced. He deliberately opened his arms to embrace Lin Wei, curious to see if she would reject him. To his surprise, she indeed evaded him. See, no matter how well you articulate your words, the body's response does not lie. It was too sudden. I need some time to mentally prepare, Lin Wei replied, feeling awkward at Chen Yang's directness. Fortunately, her phone rang just in time, prompting her to dash into another room to take the call. Chen Yang watched her leave with a heavy sigh. Such a beautiful woman. Yet she did not favor men. What a pity. He stood on the balcony, gazing at the scenery of the community. After a considerable time, Lin Wei finished her call and informed him that Chen Bing and his wife wished to treat them to dinner, hoping Chen Yang would grace them with his presence. With Lu Qingqing absent, Chen Yang would be eating instant noodles alone at home, so he agreed, noting that the dinner would be held at Zhaoyang restaurant. He checked his phone for the date. Fortunately, the group stage of the World Cup had concluded, and there would be no further matches for the national team. On the way, Lin Wei mentioned that her job was already arranged, and she would report to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Qingshui City after graduation. Chen Yang knew that this would mark the beginning of her career. 6 months later, she would be transferred to Panlong Town in Qingshui County, rising from deputy town head to the county's party secretary. In his previous life, it was Lin Wei who helped reclaim the family land in Panlong Town after she assumed her position there. Although she did not mention it to Chen Yang and attributed the credit to Zhang Jun, Chen Yang always remembered this kindness. Consequently, even though he was occasionally displeased with Lin Wei's actions after his rebirth, he never declined her requests. The Sunshine Garden was not far from the Zhaoyang Hotel, and it took Chen Yang merely 10 minutes to drive there. Upon arriving, he noticed Chen Bing approaching on his motorcycle, likely just off duty, still in his police uniform. Behind him, Zhong Lin embraced him, her face radiating happiness. This scene prompted Chen Yang in the car to jest. "Look, you all criticize me for driving a Jetta, yet a mere motorcycle brings such joy to a girl." Lin Wei chuckled. "That's different. A motorcycle is the best mode of transport within Chen Bing's current means. If you hadn't struck it rich, I wouldn't mind if you rode a bicycle." Chen Yang believed that reasoning with women was futile. Seeing Zhong Lin's gaze shift towards them, he parked the car and alighted with Lin Wei. "Brother, I didn't get a chance to thank you for the last time, and here I am, imposing on you again," Chen Bing said, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly, his face brimming with gratitude. Chen Yang had witnessed Chen Bing inebriated before, utterly incapable of holding his liquor. If he accepted this credit, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he quickly pointed to Lin Wei and remarked, "Brother, the house is a gift from me to her. She is the one you ought to thank." Upon hearing this, Chen Bing's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Lin Wei, lamenting, "Brother, I was kicked out by my family because of this girl. And you expect me to thank her?" It became clear that Lin Wei had persuaded Chen Bing and Zhong Lin to obtain their marriage certificate. Unexpectedly, the Chen family patriarch rejected the notion of recognizing Zhang Lin as a daughter-in-law, even reclaiming the house they had been living in. Chen Yang looked at Lin Wei, bemused, realizing that after all this commotion, everyone was paying the price for her reckless decisions. He could not comprehend why she did not simply clarify her intentions to her parents. It was 2002. How could arranged marriages still be enforced? He recalled that before his rebirth, Lin Wei was also single. At least he had not heard any gossip about her romantic life from Zhang Jun and the others. Thus, he was curious about how Lin Wei managed to navigate her situation without his intervention and how she evaded her parents' pressure regarding marriage over the subsequent 20 years. While ordering, Chen Yang posed his lingering question to Lin Wei. "If I hadn't agreed to accompany you to obtain the certificate that day, would you have sought Zhang Jun or another man as a substitute?" "Absolutely not," Lin Wei replied, shaking her head and providing an answer that astonished the three present. "I would have told my parents that I love women." Chapter 15. A fiery passion influenced by Zhang Jun. Chen Yang had previously harbored doubts about Lin Wei's attraction to men. Now, hearing her declare her preference for women, he found it difficult to believe. In this era, societal attitudes in the country were not as liberal as they would be 20 years later. Homosexuality was perceived as an abnormality by the public. Those with weaker psychological resilience could be driven to madness by societal scrutiny. If Lin Wei truly felt this way, she would undoubtedly conceal it fiercely. Furthermore, during their 4 years at university, he had not observed any exceptionally close relationships between Lin Wei and any other women. "I have not heard any peculiar rumors. Chen Yang, do not listen to her nonsense. If you visit her home, you will find it adorned with posters of Dawn. Moreover, given Uncle Lin's temperament, should she dare to act out of line, she would surely face dire consequences." "Humph, do you think my father is like your esteemed elder? He would never part with her." "Indeed, he wouldn't. I recall a time when someone was unable to even rise from bed, and it was I who brought him his meal." "Chen Bing, that was years ago. If you keep bringing it up, I might lose my temper." All right. I shall refrain from mentioning it." Watching Chen Bing and Lin Wei engage in their unabashed banter, Chen Yang felt a pang of envy. During his school years, he had few friends. His daily life consisted of laboring in the fields or sequestering himself in books. The children of the village referred to him as a bookworm. In truth, he longed to play alongside them, catching wild rabbits in the mountains, foraging for mushrooms, and picking wild fruits. wading in the creek to catch fish and crabs, or shining a flashlight on frogs along the nighttime ridges of the fields. Alas, his parents forbade such pursuits, instilling in him the notion that he must diligently study to escape that desolate, impoverished mountain village after gaining admission to university. After his parents' passing, his aunt took up their mantle. Thus, prior to university, Chen Yang had little in the way of companions to share in joyful pastimes. Fearing solitude, he cherished his friendships with Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan. Regrettably, these bonds were marred by shameless betrayal and cunning. Chen Yang gazed at Lin Wei, the one who would alter the course of his fate in the past life. Her beauty was utterly enchanting. He recalled that she was always surrounded by a throng of admirers. Zhang Jun had expended considerable effort and resources to fend off those rivals, yet still failed to win her heart. Reflecting on Lin Wei's earlier declaration in the community, where she suggested their playful pretense could become reality, Chen Yang, though skeptical, felt a stirring within him. However, the outcomes of subsequent tests left him somewhat disheartened. Chen Yang, would you care for a drink? I am driving. I cannot indulge. He declined Chun Bing's proposal. Having been reborn due to a car accident, he dared not engage in unlawful activities again. Furthermore, given Chun Bing's capacity for alcohol, one could easily find himself back in the role of a laborer. Today is a day worthy of celebration. If he does not drink, then I shall. Lin Wei concluded, requesting a bottle of clear liquor, a plate of peanuts, and 2 small cups from the proprietor. While awaiting the dishes, she and Chen Bing began to drink. Once the first cup was downed, Chen Bing launched into a discussion about the World Cup, lamenting the national football team's elimination from the group stage with palpable sorrow. Chen Yang, well versed in the state of the national team, felt sympathy for his future fate and offered consolation while providing analysis. It is entirely normal for the national team not to advance. Besides the issue of strength, luck has also been unkind. If you had switched their grouping with the Koreans or the Japanese, do not expect victories, let alone advancing from the group. Chen Bing wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Yang's perspective. The advantage of the host nation is indeed undeniable. Just observe the shameless Koreans. They are not playing football, but rather resorting to all sorts of malicious fouls, nearly to the point of homicide. In the end, they even made it to the semifinals. It is utterly ridiculous. Chen Yang chuckled. Fear not. The semifinals are already their limit. In the face of absolute strength, even corrupt referees are powerless. Chen Bing's greatest vexation during this World Cup was indeed the Korean team. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, he became somewhat exhilarated. Are you suggesting they will be eliminated by the German team? Chen Yang nodded emphatically. For them to triumph over the German team, it would require an equally extraordinary presence like his own. At that moment, Lin Wei interjected, Chen Yang, how come you know so much about the World Cup when you don't even play football? Chen Yang explained, the guys in the dorm frequently discuss football. So after listening for a while, I've picked up a bit. Ah, I see. Lin Wei seemed to recall something and added, that Tang Kuan seems to have won a second prize and invited many classmates to dinner. If he knew that the first prize winner was you, he probably wouldn't be in the mood at all. Chen Yang glanced around the restaurant and lowered his voice to caution her. You mustn't go around saying that. If I get robbed one day, you'll be the accomplice. Lin Wei chuckled mischievously, then come back to Qing Shui with me, with the police chief protecting you. Who would dare to rob you? Chen Yang rolled his eyes at her, replying with a hint of annoyance. With your father's temperament, I'd better prepare for a long-term hospital stay. Is my dad really that terrifying? Lin Wei laughed until tears streamed down her face. As a child, she had often faced her father's wrath for her mischievous behavior. However, after she began studying, her father had become considerably gentler. Whenever her brother misbehaved, he was the one who faced the consequences. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. During his university years, he had dined at Lin Wei's home 3 times. Lin Jiangwo's gaze towards him and Zhang Jun had never been particularly friendly. The image of Zhang Jun being unable to get out of bed for 3 days after being beaten only deepened his sense of dread. Chen Yang, don't overthink it. The public safety in Xingqing is quite good. Chen Bing offered timely reassurance. As a police officer working in Xingqing, he held confidence in the local security. Naturally, he dared not suggest that Chen Yang remain in Xingqing for his career, recognizing that Lin Wei's attitude towards Chen Yang was unlike that towards other men. A careless remark could jeopardize that girl's feelings, and he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Chen Yang had invested heavily in real estate in Xingqing and planned to bring his aunt's family over. Even if Lin Jiangwo did not trouble him, he had no immediate plans to return to Qingshui. He chose not to respond, and Lin Wei did not press further, continuing to toast with Chen Bing. After the meal, both Chen Bing and Lin Wei were slightly intoxicated. Chen Yang drove them to their temporary residence before taking Lin Wei back to her rented apartment. Upon arrival, Lin Wei had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He called her name, but received no response. Gently nudging her yielded the same result. In exasperation, he carefully lifted the drunken beauty into her dwelling. Once he laid her on the bed, Chen Yang finally exhaled in relief. Observing her room, he noted the numerous posters of Li Ming adorning the walls. Despite being a starry-eyed fan, she insisted on maintaining an aloof facade. Chen Yang felt her life was somewhat disingenuous. However, gazing at Lin Wei's serene sleeping face stirred something within him, prompting him to lean in and place a gentle kiss upon her lips. "Huh, I knew you weren't just a wooden puppet," he thought triumphantly. Suddenly, Lin Wei opened her eyes, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she looked at Chen Yang. "Aren't you drunk?" Chen Yang, feeling embarrassed and flustered, contemplated escaping but found himself ensnared by her delicate hands tightly clasped around his neck. "Weren't you the one who asked me if I dared to be with you?" Lin Wei gently tilted her head, her crystalline eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang as her luscious, crimson lips slowly approached him, reminiscent of a blooming flower awaiting the kiss of a bee. In such a scenario, even with Lin Wei's fierce and domineering father, Chen Yang found himself unable to restrain his desires. Their passion ignited like dry tinder, intertwining until the dawn's light broke. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, adorned with a sweet smile, Chen Yang still felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. To his astonishment, within merely a fortnight, they had not only registered their marriage, but had also established a genuine conjugal bond. Chapter 16. This woman is sent by heaven to punish him, Senior. Why didn't you call me last night? Lu Qingqing finally ended her silent treatment with Chen Yang through a text message. Chen Yang stared at her message, perplexed. This woman was peculiar. When he called, she steadfastly refused to answer, and when he texted, she vanished without a trace. Ignoring her only seemed to aggravate her further. The crux of the matter was that he was presently unable to respond. When the message chimed, Lin Wei awoke, her large, captivating eyes fixed upon him. "Whose message is that? Why aren't you replying?" Lin Wei feigned ignorance, having already glimpsed the content. Chen Yang shot her a look that conveyed his awareness of her pretense. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to reply to Lu Qingqing. "A friend treated me last night. I drank too much and went to bed early." The instant he sent the message, Lin Wei began her playful teasing. "I used to think you were an honest person. I never imagined you could lie without a hint of embarrassment." Chen Yang retorted, "What should I say? That I slept in your bed?" Lin Wei wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, a mischievous grin gracing her face. "Isn't that the truth?" Feeling her smooth body against him reignited his desire. After another half hour of playful entanglement, Lin Wei finally rose to head to the bathroom. As she reached the door, she shot him a flirtatious glance. "Aren't you the one who wanted to shower with me?" Chen Yang's weary body sprang back to life, and just as he intended to rise, Lin Wei had already closed the bathroom door. "That cunning little enchantress." Chen Yang muttered a curse under his breath, then glanced at the bloodstains on the bed. Feeling a headache coming on, Zhang Jun, who had relentlessly pursued Lin Wei, had been beaten by Lin Jiangwo and was bedridden for 3 days. Would Chen Yang, who had taken his precious daughter's virginity, face an even graver fate? As he pondered further, he reminded himself that he and Lin Wei were legally married, a legitimate couple. Engaging in such activities between spouses was entirely justifiable and lawful. Lin Jiangwo should have no reason to cause him trouble, right? Moreover, it was Lin Wei who had taken the initiative in this matter. After all, Lin Jiangwo was the chief of police in Qingshui City. Surely, even if he were unreasonable, he would adhere to the law, wouldn't he? The more Chen Yang thought, the more uncertain he became. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lu Qingqing calling. Presumably, she had grown impatient waiting for a response. "Senior, why haven't you replied? Are you still upset?" "No, not at all. I just want to take a shower." Chen Yang fabricated yet another lie. After Lin Wei's playful antics, he hardly had time to check his messages. "When will you be back?" Lu Qingqing inquired further. "I still need to handle some renovation matters at Sunshine Garden. I'll return later tonight." Chen Yang continued his deception. "All right then, I'll head to class first. See you tonight." Chen Yang hung up the phone with Lu Qingqing, his head throbbing once more. Lin Jiangwo, being far away in Qingshui, was unlikely to trouble him in the immediate future. However, with Lu Qingqing residing directly opposite his rented accommodation, evasion was futile. Having engaged in a liaison with Lin Wei, he could no longer maintain any lingering connections with Lu Qingqing. Chen Yang was not one to juggle two relationships simultaneously, and he felt an inkling of guilt towards Lu Qingqing. After all, he had initially established a romantic bond with her before embarking on an affair with Lin Wei. Theoretically, this constituted infidelity. How had he unwittingly become a scoundrel? Lin Wei, oh Lin Wei, you truly are a harbinger of trouble. Exhausted, Chen Yang lay on his bed, yearning for a deep slumber, hoping to lose consciousness and escape the burdens of reality. Just as he began to drift off, Lin Wei emerged from the shower, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she sternly remarked, "Aren't you leaving yet? Do you intend to stay here indefinitely?" Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her swift change of temperament. After all that had transpired between them, wasn't it reasonable for him to reside there? Lin Wei retorted, "That is not permissible. I have only accepted you physically. Emotionally, you have yet to prove yourself." With that, she urged him to dress and vacate her space. As he exited, she added pointedly, "You'd best refrain from provoking that little vixen again, or I shall make you regret it." Who, exactly, is the vixen? Chen Yang silently scoffed. The Cold War with Lu Qingqing was a conflict orchestrated by Lin Wei herself. Looking back further, the rifts with Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan were all consequences of Lin Wei's actions. Even his estrangement from Chun Bing stemmed from discord she had sown. This series of upheavals had cost Chen Yang not only a home, but also his integrity. Was this woman sent by fate to punish him? Upon returning home, Chen Yang called Zhao Xiaoli to entrust her with two matters. First, he requested her assistance in changing the name on the property deed for the new apartment he had bought for Chen Bing. According to Lin Wei's wishes, it would be best to place the house under Zhong Lin's name, ensuring that if Chun Bing faltered under the pressure from the Chun family patriarch, Zhong Lin would still have some security in Xingqing. Secondly, he addressed the renovation concerns. The supermarket project could not afford delays, and the renovation for Chun Bing's new home needed to commence as well. He hoped Zhao Xiaoli could communicate with the head of the renovation company to see if both projects could proceed simultaneously. If not, they would need to find another company to take over. He also forwarded Zhao Xiaoli's contact information to Zhong Lin for her to handle the property transfer details. After concluding these tasks, Chen Yang sought solace in sleep once more. However, his respite was soon interrupted by the ringing of his phone. "Chen Yang, that little enchantress has driven her Porsche away from the school. Could she possibly be on her way to you?" "Indeed, she is currently resting nearby. Why not join us? We could all huddle together for warmth." Chen Yang found himself admiring this woman. Despite a night of turmoil that left him feeling utterly exhausted, she appeared invigorated. The age-old saying rings true. Only the overworked oxen perish, but the fields remain intact. In such sweltering heat, aren't you afraid of burning out? What is there to fear? A peony blooms beautifully even in death, living on as a spirit of allure. Is that so? Then wait for me. I shall come to fulfill your wishes. Chen Yang hurriedly spoke kind words, softening his stance. He had entered a sage-like state, feeling incapable of indulging in the frivolities of romance. Naturally, he wished to avoid witnessing the explosive encounter between Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing. From their initial clash, it was evident that Lu Qingqing was no match for Lin Wei. If she were to be humiliated in her own territory, the Lu family would undoubtedly seek retribution. After graduating, Lin Wei returned to Qingshui, while Chen Yang still had to develop his career in Star City. When the fallout occurred, it would inevitably be Chen Yang who bore the brunt of the consequences. Thus, he was resolute in preventing any conflict from igniting. After dealing with Lin Wei, Chen Yang promptly got up to shower. He washed the clothes he had worn the previous night and tidied up his room once more. Women are exceptionally sensitive beings. Even the faintest lingering scent could provoke unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Chen Yang was most concerned about Lu Qingqing discovering any traces left by Lin Wei. If exposed, given Lu Qingqing's impulsive nature, he could very well become the center of attention once again on the Star City University campus forum. Chapter 17. I want to share a world with my man. Lu Qingqing arrived swiftly, adorned in vibrant attire, exuding an alluring fragrance. She intended to give Chen Yang an intimate embrace, only to be evaded. "Senior, are you upset?" "Not at all." Chen Yang struggled to articulate his thoughts, striving to avoid hurting Lu Qingqing's feelings. "I just believe it would be easier for us to remain friends." "Why?" Lu Qingqing's expression instantly paled, as she had not anticipated this outcome. In recent days, Chen Yang had been contemplating the future of their relationship. The disparities in their personalities, worldviews, and family dynamics left him feeling disheartened. Qingqing, if we are merely friends, would you resent me for driving a Jetta? If we are just friends, would you be upset about my marriage certificate with Lin Wei and ignore me for days? I wouldn't. However, Lu Qingqing shook her head and continued. I've come to realize that you and Senior Lin Wei are merely acting and will inevitably part ways. Chen Yang thought she was still too naive and asked, Did Lin Wei make you any promises? Lu Qingqing nodded quickly, stating, Senior said that once her friend's housing issue is resolved, she would break up with you. Then let her come to me for the house. No, I initially intended for my brother to provide a house for her. She declined, saying that it was too generous of a gift for someone unrelated. Only then did I mention your situation. To his surprise, she immediately agreed to approach Chen Yang, claiming it was only natural to ask him for a house. Lu Qingqing had yet to comprehend the implications of Lin Wei's words and sought answers from Chen Yang. Senior, is there another secret between you two? No. Chen Yang dismissed her speculation and explained, I obtained a marriage certificate with her, making us legal spouses. In principle, she is entitled to half of the marital assets, which are protected by the marriage law. But weren't you just acting? Lu Qingqing questioned, puzzled. We did not sign a prenuptial agreement. As long as she does not acknowledge it as an act, the law will safeguard her rights. Then why didn't you sign an agreement? At the time I received the certificate, I was penniless. Was there any need for precautions? Thus, is it true that the senior sister demands 10 million to agree to a divorce? Lu Qingqing felt a surge of anger, her mood deteriorating further. How could she be so wicked? Indeed, she is a reprehensible woman. Chen Yang wholeheartedly concurred with Lu Qingqing's sentiments. Although Lin Wei did not seek monetary gain and was not inherently avaricious, the entire unfolding of events was orchestrated according to her desired outcome. I shall confront her. Lu Qingqing turned on her heel, wishing fervently to fly to Star City University and deliver a resounding slap to Lin Wei. Chen Yang quickly grasped her hand. Qingqing, do not act impulsively. You are no match for her, and going there will only lead to your own detriment. Lu Qingqing retorted with bitterness. Humph. Even if I cannot overpower her, I must expose her vile nature to her face. She possesses a marriage certificate. Chen Yang, concerned that Lu Qingqing might create chaos at the school and exacerbate the situation, hastily cautioned, if you cause a scene, without justification, you will only be misunderstood as a third party vying for affection. Is that the outcome you desire? Lu Qingqing immediately halted her steps. Chen Yang was indeed correct. If she confronted Lin Wei, the latter might very well retaliate and accuse her of being the mistress, with the marriage certificate as evidence. Any explanation she attempted to provide would fall on deaf ears. I am utterly furious. I am so infuriated. With nowhere to vent her frustration, Lu Qingqing resorted to pounding her fists against Chen Yang's chest, eventually succumbing to tears. Why must I endure such misfortune? Chen Yang gently tousled Lu Qingqing's hair, feeling a deep sense of guilt. It was entirely his fault. He should not have agreed to be with Lu Qingqing before resolving matters with Lin Wei. Now, the situation was awkward for all involved. Of course, even without Lin Wei, Chen Yang would find it challenging to cultivate a long-term relationship with Lu Qingqing. Their backgrounds were fundamentally different. Chen Yang had grown up in hardship, pursuing a pragmatic life, while Lu Qingqing had been raised in privilege, embracing the cultural ideals of the upper echelons of society. She might be curious about the lives of those from lower strata, but she would never truly comprehend them. Their union was destined to be fraught with countless conflicts. Moreover, she was backed by a family of considerable standing, which would not easily accept Chen Yang. As for Lin Wei, Chen Yang felt no confidence. She oscillated between being cold as ice and whimsically unpredictable, making her difficult to decipher. Based on memories from his past life, her desire for control was formidable, and her strategic prowess was inscrutable. Such a woman could only be subdued by a man stronger than herself. For now, Chen Yang could only hold his own with her in the bedroom. Naturally, if forced to choose between the two, he would still select Lin Wei, to ensure that Zhang Jun lives as he did in his past life. Chen Yang needed a powerful backing in Qishui. Lin Wei, with her connections and capabilities, would serve as an excellent ally. Lu Qingqing, with her kind heart and simple nature, not only could not assist, but might also be exploited by adversaries. Furthermore, her family, the Lu clan, placed a high premium on self-interest. They would not oppose the wealthiest individual in Qishui for Chen Yang's sake. Chen Yang recalled that in his previous life, the Lu family and the Zhang family were closely linked economic partners. He already had a wife who could easily be manipulated. He did not wish for Lu Qingqing to become a second Zhang Meili. For a man, there is nothing more intolerable than being betrayed by someone close. Even if it may not have been the other party's intention, Senior, is there truly no possibility for us? Lu Qingqing gazed at Chen Yang with reluctance. Her love had yet to begin before it met its end. How cruel. Chen Yang was unwilling to offer her any unrealistic promises, gently advising her. You will surely find a partner far more exceptional than I. I refuse. I despise you. Lu Qingqing pushed Chen Yang away and sorrowfully retreated to her room. Chen Yang sighed as he watched her departing figure. In his previous life, he loathed those who were unfaithful in love. To his dismay, in this rebirth, he had become the very person he detested. At Xingqing University, Lin Wei had completed the final handover of her responsibilities in the student council. She felt somewhat fatigued. The impulsiveness of the previous night had brought both joy and discomfort, particularly the various reactions following the consumption of contraceptive pills, making her wish she could seize Chen Yang and give him a good beating. Yet, she had to admit, she had become addicted to that man. Regardless of the outcome of Lu Qingqing's encounter with Chen Yang, she would not allow them to reunite. Lin Wei, are you going to eat? It's on me. Zhang Jun remained steadfast outside Lin Wei's office, believing that as long as Lin Wei was unmarried, he still had a chance. Perhaps another time. I have plans today. Lin Wei politely declined Zhang Jun once more. Throughout her 4 years in university, the excuses she crafted to evade Zhang Jun's persistent advances could fill a book. Truth be told, she held a certain admiration for his relentless spirit. Unfortunately, she was a connoisseur of appearances. Are you meeting Su? Then I will join you and cover your bill. Su, Lin Wei's dear friend from university, whose full name was Su Mingyue, had been won over by Zhang Jun long ago. Thus, Zhang Jun was well aware of Lin Wei's whereabouts at Xingqing University. Previously, Lin Wei had been indifferent. But today she found herself inexplicably annoyed. No, I'm going to enjoy some quality time with my man. Your man? When did you acquire a man? Zhang Jun felt as if lightning had struck him, his world crumbling beneath him. Chapter 18. The conspiracy before the graduation ceremony. Jungo, perhaps we should let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Losing Lin Wei means there is still Li Wei, Zhao Wei, and Chu Wei. With your qualities, what kind of woman can't you find? Indeed, this Lin Wei likes to act aloof. Only someone as magnanimous as you, Jungo, can tolerate her temperament. If it were me, I would simply seize her and take matters into my own hands. No matter how proud a woman is, once in bed, she must submit. Zhang Jun cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, thinking how unfortunate it was that he had chosen these two useless lackeys. What do you know? I don't desire a mere woman. I seek the connections of the Lin family. My father has stated that if I can marry Lin Wei, he will grant me 200 million. Pray tell, is there any woman in this world worth that sum? Tang Kuan, you are utterly consumed by lust. You will inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman, and take matters into your own hands? What a ridiculous notion. Half of the political system in Dongjiang province is connected to the Lin family. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag me down with you. Tang Kuan was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Jungo, I was wrong. Just pretend I let out a fart. I didn't say anything. Zhang Jun shot him a glance of disdain. Do you take me for a fool? The entire Xingqing University knows you belong to me. If I sell you out, how could I possibly extricate myself? Upon hearing this, Tang Kuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly forced a smile, saying, Brother Jun, you cannot blame me for this. Had I known about her background, I would have revered her like a goddess. Zhang Jun scoffed. Are you using your head for anything other than sitting? If this information leaks, would I not be courting trouble? Am I not burdened with enough rivals already? Tang Kuan chuckled foolishly, internally cursing Zhang Jun's ancestors. If I had known Lin Wei had such connections, I wouldn't have needed to consider your feelings. He then recalled a certain individual. Brother Jun, do you think Lin Wei's man could be Chen Yang? That fellow has been missing for quite some time. Could he be hiding at Lin Wei's place? Zhang Jun's expression changed slightly. When Lin Wei mentioned having a man, he had indeed suspected Chen Yang. It was only upon Tang Kuan's reminder that he realized how long Chen Yang had been out of the public eye. The last login on the forum was during the last clarification of his relationship with Lin Wei. Tang Kuan, why don't you call Chen Yang and see what he's up to? After what I said to him last time, do you think he would even take my call? Just give it a try? Reluctantly, Tang Kuan took out his phone and dialed Chen Yang's number, but it was busy. He hasn't blocked me, has he? Zhang Jun then turned to Zhao Xuanfa, who quickly dialed Chen Yang as well, only to receive the same result. Zhang Jun, feeling increasingly anxious, pulled out his own phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally made the call. Still busy. Damn it, just as I thought. In a fit of rage, Zhang Jun hurled his phone to the ground and stomped on it repeatedly, crushing the circuit board as if it were Chen Yang himself. Brother Jun, tomorrow is graduation day. He will definitely show up. Should we gather a few people to wait for him at the school gate? Zhao Xuanfa, Zhang Jun's right-hand man, understood his intentions well. He knew that only by beating Chen Yang could Zhang Jun find some relief. But is it reliable? Don't worry, after the job is done. I'll have them leave Dongjiang province overnight. All right, I will give you 500,000. Ensure they break one of Chen Yang's legs. And remember, do not touch Lin Wei. In the family quarters of Xingqing Normal University-affiliated high school, Chen Yang lay on his bed, oscillating between thoughts of Lin Wei at school and concerns for Lu Qingqing, wondering if she might do something rash. After tossing and turning for a while, he still could not fall asleep. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to see Lin Wei. How did you find my address? Qingqing is a member of the new student council. They have access to her contact information. You live right across from her. Is it that hard for me to find you? Worried that Lu Qingqing might hear Lin Wei's voice, Chen Yang quickly pulled her into his room. Lin Wei glanced around the living room, noting its neatness, though the furniture was rather simple. In such heat, you are now a millionaire. Why haven't you installed an air conditioner? I'll buy one tomorrow. Chen Yang had been busy outside lately, coming home late and leaving early, with little time to improve his rented space. Since Lin Wei brought it up, he could only offer a temporary excuse. Where is Qingqing? She parked her car downstairs. Why is there no one in sight? As Lin Wei posed the question, she stepped into Chen Yang's bedroom, surveying her surroundings before breaking into a satisfied smile. Chen Yang was quite displeased with her actions. Despite having already distanced himself from Lu Qingqing, this woman still seemed distrustful, intent on confronting him directly. Lin Wei, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, please return and do not disturb my sleep. Oh, are you upset? Lin Wei slowly approached Chen Yang, sitting ambiguously on his lap, exhaling sweetly. Darling, I am doing this for your own good. If my father discovers that you just got married and have already taken a mistress, he might just break your legs. Chen Yang actually despised being threatened, but given his understanding of Lin Zhangwo, he realized that Lin Wei was not merely trying to frighten him. With so many fine men at Xingqing University, why did you choose me? You're from Qingshui City, close to home. Zhang Jun is also from Qingshui City. He is your high school classmate, and his family is quite wealthy. Hee, I prefer handsome men. Then you should pursue Li Ming. He is even more handsome. Li Ming may be more attractive than you, but I don't wish to spend my life with an older man. Chen Yang found himself speechless, yet inwardly he felt a swell of satisfaction. Given Lin Wei's demeanor, he resolved not to feel jealous of Li Ming. However, Lin Wei's next statement caused him considerable distress. Go fetch Qingqing. I need to speak with her. She must be in a bad mood right now. Don't exacerbate the situation. Aren't you going? Then I will. Ignoring Lin Wei, Chen Yang was taken aback when she simply opened the door and exited. By the time he chased after her, she was already knocking on Lu Qingqing's door. Surprisingly, Lu Qingqing opened it, her eyes swollen and red, casting a resentful glance at Lin Wei before lunging at her. Senior, you deceitful wretch. I will fight you. Chen Yang rushed forward, attempting to restrain the two, but Lin Wei easily pinned Lu Qingqing against the wall. Qingqing, we are both educated individuals. Let us converse civilly and resolve this with grace. Humph. You lack integrity. You promised to return my senior to me. Qingqing, this is not my fault. I intended to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chen Yang, but my father disapproved. He said that getting divorced right after marriage would bring disgrace to the Lin family and threatened to break Chen Yang's legs. What was I supposed to do? Is this truly the case? Chen Yang felt a twinge of sympathy at the bewildered expression on Lu Qingqing's face. This girl was far too easy to deceive. Chapter 19. You have wronged the wrong person. When Lin Wei returned home, she did not allow Chen Yang to accompany her, opting instead to ride in Lu Qingqing's Porsche. Their opinions on Chen Yang's Jetta were aligned. In a surprising twist, Lu Qingqing not only drove her home but also spent the night there. Chen Yang was utterly perplexed. Were they not supposed to be adversaries? Nonetheless, with both women absent, Chen Yang relished a rare moment of tranquility, finally catching up on the sleep he had missed during the day. Awakening at dawn, he drove to the university for the graduation ceremony, where he encountered many familiar faces after a long separation. However, aside from greeting his mentor, Wang Jiangwo, most people were engrossed in lively conversations with Lin Wei and Zhang Jun. To Chen Yang, they merely offered polite nods. What should have been a memorable farewell turned out to be a rather mundane gathering. After today, everyone would embark on their separate paths. Lin Wei, the student council president and campus beauty, has always been the center of attention. Zhang Jun's family background is well known, and there are numerous intersections in their future careers. Even without direct connections, maintaining contact can only be beneficial. Chen Yang, aside from his handsome appearance, possesses no notable background and tends to keep to himself at school. A mere nod of acknowledgement suffices to fulfill their duties as classmates. In truth, Chen Yang merely wished to remain inconspicuous, quietly awaiting the conclusion of graduation. However, Zhang Jun had other plans. Isn't that Chen Yang? Enjoying the sweet life lately, are we? Looking rather dapper. I almost didn't recognize you. Is that so? It seems we both donned similar attire today. I wonder if you're a man or a dog. Zhang Jun's mocking words were swiftly interrupted. Moreover, the students attending the ceremony are all clad in the same garb. What do you perceive them to be? All right, that was a slip of the tongue. I apologize. Zhang Jun hastily conceded as he noticed an increasing number of eyes upon him. He felt vexed after just a brief absence. The previously taciturn Chen Yang had developed quite the sharp tongue. In truth, Chen Yang wished to ignore him. With the ceremony concluded, he intended to stroll the campus, savoring the final moments of his university life. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei approached him, insisting they take photographs together. As if that were not enough, she even requested Chen Yang to make a heart gesture with her. Under her compelling gaze, he had no choice but to acquiesce. This development not only unsettled Zhang Jun, but also sent ripples through the crowd of graduates. Wait, didn't they claim to be merely ordinary classmates? They're publicly displaying affection at the graduation ceremony. Oh no, my goddess, how can you harbor feelings for Chen Yang? Has my own love story ended before it even began? Chen Yang, the deceiver, who usually plays the silent role, has secretly stolen our goddess away. Truly, his heart deserves condemnation. Ironically, the most pitiable was Zhang Jun, who had pursued Lin Wei for 4 years, only to have his roommate usurp her affection. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Zhang Jun was seething with rage. Previously, he, Zhao Xuanfa, and Tang Kuan had approached Lin Wei for a photograph, only to be rejected. Now, she was actively seeking out Chen Yang for a picture and a heart gesture. Do you expect me to believe there is nothing untoward between them? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Jun called Zhao Xuanfa over, gritting his teeth. Have you arranged your men? This time, I want him to pay dearly. Zhao Xuanfa whispered. For safety's sake, I used a public phone outside the school to contact our informant. Changing plans now may be too late. Unwilling to relent, Zhang Jun quickly instructed, drive my car to the south gate and keep an eye on them. It would be best if you can establish contact. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, I will notify you immediately. Zhao Xuanfa nodded in agreement and quietly left the venue while the crowd's attention was diverted to Lin Wei and Chen Yang. Zhang Jun then sent Tang Kuan to monitor the west gate. Traveling from Star City University to the city center, the west and south gates were the quickest routes. He vowed that today, Chen Yang would pay the price. However, he was soon taken aback, for after parting ways with Lin Wei, Chen Yang simply drove away. When did he acquire a vehicle? In Zhang Jun's perception, Chen Yang's financial circumstances rendered the acquisition of a vehicle utterly implausible. He should have been walking to the southern or western gates of the school to catch a bus into the city. Yet now, astonishingly, Chen Yang possessed a car. Although it was merely a Jetta, identical to the driving school's vehicle, it was sufficient to obliterate his meticulously crafted plans. He hurriedly dialed Zhao Xuanfa to inform him of the necessary adjustments. However, just as the call connected, his phone's battery died. As the graduation ceremony commenced, the principal and officials addressed the audience, while the bored Zhang Jun occupied himself with a game of Snake, oblivious to the dwindling battery. His charger and spare battery were in the car, and with Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan absent, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Yang departed. This simply could not stand. Unwilling to let Chen Yang escape so easily, Zhang Jun dashed toward the school's southern gate. But his lack of physical fitness soon left him breathless. Zhang Jun, why are you running here when you have a car? He heard a voice exclaim. To his surprise, it was Luo Zhikai, a classmate from the finance department. This fellow worked in the investment division of Xingqing Bank and was quite a prominent figure at Xingqing University. Old Luo, my friend borrowed my car. Could you give me a ride to the school gate? Not a problem, hop in. Zhang Jun, tears of gratitude streaming down his face, climbed into Luo Zhikai's vehicle, only to discover Lin Wei was also aboard. Lin Wei, what brings you here? I'm discussing some matters with old Luo and catching a ride to the gate. Lin Wei regarded Zhang Jun with curiosity, then inquired, Where are your two lackeys? How could they leave you here alone? Zhang Jun awkwardly explained. They had some last-minute business to attend to. Lin Wei merely acknowledged him with a sound and turned her gaze out the window, quietly admiring the campus scenery. Zhang Jun felt a twinge of guilt and refrained from disturbing her. After a brief conversation with Luo Zhikai about post-graduation plans, they arrived at the southern gate of the school. After expressing her gratitude to Luo Zhikai, Lin Wei exited the vehicle. She had arranged to meet Lu Qingqing to share beauty tips. Zhang Jun glanced around but did not see his car, anxious about Lin Wei encountering trouble. He quickly alighted and followed her. Just as he reached Lin Wei's side, a group of thugs, brandishing steel pipes and dressed in gang attire, surrounded them. The leader, a blond fellow, pointed at Zhang Jun and shouted to his accomplices, "That's him. Break his legs." Terrified, Zhang Jun turned and sprinted towards the school's security office, shouting, "You have the wrong person." Before he could finish his sentence, a flying baton struck him on the head. The intense pain rendered him unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The blond thug and his companions, still unsatisfied, rushed forward to rain blows upon the fallen Zhang Jun, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. Lin Wei kicked the blond thug away. Meanwhile, the security personnel, having observed the commotion, rushed out to intervene. Seeing the tide turning against them, the blond thug and his gang hastily fled the scene. Chapter 20. More trouble than triumph. Under the urgent care of the school nurse, Zhang Jun finally regained consciousness. To ensure his well-being, Lin Wei and Luo Zhikai escorted him to the nearby Xingqing People's Hospital for a thorough examination. After a round of x-rays, the results appeared relatively favorable. Aside from a mild concussion that necessitated a few days of hospitalization for observation, there were no significant issues. What puzzled Lin Wei was that when the local police arrived at the hospital to inquire about the situation, Zhang Jun claimed it was merely a personal vendetta and expressed his desire to let the matter rest. Naturally, Lin Wei refrained from probing further. During the police's questioning, she only shared a general account of what she had witnessed, choosing to selectively withhold the words Zhang Jun had shouted as he fled. Lin Wei discerned that the intent of those thugs was unmistakably aimed at someone close to her. If that person was not Zhang Jun, then who could it be? With this question lingering in her mind, Lin Wei departed from the hospital. She called Lu Qingqing to cancel their planned meeting and then reached out to Chen Yang, requesting him to come to the hospital to pick her up. Chen Yang had left early after receiving a call from Zhao Xiaoli, informing him that Lu Shiji had returned and wished to see him. When Lin Wei called, Chen Yang was already outside Sunshine Garden. Upon hearing that Zhang Jun had been hospitalized due to an assault, he felt a sense of glee. That scoundrel deserved it. He should never have intervened to save him. Lin Wei, displeased, remarked, "I have been friends with him for many years. How could I possibly ignore him? Yet, it seems you are concealing something from me." Chen Yang retorted, somewhat irritably, "Isn't it about your marriage certificate? They found out and turned against you." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Wei replied, quite satisfied with this outcome. She had long worried that Chen Yang might be led astray by those three ruffians. This was truly splendid news. Chen Yang, dissatisfied, said, "I suspect you did it intentionally to let him know." Lin Wei suppressed a smile and replied, "What is wrong with wanting him to give up?" "All right, very well," Chen Yang remarked, bemused. "I nearly fell victim to his scheming." "Ah, why didn't you mention this to me before? Would you have believed me?" Now I do. I even suspect those individuals were actually targeting you today." Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. Zhang Jun was indeed a persistent nuisance. Despite his efforts to keep a low profile in recent days, the other party seemed unwilling to relent. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang called Zhao Xiaoli to reschedule a meeting with Lu Shiji. Once the call ended, he drove to Xingqing People's Hospital to fetch Lin Wei and then proceeded to Jinsha Police Station to find Chen Bing, who worked there. Chen Bing was eager for an opportunity to thank Chen Yang. After understanding the situation, he immediately called a friend at the local police station to request that they monitor the case. Approximately an hour later, the friend called back to inform him that the ringleader, known as Huang Mao, had been apprehended. During the interrogation, it was revealed that Huang Mao and his associates were not targeting Zhang Jun, but rather Chen Yang. Someone had offered a bounty of 100,000 to have one of Chen Yang's legs broken. Ironically, the assailants had only been provided with a photo of Lin Wei. Although Huang Mao and his gang recognized that Zhang Jun's appearance did not match the description given by the person who hired them, they were unable to restrain their emotions due to the lure of profit. As for the person who had hired them, Huang Mao had no knowledge, stating that the individual had contacted him via a public phone and that the money had been placed in a specific location beforehand. After gathering all the information, Lin Wei was nearly certain that the mastermind behind this scheme was Zhang Jun. At Xingqing University, he is the only one wealthy and has a grudge against Chen Yang. She speculated that Zhang Jun's hurried arrival at the scene was likely due to his prior realization that Chen Yang was not with her, prompting him to warn his associates. Chen Bing expressed confusion regarding Lin Wei's conjecture, stating that if Zhang Jun were indeed the mastermind, he could have easily notified others via phone. Rather than appearing at the scene in person, Lin Wei suggested that perhaps his phone was out of battery, recollecting the events. She noted that his phone had not illuminated at any point during the incident. Understanding dawned upon Chen Bing, who gave Lin Wei an approving thumbs up. Truly, her analytical prowess is commendable, especially for someone from a family of law enforcement. It seemed rather foolish of Zhang Jun to assume that both of them would be present at the school gate simultaneously. Lin Wei pointed out that Zhang Jun had been Chen Yang's roommate for 4 years and was undoubtedly familiar with his habits. Had Chen Yang not purchased a car and Lin Wei not gone to meet Luo Zhikai, they could have easily been ambushed. In contrast to the unfolding events, Chen Yang was primarily concerned with the outcome. He inquired of Chen Bing whether the evidence at hand could secure a conviction against Zhang Jun. Chen Bing shook his head, explaining that without direct evidence linking Zhang Jun to the crime, it remained mere speculation. Lin Wei added that even if evidence were found, given their family's wealth, they could easily procure someone to take the fall. Chen Yang felt a tinge of regret, yearning to witness Zhang Jun serving time in prison. Seizing the moment, Lin Wei urged him to return with her to Qingshui, asserting that the security in Xingqing was quite chaotic. Chen Bing, sensing Lin Wei's penetrating gaze, quickly revised his statement, realizing her intent to keep Chen Yang close. Chen Yang possessed profound knowledge of both Xingqing and Qingshui's prospects over the next 2 decades, regardless of the present or future. The opportunities in Xingqing far surpassed those in Qingshui. Unlike Lin Wei, who held the welfare of millions of Qingshui citizens in her heart, Chen Yang was driven solely by monetary gain and vengeance. Only by defeating Zhang Jun and his influential family could he consider other matters. Thus, he remained impervious to Lin Wei's persistent entreaties. At Xingqing People's Hospital, Zhang Jun lay silently on the hospital bed, glaring at the tardy Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan. Anger simmered within him, a desire to unleash his frustrations through physical confrontation, yet the pain coursing through his body rendered him powerless. Brother Jun, rest assured, I left no evidence behind, Zhao Xuanfa reassured him. Is that the crux of the matter? What did you even accomplish? They don't even know who Chen Yang is. They just attacked without any context. Aside from our graduation photo, I have no personal pictures of him. However, I did provide a detailed description of his features. They shouldn't have mistaken him. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had spent 500,000. And that scoundrel Zhao Xuanfa couldn't even obtain a simple photo before sending people to act. He had assembled a group of incompetent fools who only exacerbated the situation. Now, while Chen Yang remained unscathed, he found himself confined to a hospital bed. Had it not been for Lin Wei's swift intervention, he might have faced a lifetime in a wheelchair. You two worthless imbeciles, get out. I never want to see you again. Brother Jun, grant me another chance. This is Zhao Xuanfa's incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jun closed his eyes, wishing to ignore both Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan. Chapter 21. Zhao Xuanfa captured after exiting the Jinsha police station. Chen Yang drove Lin Wei to her residence. Lin Wei's apartment was rented, with the lease expiring at the end of the month. The room was filled with various household items that were initially intended for disposal, but she now planned to move everything to Chen Yang's rental. This was no small undertaking, as the items needing transport and organization were numerous and diverse. Among them were her cherished books accumulated over many years, seasonal clothing, as well as large appliances like a refrigerator, television, air conditioner, desktop computer, and a fabric sofa. Now that Chen Yang had come into some wealth, he preferred not to exert himself excessively and opted to call a moving company to handle the logistics. He only assisted Lin Wei in packing her books and personal belongings. Even so, it took over 2 hours of effort. When the moving company transferred all her possessions to Chen Yang's apartment, the previously empty room was instantly filled to the brim. As he gazed at the room overflowing with an array of household goods, Chen Yang felt a profound admiration for Lin Wei. Over the past 4 years of university life, Lin Wei had meticulously managed her schedule, balancing the dual pressures of academics and work, leaving her perpetually busy like a spinning top. Yet, amidst this hectic lifestyle, she had still managed to carve out a warm and inviting little home, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of the lifestyle of the privileged second generation. In his previous life, Chen Yang had also experienced fatherhood and had his own perspectives on the upbringing and living conditions of children. He believed that individuals like Lu Qingqing, whose possessions were haphazardly strewn about, indulging in hedonism and leisure, epitomized the typical carefree existence of those born with a silver spoon. In comparison, Lin Wei seemed like a refreshing anomaly. However, this realization allowed Chen Yang to finally experience a semblance of warmth in his rented abode. After everything was tidied up, dusk began to settle. Lu Qingqing had not returned. A phone call revealed she was attending a gathering with Lu Shiji and would be out late. Chen Yang prepared 2 bowls of beef noodles, which served as their makeshift dinner. In recent days, whenever he had the time, Chen Yang would peruse Uncle Zhang's notes. Occasionally seeking guidance in person, and his culinary skills had notably improved. After finishing her meal, Lin Wei gave him a glowing review, even suggesting he had the potential to be a devoted househusband. Chen Yang shot her a bemused glance. A robust man of stature should not be relegated to the confines of the kitchen. To his surprise, Lin Wei did not refuse his earnest request to wash the dishes. After she finished, she turned on the television and quietly settled onto the sofa to watch the news broadcast. Once, as one among many financial consumers, Chen Yang had a habit of watching the news on television. However, with the rapid advancement of the internet and the increasing capabilities of mobile phones, that habit had gradually faded from his life. Lin Wei, as the future official of Qingshui County, harbors grand ambitions and gazes towards the horizon. It is entirely natural for her to keep abreast of national affairs through the evening news. Chen Yang, however, is different. He is already aware of the developmental trends that will unfold over the next 2 decades. Whether or not he pays attention to the news broadcast, he is acutely aware of his trajectory. Thus, while Lin Wei watches television, he reclines on the sofa with his eyes closed, perhaps fatigued from the day's moving activities, and soon drifts into slumber. When he awakens, daylight has already arrived, and he finds himself covered with a light blanket, yet Lin Wei is nowhere to be found. Rising to check the bedroom, he discovers no trace of her presence, not even the slightest disturbance on the sheets. Just as he ponders this mystery, he hears a wave of cheerful laughter emanating from next door. The voices are all too familiar. It is Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing. It seems she spent the night at Lu Qingqing's. Were they not rivals in love? How did they suddenly become so intimate? Could it be that Lin Wei has affections not just for men, but for women as well? Chen Yang quickly suppresses his wicked thoughts. He is about to investigate the situation next door when his phone rings. It is Chen Bing. Chen Yang, I have good news for you. A witness has identified the person who hired the assassin. Just as Lin Wei suspected, it was indeed one of your roommates, Zhao Xuanfa. Did Zhao Xuanfa mention that Zhang Jun instigated this? Not at all. He insists it was entirely his own doing. Chen Yang feels a twinge of disappointment. He did not expect Zhao Xuanfa to display such loyalty at this moment. In his previous life, when Zhang Jun's career crumbled, Zhao Xuanfa had simultaneously betrayed him alongside Tang Kuan. Brother Bing, can I meet Zhao Xuanfa? Of course, I will arrange it for you. Chen Yang relays the news of Zhao Xuanfa's capture to Lin Wei. Surprisingly, her face reveals no sign of astonishment. She merely cautions Chen Yang to refrain from any extreme actions when meeting Zhao Xuanfa. Chen Yang thinks to himself, how can I not be agitated? Were it not for my good fortune, I would likely be confined to a wheelchair by now. If it were possible, Chen Yang would relish the opportunity to pin Zhao Xuanfa to the ground and deliver a sound thrashing. After 4 years of cohabitation, even a beast would form some affection. Their complete disregard for the bonds of friendship and camaraderie, in their efforts to curry favor with Zhang Jun, renders them even less than beasts. Consumed by a raging inferno of indignation, Chen Yang drives to the police station in the university town. He is greeted by a stunning young policewoman in her 20s. After verifying his identity, she escorts him to the office of the station chief. Inside, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a stern demeanor, is seated at his desk. When Chen Yang looks at him, the man also scrutinizes him with keen eyes. You must be Chen Yang. I am Hu Taijun, a comrade of Lin Wei's father. Chen Yang pauses momentarily, then, recovering his composure, addresses him respectfully as uncle Hu before articulating the purpose of his visit. Hu Taijun replies, you are quite fortunate. Based on the graduation photo provided by Wei Wei, we inquired with the nearby businesses around the public telephone booth. They all confirmed that Zhao Xuanfa made a call from there. At last, Chen Yang understands why Lin Wei appeared so composed. It seems she had resolved the matter while he was asleep. A sudden wave of emotion washes over him. This headstrong and willful woman has, for his sake, dared to sever ties with the Zhang family. Under Hu Tiejuan's guidance, Chen Yang is introduced to Zhao Xuanfa, who is detained in the interrogation room. His spirit was quite low, and upon seeing Chen Yang, a myriad of emotions played across his face. Guilt, yet predominantly jealousy and resentment. Chen Yang, how utterly unfair life is. In what way do I fall short of you? Why is it that Lin Wei favors you? But is that the crux of the matter? Whom Lin Wei chooses to like is her prerogative. As Chen Yang gazed at Zhao Xuanfa, a cold smirk emerged. You have meticulously plotted against a roommate who has devoted for years of unwavering service, handling your sanitation and washing your socks. Do you possess any semblance of conscience? Zhao Xuanfa's face flushed momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. With resolute conviction, he retorted, Chen Yang, do not mislead. I am the one who has wronged you. The others are not involved. Given your family's circumstances, how could you possibly produce a sum of 100,000? Oh, wait. Chen Yang suddenly recalled something and smiled at him. What if he were to learn that you merely spent 100,000? What might the outcome be? Zhao Xuanfa's complexion darkened at once. He understood Zhang Jun well. If the latter discovered that he had embezzled 400,000, the ramifications would be dire. Chapter 22. The spectators ultimately. Zhao Xuanfa refrained from implicating Zhang Jun. The embezzlement could still be dismissed with excuses. However, should he betray Zhang Jun, given his vengeful character, he would face unceasing retribution. Chen Yang did not pursue the matter further. After all, this was merely a civil case. Unless the genuine victim, Zhang Jun, came forth to sue Zhao Xuanfa, the worst outcome would be administrative detention and a fine. As for Zhao Xuanfa's withholding of the payment for hiring a hitman, Chen Yang decided against informing Zhang Jun. In a past life, Zhao Xuanfa had misappropriated over 100 million using his position within Zhang Jun's company, directly causing a rupture in the company's financial chain. Such a troublesome ally was worth keeping around. Upon leaving the interrogation room, Chen Yang intended to treat Hu Taijun to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but his offer was politely declined. As they parted ways, Hu Tiejuan's tone was half command, half threat, reminding Chen Yang to treat Lin Wei well. If Lin Wei were to be mistreated, life in Xingqing would not be pleasant for him. Chen Yang mused to himself that it was a relief she did not bully him. On his way home, he deliberately drove to the Telecommunications Bureau to apply for a 2 megabits per second broadband connection, which was currently the best residential broadband available in the country, costing a hefty 170 yuan per month. After completing the broadband formalities, he proceeded to a computer store and spent 10,000 yuan on a HP laptop. Having been accustomed to working with a laptop in his previous life, using a desktop felt somewhat cumbersome. Upon returning home, he found Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing had prepared a meal. The spread included braised eggplant, steamed pork ribs, spicy chicken, and a 3-flavor soup, all of which looked and smelled delightful. This unexpected feast left Chen Yang astonished, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west. After tasting the food, he realized it was indeed takeout from a restaurant. However, for Chen Yang, the fact that there was food was sufficient, whether it was takeout or not held little importance. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing directed their attention to the laptop Chen Yang had brought home. Chen Yang, is this computer a gift for me? Do you not already own a computer? That one is too bulky. It's inconvenient to carry back to Qingshui. Then take this one. I will purchase another. Senior, I want one too. Do you not have one as well? I prefer a lightweight one that I can take to the dormitory. One is a newlywed wife, and the other is a charming junior who has helped him save several million in real estate investments. Both emotionally and logically, this computer must be gifted. Chen Yang retrieved the business card from the owner of the computer store and called to inquire whether they could deliver to his doorstep. Upon learning that he needed 2 units, the owner readily agreed. To prevent Chen Yang from having a change of heart, he even expedited the delivery, arriving at the door in a mere 20 minutes. What was even more astonishing was that he brought the devices himself, saving Chen Yang the trip to the bank. Indeed, the services available to the affluent are of a different caliber. After dining, the trio commenced tinkering with the new computers. Due to the absence of internet at home, Chen Yang took the computers to Lu Qingqing's residence. He connected the router, plugged in the network cable, and accessed the campus network of Xingqing University. He first created an account named Onlookers and then proceeded to post extra The incident involving our university graduate being assaulted at the South Gate has been resolved. And the truth is subsequently, Chen Yang added in the content of the post. The answer will be revealed at the 200th floor. This action instantly piqued Lin Wei's curiosity. Chen Yang, what are you up to? Just an onlooker enjoying the spectacle. Chen Yang chuckled and swiftly clicked to post. Within 5 minutes, replies surpassed 300. Sofa. Floor. The 100th floor has passed. Keep it going downstairs. The 200th floor has floated by, awaiting the host to unveil the truth. Is the host deceased? Over 300 replies, and still no revelation of the truth. What a deceit. Chen Yang typed another line. According to insiders from the police station, this assault incident arose from a romantic dispute. The female protagonist is none other than our former campus belle, Lin Wei. While the male lead, the answer will be revealed at the 1000th floor. Lin Wei pinched Chen Yang's ear fiercely, threatening, "If you dare tarnish my reputation, you shall never set foot in my bed again." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing joyfully remarked, "Senior, my bed is spacious enough to share half with you." Chen Yang quickly feigned death, while Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing began to bicker. Under Chen Yang's orchestrations as an onlooker, the forum's activity rapidly surged. Who else could the male lead be other than the one who was beaten, Zhang Jun? That guy is usually quite arrogant, so it's no surprise he got pummeled. However, a question arose. Didn't Lin Wei declare her relationship with Zhang Jun clear? How could he possibly be the male lead? Is it conceivable that Lin Wei was swayed by Zhang Jun's wealth, provoking the real male lead to retaliate against him? That blonde-haired fellow as the male lead? I heard he's quite average-looking. How could Lin Wei be interested? He must be a hired thug. If it's neither Zhang Jun nor the blonde, that leaves only 2 suspects, one user speculated. 701st floor. I presume you mean Chen Yang and Luo Zikai? 702nd floor. Luo Zikai was at the scene, so he can be ruled out. I believe Chen Yang's suspicion is greater. 703rd floor. Who says the mastermind can't be present at the scene? Moreover, Chen Yang is a poor student. Where would he acquire the funds to hire someone for an assault? 720th floor. Your information is outdated. On graduation day, I saw Chen Yang arrive in a car. Although it was a Jetta, it must have cost over 100,000, hardly what one would call a poor student. 800th floor. Is it possible that senior Chen Yang is moonlighting as a taxi driver? 820th floor. Star City University is one of the top universities in the country. To take up driving a taxi right after graduation is rather degrading. 900th floor. Nowadays, university students are not guaranteed job placements. It is quite difficult to secure a good position without funds. There is no shame in earning a living through one's own labor, regardless of the profession. Seeing the discussion spiral, Chen Yang quickly added another piece of information. According to insiders, the male lead's pursuit of the female lead was unsuccessful, leading to his furious retaliation, offering a 6-figure bounty for the male lead's beating. Due to the lack of clarity in the communication with the hired hand, the male lead's characteristics were poorly conveyed, resulting in a misunderstanding where classmate Zhang, who was tailing Lin, was mistakenly injured. As soon as Chen Yang posted, the thread was immediately refreshed. The term tailing was aptly used, vividly illustrating classmate Zhang's usual behavior. Had the thread's initiator been in contact with the informant, Zhang might have evaded a calamity. There aren't many wealthy individuals at our school who could offer a 6-figure bounty, right? If it's not Zhang Jun, it must be Luo Zikai, who works at a bank and is financially secure. 1001st floor. Shut up. I have every right to pursue Lin Wei openly. I would never resort to such despicable methods as hiring someone to harm another. Moreover, I was present at the scene. All right. Luo Zikai, who was previously just a bystander, suddenly found himself in the line of fire and jumped in to defend himself. However, his explanation did little to quell the suspicions of the other onlookers. Senior Luo, don't be so agitated. Your presence at the scene doesn't absolve you of suspicion. It has been noted in detective novels that some masterminds have a penchant for observing the crime scene firsthand. Indeed, the less suspicious one appears, the more likely they could be the true culprit. 1103rd floor. By your reasoning, Zhang Jun, as the victim, is even more suspect, isn't he? Luo Zikai was left speechless. He couldn't fathom how, being students of the same institution, these individuals could be so unreasonable. Old Luo, this is unjust. I've been hospitalized, and you still cast aspersions on me? Zhang Jun, meanwhile, lay in the hospital playing on his computer, more concerned about being implicated than Luo Zikai. After all, the true mastermind was indeed him. Chapter 23. In-depth communication, Chen Yang awaited Zhang Jun's appearance. If the law could not rectify the situation, then perhaps he could stir up some notoriety for him within the campus network. He promptly utilized a bystander's account to post another message. Insiders described that the individual responsible for contacting the perpetrator was Zhang Jun's close friend, Zhao. This situation is akin to a flood washing over the Dragon King Temple, where one family fails to recognize another. How could he allow the perpetrator to link Zhang with the male lead in this incident? Is there some underlying personal grudge that we are unaware of? What the heck? Lao Zhang, is this true? No wonder I didn't TC Lao Zhao when I visited you in the hospital today. Also, how did you learn about this? Luo Zhikai's curiosity was piqued, prompting the bystanders to eagerly inquire of Zhang Jun. I only found out about Lao Zhao today as well. Don't listen to this bystander's nonsense. He is merely trying to stir the pot for attention. Zhang Jun was infuriated, feeling betrayed, as he had already established contacts with the local police to ensure confidentiality. He never anticipated the information would leak regardless. Certainly, Zhang Jun was primarily concerned about Zhao Xuanfa betraying him. Although hiring an assailant is not classified as a grave offense, it would nonetheless be recorded, severely hindering his future career prospects. He hastily called home, recounting the events of the past few days in detail. You fool, have you wasted 4 years of university? If you cannot be a couple, do not become adversaries. Knowing full well that Lin Wei is in a relationship with Chen Yang, you still resorted to hiring an assailant? The money I've spent on you in these years could have been better used to feed pigs. And don't worry about your classmate's situation. I will engage a lawyer to handle it. Lin Wei has not approached you, indicating the matter has not escalated beyond repair. In the future, think things through before acting. Or do not blame me for severing ties. After hanging up with his father, Zhang Dagua, Zhang Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He calmly reflected for a moment and realized that it was utterly unnecessary to provoke Lin Wei at this juncture. So why was he uncontrollably inclined to confront Chen Yang? There was tycoon, that scoundrel, always whispering in his ear. Truly a fool who was more of a hindrance than a help. He was in such pain that he could barely move. Otherwise, he would have summoned that rascal for a good beating. And then there was Zhao Xuanfa. Was this fool's brain filled with mush? Upon careful consideration, it seemed he had not wronged Zhao Xuanfa in any way over these 4 years. How could that fool conflate him with Chen Yang? What was his true intention? At that moment, the onlookers resumed their chatter. According to insiders, the target of Zhao's hired assault was indeed Chen Yang, the very same Chen Yang whom everyone had been gossiping about recently. He, along with Zhao and Zhang, were roommates. What transpired that led them to betray one another? It goes without saying, a femme fatale. 3 men betraying one another for a woman. What a disgrace for our Star City University. Is it possible that 4 men are actually involved in this betrayal over one woman? That overlooked Tang might very well be the informant. Post 1758, spreading rumors is not a crime, right? If you have the guts, reveal your address, and we can settle this face to face. The most handsome of the Tang clan furiously typed on his keyboard. He merely wished to quietly indulge in the gossip, only to find himself embroiled in it. A gentleman uses words, not violence. We are all educated individuals. Let us refrain from resorting to physical confrontations. Besides, you have already graduated. We are still subject to the school's disciplinary regulations. It is not worth it to bear a penalty for such a petty individual. You are the petty one. Your entire family is petty. I reiterate, I have no connection to this matter. Tang Kuan seethed with rage, wishing he could leap through the computer screen to exact vengeance on the one who slandered him. Meanwhile, Chen Yang sensed the timing was right and shut off the router to reconnect, thereby generating a new address. This time, he logged into the campus network directly using his actual account instead of the onlookers. I have 2 points to clarify regarding the events of the past few days. First, after extensive discussions, I have decided to pursue a deeper relationship with Ms. Lin Wei. Prior to the development of this relationship, Ms. Lin and I were both unequivocally single. There exists no so-called third or fourth party. Secondly, my relationship with Zhao is that of ordinary roommates and classmates. Throughout the 4 years of university, there has been no personal animosity. I do not believe he would resort to hiring someone to commit violence. To my knowledge, Zhao comes from a working-class background. It is unlikely he could afford a 6-figure bounty, let alone a 5-figure sum. If he were to amass such an amount, it could only mean one thing. He is acting on someone else's behalf. Chen Yang, what do you mean? Are you implying that I orchestrated this? Zhang Jun had activated the friend notification feature and immediately detected Chen Yang's presence. He kept refreshing the page, and soon stumbled upon Chen Yang's post. Upon reading the content, a surge of anger welled within me. I did not name anyone specifically. Only those with a guilty conscience would feel implicated. Chen Yang responded briefly, not anticipating that Zhang Jun would fall into the trap so swiftly. Once Zhang Jun spoke up, the popularity of Chen Yang's post skyrocketed. Logically, if Chen Yang is with Lin Wei, Zhang should be the angriest. Indeed, the only person in their dormitory capable of offering a six-figure bounty would be Zhang. Therefore, the true mastermind must be Zhang. Look how frantic he is. It is evident that he is trying to conceal his guilt. Upon reflection, the most reasonable explanation is that Zhang hired someone to attack Chen Yang. He has the financial means and, unable to confront Chen Yang himself, must seek outside assistance. Zhao should bear the blame. It is unfortunate for Zhao to have fallen into such unfavorable circumstances. Now, with a criminal record, his future prospects are bleak. But it's all right. Zhang comes from wealth and can support him. The wealthy are often heartless. Perhaps once this incident passes, Zhao will find himself abandoned by Zhang. How pitiful. Zhang Jun was utterly speechless. He regretted engaging with Chen Yang's post. Now, the entire Star City University suspects him of being the hidden culprit. Chen Yang. Oh, Chen Yang, why don't you just disappear? Of course, Chen Yang could not perish, but his situation was hardly any better. Upon discovering that she too was entangled in this mess, Lin Wei unleashed a torrent of fury upon Chen Yang. After venting her anger, she smirked at him. You enjoy deep conversations, don't you? Then I shall take you home for a thorough discussion. This evening, I am currently preoccupied with important matters. No, your important matter today is to accompany me home for an in-depth dialogue. Chen Yang attempted to resist, but Lin Wei provided no opportunity, swiftly disconnecting the internet, shutting down his computer, and forcibly dragging him back to her residence. What are you two discussing? I want to listen too. Lu Qingqing chased after them, but unfortunately arrived too late, finding herself locked outside. She quickly leaned in to eavesdrop, and as she listened, the situation felt increasingly inappropriate, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Despicable rascals, those wretched vixens. I detest you both. Chapter 24. Official announcement. Chen Yang withdrew from the forum. Yet the commotion he stirred on the Star City University campus did not subside. Discussions surrounding Zhao Xuanfa hiring an assailant and the likelihood of Zhang Jun being the true mastermind intensified. Some netizens opined that Chen Yang, as Zhang Jun's roommate, had secretly pursued Lin Wei, thereby stealing the affections of his friend. His actions were deemed morally reprehensible. Thus, whether Zhao Xuanfa had indeed hired someone to harm, or if Zhang Jun orchestrated a retaliatory scheme, both were seen as somewhat justifiable. Some netizens believe that everyone possesses the right to pursue love. Zhang Jun is entitled to his affection for Lin Wei, just as Chen Yang and Zhao Xuanfa may also harbor feelings for her. Since Lin Wei has publicly denied any romantic involvement with Zhang Jun, others are thus qualified to vie for her affection. The retaliatory actions of Zhao Xuanfa and Zhang Jun are manifestations of cowardice, reflecting the impotence of the weak. The school administration should address such behavior with seriousness to prevent the perpetuation of negative influences. In the midst of this discourse, Zhang Jun opted for silence. He even reached out to an acquaintance overseeing the forum, hoping to quell the escalating discussion, but his request was politely declined. The individual indicated that the recent violent incident on campus, occurring on graduation day, had severely tarnished the institution's reputation. The school leadership has already expressed their intent to handle the matter with gravity. Until a clear resolution is reached, he preferred to refrain from getting involved. Zhang Jun, feeling helpless, continued to feign ignorance on the forum, his sole hope resting on Zhao Xuanfa's ability to shoulder the burden. Otherwise, the graduation certificate he had just received might be rescinded by the school. Fortunately for Zhang Jun, the forum discussions subsided after a day. The following morning, the school issued an official announcement regarding the mass brawl that took place at the South Gate on graduation day. Following the school's report, the local police had successfully solved the case. It was revealed that a senior finance student, Zhao, had intentionally hired outside individuals to assault fellow finance student Zhang, resulting in Zhang's hospitalization due to injuries. This behavior constituted a criminal offense and severely violated school regulations. After a meeting among school leaders, it was decided to revoke Zhao's graduation eligibility, with hopes that other students would take heed. Simultaneously, the school released a commendation notice. In the face of danger during the campus altercation, senior student and former student council president Lin Wei displayed remarkable bravery by confronting 5 assailants. Her heroic deeds are worthy of emulation by the entire school community. Following a discussion, the school leadership decided to confer upon Lin Wei the honorary title of Outstanding Individual for Courageous Acts. Beneath this announcement was a photograph of Lin Wei and Chen Yang, showcasing their graduation day together, making heart shapes with their hands. How splendid is Senior Lin Wei! Oh, how enviable and resentful it is to witness this officially recognized love. Today's announcement is intriguing. Initially, it was thought that Chen Yang was the interloper in the relationship with a roommate. But it turns out that Zhao Xuanfa and Zhang Jun were the true interlopers. Even more absurdly, these two competed with each other for the role of the interloper, leading one to the hospital and the other to confinement. To be candid, the photograph suggests that Lin Wei and Chen Yang make a rather compatible pair. However, as an admirer of Lin Wei, I cannot support this romance. To the individual above, my goddess deserves better than to be with a farmer's son. To the one above, has the farmer's son dined on your family's provisions? The pursuit of love is a right belonging to all. If you are displeased, shall we find a place to settle this? To the two above, the school has just dealt with Zhao. Do you wish to act against the tide? The school has made an official announcement, so let us, the onlookers, refrain from further noise. Even if you were to engage in a brawl, it would not alter the fact that Senior Lin Wei and Senior Chen Yang are now together. It is best for everyone to disperse. Seeing the decline in the forum's fervor, Zhang Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xuanfa indeed did not let him down. Compared to Tycoon and Chen Yang, this brother proved to be far more reliable. Let us rewind to a day prior. In truth, the profound exchange between Chen Yang and Lin Wei did not endure for long. Just as their feelings intensified, Lin Wei's phone rang incessantly. She answered 3 calls. The first call was from Hu Taijun, the chief of the local police station in the jurisdiction of Xinjiang University, informing her that Zhao Xuanfa's case had been resolved. Zhao Xuanfa had taken full responsibility, and due to his contrite demeanor, the victim, Zhang Jun, chose not to pursue further action, resulting in a penalty of 15 days of administrative detention. The second call came from the university's administration, which conveyed 3 messages. First, they commended Lin Wei for her courageous actions. Next, they informed her of the disciplinary measures taken against Zhao Xuanfa for the incident involving hired violence. Lastly, they inquired about the relationship between Lin Wei and Chen Yang. Upon learning that the couple had already registered their marriage, they offered their congratulations. The third call was from a woman named Su Li, who expressed a desire to meet with Lin Wei. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei accepted the invitation. It was only after her departure that Chen Yang recalled the name sounded somewhat familiar. He remembered Zhang Jun mentioning that there was a female vice mayor in charge of agriculture in Qingshui City, also named Su Li, who was an alumna of Xinjiang University. During Lin Wei's tenure in Qingshui County, this alumna had facilitated several policy advantages for her. Curiously, Su Li should not have yet assumed her position in Qingshui City at this time. How did she come to know of Lin Wei? Was it possible that this Su Li was also monitoring the university forum? Chen Yang suddenly felt an unsettling premonition that Lin Wei's career trajectory might undergo a transformation due to this meeting. It seemed that their married life, characterized by long-distance separation, would soon require re-evaluation. Fortunately, Qingshui City was merely a 3-hour drive from Xinjiang, making it feasible to arrange visits, if conditions were favorable. Chen Yang also contemplated investing in some prime real estate in Qingshui. The property prices in Qingshui City were incomparable to those in the provincial capital, with historical peaks hovering around 6,000 yuan per square meter. However, the starting prices in Qingshui City were low, with current commodity housing available for as little as 1,000 yuan per square meter and elevator buildings at 1,500. Provided the location was strategic and the layout suitable, the return on investment could be quite promising. Crucially, Chen Yang was aware of the future prime locations for educational districts and commercial areas in Qingshui City, which would allow for maximized benefits. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Shiji, the future real estate magnate of Dongjiang province, whom he had yet to meet. If he could entice him to invest in real estate in Qingshui City, might it not serve as a means to undermine the Zhang family's enterprise? While Chen Yang was more intrigued by the prospect of precipitating the collapse of the Zhang family's commercial empire than by investing in property in Qingshui, he realized that achieving this goal would be exceedingly challenging if relying solely on his own resources. However, with the support of the Lu family, the endeavor would undoubtedly become more manageable. Yet, when Chen Yang finished his grooming and sought out Lu Qingqing, He was met with a handwritten notice affixed to her door declaring that dogs and adulterers are not permitted inside. It was evident that this young lady was quite displeased. Chapter 25. There is a traitor within Qingqing. Open the door. Can't you read? Dogs and adulterers are not allowed inside. There are no dogs here, nor any men or women, just me alone. Lu Qingqing opened the door a crack and, upon confirming that only Chen Yang was present, inquired with curiosity, "Where's the senior?" "Out on a date." "With a man or a woman?" "A woman." Lu Qingqing opened the door wider to let Chen Yang in, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Are you wishing for me to be cuckolded?" "Of course. If she were to fall for someone else, you could pursue me again. Our affair has already turned a page." Chen Yang retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "Isn't being friends just fine? We wouldn't have to consider the disparity in family backgrounds, nor worry about infidelity. We could spare ourselves so many unnecessary troubles in life." Lu Qingqing was unconvinced and challenged him. "If you're so averse to complications, why are you marrying the senior?" Chen Yang sighed. "I've been ensnared by her. Now, it seems impossible to extricate myself." "Liar." Lu Qingqing playfully kicked him, scoffing. "You were having quite the fun in there, all lovey-dovey. Hardly the demeanor of someone who has been deceived." Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly, surprised that Lu Qingqing had been eavesdropping. She then curiously asked, "What is it like when you do that?" The senior seemed to be in quite a bit of pain. Chen Yang was taken aback by her boldness and could only respond vaguely, "You'll understand when you find your other half in the future." "Humph. If you want he say, then forget it." Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed. She felt a mix of embarrassment and regret for asking such a question. To lighten the mood, Chen Yang shifted the topic. "Qingqing, has your brother returned?" Lu Qingqing nodded. "Yes, he has been back for a few days. He even mentioned you during dinner yesterday, asking what you were up to." "Is that so? You didn't mention our situation, did you?" "I did. My brother said you're quite the scoundrel and that he wants to beat you up." Chen Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he needed to delay a meeting with Lu Shiji. However, Lu Qingqing chuckled. "I was just teasing you. I wouldn't spread such embarrassing news around." Chen Yang looked at her apologetically. Her feigned nonchalance made him feel like a complete cad. "Qingqing, let us schedule a time for me to treat your brother to a meal." "What about me?" "Of course, you're invited." Satisfied, Lu Qingqing picked up the phone to contact Lu Shiji. He answered promptly, and upon hearing that Chen Yang was treating, they arranged to meet on the evening of the 30th at Weiyuju. Chen Yang, unfamiliar with Weiyuju, learned from Lu Qingqing that it was a private dining establishment. After finalizing the gathering, Chen Yang intended to browse the school forum. However, when he prepared to turn on his computer, he noticed stock trading software open on Lu Qingqing's screen. "Qingqing, you trade stocks?" "Not really." "Then why do you have the trading software open?" "A friend who is a stockbroker asked me to open an account to complete a work task." Chen Yang glanced at her trading records, which were quite impressive. With an initial investment of 100,000, she had earned 5,000 in just a month. The initial losses were substantial, but a recent surge in the stock market had turned her fortunes around. What impressed Chen Yang the most was Lu Qingqing's lack of greed. She had sold her shares immediately after the price surged. The stocks she hastily discarded have now turned a shade of green. Had history remained unchanged, this particular stock would have languished in stagnation for an extended period, mirroring the broader market trends. "Qingqing, who orchestrated the trading of this stock for you? They must be exceptionally skilled." "It's just my friend," Lu Qingqing replied, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. "Why don't you open an account as well, and let her help you earn some money?" Chen Yang shook his head, for he currently lacked the disposable income to engage in stock trading. He was also acutely aware that the market was poised to decline once again. Entering at this juncture would only render one a mere pawn. Noticing Chen Yang's disinterest in trading, Lu Qingqing continued, "Then just open an account to assist my friend in fulfilling her new account acquisition task." Chen Yang, seeing her hopeful expression, could only acquiesce. Lu Qingqing, anxious that he might change his mind, promptly called her friend to arrange for an account opening the following morning. When Chen Yang heard Lu Qingqing call the person Su Su, a name triggered a memory, prompting him to inquire, "Is this Su Su from our school?" Lu Qingqing nodded. "Yes, her name is Su Mingwei." Chen Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he cautioned, "You'd do well to keep your distance from her." "Why?" Lu Qingqing looked at him, perplexed. "She is Lin Wei's close confidant." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's jaw dropped in astonishment. No wonder Lin Wei seemed to know everything she was contemplating doing lately. It turned out there was a traitor in her midst. Reflecting on how well she had treated Su Mingwei only to be ruthlessly betrayed, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. and crystalline tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Chen Yang, taken aback by her sudden tears, inquired about the cause, only to learn that during their days of Cold War, Lu Qingqing had been inseparable from Su Mingyue. The idea of playing hide-and-seek had originated from her. For a while, Chen Yang had been puzzled. How could Lu Qingqing maintain a harmonious relationship with Lin Wei, given their rivalry? Now he understood that Su Mingyue had been the source of her betrayal. The more Lu Qingqing thought about it, the angrier she became, and she dialed Su Mingyue's number, scolding her for a full half-hour. Even after venting her frustrations, she remained irate and collapsed onto her bed, weeping profusely. In such a situation, Chen Yang felt at a loss for how to intervene. He decided to call Lin Wei, reasoning that the person who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. Lin Wei returned his call promptly. Lu Qingqing, intent on confronting her, found herself subdued once again. Qingqing, you are truly mistaken. I inquired about you through Su because I genuinely wished to befriend you. Humph. Then why did you steal my man? Steal your man. Chen Yang and I have already obtained a marriage certificate. We are legally bound. Humph. You are merely acting. Well, initially, there was a bit of interest. However, as time passed, feelings naturally developed. You are shameless. How dare you claim that Su's suggestion for me to avoid Chen Yang was not your idea? Hey, I was merely trying to steer you away from making a grave mistake. I am looking out for your best interests. Observing the victorious smirk on Lin Wei's face, Lu Qingqing felt a renewed wave of indignation and began to cry once more. Chen Yang, unable to bear the sight, expressed his discontent towards Lin Wei, saying, Is it so difficult for you to apologize to her? Why should I apologize? Su often betrays me too. Did I ever demand an apology from her? That is different. You possess a higher intellect, and perhaps you could have outsmarted her instead. So, are you implying that Qingqing has an issue with her intelligence? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Lin Wei had successfully redirected Lu Qingqing's animosity towards him. He believed that friendships should possess a degree of purity. Indeed, we engage in a mutually beneficial relationship. In that moment, Chen Yang felt that Lin Wei embodied the essence of a reborn individual, perceiving reality with remarkable clarity, far beyond that of a recent university graduate. In Chapter 26, meeting the father-in-law, Lin Wei demonstrated her adeptness in managing Lu Qingqing. With merely a few whispered words and a shared meal, she resolved the conflict. Later that evening, after a tender moment, Chen Yang learned from Lin Wei that her work arrangements had changed, necessitating her early return to Qingshui to prepare for upcoming tasks. Chen Yang surmised that this was likely related to the yet-to-be-appointed deputy mayor Su Li of Qingshui City. In the early days of their marriage, the prospect of separation weighed heavily on Chen Yang, inciting a sense of reluctance within him. After much contemplation, he resolved to personally escort Lin Wei home. Aren't you afraid my father will beat you? She teased. If a beating is inevitable, it is better to face it sooner rather than later. Chen Yang had come to terms with their marriage, understanding that avoiding Lin Jiangwo was no longer an option. As the saying goes, even an unsightly bride must eventually face her in-laws. He considered himself a handsome son-in-law, confident that he would not bring shame to Lin's family. Rest assured, I will protect you. Old Lin will know his limits, Lin Wei assured him, affectionately kissing his handsome face as a reward for his change in attitude. After sharing a moment of intimacy, Lin Wei recalled something and asked Chen Yang if he would be interested in a position at the Qingshui City Administration for Industry and Commerce. My father secured that opportunity through connections. It would be a waste to let it go. Chen Yang reflected on the advantages of having influential connections. In his previous life, securing a position in Qingshui was a challenge. Even government offices and public institutions had turned him away. This was partly due to Zhang Jun's interference, as many were reluctant to offend the local tycoon for the sake of a rural youth. With the Lin family as his support, Chen Yang would undoubtedly face fewer obstacles in the administration. He felt tempted, as this was a coveted stable job he had long desired. With his current status, even a relaxed approach would ensure his financial security. However, he still sought revenge. To confront a local tycoon, merely being a lowly civil servant would not suffice. Given Lin Wei's character, she would not condone any misuse of power for personal gain. Thus, after careful consideration, Chen Yang graciously declined Lin Wei's generous offer. The following morning, Chen Yang was roused by the sounds of Lin Wei packing her belongings. She meticulously boxed up her personal items and books, even sealing the laptop he had purchased for her along with her desktop computer in cardboard. after nearly 2 hours of effort. Their vehicle was filled to the brim with luggage. Despite this, Chen Yang made a stop at the largest shopping center in Star City, the Star City International Shopping Center, to purchase 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a case of Feitian Maodai for Lin Jiangwo. He also selected some Chanel handbags, perfumes, and lipsticks for Lin Wei's mother and sister-in-law. Your generosity is overwhelming. Even if my father wished to challenge you, he might feel a twinge of embarrassment, Lin Wei remarked, clearly pleased with Chen Yang's gestures. In her recollection, Chen Yang was a reclusive and socially awkward honest man. He devoted himself to studying and working, rarely joining gatherings with his roommates, including Zhang Jun. Despite her efforts in securing numerous scholarships for him, he had never even treated her to a meal of gratitude. Unexpectedly, as graduation approached, he underwent a transformation. Lin Wei found herself both unsettled and intrigued by this change. Although she admired Chen Yang's handsomeness, she did not wish to spend her life with someone as wooden as he used to be. I remember our first date when you chastised me for wanting to pay the bill. That was different. When one is financially constrained, frivolous spending can lead to unnecessary complications in life. I do not wish for you to become a hypocrite. Chen Yang smiled faintly, unsure of how to respond. Lin Wei's aspirations were overly idealistic. The person he had been in his previous life could not achieve them, and the reincarnated version of him found it even more challenging. In the realm of reality, how could one exist without a semblance of hypocrisy? The only assurance he could offer was to treat those close to him with kindness. After a 3-hour journey along the highway, they arrived in Qingshui City at 2 in the afternoon. Lin Wei's family resided in the Ziyuan community, located near the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, one of the city's earliest residential complexes. Chen Yang had visited it once during his freshman winter break with Zhang Jun and vaguely remembered the location. Upon arrival, he spotted Director Lin chatting with a few elderly individuals downstairs, with Lin Wei's sister-in-law, Du Wei, standing nearby. As soon as Lin Wei alighted from the car, Lin Jiangwo immediately halted his conversation, beaming as he approached his beloved daughter to inquire about her well-being. However, upon noticing Chen Yang exiting the driver's seat, his previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly, his gaze turning ominous and chilling. Chen Yang quickly called out, "Dad," and addressed Du Yui as sister-in-law. Lin Jiangwo grunted coldly, maintaining his stern expression. Observing her father's displeasure, Du Yui dared not speak, merely offering Chen Yang a polite smile. Sensing the tension, Chen Yang lowered his head and silently opened the rear door to retrieve their luggage. Meanwhile, Lin Wei playfully tugged at Lin Jiangwo's arm, pouting, "Dad, I haven't had lunch yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo lost interest in Chen Yang, taking Lin Wei by the hand and leading her home. Lin Wei was unwilling to let Chen Yang carry the luggage alone and expressed her dissatisfaction by pouting, "Dad, there's so much luggage, can't you lend a hand?" Lin Jiangwo cast a sideways glance at Chen Yang, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "I've raised this cabbage for over 20 years, only for it to be trampled by a pig. What is wrong with him carrying the luggage?" Lin Wei leaned closer to her father and whispered, "Dad, in this matter of the cabbage being trampled, it's actually your family's cabbage that is the one taking the initiative." Lin Jiangwo, taken aback, gazed incredulously at his daughter, then glanced at Chen Yang, who was busy moving their belongings, and remained perplexed for a while. He quietly asked Lin Wei, "Wei, what does this kid possess, apart from resembling a pretty boy, that surpasses Chen Bingxiang?" "Love is enough," Lin Wei replied, before urging Lin Jiangwo to assist with the luggage. They all pitched in, and the bags and gifts were swiftly transported. Upon noticing Chen Yang had brought along Zhonghua cigarettes and mitai, Lin Jiangwo felt a flicker of approval for the young man. However, upon further reflection, his mood soured once more. With a stern expression, he addressed Lin Wei. "I recall that this young man comes from a less fortunate background. Surely, the money spent on cigarettes and alcohol did not come from your pocket?" Lin Wei replied, "My meager scholarship barely suffices for my own needs. How could I possibly cover his expenses? Did he borrow it?" Lin Jiangwo's countenance darkened further, and his disdain for Chen Yang intensified. He scolded, "If you lack funds, do not pretend to be affluent. Return these items immediately." Just as Chen Yang was about to explain, Lin Wei interjected to defend him. "Father, it's all his own money. Besides these cigarettes and alcohol, he also purchased designer handbags and cosmetics for mother and sister-in-law, totaling over 100,000. Lin Jiangwo's gaze toward his daughter indicated he did not believe she was deceiving him, and his demeanor softened slightly. He inquired of Chen Yang, as a student, "Where do you acquire such wealth?" Chen Yang recalled an amusing piece of news and replied, "When I was on the bus without change, I happened upon a lottery shop and bought a ticket to get some coins. To my surprise, I won the grand prize." Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo felt an urge to strike him. This young man was clearly attempting to fool him. If winning the lottery were that easy, how could poverty exist in this world? Chapter 27. Lin Jiangwo's frustration. Lin Wei's mother was on a business trip, and her elder brother worked in the criminal police department, alleviating some pressure on Chen Yang. During dinner, Lin Jiangwo constantly served Lin Wei more food while ignoring Chen Yang entirely. Sister-in-law Du Yue, having received luxurious gifts from Chen Yang, exhibited a markedly warmer demeanor than when they first met, continually offering him food and soup, which irked Lin Jiangwo. Did he have no hands or feet? Must he rely on others for service? Sensing the tension, Chen Yang lowered his head and remained silent. However, Du Yue spoke up for him. "Father, I have been married to Lin Feng for 2 years, and I still wear the gold necklace he gave me when we wed. Chen Yang, on his first visit, bought me a handbag worth 30,000. Shouldn't I treat him well in return?" Lin Jiangwo's face flushed slightly as he hastily defended his son. He has comrades in need of support. Du Yue's expression darkened further. "He only knows how to care for others. During the holidays, he is either on a mission or with his comrades, never sparing even a moment for me." Lin Jiangwo lowered his head, troubled. His son Lin Feng had suffered an accident while serving in the military, but was saved by his comrades, who bore the brunt of the injury. To express his gratitude, Lin Feng had dedicated all his earnings to them over the years, a decision Lin Jiangwo supported. However, Lin Feng also had his own family, and his preoccupation with his comrades inadvertently neglected Du Yue, leading to frequent arguments over the past 2 years. Lin Jiangwo had attempted to counsel Lin Feng for the sake of familial harmony, but to no avail. Now, confronted with his daughter-in-law's grievances, he found himself at a loss for words. His irritation grew as he glanced at Chen Yang, who was obliviously focused on his meal. "With a little money, you're frivolous. Do you think the lottery company is yours? Do you win every day?" Chen Yang hastily set down his chopsticks and assured Lin Jiangwo, "Father, I will refrain from buying again." Finally satisfied, Lin Jiangwo nodded. Yet Du Yue was displeased. "Father, Lin Feng does not buy me gifts, and you say he values feelings. Chen Yang gives me gifts, and you call it wasteful. If you have a grievance against me, just say it." Having spoken, she lost her appetite for dinner and tearfully retreated to her room. Lin Wei, noticing this, hastily set down her chopsticks to comfort Du Yue. Lin Jiangwo had ascended from a police officer at the precinct to the position of police chief. He was indeed an experienced hand when it came to handling civil disputes. However, when it came to his own family matters, he found himself utterly at a loss. Indeed, a wise judge cannot resolve domestic affairs. Chen Yang, seeing that both Lin Wei and Du Yue had left the dining table, felt awkward about continuing to eat. Naturally, he did not dare to follow Lin Wei to Du Yue's chamber. Thus, the two men found themselves in a stalemate in the living room, exchanging glances. Influenced by his past life experiences, Chen Yang harbored a natural apprehension towards his father-in-law. He could barely maintain a semblance of composure in Lin Wei's presence. But now that she was absent, he worried that Lin Jiangwo might suddenly charge at him and deliver a sound beating. "Are you full?" Lin Jiangwo actually had the urge to strike Chen Yang. However, he refrained from doing so at that moment, as his daughter-in-law would likely misunderstand once again. His beloved daughter would probably disapprove as well. Thus, he could only admonish Chen Yang verbally. Chen Yang nodded, not daring to speak freely until he grasped Lin Jiangwo's stance. "What are your plans for the future?" He had yet to formulate any long-term plans, but in the near term, he intended to buy a house and open a supermarket. Buying a house and opening a supermarket requires substantial funds. With your reckless spending, can you manage it? "Well, I have already purchased a house, and the supermarket is under renovation. Additionally, I still possess a considerable sum of cash in my account, sufficient to stock the supermarket." Lin Jiangwo fell silent again. He had overlooked the fact that this young man had recently won a substantial lottery prize, pocketing at least several million. Opening a supermarket and purchasing a home were indeed not formidable challenges. "You have toiled through years of diligent study, persevering to complete university, merely to open a supermarket? Opening a supermarket can sustain me. Is that not a viable option?" Lin Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled, feeling slightly more at ease. He did not actually harbor any aversion towards Chen Yang, apart from his family background. Chen Yang's appearance and education were commendable enough for his daughter. The issue lay in the fact that he had already made a promise to his former superior, ensuring that their families would become in-laws. They had even agreed that Lin Wei would marry upon her university graduation. Who would have anticipated that Chen Yang would unexpectedly disrupt this arrangement? For this reason, he had not contacted his superior for 2 weeks, feeling too embarrassed. Had it not been for the multitude of responsibilities at work, he would have already traveled to Xingqing to confront Chen Yang. Finally, when Chen Yang came to him, the pent-up frustration he had been harboring could finally be released, only to be interrupted by his daughter and daughter-in-law. At that moment, even if he wished to reprimand Chen Yang, he found no justification. His limited educational background made it difficult for him to devise a clever retort. After pondering for a while, he finally remarked, "You are opening a supermarket in Xingqing while Wei Wei is working in Qingshui. It is inappropriate for a couple to be separated for extended periods." Chen Yang was aware that he would eventually face this issue. He replied, "Once the supermarket is on track, I will delegate its management to my aunt, allowing me ample free time to return to Qingshui." Lin Jiangwo continued, "A grown man idling at home every day is not ideal. You should seek legitimate employment." Chen Yang responded, "Working for someone else restricts my freedom. If I find myself with an abundance of free time, I might consider opening a supermarket in Qingshui." Lin Jiangwo did not expect Chen Yang to be so obstinate and questioned him. "Are you capable of managing 2 supermarkets?" Chen Yang replied, "There are numerous laid-off workers in Qishui. As long as the conditions are suitable, we will not lack for manpower." Lin Jiangwo puffed on his cigarette, contemplating. His intention was to encourage Chen Yang to find a steady job and lead a stable life with Lin Wei. However, he found himself unable to persuade Chen Yang. At present, the economic environment in Qingshui was rather bleak, with many factories facing bankruptcy and restructuring. Workers, having been deprived of their salaries for extended periods, had protested outside the municipal government multiple times. Meanwhile, the rising unemployment rate had introduced numerous instability factors into social security. As the head of the Public Security Bureau, he was overwhelmed with work. At this moment, advising Chen Yang to seek employment felt precarious. On the contrary, he hoped to see more entrepreneurs like Chen Yang in Qingshui to alleviate the employment pressures. After some contemplation, Chen Yang suggested, "Isn't your comrade facing financial difficulties? Once the supermarket in Qingshui is established, we could offer him a position there with a better salary. This way, you would relieve some of your burdens and have more time to spend with your wife." Lin Jiangwo's eyes brightened. This truly was a viable solution. Not only would it address his comrade Lin Feng's financial troubles, but it would also ease the internal conflicts within his own household. It seemed, after all, that this son-in-law was not without merit. Chapter 28. Chen Yang's plan. Although Du Wei was irked and retreated to her room, she left the door ajar, allowing her to overhear the conversation in the living room. Upon hearing Chen Yang's intention to open a supermarket in Qingshui, her interest was piqued. "Wei Wei, is what Chen Yang said credible? Is he merely trying to please your father?" "Sister-in-law, rest assured, since he brought this matter up to Dad himself, he will surely follow through." Although Lin Wei had never witnessed Chen Yang in business, she had faith in his investment acumen. She had merely visited the Sunshine Garden community in Xingqing and sensed its significant appreciation potential. The ability to decisively invest while others hesitated was a rare quality indeed. Naturally, she also hoped Chen Yang would establish a long-term presence in Qishui, even if it were just a small supermarket, as long as it was within her vicinity. That little vixen Xingqing would have no chance. Lin Wei gently ushered Du Wei from her room back to the dining table. Noticing Du Wei's hesitance to speak, she took the initiative to ask Chen Yang, "Darling, are you truly considering opening a supermarket in Qishui?" Hearing her refer to him as darling for the first time brought him great comfort, making him more forthcoming. "If you support me, then I am definitely opening that supermarket." Lin Wei shot him an exasperated glance. "What do you mean by if you support me? How could I not support you? Since you're feeling ambitious, I'm more than willing to fan the flames. But can you handle managing 2 supermarkets? I know you have no experience in this area. You can rest assured, I will manage it." Although Chen Yang had never operated a supermarket, he possessed financial resources and had lived through a rapidly evolving era. He understood the art of making money far better than many of his contemporaries. Let us not exaggerate, shall we? Lin Wei noticed the displeased expression on Lin Jiangwo's face and realized that Chen Yang may have gone a bit overboard. She gently nudged him with her foot and said, "You need to discuss the specific implementation plan so that Dad and my sister-in-law can understand whether it is feasible." Chen Yang immediately grasped Lin Wei's meaning, pondered for a moment, and replied, I plan to first acquire several storefronts at the newly constructed Shuanglin Market by the South Gate. The planning there lacks grandeur, and the storefronts are rather cramped, which fails to attract major businesses. Due to financial constraints, many small businesses are hesitant to commit. According to my aunt, the developer has reduced the price from 150,000 to 100,000 per unit, yet many storefronts remain vacant. However, despite the modest scale of Shuanglin Market, its geographical location is quite advantageous. To the east lies the Qingshui Vocational School, while to the north, west, and south are older residential areas. Establishing a distinctive supermarket there would ensure a steady flow of customers. Lin Wei, intrigued by Chen Yang's mention of distinctive, asked, "Darling, what kind of distinctive supermarket do you intend to create?" Chen Yang continued, "I have two plans. The first is to sell agricultural products, and the second is to offer affordable clothing. Selling agricultural products poses a challenge, as the older neighborhoods surrounding Shuanglin Market have established temporary markets. Most individuals would not travel further to purchase vegetables. However, for clothing, I can source from wholesale markets or manufacturers in southern cities. For instance, popular jeans on the street retail for several dozen to over 100 yuan, while the wholesale price can be as low as 10 yuan or even less. The profit margin is substantial. Selling agricultural products may not be viable. It seems better to focus on clothing. Wei cooks daily and is quite experienced in purchasing vegetables. From her perspective, she would not travel far for groceries. Nonetheless, selling agricultural products is not entirely unfeasible." Chen Yang smiled and added, "Most people have a tendency to seek bargains. With a little investment in advertising and slightly lowering vegetable prices compared to market rates, they wouldn't mind walking a bit further. But if you lower the vegetable prices, how will you make a profit?" Wei, having never engaged in business, struggled to comprehend Chen Yang's reasoning. He explained, "We can reduce costs at the source. Typically, vegetable vendors purchase from wholesale markets. We can procure directly from rural areas in the suburbs or counties, converting the middleman's margin into profit." Lin Wei pondered, while the middleman's margin may be saved, wouldn't the labor cost for sourcing from rural areas, along with transportation fees and potential losses during transit, be higher? Chen Yang clarified, "We can collaborate with local town governments or village committees to establish a collection point for agricultural products, facilitating centralized receiving and home delivery. This would increase their income and address some idle labor issues while allowing us to save on certain labor costs. It's a win-win situation." Lin Wei was somewhat impressed by Chen Yang's ingenuity in considering collaboration with grassroots organizations. Qingshui City is the poorest city in Dongjiang Province, and apart from the urban area, the counties under its jurisdiction bear the stigma of poverty. Before returning to Qingshui, Suli had emphasized the problem of unsold agricultural products in various counties. Chen Yang's strategy indirectly awakened her future work perspective. "As far as I know, the grassroots officials in the surrounding counties primarily focus on large distributors, and they might overlook a small supermarket like yours." Chen Yang chuckled, "Mosquito meat is still meat. I cannot speak for other places, but in our hometown, those corrupt officials can be easily swayed with a little incentive. Once we establish our brand image, they will come seeking us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow, and Lin Wei discreetly kicked him from beneath the table. Lin Wei feigned a threat, saying, "Darling, my father despises corrupt officials the most. If you dare to collude with them, be wary of my family's discipline." Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chen Yang quickly amended, "I can first raise the procurement price of the products and negotiate later once the market is established." Lin Jiangwo seemed dissatisfied with Chen Yang's words. He extinguished his cigarette and, in a serious tone, warned, "There are numerous ways to make money, but engaging in dubious practices is best avoided. If I discover any wrongdoing on your part, do not blame me for severing ties." With that, Lin Jiangwo donned his police uniform and departed. It was only after his footsteps faded completely in the corridor that Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. His father-in-law was indeed difficult to deal with. At that moment, Lin Wei embraced Chen Yang from behind, softly reassuring him, "It's all right, dear. Since my father used the phrase severing ties, it indicates he already considers you family. But you must promise me you will refrain from any unlawful activities." Chen Yang pondered, realizing that at least he had avoided the anticipated repercussions. In this regard, he was certainly luckier than the Zhang Jun of his past life. His desire to open a supermarket in Shuanglin Market was, in fact, a way to vex Zhang Jun. In a few years, the Zhang family intended to acquire Shuanglin Market entirely and construct a new commercial building. He, however, would become a thorn in their side. Chen Yang even entertained the idea of having Lu Shiji come to seize this project ahead of time. Chapter 29. Old classmates. While Lin Wei and Du Yui busied themselves at home packing their belongings, Chen Yang drove alone to Shuanglin Market at the southern gate of Qingshui City. Before its development, this area was a dilapidated machine processing factory. Aside from an elderly caretaker who had long been responsible for monitoring the premises, few ventured inside. However, in stark contrast to the desolation within, the exterior bustled with activity. Located at the intersection of the southern gateway of Qingshui City, a night market was organized here every evening at 6 to 9 o'clock. Numerous laid-off workers and self-employed individuals migrating from rural areas would set up stalls to sell various small goods and delectable snacks. On weekends, the area would be lively throughout the day. Chen Yang's memories of this place were largely influenced by his uncle, Zhao Donghai. Chen Yang's aunt, Chen Chunmei, struggled to find stable employment in Qingshui City due to her rural household registration. After marrying Zhao Donghai, she became a full-time housewife. Zhao Donghai, an ordinary worker at the Qingshui textile factory, earned a meager monthly salary of 300 yuan before Chen Yang stayed with them, barely supporting the family. In order to ensure Chen Yang could continue his studies, Zhao Donghai devised a plan to earn extra income by selling goods at the night market outside the factory. From that point on, whenever he had free time, Chen Yang would accompany Zhao Donghai to sell small merchandise outside the factory. On good days, Zhao Donghai would treat him and Zhao Qian to local delicacies, such as candied hawthorn and stinky tofu. This period from middle school to the culmination of high school stands as one of Chen Yang's most indelible memories. During his sophomore year, it was only upon receiving a letter from his cousin, Zhao Qian, that he learned of the impending demolition of the processing plant. Upon returning home for the winter break, he was met with a landscape entirely transformed into ruins. The night market had also been relocated to a site near the Qingshui Medical School. As he gazed upon the newly constructed yet desolate Shuanglin Market, Chen Yang found himself perplexed by the developer's intentions. The space, barely exceeding 10,000 square meters, had been entirely developed into a uniform single-story facade of storefronts. Such an endeavor seemed rather extravagant. Even the addition of another floor for storage or residential purposes might have sparked greater enthusiasm among investors. Nevertheless, for Chen Yang, the limited space was inconsequential. What mattered most was the advantageous location. Within 5 years at the latest, Shuanglin Market would undergo redevelopment, and its value would undoubtedly multiply. Walking along a row of tightly shut roller doors, he eventually arrived at the marketing center of Shuanglin Market, situated at the street-facing entrance. The marketing center was modest, encompassing roughly 20 square meters. Peering through the glass door, Chen Yang observed a man and a woman engaged in casual conversation beside a fan at a desk. The man, in his 40s and slightly balding, was accompanied by a woman clad in a black uniform, her back turned to Chen Yang, obscuring her age. The desk bore a few documents and brochures, alongside a white landline phone. This stark and uninviting scene was hardly what one would expect from a newly established market's marketing center. Ah, is that not Chen Yang? As he pushed open the glass door, the woman, who had been conversing with the middle-aged man, instinctively turned around. Recognizing Chen Yang at once, she quickly rose to greet him with enthusiasm. And you are? Chen Yang struggled to endure the uncomfortable scent of her heavy perfume, rifling through his memories to no avail. Failing to recall who this lavishly made-up woman might be. I am Zhang Linlin, she replied, slightly displeased, playfully chiding him. What? Have you forgotten your old classmates now that you've been accepted into a prestigious university? You are Zhang Linlin. Chen Yang widened his eyes, scrutinizing her closely. Apart from a vague resemblance to her high school figure, her face had undergone a complete transformation. Her monolid eyes had become double-lidded, and the round face that had once been marred by acne was now smoothed and refined by makeup. Moreover, she had once shared his reticence in conversation, yet now she exhibited a noticeable ease in her demeanor. Well, do you think I'm more beautiful than before? Zhang Linlin proudly accentuated her curves, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, although she could not compare with Lin Wei and Lu Qingqing. The Zhang Linlin before him was indeed striking. Are you here to look at shops, or just to see me? She teased. Let us first look at the shops. He responded. Oh, it seems like the talented Chun has struck it rich. Zhang Linlin remarked with a hint of disappointment. She had harbored a secret crush on him during high school, yet her insecurities had compelled her to bury those feelings deep within. After graduation, she worked various jobs, striving to enhance her appearance. Little did she expect that Chen Yang's attitude towards her would remain unchanged. I'm looking to purchase a few storefronts to rent out for my aunt. Could you show me what's available, preferably those facing the street? Chen Yang stated directly, revealing his purpose. He still needs to visit the textile factory's residential area to reunite with his aunt's family, so he cannot afford to delay for too long. Have you really struck it rich? Zhang Linlin observed that Chen Yang was not jesting, and her mood lifted. Sales at the Shuanglin market had been consistently disappointing. 3 months since its opening, half of the storefronts remained unsold. Those who had joined her in sales had already jumped ship to other real estate companies, leaving only Zhang Linlin, who stayed due to the proximity to her home, serving tea, pouring water, engaging in conversation, and even risking unwanted advances from clients consumed her days. On a fortunate day, she might sell 2 or 3 storefronts. On a less fortunate day, she could end up with nothing at all. Watching her income decline month by month, Zhang Linlin began to entertain thoughts of switching jobs. However, when showing Chen Yang the storefronts, she consistently reminded her old classmate of the investment risks. After all, most of the hundreds of merchants she had interacted with expressed skepticism about the market's developmental prospects. She did not wish to jeopardize her classmate's future for a mere commission, especially since he was someone she had once harbored feelings for. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Linlin's demeanor. Typically, salespeople are known to exploit acquaintances, yet she took the unconventional route, pointing out every shortcoming of the storefronts. However, he was more interested in the street-facing location than the inherent value of the shops themselves. The only regret was that out of the 5 remaining vacant storefronts, only 4 were connected. The remaining one was not only disconnected but also situated in the most obscure triangular building. Regarding pricing, the information from Chen Yang's aunt was inaccurate. That triangular storefront was priced at 100,000, while the others were listed at 150,000. Zhang Linlin was quite straightforward. Upon learning that Chen Yang wanted 5 storefronts, she immediately reduced the total price by 40,000. Chen Yang appreciated his old classmate's honesty and selected 5 connected storefronts in the market. Each storefront was 30 square meters, 10 square meters larger than the outer ones, yet priced the same. Were it not for his cash constraints, Chen Yang would have desired a few more. Once Chen Yang completed the payment of 1.41 million with his card, Zhang Linlin finally believed that he was indeed a wealthy individual. Overjoyed, she embraced him tightly. Just as she contemplated taking a step further with a passionate kiss, a cold and fierce voice echoed from outside the marketing center's glass door. Who is this enchantress? Stay away from my man. Chapter 30. Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. Chen Yang did not expect Zhang Linlin to suddenly embrace him, and instinctively pushed her shoulders away, creating distance between them. Zhang Linlin, reprimanded by Lin Wei, snapped back to reality. She had mistakenly thought that Chen Yang's purchase of so many storefronts was an attempt to win her heart, only to realize her misunderstanding. He had a partner. Looking at the imposing woman outside, whose beauty and poise far surpassed her own, Zhang Linlin felt an inexplicable shame and wished to disappear into the ground. Lin Wei was clad in a white, lightweight suit, complemented by black high heels, and carried 2 gift bags. She pushed open the glass door with her elbow and strolled into the marketing center, teasing Chen Yang, who had regained his composure. Darling, you came to buy storefronts. And instead, you brought back an enchantress. Are you dissatisfied with me? Chen Yang's expression was rather awkward as he pointed to the still-dazed Zhang Linlin and explained to Lin Wei, this is my high school classmate. We haven't seen each other in many years, so she might be a bit overly excited. Is that so? Indeed, quite excited, Lin Wei remarked, pulling Chen Yang closer to her side. Then she addressed Zhang Linlin, saying, in broad daylight, old classmates should maintain some decorum. If someone misinterprets this and it spreads, it could have adverse effects on you and my husband. Don't you agree? Zhang Linlin, her head bowed, apologized to Lin Wei with a hint of shame. I'm sorry, I truly was too forward just now. I hope this won't affect your relationship. Lin Wei chuckled. That's certainly won't happen. There are plenty of younger and more beautiful vixens around him. If I were to take offense every time, I would surely exhaust myself. At that moment, Zhang Linlin's middle-aged superior stepped in to mediate, saying, indeed, our employee behaved inappropriately earlier, and I apologize for that. To express our regrets, I would like to offer you 3 months of waived property fees on behalf of the company. How does that sound? Lin Wei did not respond immediately, but picked up the contract on the desk and skimmed through it. Once finished, she began to tease Chen Yang, darling. I've heard the market outlook isn't very promising. You're so passionately supporting your old classmate's venture, investing your entire fortune. Yet you haven't secured any discounts. Could it be that you've truly been captivated by her beauty? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of panic. Fearing that Chen Yang might reconsider under Lin Wei's persuasion, he quickly added, "We have already offered a discount of 40,000 on the total price. If you are still unsatisfied, we can waive another year of property fees." 3 years. 3 years is excessive. I don't want to hear excuses. If you can't provide 3 years, I will withdraw from the purchase. Right now. Very well, 3 years it is. Lin Wei replied. Now, could I trouble this old classmate to assist us in completing the follow-up procedures? I'll treat you all later to show my gratitude. She handed the gift bag to Chen Yang and took his arm as they exited the marketing center together. Watching them leave, Zhang Linlin finally exhaled in relief and expressed her gratitude to her superior, Manager Luo. Thank you so much for your help. No need to thank me. I'm here for the company's performance, Manager Luo replied, shaking his head with a sigh. He cautioned Zhang Linlin. It's best for you to keep your distance from this old classmate. His partner is clearly not someone to be underestimated. Zhang Linlin's face fell. A rare reunion with someone she admired had quickly turned into an ephemeral dream. Her fate seemed truly cruel. Meanwhile, Chen Yang led Lin Wei to the car and curiously asked, "Weren't you at home packing? Why are you here again?" Lin Wei smiled. "I calculated that you would encounter a romantic mishap today, so I came to help you out of your predicament. And what about these gifts?" Chen Yang pointed to the gift bags on the back seat and continued his inquiry. Lin Wei replied with a smile, "You've been so kind to my family. I must reciprocate. Inside are 2 boxes of fine tea that my father has preserved for your aunt and uncle to enjoy. Then I'll thank you on their behalf." Chen Yang said. Though his family did not drink tea, he could not dismiss Lin Wei's thoughtful gesture. "Honestly, even if you went empty-handed, my aunt would be thrilled." "Really? Do I possess such charm?" "Of course. A noble woman marrying a commoner is indeed a great fortune. I can hardly imagine the joy my aunt will feel upon hearing this." "Hee. And yet you still flirt around? There's no helping it. Being handsome brings its own troubles. Perhaps I should consider undergoing cosmetic surgery to make myself less appealing?" "Go ahead. I might just divorce you afterward." Lin Wei pinched Chen Yang's waist fiercely. She was quite the beauty enthusiast. How could she allow her husband to become unattractive? That woman, Zhang Linlin, was of no concern to her. In truth, there was nothing between me and Zhang Linlin. She is not my type. "Oh, then what type of woman do you prefer? Aside from you, there is no other woman." "What about Lu Qingqing? She is our junior. She has feelings for you." "I don't care who she likes. I only have eyes for you." "Humph. A man's words are often deceitful. I find it hard to believe you." Lin Wei could overlook other women, but she had to keep an eye on Lu Qingqing. That girl was beautiful and passionate, innocent and pure. Even she found herself charming. Let alone Chen Yang, who shared a past with her. Chen Yang remained silent as he drove. He had experienced enough of such matters in his previous life. Any further discourse could lead to an argument. Noticing Chen Yang's silence, Lin Wei continued, "If she were willing to be discreet and not openly provoke me, I could pretend to be unaware." Chen Yang rolled his eyes. This woman had once appended the political scene in Qishui County. Would she tolerate a third party in her relationship? "Lin Wei, could you not embrace a little more sincerity in marriage and a little less manipulation?" "Hee. I speak from the heart." "Humph. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost." Chen Yang parked the car at the foot of Building 9. Unit 2 in the Qishui Textile Factory residential area. As he stepped out, he saw his cousin walking out of the hallway. She was slightly shorter than Lin Wei and possessed a more cheerful demeanor than the former Chen Yang. Upon seeing him, she joyfully rushed over, her light blue floral dress swirling gracefully with her movements. "Brother, you're back." Chen Yang raised his hand to block Zhao Qian's attempt to embrace him. There was a jealous woman in the car. He truly did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. "Brother, what are you doing? It's been a year since we last met. Can't I at least get a hug? Are you still my brother?" Your sister-in-law is here." Chen Yang pointed to Lin Wei, who had just exited the passenger seat, and smiled at Zhao Qian. "You must be Chen Qian. I've heard so much about you from Chen Yang. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person." Chen Yang was speechless. When had he said that? He had merely given a brief introduction about his aunt's family situation on the way back to Qishui, and that was it. "Sister-in-law, you are truly lovely." Zhao Qian released Chen Yang and happily embraced Lin Wei. Chapter 31. The ancestral grave of the old Shen family is smoldering. Have you two registered your marriage? Chen Chumei was already astonished to see her nephew return with such a beautiful girl. But she was even more surprised to hear from Chen Yang that he and Zhao Donghai had indeed registered their marriage. Ever since the tragic accident that claimed her brother and sister-in-law, Chen Chuanmei's sole wish had been to ensure the continuation of the Chun family lineage. Over the past 2 months, she had arranged several matchmaking meetings, eagerly awaiting Chen Yang's return to meet someone. Little did she know that this child was even more anxious than she was. Chen Chunmei scrutinized Lin Wei closely. The young lady is exceptionally beautiful, and her demeanor is far superior to those she has associated with. It appears that my nephew possesses a more discerning eye. Chen Chunmei led Zhao Donghai back to the bedroom, where they deliberated for quite some time before emerging once more. She summoned Lin Wei to her side and retrieved a slightly bulging red envelope and a passbook from her pocket. Shaolin, according to the customs of our hometown, the bride's family must present a token during the first visit. This red envelope represents our heartfelt intention as parents. Additionally, this passbook contains 10,000 yuan, which Chen Yang has sent back over the years while attending university. I have saved it for him to use when he marries. Now that you are wed, I entrust this money to your care. Lin Wei glanced at Chen Yang, and upon seeing him nod, she graciously accepted the red envelope and passbook, respectfully bowing to Chen Chunmei and Zhao Donghai. Thank you, auntie, uncle. Observing Lin Wei's lack of disdain, Chen Chunmei felt a surge of affection for her niece-in-law. She approached the framed portraits of Chen Yang's parents, lit 3 incense sticks, and uttered familial sentiments before inviting Chen Yang and Lin Wei to pay their respects with 3 bows. After honoring Chen Yang's parents, the couple began preparing dinner in the kitchen, with Zhao Qian assisting them. Once they had departed, Lin Wei leaned in to inquire of Chen Yang. Does your aunt remain unaware of your winnings? Chen Yang shook his head and replied, the security situation at the textile factory is poor, with frequent thefts. My aunt is not one to conceal matters, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Wei was well aware of the security conditions in Qingshui City and understood Chen Yang's reasoning. When do you intend to reveal it? For now, I prefer to remain silent. Chen Yang glanced towards the kitchen and lowered his voice to Lin Wei. In a moment, please cooperate with me. Just say that the house in Xingqing is yours, so they can stay there with Qianqian. I will not. Lin Wei decisively declined. If your entire family relocates to Xingqing, your attention will inevitably drift there. Unless you promise to stay in Qingshui with me. Do not jest. Chen Yang said earnestly. The shops in Xingqing are still undergoing renovations. My aunt's accommodation, our new home, also requires remodeling. Furthermore, there are countless tasks related to the supermarket's layout, inventory, and initial marketing efforts. I cannot manage all of this alone. Lin Wei countered, what about the Shuanglin market? You made a promise in front of my father and sister-in-law. Do you intend to renege? Chen Yang responded, I can manage Qingshui remotely by phone. Lin Wei argued, but if you can remotely oversee Xingqing from Qingshui, isn't that the same? Certainly not. Chen Yang insisted. In Qingshui, your brother has many acquaintances. Numerous matters can be resolved through connections. Xingqing, however, is like a blank slate, where I must personally oversee every detail. Especially for the supermarket. It is the foundation upon which my aunt's family has established their life there. If I do not manage it well, how can I find peace? Lin Wei remained unconvinced. Haven't you acquired 10 storefronts at Shuanglin Market? You could open a supermarket for your aunt in the street-facing ones, and the others could be used by my brother's comrades to sell agricultural products. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Your aunt has lived here for so many years. She may not even wish to settle in Xingqing permanently. Chen Yang shook his head. In his previous life, after Zhao Donghai was laid off, he had taken Chen Chunmei to Xingqing to accompany Zhao Qian. There, they had spent another decade selling goods at stalls before finally purchasing a home. During the Spring Festival, Chen Yang had also driven from Deep City to Xingqing to reunite with them. Regarding Qingshui, it has become more of a nostalgic memory shared over tea and meals. After the real estate boom, an odd phenomenon emerged throughout the Dongjiang province. Rural residents flocked to the county town to purchase homes and settle down, while those from the county town rushed to the prefecture or provincial capitals. Similarly, residents of the prefecture city all migrated to the provincial capital for housing. Every family was influenced by the notion of striving for higher status, akin to water flowing downhill. Even as life became increasingly burdensome, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. Of course, this is a situation that will unfold over the next decade or so, and Chen Yang could not elucidate it clearly at the moment. He assured Lin Wei that he would return to Qingshui immediately after resolving the supermarket matter. Lin Wei could only half-heartedly believe Chen Yang's words, and she leaned in to threaten him. If you deceive me, I will have someone bring you back and give you a thorough beating. Chen Yang was taken aback by her inclination towards domestic violence and promptly reminded her, Lin Wei, you are the spouse of the police chief and a future civil servant. You must think twice before breaking the law. Lin Wei flashed a mischievous smile and retorted, are those playful matters between husband and wife considered illegal? You rogue. Chen Yang vowed that no dangerous items like belts or whips would be allowed in their home. The couple exchanged playful banter for a while until dinner was finally ready. During the meal, Chen Yang informed Chen Chunmei and her husband about the supermarket venture in Xingqing. Upon hearing that he could accompany Zhao Qian there, the couple did not express any objections. Chen Yang then mentioned that Lin Wei had arranged a new housing unit for them. Unexpectedly, Chen Chunmei declined on the spot. Chen Yang, this house is meant for your marriage. We cannot accept it. Aunt, we have another new house, just across from the one you will be living in. Does Shaolin know about this? Chen Chunmei glanced anxiously at Lin Wei, not wanting the housing issue to affect her nephew's marital happiness. Since Chen Yang had already given his assurance, Lin Wei was more than willing to play along. My parents work in Qingshui and only go to Xingqing during the spring festival. You can feel free to stay there for now. Chen Chunmei still hesitated. Concerned that her indecision might lead to complications, Chen Yang discreetly poked Lin Wei in the side. After some thought, she added, Aunt, Uncle, if you do not move in, Chen Yang will be unhappy. If he is unhappy, I will not be happy either. Surely, you do not wish for us to argue so soon after our marriage? Chen Chunmei and her husband exchanged glances and ultimately consented. Once Chen Yang and his wife finished dinner and departed, Chen Chunmei turned to Zhao Donghai with a serious expression. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, accompany me to our ancestral home. We will pay respects to our ancestors and check if the old Chen family grave is emitting any smoke. Zhao Donghai chuckled. Didn't you return to check when Chen Yang was accepted into Xingqing University? There was nothing then. This time is different. Our Chen Yang not only graduated smoothly, but also married an exceptional wife, Chen Chunmei asserted confidently. This time, there will definitely be smoke from our ancestors' grave. Chapter 32. The Lin family meeting at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Jiangwo convened a small family meeting. Those present included Chen Yang, Lin Wei, Due, and the recently returned Lin Feng. Chen Yang had encountered Lin Feng on more than one occasion. Aside from the dinner at the Lin residence, they had also crossed paths during the latter half of their junior year in Xingqing. At that time, Lin Wei had brought Lin Feng to the restaurant where Chen Yang worked. When it came time to settle the bill, Lin Feng unexpectedly patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and uttered a bewildering remark. Brother, whenever you feel down, you can find me for a drink. However, he merely said those words and departed without leaving his contact information. In his previous life, due to losing touch with Lin Wei, Chen Yang never sought out Lin Feng. The meaning behind that statement eluded him as he did not ponder it deeply. Upon their reunion today, Lin Feng again patted Chen Yang's shoulder, sighing, Brother, you ultimately have not escaped my sister's grasp. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wei delivered a sharp kick to him. As Chen Yang observed the playful banter between the siblings, his mind was engulfed in confusion. Throughout their 4 years of university, Lin Wei had maintained an ambiguous attitude towards him. It was only after their romantic involvement that they grew closer. If Lin Feng's words implied that she had shown interest in him during their junior year, why had she never made it apparent? Before Chen Yang could inquire about Lin Wei's feelings, Lin Jiangwo had concluded watching the evening news and officially announced the commencement of the family meeting. 3 matters were to be discussed today. First, regarding the marriage between Wei Wei and Chen Yang, while your grandfather does not support it, I, in principle, do not oppose. And Wei Wei's mother wishes to reserve her opinion until she returns from her business trip. Second, there is no rush to organize the wedding. We shall wait until Wei Wei's mother returns to persuade your grandfather. After stating the first 2 points, Lin Jiangwo turned to Lin Wei and Chen Yang and asked, Do you have any objections? Chen Yang shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. Based on Lin Jiangwo's remarks, it seemed that he no longer opposed the marriage as vehemently as he had earlier that day, which brought Chen Yang some satisfaction. As for Lin Wei's grandfather, Chen Yang had never met him and was unaware of the situation, rendering him hesitant to express an opinion. Lin Wei, however, held a different perspective. Dad, we are in an age that values marital freedom. Even if Grandpa does not support it, that does not alter the fact that Chen Yang and I are already registered. Let us not forget, you and Mom also had a love born of freedom. If my maternal grandfather shared the same mindset as Grandpa, you might not even be my father now. Lin Jiangwo's face twitched, struggling to suppress the urge to lash out. He coldly retorted, What does that matter to me? I'm not opposed. If you have the ability, go reason with your grandfather. Lin Wei replied defiantly, I refuse to do so. He is retired yet still can't sit still. He just wants to reprimand people. My second uncle fled to Yun City to avoid him. Lin Jiangwo shot her a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? That was a normal job transfer. Lin Wei pouted. Is it normal to be transferred from the second to last city in the province's economy to the very last? Seemingly unwilling to continue this topic, Lin Jiangwo lit a cigarette and began to puff clouds of smoke. Observing his silence, Lin Wei added, as for the wedding, I would prefer to wait until Chen Yang's new house is renovated. The property is in Xingqing, and construction has yet to commence. The earliest we could move in would be by the end of the year. Additionally, the newly appointed deputy mayor has approached me about working in the government office. Could you please help me with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Lin Jiangwo was taken aback upon hearing that Lin Wei was going to work at the government office. His fingers, which held a cigarette, trembled slightly, scattering ash across the floor. He gazed at his daughter with astonishment and inquired, How did you come to know Su Li? Lin Wei replied, She is a senior from our Xingqing University and has previously served as the president of the student council. Lin Jiangwo further probed, What kind of person is she? This time, Lin Wei shook her head and said, We only formally met yesterday and merely exchanged a few words. I believe working under her will be more meaningful than at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so I agreed. Lin Jiangwo had no objections to his daughter's job transition. Working under the deputy mayor undoubtedly presented better prospects than the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. If it weren't for the need to avoid suspicion, he would prefer his daughter to work at the Public Security Bureau. After all, the opportunity he had fought so hard for was now being relinquished by his daughter. He glanced at Chen Yang and suddenly found himself in a quandary. If he allowed Chen Yang to take the spot at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it would leave his son-in-law and daughter-in-law without a leader for their affairs, potentially leading to complications. Conversely, not allowing Chen Yang to go would make it seem as though he favored his son and daughter-in-law excessively. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to first consult Chen Yang's thoughts. Chen Yang, do you wish to work at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Chen Yang had already expressed his stance to Lin Wei and reiterated his original intention. Dad, I want to be going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. We need to renovate the new house, and I have 2 supermarkets to prepare for. I simply cannot spare the time. Seeing that Chen Yang was disinclined to go, Lin Jiangwo did not press further and moved on to the third matter of the meeting. Regarding the supermarket in Shuanglin Market, I have discussed it with Wei Wei's mother, and we both find it feasible. Lin Jiangwo then turned to Chen Yang and asked, Do you have a specific plan? Chen Yang had already formulated his business strategy on the way home and replied, I purchased the storefront this afternoon. The next steps involve renovation and handling various related procedures, such as business registration and taxation. As for the supply chain, I plan to establish an agricultural products trading company to supply the supermarkets directly. Lin Jiangwo did not fully grasp Chen Yang's concept and inquired, You have both a company and a supermarket. Can you manage all that? Chen Yang explained. The company and the supermarket operate independently, primarily to mitigate unnecessary risks. I will elaborate further on this later. Regarding manpower, we can recruit a group of competent salespeople from the Labor Bureau and provide training. They will negotiate with vegetable vendors and farmers on behalf of the company. As long as the bonuses are attractive, nothing is impossible. Lin Jiangwo felt Chen Yang was somewhat overzealous and cautioned, starting a company is not as simple as it sounds. If you go too grand, you might end up jeopardizing your own assets. Lin Feng understood that Chen Yang's intentions were to assist him and to prevent his brother-in-law from becoming too deeply entrenched. He also advised, Chen Yang, perhaps you should start with a small supermarket. Once you grasp the nuances, we will support any expansion you desire. Chen Yang recognized their concern for his well-being and had no intention of altering his plans. He reassured them, Rest assured, this is not a whim for me, and I am unafraid of taking risks. Moreover, the agricultural products company is merely a starting point. I intend to venture into other industries in the future. My goal is to achieve financial independence by the age of 30. Lin Wei offered Chen Yang an encouraging thumbs up, expressing unwavering support for his endeavors in Qishui. Darling, go ahead and give it your all. Even if you incur losses, it's no issue. I can support you. Lin Jiangwo, observing Lin Wei's steadfast backing of Chen Yang, felt it inappropriate to voice his reservations. He even harbored a slight expectation that Chen Yang might achieve something significant. Chapter 33. Partners Chen Yang decided to establish an independent agricultural products supermarket, primarily as a precaution against Zhang Jun. That fellow was still recuperating in Xingqing. But it was only a matter of time before he returned. Given his vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly devise means to undermine Chen Yang's supermarket. With the Lin family providing support, Zhang Jun dared not resort to unscrupulous tactics but would instead focus on operational strategies. Consequently, his remaining approach would be to engage in price wars and secure supply sources. Chen Yang was not intimidated by competition, but rather concerned about an opponent who would resort to underhanded methods for attrition. Such actions could jeopardize his cash flow and dampen the enthusiasm of friends like Du Yui and Lin Feng. Establishing an agricultural trading company to supply the supermarket under its name would shift Zhang Jun's animosity from the supermarket to the company. He might even offer special discounts to the supermarket to poach Chen Yang's clientele. In an era where information was still developing, Chen Yang felt no trepidation regarding competition between companies. After all, Zhang's family primarily engaged in real estate development and entertainment. Their venture into agricultural products was merely a means to curry favor with Lin Wei, who had previously been reassigned to grassroots work. In this lifetime, they were starting from scratch, just like Chen Yang. Although they could not compete financially, Chen Yang possessed a 20-year advantage in information. As long as he cast his net into the countryside, sourcing would pose no concern. With the official resources of the Lin family at his disposal, Chen Yang could secure a substantial client base. Even if Zhang Jun invested heavily in public relations, Chen Yang could redirect his business to Xingqing or other neighboring cities. Ultimately, should Zhang Jun pursue a relentless vendetta, he would find himself powerless, as Zhang Daguo would never tolerate his son squandering family resources for personal grievances. After the Lin family meeting concluded, Chen Yang opened the laptop Lin Wei had brought back, meticulously documenting the processes and preparations needed for establishing the agricultural company and supermarket. The supermarket was manageable. It had a storefront and staff, focusing solely on sales. However, for the company, every step and detail required careful consideration. From market research to site planning, from recruitment to equipment procurement, and from brand promotion to operational management, Chen Yang could afford no oversight. By the time he had recorded all necessary considerations, it was already late at night. Immersed in his entrepreneurial plans, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He wished to share his grand vision with Lin Wei, but discovered she had already fallen asleep. Considering the exhausting day she had experienced moving back and forth from Xingqing to Qingshui, he decided not to disturb her and opted to browse online instead. Upon logging in, he was greeted by a message from Lu Qingqing. "Senior, you're still awake? Are you missing me? Missing you? Hardly. Is the school internet still up at this hour? I'm at home. Watching a Chinese Odyssey is absolutely hilarious. I nearly doubled over with laughter. Would you care to join me in watching it? Have you finished it yet? I've already watched it twice. But did you not realize that it is ultimately a tragedy of unrequited love? Oh dear, it truly does seem to be a tragic tale." Chen Yang suddenly felt somewhat foolish for bringing it up. "Stop crying. When I return to Star City, I shall treat you to Agendas." "Really? You better not be joking. Am I the type to joke? Humph. Who is it that promised to be with me, but then swiftly ran off with the senior? What about the senior? Aren't you two together anymore? Or have you been cast out by her family, left to wander the streets? She is asleep. Can you not think of me at all? Hee hee. If you two weren't incompatible, I wouldn't have a chance. Aren't you afraid she might beat you up? What is there to fear? It's several hundred miles away. She can't fly." Chen Yang sighed. Considering Lin Wei's intellect, there was no need for her to venture to Star City. Even Su Mingyue managed to handle Lu Qingqing without anyone noticing. "Senior, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" "I'm preparing to establish an agricultural trade company and am currently in the preliminary stages of planning." "Oh, are you planning to develop in Qingshui?" "Yes. The initial phase will definitely be in Qingshui. If all goes smoothly, I will consider expanding to Star City or other cities later on. Do you need a partner? Are you interested in joining? I have plenty of free time in my senior year. Learning some entrepreneurial experience from you would be quite beneficial. I must warn you, second-generation wealthy individuals often meet with failure in their ventures. You would be better off familiarizing yourself with your father's company and preparing to be a stable successor. No, I wish to carve out my own path based on my own abilities. I want the senior to realize that I am the superior woman." Chen Yang rubbed his forehead, intending to advise Lu Qingqing to be more realistic when a delightful fragrance suddenly wafted from behind him. "Oh my, sneaking off to meet an old flame while I was asleep." Lin Wei seized Chen Yang's mouse, scrolled through their conversation, and upon finding no hint of impropriety, she smiled contentedly. She pushed Chen Yang aside and messaged Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, when are you coming to Qingshui? I shall treat you to H. Agandaz too. Is there even H. Agandaz in Qingshui? You big liar. I'm tired, goodbye. Lu Qingqing quickly logged off. Lin Wei then turned her attention back to Chen Yang, smilingly asking, are you looking to partner with her in business, or do you wish to maintain that lingering personal connection? Chen Yang rolled his eyes and replied, the market in Star City is vast, and the Lu family's resources are quite advantageous. Partnering with Qingqing is undoubtedly one of the best options for expanding the company. Of course, if you oppose her joining due to personal feelings, I would fully support your stance. Lin Wei was pleased with Chen Yang's perspective and offered her own thoughts. As a wife, I would prefer that Qingqing does not get involved. Yet, as a citizen of Qingshui, I also hope to see more capable capital invested in our city to support its development. Chen Yang recalled someone and suggested to Lin Wei, what if I invite Qingqing's cousin to invest in Qingshui? He is the developer of Sunshine Garden Community, possessing both strength and ambition, undoubtedly interested in the market of Qingshui. Lin Wei furrowed her brow with a hint of concern. Is the current environment in Qingshui truly so dire? Can her cousin really find it appealing? Rest assured, I am more than 60% confident. Chen Yang hesitated to speak too boldly, yet he was aware of the significant investments that Lu Group was planning for Qingshui. Lu Shiji is the person in charge of Lu Group's operations in Qingshui. Observing Chen Yang's confidence, Lin Wei jested, if you can indeed bring Lu Group here, I might tolerate Lu Qingqing prancing around in front of me. Chen Yang sighed, disinterested in engaging in trivial matters with her. He began to undress, preparing to shower and sleep. However, Lin Wei was not inclined to relent. She slowly shed her undergarments and pounced on Chen Yang, knocking him onto the bed. Wait, I haven't showered yet. He protested. No worries, I don't mind your dirtiness. Chapter 34. Return to Qingqing. Chen Yang had only stayed in Qingshui for 2 days when Lin Wei officially reported to the municipal government. Su Li, as in her previous life, was parachuted from the province to serve as the vice mayor of Qingshui, overseeing agriculture, water conservancy, forestry, and other responsibilities. This time, however, her secretary was Lin Wei. Once Lin Wei commenced her duties, she reverted to her former busy state as the president of the student council. At the supermarket, Chen Yang handed over the keys to Shuanglin Market to Du Yui and withdrew 100,000 cash, entrusting her with the complete management of renovations, market research, and various operational procedures for the supermarket. Chen Xuanmei's intention to return to her hometown for ancestral worship was dissuaded by Chen Yang. The renovation progress of the supermarket and Sunshine Garden had been supervised by Zhao Xiaoli during this period. After all, she was Lu Shiji's subordinate and had her own work to manage. It felt somewhat excessive to burden her with personal matters continually. Thus, Chen Yang hoped that his aunt's family could relocate to Qingqing sooner to take over the work there. Regarding the issue of the ancestral home being occupied, there was no need for Chen Yang to intervene at this stage. As the secretary to the vice mayor responsible for rural agriculture, Lin Wei could simply mention it to the county leaders of Qingshui at an opportune moment, and the issue would soon be resolved. As they intended to settle in Qingqing for an extended period, Zhao Donghai needed to greet relatives and friends of the Zhao family, which delayed their departure by a few days. With Zhao Qian also needing to attend a class reunion, Chen Chunyan naturally had to remain as well. In the end, Chen Yang had no choice but to set off alone. Additionally, considering that Du Yui would need to balance the supermarket and the daily needs of the Lin family, Chen Yang left his new car with her. By the time he took a taxi from Qingshui to the staff quarters of the affiliated high school of Shida University, it was already noon. After scheduling an installation appointment with the telecom technician, he went to eat a bowl of rice noodles at the time-honored Zhang's restaurant. Having not seen him for a few days, Zhang's demeanor towards Chen Yang was somewhat cold. As Chen Yang ate, he sat nearby, quietly staring at him. Old man, do I have something on my face? Yes, rotten peach blossoms. What about that tall and well-built girl? What's the story there? Are you referring to Lin Wei? She's my wife. What? You rascal, you have a wife now? Then what about that girl Qingqing? As Chen Yang perceived the mounting anger of Uncle Zhang, he recounted the emotional entanglement involving him, Lin Wei, and Lu Qingqing. Uncle Zhang listened with an expression that transitioned from shock to envy, ultimately morphing into discontent. Chen Yang, be cautious. Do not presume that a handsome visage permits you to act with impunity. Based on my understanding of Qingqing's father, your days of tranquility are numbered. Chen Yang dismissed this as an overreaction. I haven't even held Qingqing's hand. What reason would he have to confront me? Uncle Zhang scoffed, stating, What you have or haven't done is insignificant. What truly matters is whether Qingqing is happy. If she is not, as her father, I am justified in addressing the issue. The Liu family does not appreciate reasoning. What should I do? Chen Yang suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety as the rice noodles in his mouth lost their flavor. Chill out. Noticing Chen Yang's displeasure, Uncle Zhang smirked slightly. But his mood soured quickly when a familiar red Porsche approached them slowly. Senior, you're back. Lu Qingqing cheerfully greeted Chen Yang as she leaned out of the car. Chen Yang had not informed Lu Qingqing of his return, and with curiosity, he inquired, "How did you know I was back?" Lu Qingqing replied with a smile. Su told me. She is my undercover agent now. Chen Yang felt a bit speechless. This girl was too easily deceived by Su Mingwei. He cautioned Lu Qingqing. Su Mingwei could betray Lin Wei, and she might just as easily betray you. It's even possible that Lin Wei intentionally leaked this information. Why would she do that? Lu Qingqing struggled to grasp Chen Yang's implication. He elaborated, if Su Mingwei regains your trust, your whereabouts will be back under Lin Wei's control. That is despicable. Lu Qingqing suddenly understood, and her anger flared. I must confront Su for deceiving me again. Chen Yang quickly interjected, my dear lady, spare yourself the trouble. As long as we remain innocent, let them stir up whatever they wish. I cannot accept this. Lu Qingqing pouted, visibly displeased, even with Chen Yang's assertion of their innocence. Once the technician finishes installing the broadband, I'll treat you to Haagen-Dazs. All right. You are the best, senior. Lu Qingqing's mood brightened instantly. Uncle Zhang, please prepare me a bowl of rice noodles. Uncle Zhang shot Chen Yang a knowing glance, signaling him to maintain decorum, and then rose to prepare the noodles. Lu Qingqing exited the car and repositioned the stool previously occupied by Uncle Zhang closer to Chen Yang. He promptly shifted away, maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, Lu Qingqing persisted in moving the stool, prompting Chen Yang to evade her advances. The two circled the table, exasperating Uncle Zhang, who remarked, if you two wish to play house, do so elsewhere. Don't disrupt my business. Chen Yang had no choice but to pause and hasten his consumption of the rice noodles. After finishing, he paid and turned to Uncle Zhang, saying, Uncle, if Qingqing's father arrives, you must testify to my innocence. Uncle Zhang, recognizing Chen Yang's attempt to ensnare him, swiftly packed Lu Qingqing's noodles and urged them to depart. Senior, what were you and Uncle Zhang whispering about? Are you hiding something from me? Although Lu Qingqing possesses a naive disposition, her powers of observation are remarkably keen. She instantly discerned that there was something amiss between Chen Yang and old Zhang. It's just that I suddenly became curious about what kind of person your father is, she said, inquiring about him from old Zhang. My father? He is quite impressive. Although he appears stern most of the time, he is very kind to me. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. Old Zhang's words seemed to carry a semblance of truth. As long as Lu Qingqing remained unhappy, her father would inevitably come to confront him. Well, one step at a time. Fortunately, he had not acted inappropriately. Once the telecommunications technician installed the broadband, Chen Yang fulfilled his promise and took Lu Qingqing to enjoy Haagen-Dazs. Afterward, he visited the Sunshine Garden community to check on the progress of the supermarket's renovations and, in passing, secured a temporary residence for Chen Chuanmei's family nearby. Chen Yang wished to invite Zhao Xiaoli for a meal as a gesture of gratitude, but she declined. Zhao Xiaoli conveyed that this was a task assigned by Lu Shiji, and she was merely executing her employer's orders. Implicitly, the favor should be attributed to Lu Shiji. A person who consistently considers their employer's interests undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. Curiously, in his previous life, Zhang Jun, who had collaborated closely with Lu Shiji, had never mentioned Zhao Xiaoli to Chen Yang. Could it be that this woman is indeed, as Lu Qingqing speculated, Lu Shiji's secret lover, hidden away in a gilded cage? Chapter 35. First meeting with Lu Shiji. June 30th, 2002, is a day of significance for football enthusiasts. On this day, Brazil and Germany will vie for the World Cup championship. After the national team was eliminated in the group stage, domestic fans' interest in the World Cup waned significantly. However, as the tournament progressed into the semifinals and finals, attention returned fervently. At the break of dawn, Lu Qingqing knocked on Chen Yang's door, urging him to accompany her to the Nike store to purchase a Brazil national team jersey. Chen Yang had observed Lu Qingqing's room. It was devoid of any merchandise from the Brazil national team, or even football-related elements. Clearly, she was merely a fair-weather fan. To Chen Yang's surprise, there were indeed many like Lu Qingqing. By the time they arrived at their destination, a long queue had formed outside the store. all waiting to buy jerseys of the Brazil team. Chen Yang, unwilling to wait, suggested that Lu Qingqing purchase a counterfeit jersey from a lesser-known store just for the day. Lu Qingqing, however, was displeased, asserting that it would be disrespectful to the Brazil national team. Consequently, they waited a full 3 hours before finally acquiring the jerseys. When selecting numbers, Chen Yang chose the number 9, that of his idol Ronaldo. Lu Qingqing opted for the number 10 for herself and selected the number 11 for her cousin Lu Shiji. Qingqing, will it be inappropriate for me to wear this jersey while dining with your brother? Chen Yang asked. Not at all. My brother is a diehard fan of the Brazil team. She replied. Oh, does your brother also like Ronaldinho? Who is Ronaldinho? He is the owner of the number 11 jersey. Oh, it seems he prefers Ronaldo. That is the number 9. You should have chosen that for him. Chen Yang remarked. No worries. There are plenty of number 9 jerseys, but not many number 11s. The numbers 9, 10, and 11 together look more pleasing. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the logic of a fair-weather fan is not easily comprehensible to the average person. Upon exiting the boutique, Chen Yang glanced at his phone. It was merely 12 o'clock, leaving ample time before the scheduled gathering. He considered taking a stroll around the Sunshine Garden community. However, Lu Qingqing drove directly to Weiju, a serene retreat on the outskirts of Xingqing. Chen Yang had initially assumed Weiju was merely an upscale private dining establishment, but he was surprised to find it was a private estate adorned with Huizhou-style architecture. The entire estate was enclosed by a fence, with lush greenery and vibrant flowers flourishing within, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Following Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang alighted from the vehicle and walked along the courtyard's corridor, making a couple of turns before halting at the entrance marked by a plaque reading Fugui Garden. A beautiful waitress clad in Weju's uniform stood at the door. Recognizing Lu Qingqing, she smiled and opened the door, graciously inviting them inside before gently closing it behind them. Inside, 2 individuals were seated. The woman, Zhao Xiaoli, the sales manager of the Sunshine Garden community, was known to Chen Yang. The man, donned in the Brazilian national team's number 9 jersey, was unmistakably Lu Shiji. Upon their entrance, both stood to greet them. Lu Shiji extended his hand to Chen Yang with a smile. You must be Chen Yang. I've heard much about you from Qingqing. Indeed, you are quite the distinguished gentleman. You're too kind, Mr. Lu. In the presence of a prominent entrepreneur like yourself, I feel like a mere novice. I hope to learn much from you in the future. Chen Yang scrutinized Lu Shiji, who appeared to be around 30 years old, standing at approximately 1.75 meters, with a robust physique and a firm handshake. He was also quite handsome, exuding charm and charisma. Such affluent and attractive men have always been favored by women, regardless of the era, which might explain his wife's concerns. Enough with the formalities. You make me sound like an old man. I'm only a few years your senior, so feel free to call me brother like Qingqing does. All right. I shall henceforth refer to you as Jiego. Lu Shiji nodded in satisfaction and invited Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing to the dining table, instructing the waitress outside to bring the dishes. At that moment, Lu Qingqing handed Lu Shiji the jersey she had purchased. Brother, here is the jersey I bought for you. Upon opening the bag, Lu Shiji's expression faltered as he discovered it was the number 11 jersey. Qingqing, you must have made a mistake. I prefer number 9. I chose number 9, and I picked number 10, so number 11 is left for you. You could always select 2 number 9s. Didn't you say that 9, 10, and 11 form an unbeatable combination? If we get 2 number 9s, wouldn't that break the combination? Seeing Lu Qingqing's serious demeanor, Lu Shiji reluctantly acquiesced. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Chen Yang proposed, Jiego, why don't we switch? You can wear number 9, and I can wear number 11. Given our differing heights and builds, swapping would not be appropriate. Lu Shiji declined Chen Yang's kind offer, handing the jersey to Zhao Xiaoli for safekeeping. Lu Qingqing remained somewhat wary of Zhao Xiaoli, questioning, Brother, why did you bring an employee to our private gathering? Lu Shiji explained. She came to deliver Chen Yang's property certificate. It is already mealtime. I couldn't possibly let her return to the office on an empty stomach. Lu Qingqing pouted, but chose not to comment further. Lu Shiji then instructed Zhao Xiaoli to retrieve Chen Yang's property certificate, which was contained within a large cardboard box filled with red documents. In addition to the property certificate, there are also ownership certificates for the storefront and the underground parking space. Chen Yang merely cast a glance and felt an overwhelming sense of ease. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly, barely managing to acquire a mortgaged apartment burdened with millions in loans. Yet now, he effortlessly possessed dozens of luxurious properties, all fully paid for. This sensation was ineffably delightful. Chen Yang, what is your relationship with Zhonglin? Lu Shiji inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Despite Chen Yang's romantic involvement with his sister, he found it perplexing that he would gift another woman a house. After investigating Zhonglin, he discovered that she was closely associated with a police officer whose background even the Lu family regarded with trepidation. She is the wife of my wife's childhood friend. Your wife? You are married? Lu Shiji's mind nearly short-circuited, his gaze darting between Lu Qingqing and Chen Yang, his expression darkening. What then is your relationship with Qingqing? Chen Yang clarified, we are merely friends and alumni. Lu Shiji remained skeptical, scrutinizing Lu Qingqing with a discerning eye. I recall you did not convey it in such a manner. Lu Qingqing pouted, visibly displeased as she retorted, we could have had a closer relationship. But a cunning vixen beat us to it. She proceeded to recount how Lin Wei deceived Chen Yang into obtaining a marriage certificate, while Su Mingwe had encouraged her to distance herself from him. Lu Shiji could only laugh helplessly. His cousin, overly sheltered by their uncle, was utterly naive to the harsh realities of the world. Fortunately, aside from the matters of the heart, the situation had not spiraled beyond redemption. Chen Yang, since you are already married, it would be prudent to maintain distance from my sister. My uncle's greatest taboo is Qingqing. Should he become enraged, I cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 36. Fated Encounters. Lu Qingqing's father was a prominent figure in a renowned domestic technology firm. Someone Chen Yang had only seen in the media during his past life. Even without the reminder from Zhang and Lu Shiji, Chen Yang was acutely aware of the repercussions of offending the Lu family. Naturally, even in the absence of such a formidable family, he would never toy with Lu Qingqing's affections. There were few who genuinely cared for him in this world, and she was one of them. Hurting those who treat him well was not in Chen Yang's nature. After lunch, Zhao Xiaoli departed first. Lu Shiji asked Chen Yang to entrust the box containing the property certificates to a waiter for safekeeping, then led him and Lu Qingqing to the backyard. There, they found a small bar, equipped not only with a variety of spirits, but also a large LCD screen. Chen Yang surmised that this was likely the venue for their evening sports viewings. Lu Shiji ordered a pot of exquisite Longjing tea and invited Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing to sit at a central booth. The booth's sofa was remarkably soft and comfortable. And just as Chen Yang contemplated closing his eyes for a moment, a shrill voice pierced through from behind. Oh, isn't this Lu Zong? I heard you've been tight on funds lately, borrowing money everywhere. How come you still have the leisure to frequent such upscale places? Are you hoping for a free meal? Turning around, Chen Yang recognized the speaker, a young man clad in a floral shirt and adorned with a gaudy gold chain, of similar age to Lu Shiji, with an unremarkable appearance but an ostentatious demeanor. More importantly, the two lackeys behind him were none other than Zhang Jun and Tang Kun. Has this guy just been released from the hospital? What a narrow fate indeed. Hee, it seems that this worry-free establishment is not owned by Boss Zhang. Whether I indulge in a free meal or not is certainly not something for Boss Zhang to fret over, is it? Lu Shiji, unfazed by the provocation, didn't even deign to glance at the other party. Hey, Lu, don't be angry. I'm merely concerned for you. I fear you may not have another chance to enjoy such a lifestyle in the future. Boss Zhang seems to have quite a wide reach. One might think you were the provincial secretary. Oh, Boss Zhang, please refrain from such remarks. As a mere small-time businessman, I wouldn't dare compare myself to such a prominent figure. So it appears that Boss Zhang has fears as well? I had assumed you were the foremost figure in Dongjiang. Is Lu not afraid at all? I neither steal nor rob, nor engage in unscrupulous dealings. So what do I have to fear? Lu Shiji, what do you mean by that? It means nothing, as long as Boss Zhang understands the implication. I have important guests to attend to, so please excuse me. Lu Shiji chose to ignore the young man in the floral shirt, who was seething with rage yet dared not express his anger. Oh, isn't that Chen Yang? A country bumpkin turned out to be an important guest of Lu. How astonishing. Zhang Jun, witnessing his brother's humiliation, promptly stepped in to defend him. Though he dared not confront Lu Shiji, he directed his ire towards Chen Yang. Does my guest require a sycophant's endorsement? Lu Shiji similarly ignored Zhang Jun, his tone laced with disdain. Zhang Jun was taken aback to discover that he, an esteemed heir of the Zhang family, was regarded as a sycophant in Lu's eyes, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Who are you calling a sycophant? Lu Shiji replied coolly. Whoever fits the description, I suppose. Zhang Jun was incensed, his head almost ready to explode. Initially intending to mock Lu Shiji using Chen Yang's identity, He found himself the subject of ridicule instead. Yet he could not afford to express his anger, for doing so would mean admitting his status as a sycophant. He signaled to Tang Kun behind him, hoping the strategist could help him regain his dignity. To his dismay, Lu Qingqing preemptively dealt a sharp blow. Some people are quite pitiable, having chased a woman for 7 years without even a touch, only to find her in the arms of another man. I hear she pursued him. Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing a disgruntled glare. This girl truly dared to speak her mind, seemingly unafraid of Lin Wei's potential retribution. However, the most awkward position belonged to Zhang Jun. His face, already flushed with rage, now displayed veins bulging and eyes wide, his entire being trembled with indignation. He glared fiercely at Chen Yang and Lu Qingqing, his fury blazing like a raging inferno, growing ever more intense. He almost yearned to pounce upon them like a ferocious beast and tear them asunder. Yet, ultimately, he remained still, for he knew he could not best Chen Yang. His bodyguard, Zhao Xuanfa, was still undergoing reformation at the detention center. Lu Qingqing, being alumni of the same school, must you speak so harshly? Tang Kun, sensing Zhang Jun's discomfort, hurriedly attempted to mediate. I merely speak the truth, Lu Qingqing retorted, offering no courtesy to Tang Kun. As far as I know, your specialty lies in stealing your classmates' girlfriends. It seems this flaw has spread to others. Tang Kun was left speechless by her scathing remark. He sensed from the corner of his eye that Zhang Jun had turned his suspicious gaze towards him, prompting him to quickly lower his head and feign ignorance. The young man from Huatsuan, realizing he could gain nothing from this situation, left with Zhang Jun and Tang Kun, their retreat marked by a sense of defeat. As they departed, Zhang Jun did not forget to issue a menacing warning to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, just you wait. This isn't over between us. Chen Yang chose to ignore him, secretly amused by the entire ordeal. After all, this uproar had effectively severed the ties between Lu Shiji and Zhang Jun, who had been partners in a previous life. Chen Yang, do not fear him. This is Qingqing, Lu Qingqing said, patting her somewhat lackluster chest. Her confidence radiating as she encouraged Chen Yang. Our Lu family can back you up. Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing a glance, thinking how her words were audacious, hitting all the right nerves. Thankfully, Lu Shiji was present. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced a beating. Nevertheless, witnessing Lu Qingqing render Zhang Jun and Tang Kun speechless brought him some comfort. Rest assured, no one dares to cause trouble in Weiyuju, Lu Shiji reassured Chen Yang. Although he was aware of Chen Yang's profound connections in Qingqing, it was prudent to speak in a manner that maintained appearances. Chen Yang naturally trusted Lu Shiji's words. Anyone capable of establishing such an expansive private estate in Qingqing must have substantial backing. The trio continued to sip tea and engage in conversation. Gradually, more people arrived at the small bar for the gathering. Lu Shiji would occasionally rise to greet them. Among the attendees, Chen Yang recognized several, all of whom were destined to be influential figures in the business world of Dongjiang. As 6 o'clock approached, Lu Qingqing pulled Chen Yang and Lu Shiji back to Fuguwei Garden, where they changed into Brazilian team jerseys before returning to the bar. By this time, many others had also donned jerseys, some supporting Brazil and others Germany, creating a palpable division among supporters. Interestingly, Zhang Jun, Tang Kun, and the young man from Huatsuan had also arrived, clad in German team uniforms. Chen Yang recalled that both Zhang Jun and Tang Kun were fans of the Brazilian team. Was this a last-minute betrayal? What was going on? Chapter 37. Losing and barking like a dog. The small bar quickly filled with patrons. Chen Yang observed that the supporters for both teams numbered roughly equal, each group consisting of a dozen or so individuals. After the match, they could arrange an offline game. As everyone chatted amiably, the large LCD television on the wall illuminated, broadcasting a preview of the World Cup final. Two commentators from CCTV discussed their insights on the competing teams. Chen Yang, who do you think will clinch the championship? Lu Shiji, having learned from Lu Qingqing about Chen Yang's recent lottery win, sought to gauge Chen Yang's judgment. Brazil, Chen Yang replied. As a Brazilian supporter, Lu Shiji was pleased with this answer, but felt it was somewhat lacking in depth. Therefore, he pressed further, why do you believe Brazil will win? In an effort to provoke Zhang Jun and Tang Kun, Chen Yang deliberately patted his jersey and declared, as a fan of Brazil, how could I possibly support anyone else? Let alone Germany? Zhang Jun and Tang Kun lowered their heads discreetly, fearing that Chen Yang would expose them as spies infiltrating the German team. Lu Shiji had anticipated an eloquent discourse from Chen Yang, but after hearing his response, he was left both amused and exasperated. At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached the bar, distributing a stack of cards to each booth. Chen Yang glanced at the cards, only to discover they were betting slips for the football match. The betting options mirrored those of foreign bookmakers, allowing wagers on outcomes such as win, lose, or draw, as well as halftime and full-time results. Chen Yang, would you care to partake? Lu Shiji casually inquired, noticing Chen Yang's apparent interest in betting. Is it legal? Chen Yang hesitated, well aware of the domestic prohibition on gambling. Legality is determined by the whims of the people, Lu Shiji chuckled, patting Chen Yang on the shoulder. Here in Dongjiang, it is quite safe. With such encouragement, Chen Yang found himself tempted, particularly since he was privy to the final outcome. This was essentially a golden opportunity. Brother Jia, how does one play? Chen Yang asked eagerly. The minimum bet starts at 1 million, with no upper limit. It depends on your financial capacity. Chen Yang sighed in regret, wishing he had refrained from purchasing so many properties. Had he waited to place his bets here, he could have acquired another unit. A rustic fellow, he couldn't muster even a fraction of that amount. 10,000 would be a stretch for him. Zhang Jun, seated in the adjacent booth, had been eavesdropping on Chen Yang and Lu Shiji's conversation. Seizing the moment when he heard Chen Yang sigh, he mocked, Zhang Ping, keep your lackey in check. This is Weiyuju, not your dog kennel. As Chen Yang was brought along by Lu Shiji, Zhang Jun's provocation stirred Lu Shiji's temper. Zhang, my cousin speaks the truth. Your friend is merely a country bumpkin. He cannot compete in such a high-stakes game. The flamboyantly dressed youth cast a derisive glance at Lu Shiji, adding mockingly, I dare say even you, Lu, are unable to participate now. Lu Shiji retorted coolly, whether I can participate is not for you to decide. Lu Qingqing, witnessing the disdain exchanged between the two men, felt her temper flare. She stood up and pointed at Zhang Jun, exclaiming, You worthless Zhang, shall we place a bet? If Brazil wins tonight, you shall crawl on the ground and imitate a dog for 3 minutes. Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, as he too believed Brazil would triumph. Just then, the flamboyant youth, Zhang Ping, preemptively declared, Very well. If Germany wins, you shall also imitate a dog for 3 minutes. Their raucous banter heightened the atmosphere, with a middle-aged man clad in a Brazil jersey quietly seating himself beside Lu Shiji. With a serious expression, he asked, Shiji, do you truly believe Brazil will win? Mr. Wang, I cannot say for certain, Lu Shiji replied with a wry smile, gesturing toward Chen Yang. It is my brother who believes in Brazil's victory. The middle-aged man turned to Chen Yang, curiosity evident in his gaze. Young man, would you care to share your perspective? Unfamiliar with him, Chen Yang did not wish to waste breath on explanations and replied enigmatically, It's just a guess. The middle-aged man's expression fell in disappointment. He was not alone. Lu Shiji and Lu Qingqing shared the same sentiment. Senior, we won't actually have to bark like dogs, will we? Lu Qingqing suddenly expressed her concern. If the German team were to triumph, we would have no choice but to accept our fate. Chen Yang held a certain admiration for Lu Qingqing. In the presence of so many commercial elites, she audaciously wagered a bet involving barking like a dog. The three fools opposite her were equally peculiar, as they accepted the challenge. If they wished to play, so be it. He was confident he would not incur a loss. How do you plan to place your bet? Lu Shiji inquired, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid further disturbance from the Zhang brothers. Brother, I am short on cash. Could you lend me some? How much do you need? What can you lend me? Given our relationship, how about 10 million? Brother, are we not close enough for that? Then let it be 10 million. Lu Shiji was taken aback by Chen Yang's boldness. His willingness to wager such a sum indicated a high level of confidence. Speak. How should I place the bet? I shall wager on your behalf. Let us place the entirety on a draw at halftime. Lu Shiji fell silent, gazing intently at Chen Yang, and confirmed, Brother, are you certain? Chen Yang nodded with unwavering assurance. Lu Qingqing, a person who thrived on excitement, had previously accompanied Lu Shiji in betting on matches, often resulting in losses. However, upon hearing Chen Yang's wager, her enthusiasm reignited. Brother, place a bet of 1 million for me as well. Lu Shiji hesitated for a moment while scrutinizing the betting slip, ultimately inscribing a wager of 21 million. The middle-aged man known as Mr. Wang noticed Lu Shiji's submission and stealthily approached to take a glance. Upon seeing the betting amount, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Although he was unaware of Chen Yang's background, he was well acquainted with Lu Shiji's financial situation. No one would believe that someone would wager 21 million on mere intuition. Without a second thought, Mr. Wang returned to his seat and placed a bet of 10 million on a halftime draw. Naturally, not everyone shared Mr. Wang's inclination to follow the trend. Most attendees harbored their own opinions. Some bet on Brazil's victory, while others favored Germany. Some wagered on a high score, while others placed their hopes on a low score. The only one in an awkward position was Zhang Jun. He was firmly in favor of Brazil's victory. Yet due to his bet with Lu Qingqing, he was compelled to back Germany. To mitigate potential losses, he limited his wager to 1 million. In contrast to Zhang Jun, Tang Kuan, who lacked the privilege to place a bet, maintained a much brighter demeanor. His sole concern was the prospect of having to publicly bark like a dog should Germany lose. Undoubtedly, if given the choice, Tang Kuan would never have accepted such a wager. Anyone with a modicum of football knowledge understood that Brazil possessed a superior overall strength. Yet, Zhang Jun's foolish cousin favored Germany, and Zhang Jun himself, despite sharing the same belief in Brazil's prowess, failed to caution his cousin. Such a collection of inept teammates. Chapter 38. He is a faux football fan. Shortly after placing the bets, the match commenced, and all attention shifted to the LCD television. Chen Yang, already privy to the final outcome, found his interest in the game waning in comparison to the others. Just as he was about to inquire about the details and rules of Lu Shiji's wager, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Turning to look, he saw a group of elegantly attired female servers in black uniforms gracefully entering through the doorway. Each of these servers was tall, beautiful, and moved with a light, refined grace. Each of them gracefully held a beautifully crafted tray filled with an array of exquisite items. There were bottles of Maodai and German dark beer, alongside meticulously carved fruit platters exuding enticing aromas, as well as marinated delicacies, cold dishes, and peanuts, perfect accompaniments for drinks. This group of lovely waitresses moved in perfect synchrony, demonstrating their training. They approached each booth from left to right, gently placing their trays upon the tables. Upon completing their tasks, they stood beside the booths, quietly and politely inquiring if the guests required any further assistance. Chen Yang, will you have baijiu or beer? Beer. Then let us indulge in beer. As soon as Lu Shiji finished speaking, the beautiful waitress promptly opened 3 bottles of German dark beer from her tray. Chen Yang jested with the waitress. You move so quickly, are you afraid we won't spend? The waitress smiled gently at Chen Yang, replying, Handsome, the services we provide here are complimentary. Please drink as much as you like. If you need more, I shall fetch it. Chen Yang offered an awkward smile. He had assumed that wealthier establishments would entail higher expenses, yet this carefree venue defied expectations. Lu Shiji discerned Chen Yang's discomfort and laughed, explaining, all services here are for members only. The annual membership fee ranges from 5 million to 20 million. Non-members cannot enter without the recommendation of a member. At that moment, the average income in Dongjiang province was merely over 700 yuan per month. 5 million could sustain a family for many years. Of course, Chen Yang understood that the affluent did not seek membership solely for exclusive services. It was often about business exchanges and networking. Brother Jia, what level of membership do you hold? Gold member, within the 10 million bracket. Indeed, he was among the wealthy. Chen Yang took a sip of beer, striving to calm his emotions. He had thought that winning 20 million had opened a new door, but today he found himself at another, even more prestigious threshold. If he could forge more connections here, defeating the Zhang family would surely become easier. His gaze shifted toward Zhang Jun's booth, where he, along with Tang Kuan and Zhang Peng, was intensely focused on the ongoing match. On the field, a threatening attack by the German team was thwarted by the Brazilian squad. Zhang Jun slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, how did that not go in? Close is utterly useless. Damn it, Ronaldo had a clear shot. Luckily, it didn't go in. That was close. Damn it, even in extra time, they haven't blown the whistle. Throughout the first half, Zhang Jun's comments never ceased, and his emotions fluctuated with the pace of the game. His behavior irked not only those supporting Brazil, but also those cheering for Germany. After the half, everyone suggested that Zhang Jun be ejected. Realizing he had incited public outrage, Zhang Peng quickly intervened, while Zhang Jun fervently apologized, assuring he would remain silent in the second half. This managed to quell the anger. Chen Yang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Jun. Though he favored the Brazilian team, he was compelled to support Germany, whose performance fell short of his expectations. Chen Yang understood Zhang Jun well. Despite his current fervent assurances to everyone, he knew the truth of his loyalties. As the second half commenced and the Brazilian team scored, He was undoubtedly the first to erupt in excitement. "Lu, the young man you've brought along is truly a master," exclaimed Wang, his enthusiasm propelling him to Lu Shiji's side, where he gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. The gaze of everyone present shifted to Lu Shiji and Chen Yang. Some among them had seen Lu Shiji's betting slip and deemed it overly audacious. With Wang's reminder, they began to regret their previous assessments. "Brother, what makes you so confident in a draw at halftime?" inquired a youth with a center-parted hairstyle from among the Brazilian supporters, curiosity evident in his tone. Noticing all eyes upon him, Chen Yang hastily concocted a rationale. "This is the final match, and both teams possess comparable strengths. Thus, they will undoubtedly play with caution, leading to a stalemate. Experienced teams typically reserve their vigor for the second half. Hence, I foresaw a draw at halftime." Upon hearing his reasoning, the crowd found merit in Chen Yang's words. Yet, dissent lingered. Tang Kuan was the first to challenge Chen Yang, declaring, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He doesn't even understand the offside rule. He's merely a faux football fan. Indeed, we share a room, and his knowledge of football is something we imparted to him." Zhang Jun supported Tang Kuan's claim. Lu Shiji scoffed and confronted Tang Kuan, questioning, "You labeled Chen Yang a faux fan, yet how did he predict the halftime draw? Why did your guesses falter? It must be sheer luck." Tang Kuan retorted without a moment's thought. "Well, then, let us see you try your luck," Lu Shiji replied, summoning a waiter to have Tang Kuan place a bet before everyone. I have no money," Tang Kuan mumbled, his head lowered in embarrassment. The minimum betting amount was 1 million. Selling his family's farm would barely suffice. "If you're broke, then be silent." Lu Shiji dismissed Tang Kuan and turned to Zhang Jun, asking with a hint of mockery, "You're not broke too, are you?" Zhang Jun certainly had funds. However, as the first half unfolded, although Brazil held a slight advantage, they were far from dominating the German team. Germany was known for its slow starts. Once they grasped Brazil's rhythm, a comeback was not out of the question. Just as Zhang Jun hesitated, Zhang Peng made a decisive move. Germany has always been a late bloomer. They will surely triumph over Brazil in the second half. I'll bet 10 million on Germany winning. The supporters of Germany erupted in applause for Zhang Peng's boldness. Lu Shiji ignored Zhang Peng and turned back to Zhang Jun. "Do you also favor Germany for the win?" Zhang Jun, at a loss for words, could only nod in agreement, suddenly regretting accompanying Zhang Peng to watch the match. What a foolish ally. How could the Zhang family entrust the business in Star City to such a dimwit? With Zhang Jun's response, Lu Shiji ceased his inquiries and directed his attention to Chen Yang. "What is your perspective?" Chen Yang, however, preferred to remain silent, concerned that if everyone heeded his advice and bet on Brazil, it might lead to their downfall. In the 1998 World Cup, Brazil, the preeminent favorite, witnessed their top scorer Ronaldo fall mysteriously ill before the final, resulting in a loss to France. Many speculated that the match was rigged, yet evidence remained elusive, leaving only conjecture of the bookmakers manipulating the outcome. Chen Yang is merely a reborn individual, unable to prevent the temporary manipulation of the match by the bookmakers. Once the butterfly effect takes hold, not only will the Brazilian team once again suffer the loss of the championship, but many present will also incur significant financial losses. This is a burden he cannot bear. As a fervent supporter of Brazil, he remains optimistic about their victory. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately provided a vague response. Lu Shiji found this answer unsatisfactory, and others who were filled with anticipation for Chen Yang were similarly disappointed. Among those present, Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan were the most pleased. "I told you he was clueless, yet you didn't believe me. Now you see, he is nothing but a faux fan." Chen Yang chose to ignore him. The others, already harboring disdain for Zhang Jun, were disinclined to respond. Realizing his lack of wit, Zhang Jun retreated to his booth, nursing his drink. At that moment, the beautiful waitress addressed Lu Shiji, saying, "Mr. Lu, the bets you placed earlier have been settled with odds of 1 to 2, resulting in a total of 42 million. Will you be placing any further bets for the second half?" Lu Shiji did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired of Chen Yang, "Are you buying in?" After contemplation, Chen Yang asked the waitress, "Can we bet on the score?" The waitress confirmed this and returned from the bar with a laptop, displaying the real-time score odds to Chen Yang. Upon seeing the odds of 6 to 1 for Brazil to win 2 to 0, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He lowered his voice and said to Lu Shiji, "Place a bet of 10 million on Brazil winning, and another 10 million on Brazil winning 2 to 0. Lu Shiji was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chen Yang's confidence in betting on a score when he seemed uncertain about Brazil's victory. Chen Yang chuckled. As long as Brazil wins, I will still make a profit. So you do believe in Brazil's victory? Liu Shiji's spirits lifted once more. About 80%. Chen Yang hesitated to be overly definitive. Liu Shiji nodded in satisfaction. He would wager even if the confidence was merely 60%. Brother, like Chen Yang. I'll bet 1 million on Brazil winning and 1 million on Brazil winning 2-0. Liu Qingqing, fully trusting Chen Yang, committed without hesitation. Seeing both Chen Yang and Liu Qingqing make their decisions, Liu Shiji requested another betting slip from the waitress. This time, he placed a bet of 31 million on Brazil winning and 11 million on Brazil winning 2-0 against Germany. As Liu Shiji filled out the slip, Chen Yang specifically urged the waitress to keep their bets confidential. However, he did not anticipate that these future business magnates of Star City were quite cunning. Just as Liu Shiji completed his slip, it was snatched away by General Wang, prompting a flurry of imitators to place their own bets. Even among supporters of the German team who turned their backs, Zhang Jun, who had been sulking over his drink, suddenly found himself even more despondent. Chen Yang also felt a pang of distress. If the match's outcome were altered due to the collective betting, he would incur a loss of 10 million. Chapter 39. Let the bullets fly for a while. Can you not have some principles? We are supporters of the German team. How can we bet on Brazil winning? Zhang Jun was furious upon witnessing the crowd following Chen Yang's lead in betting on Brazil. What do you know, kid? Betting on Brazil does not mean we do not support Germany. If Germany wins, we rejoice. If Brazil wins, we profit. Regardless of the outcome, we stand to gain nothing. The inexperienced youngsters do not comprehend the essence of the game. The more renowned the Brazilian team becomes, the greater the likelihood of their defeat. In a peculiar twist, we find ourselves inadvertently aiding the German team in their quest for victory. The rebuttals from supporters of Germany have left Zhang Jun exasperated to the point of nausea. How does one rationalize that betting on the opponent's triumph guarantees one's own success? If such reasoning were sound, the national team would have already claimed the World Cup. Zhang Jun, in his continued frustration, drowns his sorrows in drink, wishing to intoxicate his troubles away. Chen Yang, too, is in low spirits. His anxiety deepens upon hearing the German supporters express their intent to deliberately elevate Brazil's profile. Will history be rewritten? The second half of the match commenced swiftly. Germany launched an offensive, threatening Brazil's goal twice within a mere 3 minutes. Zhang Jun, previously despondent, found himself invigorated, shouting fervently at the screen, "Go Germany! Defeat Brazil! Score 1! Score 1!" The German supporters echoed his enthusiasm, unperturbed by his fervor. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on Brazil's side was laden with tension. Chen Yang incessantly consumed fruit to mask his inner turmoil. Liu Qingqing clutched Chen Yang's arm tightly, her teeth clenched. Liu Shiji remained silent, fixated on the screen. As did the other supporters, all transfixed in silence. Germany, score 1. Score 1. Zhang Jun's excitement escalated. Meanwhile, the German players, seemingly invigorated, played with increasing ferocity. Leaving Brazil in disarray, and the famed trio of Invincible 3 lost their former brilliance. Senior, Brazil 1T lose, will they? I don't know. Let us allow events to unfold for a while. Chen Yang recalled a line from a classic film by a renowned domestic director. At this juncture, fretting would be futile. As long as Brazil held firm without conceding a goal, the suspense would endure. Brazil, you can do it. Liu Qingqing, dissatisfied with the prevailing atmosphere, was the first to stand up against the German supporters. Brazil, score 1. Liu Shiji joined his sister in rallying for their team. Brazil, you can do it. Brazil, score 1. Other Brazilian supporters chimed in, and the bar erupted into a cacophony, their cheers drowning out the commentators' voices. The only ones maintaining composure were the professionally trained waitresses by the booth. Seated on the plush sofa, Chen Yang appeared outwardly calm, yet his heart roiled with turbulent emotions. Since the start of the second half, his mouth had scarcely paused, either indulging in delectable fruits or savoring aromatic snacks. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixated on every nuance of the match, missing no detail. What brought him a modicum of reassurance was that, despite Brazil's precarious position, there were no signs of theatrics among the players. As the match approached the 67th minute, the extraordinary Ronaldo intercepted the ball from Germany's midfielder Hamann. He swiftly passed it to Rivaldo, whose shot was parried by Germany's goalkeeper Kahn. However, Kahn fumbled the catch. Ronaldo soared in to capitalize on the opportunity. The ball found the net. Brazil leads Germany by 10. It's in. It's in. Lu Qingqing, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Chen Yang and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lu Shiji initially intended to celebrate with Chen Yang as well, but he froze instantly upon witnessing his sister's bold gesture. Fortunately, Chen Yang reacted swiftly, shaking off Lu Qingqing's hand and raising a beer bottle towards the supporters of the Brazilian team, exclaiming, "Let us drink to Brazil's goal. Everyone, cheers!" responded the Brazilian fans in unison, eager to release the pent-up energy they had held back for several minutes. Meanwhile, the German supporters drowned their sorrows in silence. Zhang Jun, fuming, began to curse at the television. That damned Khan. How could he let that slip through his fingers? What a farce. He's worse than a dog. Shut your mouth. Without Khan, could Germany even reach the finals? You're the one who's barking mad. Exactly. From the very start, you've been a nuisance. Lacking any decorum. Zhang Peng, don't bring such people next time. It's truly a killjoy. Come on, everyone, don't be upset. After the match, I'll take you all to heaven on earth to unwind. All right, just keep him quiet. Don't let him disrupt our viewing. Zhang Jun, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt like tossing the beer bottles at the German supporters who were irking him. Keep quiet. You lot were just as loud as I was. The match continued. And after conceding a goal, Germany intensified their offensive. Faced with Brazil's tight defense, they frequently attempted long-range shots from outside the box, pressuring Brazil's goal. Go, Germany. Score one. Score one. The German supporters rallied with renewed enthusiasm. Hold strong, Brazil. Keep going, score another. The Brazilian fans, led by Lu Qingqing, fervently cheered for their team. Zhang Jun, witnessing this scene, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Damn it, they're supposed to be quiet, yet they're louder than ever. Zhang Jun fervently wished for the match to end in a draw, envisioning the frustration it would bring to both sets of supporters, especially Chen Yang, who he heard had placed a significant bet. If Brazil couldn't win, he would have to resort to selling his organs to repay his debts. Just thinking about it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, Germany was not performing as strongly as Zhang Jun had anticipated. In the 79th minute, Ronaldo once again breached Khan's defenses. 20-1. We won. Lu Qingqing joyfully embraced Chen Yang once more. You're truly incredible, Chen Yang. Lu Shiji seemed prepared, quickly grasping Chen Yang's face to cleverly prevent Lu Qingqing from advancing further. Lu Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Lu Shiji, who feigned ignorance. Chen Yang had regained his composure after Brazil's first goal. Now he felt more assured. Even if there were further twists in the narrative, it should not impede Brazil's victory. Stay calm. Stay calm. The match isn't over yet. Germany, let us equalize. Zhang Jun shouted, unwilling to concede defeat. At this moment, he no longer cared about others' opinions. A bunch of inept teammates. He wouldn't accept their requests in the future. Go Germany. Go Brazil. As the match time gradually elapsed, it ultimately concluded with Brazil triumphing over Germany with a score of 2-0. This victory marked Brazil's 5th World Cup title in their storied history, the first in 8 years. Zhang Jun, filled with disappointment, collapsed onto the sofa. He deeply regretted supporting the German team alongside Zhang Peng, for this erroneous choice led him to be overshadowed by a faux fan, the very person he loathed the most. Chapter 40. The carefree resident Zhang, you've lost. Hurry and bark like a dog. As Lu Qingqing emerged from her excitement, she promptly sought Zhang Jun to enforce their wager. I refuse to bark. If you have the guts, come and hit me. There was no way Zhang Jun could demean himself in front of Chen Yang, and after delivering a fierce retort, he left with a sullen expression. Tang Kuan followed suit, running after him. My apologies. My brother is rather thoughtless. I shall go and reason with him. Zhang Peng, noticing Zhang Jun's departure, hastily concocted an excuse and pursued him. Shameless. Lu Qingqing cursed in the direction they vanished. What is the point of arguing with such people? At that moment, Lu Shiji was in high spirits. Indifferent to the Zhang brothers, he gazed at Chen Yang with admiration. Brother, you truly possess hidden depths. It was merely coincidence. I was genuinely lucky. Chen Yang responded earnestly. Lu Shiji rolled his eyes. Even at this moment, the young man still feigned modesty. You are indeed a reincarnation of the god of wealth. Mr. Wang exclaimed excitedly, grasping Chen Yang's hand. He had won tens of millions today, recovering all his previous losses. At that moment, Chen Yang was his savior. I was genuinely lucky. Chen Yang maintained his stance. Regardless of your luck, we must express our gratitude today. Mr. Wang produced a prestigious business card and handed it to Chen Yang, speaking earnestly. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call. Within my capabilities, I shall go to great lengths. Chen Yang accepted the card, bidding him farewell with a smile. After Mr. Wang departed, others in attendance approached to express their thanks. However, their words were mere formalities before they quickly left. How hypocritical. All they know is to speak sweetly, yet they can't even treat us to a meal. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but voice her disdain once everyone had left. Ah, such is human nature, Lu Shiji remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly addressed Lu Qingqing. In my days of glory, I was surrounded by those who called me brother. We reveled in camaraderie. What a lively affair it was. But what of it? When I was in dire need of funds, they distanced themselves as if I were a plague. This fickleness of human sentiment, Chen Yang will inevitably encounter in time. Experiencing it now is not a bad thing. As a reborn individual, Chen Yang resonated with Lu Shiji's perspective. However, at that moment, his primary concern remained the matter of cashing in on their winnings. After all, Lu Shiji had only filled out 2 forms without any funds being exchanged. The total winnings of 31 million from the game and 11 million from the score amounted to over 100 million. The other party had every reason not to fulfill the payout. Brother Jia, our winnings won't bounce, will they? Stop with such nonsense. Lu Shiji quickly gestured for Chen Yang to be silent. Nevertheless, his warning came too late. In the corridor of the other courtyard, a woman donned in a cerulean cheongsam and red high heels approached them gracefully. She possessed a tall and slender figure. And while her beauty might not be deemed world-class or stunningly exquisite, it certainly ranked above average. However, what unsettled Chen Yang was the commanding aura she exuded. One that instilled a sense of trepidation in men, prompting them to retreat. Xinjie, what brings you here? Is this not my territory? He inquired. Of course. You may go wherever you please. Lu Shiji responded with an ingratiating smile, while Lu Qingqing obediently greeted her. Xinjie disregarded their pleasantries. Her piercing gaze fixed on Chen Yang as she coldly remarked, if I heard correctly, you were just questioning the integrity of Wuju? Faced with her menacing glare, Chen Yang felt somewhat overwhelmed and awkwardly explained, I noticed that Jie Gu forgot to pay when placing his bet, which caused me some concern. Upon hearing this, Xinjie paused for a moment, then cast a bewildered look at Lu Shiji. Shiji, have you lost your wits over money? You brought someone in without even clarifying the rules of Wuju? Lu Shiji quickly apologized, shifting the blame to Zhang Peng and Zhang Jun. It's those 2 brothers, surnamed Zhang, causing trouble, making me forget the important matters. He then elaborated on the betting rules of Wuju, revealing that member expenditures are directly deducted from their membership cards. Those who partake in the games here must preload funds onto their cards, even if one forgets to recharge. Each card has an overdraft limit. Lu Shiji's card had an overdraft limit of 20 million yuan, and he had also deposited 10 million in advance, granting him a total spending capacity of 30 million. Their initial bet was 21 million, which did not exceed the total limit. The second bet utilized the amount settled from the first half, thus there were no excess issues. Consequently, Chen Yang's concerns were unwarranted. Chen Yang hastily apologized to Xinjie, with Lu Shiji and Lu Qingqing also interjecting to speak in his favor. All right, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with this young man, Xinjie stated. Dismissing Lu Shiji, Lu Qingqing, and the attending staff. Having barely recovered from the earlier tumult of the game, Chen Yang now felt anxious once more. Young man, does Lin Yada know you are here? She does not. Then you are aware that her family abhors lawbreakers? Yes, but Jiego mentioned that betting here is quite safe. Indeed, betting here is safe. However, your actions are fundamentally illegal. If her father finds out, he might act against you. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Yang scratched his head. Given his understanding of Lin Zhangwo, Xinjie's warning was not mere hyperbole. Perhaps I should forfeit my money. Consider it as though I never came. Humph. A bet is a bet. Do you think Wuyuju's credibility is a mere fade? Xinjie glared at Chen Yang and continued, you will certainly receive your money, but a portion will be deducted as a handling fee. That is acceptable. Chen Yang readily agreed without inquiring further. You have no connections, and suddenly acquiring a substantial sum could easily attract unwanted attention, Xinjie elucidated. I merely wish to prevent Lin Yadu from being embroiled in your troubles. Chen Yang quickly expressed his gratitude while simultaneously inquiring, Sister Exine, what is the relationship between my wife and you? She is like a younger sister, Sister Exine replied, her expression abruptly darkening. She warned Chen Yang, you're already married, yet you remain so close to Qingqing. Are you attempting to straddle 2 boats? Chen Yang hastily clarified. Sister Xin, please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Qingqing is entirely innocent. Sister Xin scoffed, reiterating in a threatening tone, if you dare to wrong Lin Yadu, I will ensure you cannot make a living in all of Dongjiang. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. This woman was someone even the Lu siblings feared to some extent, and as an ordinary citizen, he could not afford to offend her. Moreover, even if Sister Xin were to overlook it, the Lin family loomed over Chen Yang like an insurmountable mountain. Marrying a daughter of a government official indeed placed immense pressure upon him. Chapter 41. Keeping Lu Qingqing busy, the victory bonus of 70 million was reduced to 60 million by Sister Xin, who stated that the remaining 10 million was a fee to legitimize the funding sources. She did not elaborate on the specifics, nor did Chen Yang inquire further. As long as there were no subsequent troubles, he would not mind the additional 10 million. After all, it was unexpected wealth. Upon leaving, Sister Xin specifically reminded Chen Yang to maintain a distance from Lu Qingqing. This was a matter Chen Yang had already addressed after establishing his relationship with Lin Wei, albeit with minimal effect. As long as he remained close to Lu Qingqing, misunderstandings would inevitably arise. However, moving away from the family compound of Shida-affiliated high school in order to sever ties with Lu Qingqing would render him unfeeling and ungrateful. Should Lu Qingqing become despondent and take drastic measures, her father would not spare Chen Yang either. Naturally, he dared not forsake Lin Wei for Lu Qingqing, as the consequences would be far graver. Even if Lin Wei were to show mercy, he would still have to contend with Lin Jiangwo and Lin Feng. And now there was the additional mysterious and formidable presence of Sister Xin. To put it plainly, he could not afford to offend either of these two women, one wielding power and the other wealth. That night, Chen Yang tossed and turned in bed, having an uneasy night's sleep. He even briefly dreamt of his wife from a past life, Zhang Meili. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, and virtuous, an ideal partner for most men. Her only flaw was her naive mindset, making her easily exploited. Nonetheless, despite a hint of nostalgia, Chen Yang would not rekindle anything with Zhang Meili, as she was related to Zhang Jun and destined to be a tool for manipulation. Chen Yang could not allow himself to stumble twice over the same woman. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Chen Yang's thoughts. Assuming it was Lu Qingqing, he deliberately pretended not to hear. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent Lu Qingqing continued to knock while calling out Chen Yang's name. With no other choice, Chen Yang reluctantly opened the door. Senior, didn't you say we would partner to start a company? I have no classes this morning. Let us go handle the paperwork together. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Lu Qingqing genuinely wished to embark on a career. Success stories of wealthy heirs venturing into entrepreneurship were scarce, while tales of failure were abundant. Take Lu Shiji, for instance. Due to poor sales at Sunshine Garden Community, he had been pursued for debts not long ago. Ultimately, it was the venerable elder of the Lu family who intervened to communicate with the bank, thereby alleviating the economic predicament. His future success will undoubtedly rely heavily on the support of the Lu family behind him. However, if Lu Qingqing genuinely aspires to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, it would indeed bode well for Chen Yang. Presently, she finds herself with too much leisure time and devoid of financial worries, her attention solely fixated on Chen Yang. It is only by engaging her in productive endeavors that her focus might be redirected, potentially resolving the issues at hand. Qingqing, are you serious? Of course. I aspire to become a woman stronger than Lin Wei. Seeing the unwavering confidence radiating from Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang suddenly felt inspired. Qingqing, if you join me in selling agricultural products, it may be quite challenging to surpass Lin Wei. What should I do then? In this rapidly evolving digital age, if we could establish a grand and comprehensive website, you could become a renowned figure not only across the nation, but globally. In that case, Lin Wei would surely pale in comparison. Then I shall create a website. Enthralled by Chen Yang's vision, Lu Qingqing was instantly captivated. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Senior, do you know how to build a website? Chen Yang replied, it's quite straightforward. First, register a domain name, purchase hosting space, and then hire someone to develop the website. Your father is in the tech industry. He could lend a few experienced programmers from his company to assist. Additionally, we can recruit relevant talents from the university. Lu Qingqing inquired further, what will be the theme of our website? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang suggested, I recommend you create a website specifically targeting women. This platform could encompass various domains such as fashion and beauty, health and wellness, emotional relationships, and career development, primarily offering high-quality content and convenient services tailored for female users. Senior, you possess an incredible breadth of knowledge. Lu Qingqing's large, sparkling eyes glimmered with admiration and reverence, causing Chen Yang to feel slightly bashful. In truth, I am merely emulating what others have done. The specifics of execution and how to excel beyond others will require your own diligent efforts. Absolutely, I will strive to outperform everyone else. Lu Qingqing's right fist was clenched tightly, as if making a promise to Chen Yang, while simultaneously motivating herself. Seeing Lu Qingqing's enthusiasm surge, Chen Yang urged her to take swift action. Though it was her first foray into entrepreneurship and Chen Yang was there to encourage her, Lu Qingqing still felt a tinge of nervousness. Thus, she called her father to share her aspiration of creating a website. Her father was exceedingly supportive of her dream, promptly entrusting her with a website that was already taking shape and had a solid framework. The website was named Qing Network, seemingly a thoughtful gesture from her father specifically for Lu Qingqing. Chen Yang opened the website on his computer and found it not only featured a clean and straightforward design, but also boasted a series of practical functional modules, making it ready in every aspect but for the final touch. Now, it merely required the infusion of female-oriented content. Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency with which wealthy individuals operate. A sudden concern crept into his mind. This website might not keep Lu Qingqing occupied for long. Nevertheless, at this stage, there was no better method to divert her attention. They could only proceed step by step. With the establishment of the website, the subsequent step involves recruiting talent and gathering information. Chen Yang suggested that Lu Qingqing first visit the university forum at Xinjiang University to attract potential candidates. After all, university students possess vibrant minds and a strong curiosity, enabling them to perceive and absorb various new cultures and ideas with remarkable sensitivity. Their involvement in the website's development would yield substantial results. Simultaneously, promotional activities tailored to Lu Qingqing's website could be conducted before the faculty and students of Xinjiang University. Given that the website is a personal initiative, the university's leadership would undoubtedly extend considerable support and encouragement. The students would enthusiastically participate, disseminating relevant information and contributing to the website's construction. As long as the flow of people is gathered, the website's development would be halfway successful. Naturally, the initial phase of website construction does not require a large number of personnel. Chen Yang's plan is to recruit a web engineer and a back-end engineer to ensure the website operates smoothly. Once Lu Qingqing becomes thoroughly familiar with the website's operational processes, they can then expand the team. By 2002, the mainstream portal websites in the country had already taken shape, and there was no shortage of technical talent. What was lacking was the funding for website operation, maintenance, and subsequent research and development. Lu Qingqing currently possesses a substantial sum of 12 million yuan, along with Chen Yang, who has deep insights into the evolution of the internet over the next 2 decades, fully capable of standing out amid fierce competition. However, before becoming an internet giant, Chen Yang remains but a fledgling. The initial recruitment efforts will require some careful consideration. Chen Yang utilized Lu Qingqing's account to post a recruitment notice in the forum, titled, "Let Women Understand the World. Let the World Understand Women. Chen Yang welcomes your participation." Chapter 42. It would be a waste of resources if this girl doesn't start a business. Let women understand the world. Let the world understand women. If I am not mistaken, this Chen Yang is a website tailored for women, correct? Driven by curiosity, I took a glance, and aside from a simple framework, there was nothing of substance, resembling a blank slate. What exactly is the theme of the website? Has the host begun recruiting without any preparation? Perhaps impulsively launching a makeshift operation? Is such an endeavor sustainable in the long run? Faced with a barrage of questions from netizens, Lu Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, Chen Yang was prepared. After contemplating for a moment, he began to respond. For a website creator, is it not more gratifying to paint towering skyscrapers on a blank canvas? I acknowledge that the establishment of Chen Yang was somewhat hasty, but it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. We have a clear thematic vision and a construction plan, and we have secured sufficient funding. Those in the know should recognize that our website's framework is quite mature and supported by core technology. The reason we are recruiting on campus is to encourage more peers to actively engage in the construction of our website. The future of Chen Yang should not be limited to a singular female element, but rather a vast and diverse community built by individuals from various backgrounds. In this place, Everyone is able to fully express their unique talents and abilities, engaging in communication, learning, and collaboration, thus creating a splendid realm that belongs to our generation. Should anyone be interested in our plans, whether as a team or an individual, feel free to reach out to me via email or private message. In order to prevent Lu Qingqing from being disturbed by phone calls, Chen Yang only provided her email address. Senior, shall we set up an office? Of course. It would be ideal to locate the office near or within the school. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qingqing took out her phone and made a call. Hello, Professor Luo, this is Lu Qingqing. I am looking for a place to set up an office near the school. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Oh, the Qing Network is my creation. Rest assured, I am genuinely committed to establishing a successful venture this time. All right, thank you, Professor. I will come over immediately. With just a few brief exchanges, Lu Qingqing secured the office space, leaving Chen Yang beside her feeling an overwhelming mix of admiration and envy. It would be such a waste of resources if this girl did not venture into entrepreneurship. After enjoying breakfast at Old Zhang's, Chen Yang intended to take a taxi to Sunshine Garden Community. However, Lu Qingqing insisted that he accompany her to view the office space. The school is crowded and full of chatter. My relationship with Lin Wei has already become public knowledge, and walking with you raises questions about how others perceive you. Chen Yang firmly declined Lu Qingqing's request. Though reluctant, Lu Qingqing acknowledged the validity of Chen Yang's reasoning and reluctantly drove off alone. Once her car disappeared at the end of the road, Chen Yang took a taxi to Sunshine Garden Community. Upon arrival, he instinctively visited the sales office to greet Zhao Xiaoli. To his surprise, Lu Shiji was also present. Having won 30 million the previous day, he bore an unmistakable air of triumph. Chen Yang, you are now a wealthy man. Why are you still reluctant to get a car? I do have a car. It's at Qingshui, and I haven't driven it back. I heard from Qingqing that you bought a Jetta. Honestly, it does not quite match your current status. You should consider upgrading. If you are hesitant to spend, feel free to browse my garage. I have BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis. Pick whichever you fancy and just drive it away. Chen Yang sensed that Lu Shiji's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, as if he sought nothing in return. Brother Jia, do you have something to discuss? Lu Shiji chuckled. My younger brother is perceptive. You see right through me. There's an international new city development project in Hushi that I intend to compete for, but I am short on funds. I cannot lend you any. Chen Yang recalled that the international new city project was not developed by the Lu family. He had heard Zhang Jun mention that the individual who secured that project had encountered misfortune, resulting in a 5-year halt in progress. While Chen Yang was unaware of the specifics, he sensed that something was amiss and wished to prevent Lu Shiji from getting entangled. You are pulling up the bridge after crossing it. Without my loan of 10 million yesterday, would you have one so much? Lu Shiji expressed his displeasure, gesturing with his fingers in the air to vent his frustration. Chen Yang remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, if you pursue other projects, I can support you. But I will not back the international new city project. Why not? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang with confusion. Did Sister Xian say something to you? Can you guess? Chen Yang did not directly respond to his question, for he too was uncertain as to why the international new city project encountered issues. Lu Shiji let out a reluctant sigh. Knowing it was Sister Xian who had spoken, he was acutely aware that his chances were slim. Brother, I still have quite a few vacant properties. Why not choose some more? I can still offer you the original discounted price. Chen Yang merely shook his head. He aspired to become a property magnate, but understood that it required a process. He first needed to lease out the surplus properties to secure a stable income before considering the acquisition of additional ones. Brother Jia, this development has immense potential for appreciation in the future. There is truly no need for you to rush. Do you genuinely believe in this development? Lu Shiji, noticing Chen Yang's unwavering confidence, felt a twinge of inspiration. The Sunshine Garden Community was his inaugural venture into real estate. Initially, he had harbored grand ambitions to create a unique high-end community in Star City. However, after the project's completion, sales had stagnated. Wealthy buyers found the layout lacking in grandeur, while those without means deemed the prices exorbitant. After several months of sales, a substantial portion of inventory remained unsold. This area was destined to become one of the finest school district properties in Star City. Its current lack of attention stemmed from the fact that many had yet to recognize the significance of school district properties. Chen Yang advised Lu Shiji, you should invest more time and effort in promotion, enabling everyone to truly understand the value of this community. Lu Shiji found this reasoning compelling. Yet he was reluctant to lose Chen Yang, a major client. Then why not purchase more? Wouldn't you profit more in the future? Brother, the more I buy, the higher the vacancy rate will be. Without foot traffic, how can this community appreciate? All right, I will find someone to handle advertising. Lu Shiji, realizing he could not sway Chen Yang, conceded defeat. Chen Yang had initially intended to persuade Lu Shiji to develop in a more favorable area, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking. He could see that as long as Lu Shiji clung to the burden of Sunshine Garden community, he would have no inclination to engage in other projects, let alone abandon the advantageous investment environment of the provincial capital for development in a lower-tier city. After their conversation, Lu Shiji retrieved a bundle of car keys from his desk drawer, allowing Chen Yang to choose a vehicle for transportation. Chen Yang did not decline and selected a BMW. Following the disdain shown by Lu Qingqing and Lin Wei, he had contemplated acquiring a better car. However, due to recent events, he had lacked the time to test drive any new vehicles. Since Lu Shiji had surplus cars available, it was a good opportunity to try one out. Chapter 43. Chun Bing treats with the BMW. Chen Yang found himself immersed in a new realm. He visited the market to inspect goods and order shelves and cabinets for the supermarket. As soon as he parked, a throng of salespeople surrounded him, eagerly promoting their products. This was a treatment he had never experienced while driving the Jetta. During negotiations, every merchant was exceedingly courteous, serving tea and patiently introducing their offerings. Of course, the prices they quoted were inflated, clearly treating Chen Yang as a target for exploitation. After a morning passed, only a few merchants were willing to collaborate. Chen Yang contemplated a change in strategy. He collected the business cards from the salespeople, returned to his vehicle, and began calling them one by one, promising a 5% commission to finally extract the genuine bottom-line prices. With a set baseline price, subsequent negotiations proceeded with remarkable ease. After thorough data comparisons, Chen Yang ultimately selected 4 suppliers that offered the most favorable cost-performance ratio. Before departing, he called the sales representatives with whom he had not reached an agreement outside the market and distributed 50 yuan to each as compensation. Surprisingly, a few attractive female sales representatives declined the compensation, expressing a desire to engage in a more profound discussion with Chen Yang privately. Yet, with the unresolved issue involving Lu Qingqing still lingering, he dared not invite further complications upon himself. After a flurry of activity, the day swiftly drew to a close. As dusk approached, Chen Bing unexpectedly called, inviting Chen Yang to join him for dinner at their temporarily rented residence. Considering that returning home too early might lead to another prolonged encounter with Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang accepted the invitation. Chen Bing's temporary abode was located near their police station, nestled within an aging housing complex. The facilities were antiquated, and the lifestyle was far from convenient. A high-ranking official's son enduring a humble existence for the sake of a woman, Chen Bing could indeed be described as a man deeply in love. Upon seeing Chen Yang alight from his BMW, Chen Bing expressed surprise. "Has it only been a few days, and you've already acquired a new vehicle?" Chen Yang explained that the car was borrowed while handing over some fruits purchased from a roadside stall. Chen Bing did not press further and led Chen Yang to his modest temporary residence, a simple one-bedroom unit measuring approximately 40 square meters. The kitchen had been hastily constructed in the hallway, and one had to venture downstairs to use the communal restroom. The living conditions starkly contrasted with their previous riverside community. Nevertheless, despite the humble surroundings, the place was kept remarkably clean, evidence of the diligent care bestowed by Zhong Lin, even in such a transient setting. It was no wonder Chen Bing was so enamored. During dinner, Chen Bing suddenly grew serious and inquired, "Brother, have you offended anyone recently?" Chen Yang casually replied, "My college classmate, Zhang Jun. You know him, don't you?" "Not him." Chen Bing shook his head, adding, "Yesterday, someone was investigating you through higher channels." Instantly, the image of that tall, domineering woman from Weiju flashed through Chen Yang's mind. "Brother Bing, do you know Xinjia?" "Xinjia?" Chen Bing looked at him with a hint of surprise. "Is her name Yi Xin? I'm not sure. I went to Weiju to watch the World Cup final with friends yesterday. She is the owner there." Chen Yang refrained from probing into Xinjia's true identity and simply relayed what he knew to Chen Bing. "That must be Yi Xin," Chen Bing sighed in relief. "She was quite close to Lin Wei in their youth. As long as you don't overstep, she shouldn't make things difficult for you." Filled with curiosity about the woman from the previous night, Chen Yang couldn't help but ask, "What kind of person is Xinjia?" Chen Bing pondered for a moment before summarizing, very intelligent, quite dangerous, and exceedingly assertive. Reflecting on his encounter with Xinjia, Chen Yang felt that Chen Bing's assessment was indeed accurate. Chen Bing then cautioned, Wuju is a place with complex relationships. Yi Xin is merely the visible figure in charge. If you wish to avoid causing trouble for Lin Wei and Uncle Lin, it's best to limit your visits. Chen Yang nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Chen Bing's counsel. Even if Chen Bing had not verbally reminded him, he had already made up his mind. He would never set foot in the ominous Wuju again. He understood that it was not merely an ordinary entertainment venue, setting aside other matters. The act of gambling alone could ensnare countless individuals, leading them to an irreversible abyss. Chen Yang, being a reincarnated soul, was not an omnipotent deity. He could not rely on luck as he had the previous night. After dinner, Chen Yang inquired about the progress of Chen Bing's new house renovation. After all, the renovation company was sourced through Zhao Xiaoli at his behest, and he felt responsible. Chen Bing expressed satisfaction with the company's progress, assuring Chen Yang not to worry. However, Zhong Lin appeared hesitant, as if she had something to say. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Yang addressed her, sister-in-law. The renovation of your house was a task specifically entrusted to me by Lin Wei before she returned to Qingshui. If there are any difficulties, please feel free to speak up. Zhong Lin glanced at Chen Bing and quietly confided in Chen Yang. The renovation of the new house requires quite a sum of money, and I want to work at the sales office, but he disagrees. It was entirely reasonable for him to object. Chen Yang concurred with Chen Bing's stance and explained to Zhong Lin, the work at the sales office is quite complex, dealing with a diverse clientele. You are exceptionally beautiful, and encountering someone with ulterior motives could lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin hesitated. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment and continued. You need not worry about the renovation costs. My supermarket is about to open and is in need of staff. If you are not afraid of hard work, you could come and assist there. Upon learning that Chen Yang would cover the renovation expenses, Chen Bing immediately protested. No, I feel embarrassed enough about the house. How can I allow you to cover the renovation costs as well? Chen Yang then invoked Lin Wei's name, stating, this is a task assigned by my wife. If you have any objections, take it up with her. Chen Bing lowered his head in silence. Chen Yang added, you need not feel burdened. In fact, I have a request of my own. Chen Bing looked up at him and inquired, what is it? I lack the time to handle the various procedures for the supermarket and hope to leverage your network. That's not a problem. Chen Bing replied, once the supermarket opens, there will be numerous challenges. I will assist you in navigating those relations, both legitimate and otherwise. Great, if you help me resolve the supermarket issues. I will assist you in tackling the renovation troubles. This way, we will be even. Are you trying to tempt me into corruption? Chen Bing joked. First and foremost, I am not asking you to abuse your power for illegal activities. Secondly, my supermarket is a legitimate business. I have no intentions of tax evasion. I merely wish for you to make introductions to avoid interference from those with ulterior motives. Lastly, the matter of the house is a private issue between you and Lin Wei. I simply seek a reason that sits well with you. If you refuse, you may discuss it with my wife. Chen Bing offered a wry smile, realizing that the conversation ultimately circled back to Lin Wei. Chapter 44, A Fire in the Backyard. The supermarket opens. Chen Yang had initially considered offering Chen Bing a share in the supermarket, but seeing his wary expression, he abandoned that thought. He had no intention of bribing Chen Bing. He simply believed that this friendship was worth cultivating. When it came to matters of assistance, Chen Bing was genuinely reliable. This is far superior to the companions he had in his previous life. However, Chen Yang did not anticipate that as soon as he departed from Chen Bing's residence, the backyard would be ignited by the latter. Upon returning home, Chen Yang discovered a text message from Chen Bing, wherein he expressed that he may have misspoken and urged Chen Yang to take care. Shortly thereafter, a call from Lin Wei arrived. Darling, I heard you went to Wuju? Indeed, I accompanied Lu Shiji to watch the World Cup final. Is that so? I heard from Sister Xian that Qingqing was also there, and you seemed quite close. That was a misunderstanding. I am innocent. Innocent or not, you know in your heart. And what do you have to say about the gambling issue? To that, I assure you I will never gamble again. I have already informed Sister Xian. If you dare to go again, I will break your legs. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. This woman, when enraged, seemed intent on committing fratricide. Chen Bing, too. Why mention Wuju to her? Your source of funds is dubious. Perhaps you should donate it to charity. Didn't Sister Xian say it has been handled legally? I paid a 10 million handling fee. Regardless of how she handled it, Your gambling income is illegal. When you return to Chishui, utilize it under the company's name for poverty alleviation and agricultural support. Can I not contribute just half? No, there is no room for negotiation. Then I want to return. In that case, I will inform Uncle Chun that you forcibly intoxicated his future daughter-in-law, coercing her into marriage with you. How do you think he will respond to this matter? You dare to distort the truth? You are utterly shameless. Aha, my dear husband, you should return obediently. There is much to attend to tomorrow. I shall hang up now. In a fit of anger, Chen Yang hurled his phone onto the sofa. What sort of wife had he married? One who specialized in ensnaring her husband? He paced the living room twice, growing increasingly agitated, and directly dialed Chun Bing's number. To his surprise, it was answered by Zhong Lin. Chen Yang, your brother has merely had a bit to drink and is already asleep. Rest assured, I will personally handle the paperwork for you tomorrow. Is he truly intoxicated? Indeed. Chen Yang helplessly ended the call, convinced that Chen Bing could not possibly be drunk. That guy was simply aware he had created a mess and was deliberately avoiding him. The thought of the 60 million he had just secured, barely warm in his hands, about to slip away, truly pained him. He regretted not resisting Lin Wei's alluring beauty. If he had steadfastly chosen to be with Lu Qingqing, even if love bore no fruit, at least the earnings would have been safely secured. He would still be a billionaire, after all. That night, Chen Yang dreamt many dreams, each one featuring himself being robbed by various creatures. After enduring until dawn, he hastily called Lu Shiji. Brother Jia, I pondered throughout the night and have decided to support your venture. I have purchased all those vacant houses. Chen Yang, I held a meeting with my subordinates yesterday to discuss your concept of school district housing, and we find it intriguing. We have decided to vigorously promote this theme, aiming to establish Sunshine Garden as the finest residential community in Star City. Selling all the houses to you would not only increase your burden, but also contradict my original intention in developing this community. Well then, are you selling or not? Chen Yang, as you are aware, this marks my inaugural venture into independent entrepreneurship away from the family. I earnestly desire a splendid conclusion. Let us speak plainly. How much more must I contribute? Considering our brotherly bond, how could I possibly ask you for an additional sum? If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a reduction of 500 yuan per square meter from the market price. However, I can provide you with no more than 10 additional units. Chen Yang intends to invest the entirety of 60 million yuan into real estate, subsequently renting the properties out for free in a charitable manner. Once the property values in Sunshine Garden rise, he plans to sell. In this way, when Lin Wei requests him to allocate 60 million yuan for charity, he will feel no pang of regret. Presently, Lu Shiji is only willing to sell 10 units. It seems rather trivial to engage in a game of wits with Lin Wei over a few million. After ending the call with Lu Shiji, Chen Yang opened his laptop and searched online for newly developed properties in Star City. Apart from a project in collaboration with the Zhang family that holds significant appreciation potential, the rest were less than ideal. Chen Yang resolutely refused to assist the Zhang family in clearing their inventory and decided to temporarily abandon his real estate investment plans. Although Chen Bing feigned ignorance over the phone, he efficiently attended to necessary tasks. Within just 2 days, accompanied by Zhong Lin, Chen Yang completed all the required paperwork. The preparations for the grand opening were exceedingly intricate, compelling Chen Yang to call Chen Chunmei, urging them to expedite their moving process. He then visited an advertising shop near Sunshine Garden to commission a large signboard. Regarding the supermarket's name, he chose not to establish a brand and simply adopted the moniker of Sunshine Garden. After extensive discussions with the shop owner about the design details and requirements of the sign, he finalized the design. Once the sign was confirmed, Chen Yang proceeded to contact various suppliers, meticulously detailing the types of goods required, their quantities, and delivery dates, while emphasizing the importance of timely and adequate supply. Observing Chen Yang overwhelmed with tasks, Lu Shiji arranged for several strong male employees to assist, with many hands making light work. The originally cumbersome tasks were swiftly accomplished through collective effort. As he surveyed the neatly arranged and revitalized supermarket, Chen Yang inhaled deeply, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within him. His first supermarket since his rebirth was finally ready to open. On July 5th, the day following Chen Chunmei's family's arrival in Star City, Chen Yang's Sunshine Garden Life supermarket officially announced its grand opening. Lu Shiji had 6 grand flower baskets procured and placed at the entrance of the supermarket, along with a volley of firecrackers. and sent all the female sales staff from the sales office to greet visitors at the entrance. Chen Bing, who had been in hiding for several days, also made an appearance, carrying a flower basket and inviting his friends from the vicinity of Sunshine Garden to show their support. Lu Qingqing gathered her newly recruited staff and some close friends to lend their support as well. Their mutual confidant, Su Mingwei, came along too. The sheer number of supporters filled Chen Yang's heart with a profound joy that was hard to articulate. To express his gratitude, he reserved several tables at a nearby five-star hotel for a banquet, distributing red envelopes containing 100 yuan to each attendee. Undoubtedly, the most exhilarated among them was Chen Chunmei, who had never anticipated that her reclusive nephew would undergo such a remarkable transformation after completing his university education. Not only has he achieved success in his career, but he is also surrounded by a group of loyal and passionately devoted friends. Chapter 45. The elusive Su Mingwei. Chen Yang's foremost aspiration upon his rebirth was to repay the kindness bestowed upon him by his aunt's family. He had successfully secured a residence for them in Star City and opened a supermarket to ensure a stable income, thus fulfilling this wish. However, upon witnessing Chen Yang distribute several thousand yuan in red envelopes on the opening day, Chen Chunmei felt a pang of distress. Once the customers departed, she began to voice her concerns incessantly. In her view, that amount represented the annual income of Zhao Donghai prior to his layoff. Now that Chen Yang had wealth, he no longer needed to live as frugally as in his past life. He reassured Chen Chunmei, saying, "Aunt, before you arrived, all the preparations for the supermarket were assisted by General Liu and his staff. Furthermore, all the necessary paperwork was facilitated by Zhong Lin through her connections with Chen Bing. My distribution of red envelopes is essentially a token of gratitude for their support. Moreover, running a supermarket is not akin to setting up a street stall. When the city management arrives, one cannot simply flee. We will face not only the city management, but also numerous regulatory bodies such as industry and commerce, taxation, fire safety, and health inspections. If you are reluctant to spend money to foster these relationships, any misstep in the process could result in fines or store closures, leading to far greater losses." Chen Chunmei remained distressed, but found it difficult to counter Chen Yang's reasoning. Sensing her ongoing turmoil, he further comforted her, "Aunt, in business, one must give to receive. As long as we manage the supermarket well, the money will soon be recouped, and we may even earn more." Chen Chunmei could only nod, reluctantly accepting Chen Yang's perspective. As it was the inaugural day of business, Chen Yang concluded operations at the supermarket by 10 o'clock that evening. Due to the low occupancy rate of Sunshine Garden community, the day's revenue amounted to only 2,000 yuan. Chen Yang felt satisfied with this result. Earning 2,000 a day translates to 60,000 a month. Considering a gross profit margin of 20%, that yields an income of 12,000. After deducting various expenses and labor costs, there would still be a profit of at least 6,000 yuan, which is significantly better than selling goods on the street. Upon witnessing the day's sales surpassing 2,000 yuan, Chen Chunmei finally broke into a smile. Before driving back to his residence, Chen Yang assigned a small task to Zhao Qian, asking her to explore nearby supermarkets and shopping malls in her spare time to better understand market trends. Seizing the moment while Chen Chunmei and Zhao Donghai were distracted, he discreetly slipped 2,000 yuan in cash to her for her personal spending. After this summer, Zhao Qian would embark on her journey as a medical university student, and Chen Yang hoped she could lead a carefree life until her graduation, fulfilling a promise he had not been able to keep in his previous life. Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Noticing the light still on in Lu Qingqing's room, he knocked on her door. To his surprise, both Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei were present. Clad in pajamas, they appeared lively and spirited, not at all resembling individuals ready for slumber. Upon inquiring, he discovered they were engrossed in discussions on the Qingyuan forum about women's lifestyle topics. Seeing Lu Qingqing wholeheartedly dedicated to the development of her website, Chen Yang felt a sense of relief. After a brief conversation with them, he retired to his room to sleep. Perhaps it was due to several consecutive days of relentless busyness, but Chen Yang enjoyed a remarkably deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered a text message from Su Mingwei inquiring whether he had any interest in investing in stocks. Chen Yang found Su Mingwei to be an enigma. During their school days, she was a covert operative placed by Zhang Jun beside Lin Wei, yet she did not conceal her true identity from Lin Wei. Now, she served as Lin Wei's informant embedded within Lu Qingqing's circle, a fact that Lu Qingqing was also aware of, maintaining a semblance of friendship with her. This woman was slippery and decidedly unreliable. Chen Yang even harbored suspicions that she still maintained contact with Zhang Jun, given the recent downturn in the stock market. Su Mingwei's sudden overture regarding investments raised questions. Was there a hidden agenda orchestrated by Zhang Jun? It was well known that Zhang Jun wished for Chen Yang to encounter misfortunes. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang ultimately resolved to accept Su Mingwei's invitation. He replied to her message, and she promptly knocked on his door. "Chen Yang, thank you for supporting my endeavor," Su Mingwei expressed, extending her hand for a shake, which he declined. This young woman was, by all accounts, quite beautiful. Her almond-shaped eyes, apple-like cheeks, and voluptuous figure were striking. Had she not dressed conservatively and worn black-rimmed glasses for an extended period, she would undoubtedly have attracted numerous admirers. In a previous life, it was only on her wedding day that everyone discovered her true self. Of course, Chen Yang deliberately chose to disregard Su Mingwei, not only to avoid suspicion but also due to his irritation over her repeated disruptions of his affairs. Zhang Jun had learned of his marriage to Lin Wei, and his Cold War with Lu Qingqing was also instigated by Su Mingwei's meddling. For her own benefit, it seemed she was willing to betray anyone. "Speak. Who do you represent in seeking me out? Zhang Jun, my wife, or Qingqing?" Su Mingwei chuckled and replied, "Can I be here for myself?" Chen Yang contemplated this and conceded that she indeed appeared to be solely motivated by her own interests. "Very well, considering our shared academic background. I shall assist you in opening an account." "Just an account?" Su Mingwei replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Aren't you considering expanding your financial portfolio?" Chen Yang remained unfazed. "I recently purchased a house and opened a supermarket. I have little money left." Su Mingwei laughed lightly. "Stop pretending. I know you made a significant profit recently. Over 80 million, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately realized who had divulged such information. Was it Zhang Jun or tycoon who had told her? Tycoon. That scoundrel attempted to seduce me and inadvertently let the cat out of the bag while boasting. "Oh, so did you too? Sorry, I have no interest in fickle-minded individuals. And what if I intended to seduce you? I have informed Qingqing of my presence here," she stated. Chen Yang glanced towards Lu Qingqing's door, which was indeed ajar. He suspected she was eavesdropping within. "Su Mingwei, please come inside. Let us discuss this privately." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingqing opened her door and rushed out. Seeing Chen Yang conversing with Su Mingwei in the corridor, she responded with a silly smile. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. Are you planning to cook for us?" Chen Yang shot Lu Qingqing a sidelong glance, as he had no intention of preparing meals for anyone. However, in a surprisingly good mood that day and with no pressing matters to attend to, he let the moment pass. Observing Lu Qingqing's pitiful demeanor as she clutched her abdomen, she ultimately returned to the kitchen to prepare 3 bowls of beef noodles. "Chen Yang, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Any woman fortunate enough to be with you must feel incredibly blessed." Su Mingwei savored the meal, praising Chen Yang's cooking profusely. "Is that so? Have you found yourself moved? Let it be. I cannot afford to offend that fierce tigress of yours." "You are absolutely right, Su. Lin Wei is indeed a ferocious tigress, the most fearsome kind." Chen Yang finally comprehended why Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei could swiftly reconcile. It turned out they were both souls adrift in the same tumultuous sea. His wife, indeed, inspired feelings of both love and frustration. Chapter 46. Star City heavy industry human beings are inherently empathetic. Witnessing Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei being bullied by Lin Wei, Chen Yang felt a deep resonance with their plight, having earned 6 million through his own efforts. He questioned why Lin Wei had any grounds to divert those funds for charitable purposes. In his previous life, when he was suffocated by mortgage debts, he had not seen any philanthropist extend a helping hand. The more he pondered, the more discontented he became. He resolved to heed Su Mingwei's advice and explore the stock market. However, being Saturday, he could not open an account. Chen Yang opted to first consult Su Mingwei regarding the current state of the stock market. Believing Chen Yang to be a novice, Su Mingwei instructed him to open his computer and download stock trading software. She then proceeded to elaborate on the various fundamental concepts of stock trading. In retaliation for Su Mingwei's past betrayals, Chen Yang feigned ignorance, allowing her to elucidate for several hours. Only when her throat became parched and hoarse did he finally conclude the beginner's course satisfactorily. "Senior, did you purchase your finance degree? How can you be so clueless?" Although Lu Qingqing had been engrossed in her own online activities, she remained attentive to the dynamics between Chen Yang and Su Mingwei. Seeing Su Mingwei exhausted and Chen Yang feigning ignorance. She could not help but sympathize with her friend. Chen Yang calmly countered, investing carries risks. One must tread cautiously upon entering the market. If I were to indiscriminately throw money into it without thorough understanding, what difference would it make from tossing it into water? Lu Qingqing huffed, aware she could not best Chen Yang in debate, and rose to pour a glass of cold water for Su Mingwe. All right, don't be upset. How about I treat you both to dinner at a Western restaurant? At this point, Chen Yang's anger had mostly dissipated, and he decided not to further press Su Mingwe. This woman was quite shrewd. If he pushed her too hard, she might dig a pit for him one day. Upon hearing that Chen Yang was treating, Lu Qingqing cheered joyfully, I want pizza. What about you? Chen Yang turned to Su Mingwe, for she was the one who truly deserved compensation. I'm fine with anything. Su Mingwe replied softly. Noticing her forlorn expression, Chen Yang chuckled, you mustn't feel too aggrieved. If Zhang Jun were to break my legs, you, as the informant, would also bear some responsibility. I'm sorry. I truly didn't anticipate he would resort to such extremes. Su Mingwe quickly apologized. In truth, she felt a sense of dread regarding Zhao Xuanfa's hired thuggery. She had not foreseen Zhang Jun's extreme reaction concerning Lin Wei. Chen Yang could hardly be bothered to evaluate the sincerity of Su Mingwe's apology. After all, once the matters in Sunshine Garden were resolved, he would return to Qingshui, and opportunities for future interactions would be scarce. Regarding Su Mingwe's ability to leverage Lu Qingqing's resources to ascend to a higher position, that indeed reflects her capabilities. The trio drove to Pizza Hut, where Lu Qingqing ordered a 15-inch Super Supreme pizza and began to indulge heartily. Chen Yang found himself somewhat impressed by her appetite, remarkably. This girl never seemed to gain weight. In contrast, Su Mingwe exhibited a more refined demeanor, savoring her food with delicacy. After consuming only a small slice, she concluded her meal, evidently mindful of her weight. Once Lu Qingqing finished her meal, Chen Yang drove them back to their residence. Presently, Lu Qingqing's focus was entirely on the construction of the Qinhuang website. She immersed herself in the forums, her thoughts on its developments even during meals and sleep. This level of concentration was somewhat unfamiliar to Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Su Mingwe's interest appeared faint. Chen Yang suspected her initial intent was to persuade Lu Qingqing to invest in the stock market, but upon noticing Lu Qingqing's preoccupation with the website, she shifted her attention to him. As anticipated, just after Chen Yang returned to his room, Lu Qingqing sent him a text urging him to pay close attention to Xingqing Heavy Industries. In his previous life, Xingqing Heavy Industries was a star enterprise in Dongjiang province, valued at over 100 billion. As a former stock trader, Chen Yang had conducted thorough research on this company. He recalled that this year, Xingqing Heavy Industries had undergone a restructuring, likely at the end of the month. Su Mingwe's suggestion to monitor this stock raised his suspicions. Had she received some insider information? Chen Yang promptly opened his computer to check the stock price of Xingqing Heavy Industries, which had been in decline for 5 consecutive days, currently valued at only 6 yuan. He examined further details and discovered the company was experiencing poor performance, with employees going unpaid for months, and a vice president embroiled in a corruption scandal involving millions. Upon scrutinizing the investigation details, he felt a flicker of recognition regarding the vice president's appearance. He seemed to recall seeing him during the World Cup at Wuju, clad in a German team jersey, mingling among Zhang Jun's group. Indeed, gambling had dire consequences, with executives embezzling funds and employees facing unpaid wages. It was no wonder the stock price had plummeted. Nevertheless, Xingqing Heavy Industries was a key enterprise supported by the province, and the higher-ups would not allow the situation to deteriorate without intervention. In Chen Yang's recollections from his previous life, this industrial giant swiftly regained its footing. Su Mingwe's recommendation to monitor Xingqing Heavy Industries caught him off guard. This indicated that she possessed some acumen, not merely acting as an undercover agent sent by Zhang Jun to deceive him. Chen Yang called Yi Xian. Sister Xian, may I inquire about something? What is it? Is there any significant movement at Xingqing Heavy Industries recently? Who have you heard this from? There's nothing of the sort. Don't spread rumors. Are you certain? Absolutely. Haven't you returned to Qingshui? Are you not afraid of kneeling on a washboard? If she's not after my money, I wouldn't mind kneeling on a durian. You can do as you please. I haven't said a word. Yi Xian abruptly hung up. Chen Yang carefully contemplated her tone, convinced that his suspicions were accurate. It wouldn't be long before Xingqing Heavy Industries announced favorable news regarding its restructuring and subsequently experienced a rise in stock prices. He suddenly felt that the funds in his hands were somewhat insufficient. He hastily dialed Lu Shiji's number. Brother Jia, I've been a bit tight lately. Could you lend me some money? What a joke. You're short of money? I truly am. Can you lend me a few million for some cash flow? A few million? How ungracious of you. You have a profitable project, and you didn't bring me along. I don't have any projects. I'm simply in need of some funds. Then I'm afraid I cannot help you. No loan. Chen Yang helplessly hung up the phone. It was not that he was unwilling to be honest with Lu Shiji, but he was concerned about loose lips. If the news of the asset restructuring at Xingqing Heavy Industry were to leak prematurely, he would miss out on the opportunity altogether. Chen Yang quickly recalled Luo Zhikai, a friend working in the investment department of Xingqing Bank. With over 60 million in savings and a property deed for an entire unit, he felt confident that seeking a loan from this old classmate would pose no issue. Chapter 47. Blocked. Chen Yang rummaged through his university classmates' contact list and found Luo Zhikai's number. Hello, Lao Luo, it's Chen Yang. Chen Yang? What is up? Well, I've been a bit tight on funds lately. What did you say? I can't hear you. The signal is terrible. Before Chen Yang could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. He dialed again, only to be greeted with the message. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Chen Yang attempted once more, but the result was the same. All right then. He has blocked me. After 4 years of camaraderie in college, it seemed rather harsh to face such reality immediately after graduation. Chen Yang had tried to help Luo Zhikai achieve better performance, only to be treated in this manner. Forget it. It's just a matter of losing a little profit. It doesn't matter. He silenced his phone, lay down on the bed, and began to take a nap. Life without work-related stress was indeed quite pleasant. In the investment department of Xingqing Bank, after blocking Chen Yang, Luo Zhikai called Lin Wei. Lin Wei, your boyfriend is quite lacking. What is wrong with Chen Yang? He graduated but isn't seriously looking for a job. He's just going around borrowing money. I suggest you reconsider your relationship with someone so unambitious. Look at me. I'm far better. Well, he is handsomer than you. Also, he is not just my boyfriend. He is my husband, legally registered. You two got married? When did that happen? Just a few days before graduation. He might be seeking you out to finance some project. However, I have other uses for the funds he possesses, so you'd best not agree to help him. You say he has funds? How much? No matter how much it is, you cannot agree to him. I'm accompanying the leadership on a business trip. I'll hang up now and contact you later. Luo Zhikai was bewildered. He remembered Chen Yang as a struggling student who worked throughout his studies. Could it be possible that he had transformed into a wealthy individual through mere labor? Furthermore, Lin Wei had actually married Chen Yang. Did this mean he no longer stood a chance? Well, love may be lost, but career must continue. Luo Zhikai quickly removed Chen Yang from his blacklist and dialed his number again. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Am I also blocked? Luo Zhikai slapped himself in frustration. After pondering for a moment, he called Zhang Jun. Old Zhang, I have a question. Has Chen Yang made it big now? Humph. It's merely a stroke of luck. Rest assured, his days of fortune will not last long. Lao Zhang, how has your relationship with your roommate soured to such an extent? Could it truly be because of Lin Wei? Humph. He merely relies on his handsome facade. Once we return to Qingshui, he will confront the harshness of reality. Let me be clear. He will not last 3 months with Lin Wei. By the way, I heard from Lin Wei that they seem to have registered their marriage. What? They registered? How is that possible? You were unaware? It appears they have concealed it quite well. Humph. That couple. I wonder how long their happiness will endure. Lao Luo. What does that rustic fellow Chen want with you? Lin Wei mentioned he is seeking funding for some project. I'm currently on a business trip, and the signal is poor, so we haven't had a detailed discussion. Do you know what he has been busy with lately? He has been associating with Lu Shiji from Sunshine Real Estate. He likely intends to compete with us for the International New City project. Lao Luo, you must not provide him with funding. If you require performance, you can always reach out to me. All right, I shall dismiss him and only collaborate with you henceforth. Luo Zhikai hung up on Zhang Jun's call and continued dialing Chen Yang's number, but there was still no answer. To be able to collaborate with a real estate magnate indicates that Chen Yang possesses at least 8 figures in capital. Luo Zhikai was beside himself with frustration, realizing he had missed a multi-million-dollar opportunity. In the Sunshine Garden community, Lu Shiji had already scoured the supermarket several times, yet he had not seen Chen Yang. Ever since turning a profit at Weiju, Lu Shiji had come to regard Chen Yang as a divine source of wealth. Any project he involved himself in was sure to yield profits. However, the sudden, inexplicable request for a loan without any explanation left him perplexed. He sensed there was an opportunity to be seized here, yet Chen Yang was unresponsive, driving him to the brink of insanity. Ching, are you with Chen Yang? No. We just had a meal together. He should be resting at home. Oh, do you know if he has any significant plans recently? Significant plans? It seems he is going to establish an agricultural products trading company. An agricultural products trading company? Didn't you just open a supermarket? How can he start another venture? I am not sure. You should ask him yourself. I'm quite busy, inundated with matters regarding the website. I can't chat any longer. Lu Shiji was left speechless. Chen Yang was planning to establish an agricultural products trading company, while Lu Qingqing was occupied with the website, leaving him to feel like the least busy person. No, he cannot allow the younger generation to surpass him. He must promptly find a project to pursue. After an hour's rest, Chen Yang awoke to find a multitude of missed calls. The most frequent caller was Luo Zhikai, followed by Lu Shiji and Lin Wei. Luo Zhikai's call was likely prompted by an inquiry about his situation from Lin Wei. Chen Yang had no intention of further engaging with such opportunistic individuals. If he couldn't secure the funds, he would merely earn a little less. As for Lin Wei's call, it was undoubtedly concerning the 60 million. With the vastness of the world, it was best to avoid confrontation for the time being. Nonetheless, he sent a message to Lin Wei, informing her that he would return to Qingshui soon and that she need not worry. Regarding Lu Shiji, Chen Yang intended to keep him at bay for now. After all, there was still some time before the restructuring of Xingqing Heavy Industries, and once his funds were fully in place, Lu Shiji would also have an opportunity to partake in the profits. Chen Yang powered on his computer and browsed through major portal websites, but found little additional information regarding Xingqing Heavy Industry. It appeared that the company's internal confidentiality measures were indeed quite effective. Subsequently, Chen Yang visited Lu Qingqing's QingNet. After several days of technical adjustments, the overall layout of the website had become significantly more user-friendly. The sole drawback was the scarcity of content related to women's topics, as well as a lack of detailed categorization. In terms of the forum, although numerous sections had been established, the themes were not clearly defined. Apart from a few sections that attracted some attention, the majority remained rather desolate. After some contemplation, Chen Yang decided to post in the most popular section. The topic was a reward program for outstanding original authors on the site, effective immediately. Any individual who successfully published high-quality creative content on the homepage or designated forum of this website, which, upon back-end review, was confirmed to be 100 original, would receive a cash reward of 10 yuan for each piece of exceptional work. Additionally, outstanding creators would be eligible for signing bonuses, further recommendations, and enhanced benefits. This reward program would last an entire month, and all rights to the final interpretation of this event were reserved by the website. Chapter 48. Acting Possessing Forum Administrator Privileges. Chen Yang promptly pinned his post. Boss, may I inquire if I can receive rewards for articles published on other sites if I repost them here? How is the boss generous? Another user commented. Writing an article demands considerable time and effort, and a reward of 10 yuan per piece seems rather meager. Indeed, another responded. QingNet was established by university students, and with limited funds, 10 yuan per article is commendable. At least it helps us cover our internet expenses. Exactly, echoed another. Our initial purpose in coming here was to share the little moments of life. If the boss does not provide rewards, do we cease our creativity? May I inquire what the requirements are for signing a contract with the website? What are the benefits? As the discussions among netizens grew more fervent, Lu Qingqing was at a loss for how to respond and could only summon the instigator to her room. Senior, what should we do? Should we consider raising the rewards? No need, Chen Yang replied. Our primary objective is to expand the content library of the website. With each article priced at 10 yuan and a goal of producing 1,000 articles daily, we could amass 300,000 yuan, significantly enriching our site with 30,000 quality articles. That is sufficient for now. Once the overall visibility and influence of the website increase, we can consider enhancing the rewards. After saying this, Chen Yang used Lu Qingqing's account to reply to his pinned post. Dear family, Qingqing is just starting her venture and funds are limited. We ask for your understanding. The rewards for this initiative are merely intended to add a touch of excitement to your online experience. Qingqing hopes you can consider this place a second home and work together to contribute to the growth of the website. Once QingNet flourishes, she will surely offer more generous gifts and bonuses to all family members. In principle, as long as the articles are original contributions from our family members, rewards will be granted. Concerning the issue of signing authors, The preliminary pricing is set at a one-time payment of 100 yuan for the purchase of article copyrights, or a base salary of 1,500 yuan plus bonuses. For exceptionally talented individuals among us, we can engage in further discussions. Chen Yang's reply left the onlookers, Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue, somewhat taken aback. Senior, you are quite the flatterer. Lu Qingqing exclaimed. Chen Yang, I always thought you were quite an honest person. I never anticipated you could be so persuasive. It seems I have misjudged you over the years. Chen Yang merely shrugged nonchalantly. Qingqing, this is your account. So if I am being flattering, it is merely on your behalf. Su Mingyue, I am now a married man. If you continue to fixate on me, it may lead to undesirable repercussions. Lu Qingqing pouted and playfully pinched Chen Yang, expressing a hint of irritation. Meanwhile, Su Mingyue averted her gaze from Chen Yang, remaining silent. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Su Mingyue's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Zhang Jun calling and hesitated for a moment. Answer it. Put it on speaker. Chen Yang, harboring doubts about Su Mingyue, wished to test her. Reluctantly, Su Mingyue complied with Chen Yang's command. Su Mingyue, Lin Wei has married that country bumpkin. Why didn't you inform me? I had no knowledge of this. Lin Wei did not mention anything about their marriage. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Su Mingyue promptly deflected the blame. Lin Wei told Luo Zhikai herself, it cannot be wrong. Well, I genuinely did not know. We lost contact after graduation. Is that so? Really? If you don't believe me, ask Tang Kuan. We had dinner together just a few days ago. Is that so? Do you know anything about that country bumpkin? Does he have any projects coming up? Su Mingyue found it difficult to answer this question and turned her gaze towards Chen Yang, seeking guidance. Chen Yang typed the words International New City on a blank page of Lu Qingqing's laptop in response. It seems to be related to the International New City, but I am not entirely sure. You should inquire with other classmates for more information. Su Mingyue offered a few perfunctory remarks before hastily ending the call with Zhang Jun. Chen Yang was uninterested in any secrets between Su Mingyue and Zhang Jun. As long as they did not jeopardize his profit-making endeavors, he was content. Since Zhang Jun sought out Su Mingyue to inquire about him, it was evident that he had already spoken with Luo Zhikai. To avoid raising any alarms, Chen Yang decided against applying for a loan at Xingqing Bank or any other financial institution, knowing that Zhang Jun would go to great lengths to investigate him and would stop at nothing to thwart his plans. After some contemplation, Chen Yang resolved to seek out Lu Shiji to put on an act. Qingqing, these next few days, keep a close watch on Su Mingyue. Ensure she does not disclose any information about me to Zhang Jun, all right? Su, for the next few days, you are under my protection. Su Mingyue looked bewildered as she watched Chen Yang depart, feeling as though she had inadvertently stumbled into a perilous game of unknown stakes. After calling Lu Shiji, Chen Yang drove directly to the Sunshine Garden sales office. Lu Shiji was already waiting impatiently at the entrance and began to complain even before Chen Yang had parked. You've become quite the big shot. When I try to discuss matters with you, you don't even answer your phone. What other matters do you have aside from selling houses lately? Houses can be sold to subordinates. Have you stumbled upon a lucrative venture, wishing to monopolize it? If there were indeed a profitable project, it would not escape your notice. The reality, however, is that none exist at present. So why have you sought me out? I have been quite busy lately. Chen Yang directed him to enter the car, subsequently rolling up the window. Brother Jia, if you could accompany me in a little charade, I promise you a delightful surprise in return. You sly one, I knew you were concealing something. Speak up. What role do you wish for me to play? Zhang Jun. Do you recall? He is the brother of Zhang Peng, the one from Weiju where we watched the match, my classmate. Has he troubled you again? Not at all. He believes that I am collaborating with you on the International New City project. I would like him to think that we are indeed pursuing the International New City project. Lu Shiji carefully pondered the implications of Chen Yang's words, as if a realization dawned upon him. You don't intend to set a trap for him, do you? Chen Yang nodded. Lu Shiji remained perplexed. Is there truly an issue with the International New City project? Where did you hear such news? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Chen Yang feigned an air of mystery. Otherwise, Sister Xian will have my head. Lu Shiji rolled his eyes at Chen Yang. Among those around him, there were many who could be deceptive, but Chen Yang was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. Despite possessing profound connections, he always presented himself as an ordinary citizen, enduring ridicule as a country bumpkin without losing his temper. Such a person, if a friend, is commendable. Yet, if an adversary, they become exceedingly perilous. he suddenly had an ominous premonition that the Zhang brothers were destined to face a significant downfall. Naturally, Lu Shiji was also quite displeased with the Zhang brothers' behavior. If it meant giving these two a taste of punishment, he would gladly cooperate. Chapter 49. Luring the snake from its hole. After reaching a consensus with Lu Shiji, Chen Yang arranged to meet Luo Zhikai at Weiju. Weiju, with its high standards and excellent service, serves as the ideal venue for business discussions. More importantly, by inviting Luo Zhikai here, the news would inevitably reach Zhang Jun's ears. "Old Luo, have you blocked me?" Chen Yang inquired. "How could I, after 4 years of camaraderie?" The signal was simply poor at that moment. "Is that so? You ought to suggest to your superiors the installation of a better signal amplifier. How can such an important institution as a bank serve the public effectively with such poor reception?" "Haha, I've already raised the issue. Improvements are assured in due time. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Liu from Sunshine Real Estate." "General Liu, it is an honor to meet you. I have heard so much about you. Yet I did not expect you to be so young," Luo Zhikai exclaimed, extending both hands in an eager gesture to shake Lu Shiji's hand, only to be met with refusal. Lu Shiji's demeanor was notably frosty, merely offering a polite nod, a courtesy extended solely due to Chen Yang's presence. Had it been any other ordinary bank employee, he would have had no time to entertain them. Luo Zhikai felt both awkward and indignant, yet he maintained a smile. To alleviate the tension, Chen Yang suggested that Lu Shiji escort them to a private room at Weiju. As he was not a member, without Lu Shiji's guidance, the staff would hardly acknowledge him. However, at the entrance of Fuguiyuan, a server halted Chen Yang, stating that Sister Xin wished to see him. Being scrutinized upon arrival made Chen Yang seriously suspect that surveillance was installed at the entrance of Weiju. Under the guidance of a waiter, Chen Yang arrived at Xin's office. She was leaning back in her genuine leather executive chair, eyes closed, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Sister Xin, you called for me? Didn't you say I shouldn't come again? Why are you here?" "I'm discussing matters with an important client, and will leave once we're done." "An ordinary bank employee has become an important client? Do you think I'm easily deceived?" Xin slightly opened her eyes and cast a disapproving glance at Chen Yang. "And this Lu Shiji, his standards are plummeting, continuously bringing unreliable people here. Do you think this is a restaurant?" Chen Yang chuckled. "This restaurant is quite pricey. A cool 10 million. Xin snorted, replying, "Then make sure to indulge, so that Lin doesn't think I've mistreated her man." Chen Yang expressed his gratitude, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, Xin called him back. "About that matter you inquired about earlier, what is going on?" "A friend recommended I invest in this stock. I know nothing about it and feared being swindled, which is why I sought your advice." "Oh, you'd best steer clear of that friend. Recommending stocks that have been on a downward trend for days is truly unscrupulous." "Understood. I'll sever ties with him immediately." Nowadays, these stockbrokers are incredibly unreliable. They exploit acquaintances for the sake of performance. If it weren't for your warning, Sister Xin, I might have fallen into their trap. "Well, I'll make an exception for you today, but you must not return again." Chen Yang nodded repeatedly and swiftly exited Xin's office. Upon returning to the fortune garden, Lu Shiji had already ordered the dishes. Luo Zhikai was patiently recommending loan services from Xingqing Bank. Lu Shiji, who interacted with banks at least at the managerial level, had no interest in someone of Luo Zhikai's lower status. His presence there was solely to assist Chen Yang in luring out a target. Seeing Chen Yang arrive, Lu Shiji visibly relaxed and signaled him to take over. Without delay, Chen Yang addressed Luo Zhikai. "Old Luo, Lu Zong and I are planning to partner on a substantial project and require some capital turnover. Please inform Lu Zong directly how much you can lend." As a newcomer in the industry, Luo Zhikai had little influence at Xingqing Bank. Initially, he intended to bring his superior along, but abandoned the idea after Chen Yang mentioned that outsiders weren't permitted into Weiju. "Lu Zong, how much do you need to borrow?" Lu Shiji remained silent, simply extending 5 fingers. 50 million? That is manageable. 500 million. The excitement that had just ignited within Luo Zhikai was abruptly extinguished. His investment banking department did not handle credit operations. 50 million could be addressed through his superior's connections, but 500 million undoubtedly required the intervention of a manager or higher from the credit department, leaving him out of the loop. "Lu Zong, the amount you require is too substantial. I must consult my superior." With that, Luo Zhikai stepped outside to call his boss. Lu Shiji, perplexed, turned to Chen Yang and asked, "Do you truly believe someone of your classmates' standing can lure out the Zhang brothers?" "Rest assured, Chen Yang whispered to Lu Shiji while observing the doorway. Based on my understanding of Zhang Jun, he will undoubtedly approach Luo Jikai to inquire about our business. Lu Shiji nodded, albeit with some skepticism. His task was to cooperate in the performance. Since Chen Yang felt no issues, he was disinclined to worry. What does Sister Xian want with you? It's nothing much, just a casual chat. Lu Shiji was skeptical. He always felt that Chen Yang was concealing something from him. Yet he hesitated to directly inquire with Yi Xian. That woman had a notoriously bad temper and would resort to violence at the slightest inconvenience. He dared not retaliate. Luo Jikai soon returned, stating that his superior wished to invite Lu Shiji and Chen Yang to dinner the following day to discuss the 5 billion loan business in greater depth. Lu Shiji had no objections. If they could indeed secure the 5 billion, he was eager to pursue the project in International New City. It didn't have to be the prime land. Even the secondary tier would suffice. After all, it was a lucrative opportunity. Unless the top real estate firms in the country intervened, no other property developers in Star City could entirely consume it. Once the discussions concluded, all that remained was to relish the complimentary services of Wuju, which Chen Yang yearned for. Luo Jikai seemed to have opened the door to a new realm. When leaving, he lingered, gazing longingly at Wuju for quite some time. Unfortunately, he lacked the qualifications to become a regular patron, not to mention 500,000. He didn't even possess 50,000. More critically, even with wealth, one needed the proprietor's consent to become a member. For instance, when Lu Shiji recommended Chen Yang for membership, Yi Xian outright rejected him. Furthermore, he had now lost the privilege to accompany Lu Shiji to enjoy complimentary services. It was utterly humiliating. Chen Yang and Luo Jikai departed, each burdened with their own regrets. As Chen Yang anticipated, news of their dining at Wuju quickly reached Zhang Jun's ears. The latter, enraged, smashed a blue and white porcelain cup. That scoundrel Luo Jikai. I knew he couldn't be trusted. During the day, he vowed to distance himself from Chen Yang, yet turned around to collude with him. Tycoon, starting tomorrow, keep a close watch on Luo Jikai. As soon as you discover him with Chen Yang, notify me immediately. Chapter 50. The wife of an official holds her head high. Chen Yang did not accompany Lu Shiji to the meeting with Luo Jikai's superiors. Upon returning home, he was astonished to find his Jetta, left in Qingshui, parked downstairs. Lin Wei was unaware of Chen Yang's address and hadn't called to announce her arrival. Thus, there was only one possibility. Lin Wei had come. Confused, Chen Yang hurried home. As he approached the corridor, he heard Lin Wei's voice coming from Lu Qingqing's room. He walked over and found Lin Wei seated on the sofa in Lu Qingqing's living room, leaning against Su Mingyue, looking quite fatigued, her skin noticeably tanned. Upon seeing Chen Yang, a smile brightened Lin Wei's face. Darling, are you surprised? Chen Yang nodded. Indeed, there was surprise mixed with a fair share of shock. Lin Wei had gone to such lengths to travel to Star City, undoubtedly due to the matter concerning the money in his possession. It felt peculiar that a mere deputy mayor's secretary would expend such effort for her superior's political gains. Yet, seeing her weary countenance, Chen Yang felt a pang of sympathy. You traveled all this way. Have you eaten yet? No. Where have you been gallivanting about? You don't care about me at all. Lin Wei, with her delicate demeanor, playfully acted coy, causing both Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue to shudder in discomfort. Senior, if you wish to indulge in affection, please do so at home, and do not disrupt our work. Lu Qingqing expressed her discontent by issuing an eviction order. Lin Wei, unfazed, continued her playful antics with Chen Yang. Darling, I can't walk anymore. Would you carry me home? Lu Qingqing could no longer contain herself and made a retching gesture. Su Mingyue, however, feigned ignorance. Fearing a potential altercation, Chen Yang quickly scooped Lin Wei into his arms and carried her to his home, where he proceeded to prepare noodles for her. By the time the water boiled, Lin Wei had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Concerned she might catch a chill, Chen Yang carried her back to his bed and tucked her in with a blanket. Gazing at his weary wife, he felt a pang of unease. Given the Lin family's background and his current financial situation, Lin Wei could have easily chosen a life of comfort. Yet, akin to her past life, she opted for the most arduous path. Is power truly so intoxicating? Or does Lin Wei possess an innate sense of social responsibility that surpasses that of ordinary individuals? Chen Yang found himself perplexed. Upon returning to the living room, he called Lu Shiji to inform him of Lin Wei's visit and suggested he attend the meeting alone the following day. As an experienced veteran in the business world, Chen Yang was confident there would be no slip-ups. After hanging up, He had little to occupy his time and opened his computer to browse the internet. Following Chen Yang's announcement of a bonus task, the engagement on Qing Wang skyrocketed, with the volume of articles multiplying exponentially. The homepage and forum experienced a rapid surge in popularity. In addition to support from Star City University, numerous prominent authors from various other portals joined the fray. Although the price of 10 yuan per article was somewhat modest, the low barrier for participation, any original work was rewarded, ensured that no one would miss the opportunity to capitalize on this trend. Lu Qingqing and Su Mingwei remained engrossed in the forum, likely neglecting their meals. Chen Yang, considering their dedication, returned to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of noodles and delivered them to them. Lu Qingqing, now fully immersed in her work, had transformed, even while eating. Her focus remained glued to the computer screen. This reminded Chen Yang of his own past, when he first discovered the internet. Losing track of time while engaging in endless conversations across various forums, an ostensibly trivial and juvenile endeavor, yet he found it endlessly entertaining. Of course, Chen Yang was merely a passive participant, while Lu Qingqing was genuinely committed to her career, marking a fundamental distinction between them. After sleeping for 4 hours, Lin Wei awakened, shared an intimate moment with Chen Yang, and then drifted back to sleep until dawn. Following breakfast, the couple commenced a discussion regarding the allocation of the 60 million yuan in funds Chen Yang had at his disposal. Lin Wei informed Chen Yang of a severe surplus issue concerning agricultural products in several counties under the jurisdiction of Qingshui City. She hoped Chen Yang would procure these products in the name of his company and subsequently distribute them either within Qingshui City or to areas beyond. Chen Yang vehemently opposed this idea. His company had yet to be registered, and once registered, it would require time to recruit personnel and develop the market, a process that would be lengthy. If the 60 million yuan worth of agricultural products could not be sold swiftly, the consequences would be the spoilage of vast quantities of goods. The waste of money and food not only leads to environmental degradation, but also creates grave social repercussions. Certainly, Chen Yang could distribute vegetables to the citizens for free, earning the title of a great philanthropist. However, this would trigger another chain reaction. With free vegetables at their disposal, citizens would no longer feel inclined to purchase them. Consequently, other vendors would find their produce unsold, ultimately leading to spoilage. Thus, the problem remains unresolved, and Chen Yang would invite a multitude of adversaries upon himself. Should any ill-intentioned individuals conspire to malign Lin Wei, accusing her of personal gain under the guise of public service and deliberately undermining the market, it would not only jeopardize Chen Yang's financial interests, but also adversely affect Lin Wei, potentially jeopardizing her position as a secretary. As a reincarnate, Chen Yang possesses a deeper understanding of human nature than many of his peers. Accomplishing a task may prove challenging, yet dismantling one can be effortlessly achieved through mere unfounded gossip. After hearing Chen Yang's analysis, Lin Wei recognized that her previous thoughts were somewhat hasty. Dear, when do you plan to register the company? Let's wait until the supermarket at Shuanglin Market opens. First, we must establish our sales channels. The subsequent issues will be considerably simpler. Having emerged from rural origins, I have a clearer grasp of the circumstances in the countryside than you. The surplus of agricultural products is not a novel occurrence. It has long been a result of misguided leadership, cultivating what is popular without regard for a balance in demand. The immediate priority should be to construct a comprehensive, timely, and accurate agricultural market information platform. Through this platform, real-time data on prices, supply, and demand relations, and market trends for various agricultural products should be disseminated. This will enable farmers to plan their cultivation rationally according to market demands, while merchants will know where to procure the products they require. All right, I shall return and discuss this with my superior to assess the viability of your approach. Lin Wei resolved to accept Chen Yang's suggestion to establish the platform. Nonetheless, she remained preoccupied with the financial resources Chen Yang had at hand. During this period, refrain from reckless ventures. Even if you intend to invest, it must be directed towards the development of Qingshui. Do not forget that it is the land of Qingshui that has nurtured you. Chen Yang sighed. His parents had perished in a car accident, and the culprit remained at large. Their land and ancestral home had been usurped, with no one stepping forward to administer justice. All that the land of Qingshui had given him were sorrowful memories. Were it not for his marriage to Lin Wei, he would have been reluctant to return. Nevertheless, in order to see Lin Wei reclaim her position as the local authority in Qingshui County, Chen Yang was determined to develop in Qingshui. Having a wife in a position of power would certainly bring him a sense of pride. Chapter 51. The serpent emerges from its lair. Lin Wei heeded the advice given to her. Following Chen Yang's suggestion to establish a platform, she sought counsel from Lu Qingqing regarding website development. Lu Qingqing, rarely in a position of authority, immediately adopted a commanding demeanor, demanding Lin Wei to serve tea and bow in homage. Ultimately, she found herself overpowered and had to settle for being a lecturer without compensation. She felt a deep resentment, wishing she had pursued martial skills in her youth. Qingqing, may I borrow 2 technicians for a few days? You must clarify whether this is a loan or a theft. If it's a loan, that is certainly not feasible. I am just starting out and have much to attend to. Then let it be theft. How shameless of you. Rest assured, it will only be for a few days. I will return them immediately after the platform is established. Lin Wei confidently assured Lu Qingqing. Please provide me with the address so that my father can send a few technicians over. The individuals I have on hand are truly overwhelmed. Nonetheless, I still have faith in the technology of the Lu Group. Every encounter with you seems to bring misfortune. I hope you refrain from visiting in the future. That may prove to be a challenge unless you are willing to finance the renovation of the new home for Chen Yang and me. Once Chen Yang has moved out, you may have your wish fulfilled. Bah, I am not that foolish. In that case, I have no choice but to return. Susu, please keep an eye on things and ensure she does not disturb my man. Oh dear, my stomach is uneasy. Su Mingyue clutched her abdomen and hastily dashed into the restroom. Alas, the world is indeed a harsh place, and human nature has grown callous. Just a few days have passed, and my dearest friend has betrayed me. Hee, those who are righteous shall receive assistance, while those who stray shall find themselves isolated. The eyes of the public are discerning. Is that so? Then I shall have no choice but to obliterate you both. Lin Wei swiftly lunged at Lu Qingqing, and they began to grapple once more. The 2 women continued their quarrel until Chen Yang finally returned. He purchased 2 sets of luxurious skincare products, one for Lin Wei and the other to be gifted to Vice Mayor Su. He also acquired various southern fruits that are quite scarce in Qingshui, filling the back seat and trunk of his Jetta to the brim. Darling, are you turning me into a fruit vendor? Lin Wei remarked while gazing at the mountain of mangosteen, longan, bayberry, lychee, and honey peach. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Although all the fruits were her favorites, it was rather excessive. Chen Yang replied solemnly, if there are leftovers, you can gift them to your leaders and colleagues. Since you've just started working, fostering good relationships with everyone is beneficial. I understand, but your tone is reminiscent of my mother's. Despite her slight annoyance, Lin Wei felt a surge of happiness. In these times, finding a man who is both likable and kind is indeed a rarity. Has your mother returned from her business trip? Chen Yang, prompted by Lin Wei's reminder, recalled that he hadn't seen his mother-in-law during his 2 visits to her home. Not yet. If she returns, she is likely to come to Xingqing first. Oh, what is she doing in Xingqing? My grandparents reside there. Would you like to accompany me? I'm rather busy lately. Let us go together when you have some free time. Look at you, so timid. Rest assured, my grandparents are far more open-minded than ours. Oh, then I must pay them proper respect. That is a must. I must return to Qingshui. Take care of yourself. Lin Wei embraced Chen Yang, waved to Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue, who were observing from upstairs, and then drove away from the Shida-affiliated family compound. No sooner had she left than a call from Lu Shiji came through. Chen Yang, your classmate is truly a scoundrel. He stood me up and even claimed that my reputation in the banking sector of Xingqing is poor, hence they are not considering any loan matters. So, it seems the Zhang brothers have taken the bait. I will make a call to confirm, and I'll get back to you shortly. After hanging up with Lu Shiji, Chen Yang dialed Luo Jikai. Fortunately, he had not been blocked again. Old Luo, what is the situation? I heard you stood up my friend. Chen Yang, I truly did my utmost. Our leadership has assessed General Lu's situation and deemed the risk to be substantial. Coincidentally, Zhang Jun's company is seeking a loan of 500 million. Their financial strength far surpasses General Lu's, and as they are classmates, I felt uncomfortable opposing their request. Let's arrange a dinner with General Lu another day, where I can personally extend my apologies to you both. After ending the call, Chen Yang meticulously recalled past events from his previous life, faintly remembering that Zhang Jun mentioned the incident involved the 8th lot of the International New City project. Consequently, he dialed Lu Shiji once more. Brother Jia, head to Yuju now. Do your utmost to convey to the Zhang brothers that you are resolutely determined to acquire the 8th lot of the International New City. You always expect me to do your bidding. Why don't you go yourself? Ah, I wish to, but I lack the qualifications. Humph. Given your close relationship with Sister Xin and your financial prowess, acquiring a membership shouldn't be a challenge, should it? Believe it or not, it truly is challenging. She just issued me an eviction order. I can no longer visit Wuyuju. You have guts. Then I shall make another visit, regardless of the outcome. You must adequately compensate me. To be cautious, after hanging up, Chen Yang sought out Su Mingwe, requesting her to inform Zhang Jun about his intention to bid for the 8th lot of the International New City project. Su Mingwe resolutely declined, clearly expressing her desire to remain uninvolved in the conflict between Chen Yang and Zhang Jun, aware of her fear of retaliation from Zhang Jun. Chen Yang did not press the matter further. Upon returning home, he took a shower and reclined on the sofa, awaiting news from Lu Shiji while watching television. The channel was once again airing the summer classic Journey to the West. In the past, Chen Yang believed that Sun Wukong was the most formidable character in the series, capable of traversing heaven and earth, vanquishing demons and evil. However, he later realized that this character was rather superficial, only defeating lesser demons lacking influence. Those who committed heinous acts and had powerful backgrounds were left unharmed. The entirety of Journey to the West depicted the intricacies of human relationships within the political arena. Thus, Chen Yang still hoped that Lin Wei could ascend further in the realm of politics. He did not wish to wield power for malevolent purposes, nor did he desire to be a pawn subject to the whims of fate. After intermittently watching 2 episodes of Journey to the West, Chen Yang's phone finally rang again. It was Yi Xian calling. Chen Yang, weren't you planning to establish an agricultural product trading company? Why are you investing in real estate instead? Real estate is far more profitable than agricultural products. How did you know about my investment in real estate? Humph. Lu Shiji and the Zhang brothers are nearly at odds on my territory. Is that so? Then I must come to assist. I cannot let Brother Jie suffer. Mind your own business. The matters here do not concern you. The International New City project is fraught with complexities. If trouble arises, do not blame me for not warning you. After hanging up with Yi Xian, Chen Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. It was evident that the Zhang brothers had taken the bait. Furthermore, Yi Xian's warning conveyed a critical piece of information. There were indeed issues with the International New City project. That was sufficient. The more the Zhang family lost in the International New City project, the lesser the difficulty Chen Yang would face in his quest for revenge. With a stroke of luck, he might even settle his score without having to return to the clear waters. Chapter 52. A direct surge in stock prices fueled by financial incentives. The registration count for Qing Wang skyrocketed from 2,000 to 10,000, simultaneously leading to an increase of nearly 3,000 quality articles. This left Lu Qingqing embarking on her entrepreneurial journey, exhilarated to the point of sleeplessness until the early hours of Monday. Su Mingwei, preoccupied with stock matters, knocked on Chen Yang's door as dawn broke. Chen Yang, will you be opening an account today? I'm not particularly knowledgeable about stocks. Chen Yang feigned difficulty in responding. Su Mingwei resolutely declared, fear not, for I shall ensure your profits. Chen Yang inquired, and what if losses occur? Would you offer yourself as compensation? Su Mingwei was momentarily taken aback. The stock market is notoriously unpredictable, making guaranteed profits an impossibility. Her assertion of assured gains was merely a professional habit. If the situation turned dire and Chen Yang demanded recompense from her, what would she do? Let us depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Chen Yang anticipated that Lu Shiji would soon seek him out. Thus he ceased to tease Su Mingwei. The pair made their way to Xingqing Securities, swiftly completing the account opening procedures. Chen Yang had no intention of engaging in long-term investments. He merely requested that Su Mingwei adjust his commission rate to a mere 1,000th. Once that was settled, Chen Yang instructed Su Mingwei to take a 2-day leave and subsequently escorted her to Lu Qingqing, who would continue to supervise her. Su Mingwei did not resist Chen Yang's actions. She utilized Lu Qingqing's computer to access the trading software and noted that Xingqing Heavy Industries had opened lower. Although the rate of decline had begun to slow, it seemed poised for a potential rebound. As a new user, Chen Yang would not be able to trade until the following day, so Su Mingwei felt no urgency. Her curiosity lay in the amount of capital Chen Yang intended to invest. If he were to infuse 60 million, her performance metrics would be assured. Moreover, Chen Yang's close relationship with Lu Qingqing's cousin could potentially bring in another promising client. Thus, Su Mingwei was more concerned about the market fluctuations of Xingqing Heavy Industries. She was anxious that the stock might rise before Chen Yang could purchase it, or conversely, continued to plummet after his investment. This apprehensive sentiment lingered until the following day. After entrusting Su Mingwei to Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang proceeded to meet Lu Shiji at Sunshine Garden Community. Chen Yang, I shall make this clear. Within 5 years, I will ensure that Zhang Peng is on his knees calling me father. He is beneath contempt, and you wish to assume such a role? That is quite an avant-garde notion. Lu Shiji kicked Chen Yang in frustration. I endure this for your benefit. Rest assured, once they bid on Lot 8, a surprise awaits. Chen Yang remained confident in his memory. If Zhang Jun were to secure that contentious plot of land, he would face substantial losses, whether or not he ended up in a precarious situation. As for what might transpire, he was equally intrigued. Is that the crux of the matter? What are my benefits? Do you possess a stock account with Qingqing Securities? No. Then utilize Qingqing's account for now, and while you're at it, bring in some business for me. What do you mean? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang, perplexed. Are you venturing into the stock market? Is it strange for me, a finance student, to enter the stock market? Not at all. But how confident are you? A secret, prepare your funds. But do not overextend yourself. The stock market carries risks, and investments must be approached with caution. Well, considering our brotherhood, I shall contribute 10 million to play along with you. Chen Yang instructed Lu Shiji to continue sowing confusion among the Zhang brothers at Wuju while he drove to the bank, transferring 60 million into his newly opened stock account. That day, many in Qingqing found it difficult to remain composed. Chen Yang closely monitored the fluctuations of Qingqing heavy industry stock price, which oscillated throughout the trading day, ultimately closing down by 5 points. Lu Shiji had yet another heated argument with the Zhang brothers at Wuju before returning home in a huff to prepare his finances. The Zhang brothers were celebrating their newly secured 500 million loan in a lavish manner at Tianshang Renjian until dawn. It is rumored that young master Zhang Jun even covered the entire bill, achieving overnight fame. Yixin had been closely monitoring the market fluctuations of Qingqing heavy industry and sighed in relief after the market closed. On that day, Lu Qingqing's website gained an additional 5,000 new users, with its popularity continuing to surge. Su Mingwei checked Chen Yang's window every hour, fearful that he might suddenly vanish. As day turned to night and then dawn, Su Mingwei once again awakened Chen Yang with her persistent knocking. She appeared weary, dark circles under her eyes visible behind her black-rimmed glasses, evoking a sense of sympathy. Chen Yang, have you made up your mind? Will you buy or not? Buy? Communicate with your leadership. I plan to purchase 10 million shares of Qingqing heavy industry at $6 or below. Additionally, Qingqing's cousin may also invest 10 million. Suddenly, Su Mingwei's delicate hands, tucked into her jeans pockets, began to tremble uncontrollably, as if manipulated by an unseen force. She could vividly feel her blood igniting within her, surging like a fervent torrent through her veins. She hurried back to Lu Qingqing's room to reclaim her phone. After taking a few deep breaths, she reported the situation to her superior in what she considered her most composed tone. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within Qingqing Securities. The management convened an emergency meeting to inquire about the status of Qingqing heavy industry, but no one had answers. Ultimately, the question returned to Su Mingwei. I just had a feeling that this stock was due for a rebound, which is why I recommended my friend to buy a little. I never anticipated he would purchase so much. Su Mingwei's response left the management team in a state of bewilderment. What an extravagant friend. Opening an account only to invest 70 million. Which affluent family does Chen Yang belong to? They had never heard of him. Despite their doubts, the client is king, and the king's demands must be met. Once the market opened, Qingqing Securities began to buy stocks in bulk, acquiring 10 million shares of Qingqing heavy industry at an average price of $5.90. Lu Qingqing's account also saw the purchase of 170,000 shares at the same price. Qingqing Securities' swift actions caught the attention of competitors, who scrambled to leverage their connections to uncover insider information about Qingqing heavy industry. However, their phones were inundated with calls, yielding no useful insights. With little choice, they all closed their eyes and jumped in. Within half an hour, Qingqing heavy industry hit its trading limit. The forums of major brokerage firms buzzed with speculation over what major positive news had emerged regarding Qingqing heavy industry. Meanwhile, inside Wuju, Yixin seethed as she dialed Chen Yang's number. Chen Yang, didn't you say you knew nothing about stocks? Who told you to buy Qingqing heavy industry? My classmate. She said it would rise today, so I bought it. I never expected it to really hit the limit. Is there truly no insider information? Is there insider information? No. If you can run, do so quickly. If not, Don't cry. Chapter 53. The suspension of Star City Heavy Industry. Star City Heavy Industry concluded the trading day at a price of 627 yuan, with the trading volume surpassing 1 billion. This surge influenced other stocks related to engineering machinery, which also saw a rise. The total trading volume for the entire sector exceeded 6 billion. Following the market close, many sought to uncover the significant insider information surrounding Star City Heavy Industry. Regrettably, no definitive answers emerged, as analysts fervently speculated on the reasons behind the unusual activity of Star City Heavy Industry. Two explosive pieces of information surfaced online. The first revelation pertained to Su Mingwei, a mysterious individual claiming to be a relative of an insider at Star City Securities. Posted in Expos, a certain salesperson from Star City Securities had successfully seduced two affluent heirs into investing in the stock market. Allegedly, these two heirs were completely ignorant of market conditions and, solely relying on the salesperson's subjective judgment, recklessly invested 70 million in Star City Heavy Industries stock. To their surprise, their gamble inadvertently revived the company. The second informant claimed to be a relative of an insider at Star City Heavy Industry. This individual divulged that the company was in the process of planning a restructuring, with preparations already underway in secrecy. The first piece of gossip was deemed overly sensational and was dismissed as mere chatter. However, the second revelation was indeed groundbreaking, indicating that Star City Heavy Industries stock was poised for a remarkable resurgence. In disbelief, one trader lamented, "I sold at the price today. Bought a case of beer to celebrate my successful recovery. Now you tell me I've missed out? How can I drink this?" Others encouraged, "Drink up. Alcohol can both uplift spirits and soothe sorrows." At least selling at price recouped some losses. I anticipated further declines and sold at the opening price. Now I find myself reflecting on the rooftop. Bro, don't act rashly. Life has many beautiful things beyond money, family, and friends. Moreover, as long as we're alive, there's a chance to recover. Indeed, Star City Heavy Industry is a star enterprise in Dongjiang Province. I knew the higher-ups wouldn't neglect it. I added to my holdings before yesterday's close, and now it's ready to soar. Let's not forget to thank those two wealthy heirs. Without their extravagant spending that triggered the insider news, Star City Heavy Industry would likely have continued its decline for some time before rebounding. Curiously, one wondered about the appearance of the salesperson from Star City Securities who could mesmerize two affluent heirs simultaneously. At Lu Qingqing's home, Su Mingwei wore a troubled expression. Rumors of her enticing wealthy heirs to invest in stocks had already circulated on the Qingyuan forum. Despite her earnest attempts to clarify, few believed her. Faced with various slanders and defamations, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Noticing her distress, Lu Qingqing comforted her while calling Chen Yang to resolve the issue. Chen Yang instructed Su Mingwei to directly contact her supervisor, demanding a thorough investigation of the truth, or he would pursue legal action against the entire Star City Securities. An hour later, Star City Securities published a statement on their official website, clarifying that the rumors regarding Su Mingwei seducing wealthy heirs into stock investments were entirely false. The employee responsible for spreading the rumors was immediately terminated. After the announcement, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to repost it prominently on the Qingyuan forum. After the truth was unveiled, public opinion swiftly reversed. People began to sympathize with Su Mingwei and denounce the slanderers. "Thank you, Chen Yang," Su Mingwei cried, deeply moved. In fact, when the rumors first emerged, she had approached her superiors, but they were utterly indifferent. However, once Chen Yang intervened, the issue was promptly resolved. Chen Yang displayed a nonchalant attitude towards her gratitude. "Do not overthink it. I am merely reclaiming my own innocence. If Lin Wei discovers my infidelity, I shall never return to Qingshui again." Lu Qingqing chuckled. "Well, that's fine. You can just stay in Xingqing to accompany me." Chen Yang rolled his eyes. It seemed this girl was still not busy enough. Qingqing, Qingyuan is developing rapidly, and it will undoubtedly attract envy from competitors. Be cautious. Similar issues may arise for you as well. Yes, I will be careful, to prevent Su Mingwei from being further affected by her emotions. Chen Yang suggested she consider a job change. However, she refused, wanting to prove her capability to thrive at Xingqing Securities through her actions. Chen Yang did not press the matter. In her previous life, Su Mingwei struggled in this industry for a decade without success, ultimately marrying a boss 20 years her senior and becoming a full-time housewife. It appeared that she would have to tread the same path in this life. After all, Lu Qingqing held little interest in the stock market, and Chen Yang had no plans for long-term investments. As a woman without connections or resources, it would be challenging for her to excel without compromising herself. After resolving Su Mingyue's issue, Lu Shiji called again. Chen Yang, do you truly have no insider information? Indeed. If you don't believe me, ask Xingqing. Then why is it so coincidental that you just purchased stocks and news of Xingqing Heavy Industries restructuring broke out? Perhaps it is mere coincidence. I don't believe it. It must be that Sister Xin revealed something to you. Haha, then go ask her. I dare not. I heard she quarreled with someone today, and I haven't even dared to go to Weiju. Who did she argue with? I don't know. Maybe you should inquire? I won't. I already told you she forbids me from going to Weiju again. Then let me ask you this. Can we increase our holdings tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not well versed in stocks. You'd best consult a stock expert. You don't understand? Yet you still bought into Xingqing Heavy Industry with your entire portfolio. I did it to support an old classmate's venture. That girl must be quite beautiful. I must remind you, you are a married man. Big brother. You are also married. Lu Shiji realized he would not obtain answers from Chen Yang and had to hang up. He had already consulted some friends familiar with stocks, all of whom regarded Xingqing Heavy Industries prospects favorably. Yet, he placed greater trust in Chen Yang. Ever since he met Chen Yang, his financial fortune had returned, winning bets. Rising stocks and unsold properties had transformed into hot commodities. He felt Chen Yang was the god of wealth in his life. Lu Shiji now regretted not investing more in the stock market. With Xingqing Heavy Industries stocks soaring and favorable restructuring news emerging, the chance to increase his holdings was nearly impossible. Indeed, as Lu Shiji had surmised, after 3 consecutive days of stock price surges, Xingqing Heavy Industry finally announced the suspension of trading for restructuring. As the whistleblower revealed, Xingqing Heavy Industry has officially merged with Dongjiang Construction, another prominent excavator manufacturing enterprise in Dongjiang Province, under the leadership of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission of Dongjiang Province. Unbeknownst to Lu Shiji and Chen Yang, prior to this, a covert investigation targeting the two had been underway. Fortunately, this inquiry concluded due to insufficient evidence. Chapter 54. The Chun family ancestral home in front of a recently demolished dilapidated house in Qinjia Village, Panlong Town, Qingshui County. 2 special guests arrived today. Lin, you say Chen Yang is unfortunate, right? In just a month, he earned $1 billion, and likely more. But if you consider his luck, he has lost both parents and his ancestral home has been razed. I truly wish to see his expression when he returns, only to be greeted by this scene. It must be quite amusing. He probably already knows, which is why he doesn't want to return to Qingshui. Is that so? Then those villagers deserve it for pushing that disaster onto Xingqing to torment me. Xin, you have investigated this yourself. It was merely an accident, with no connection to my Chen Yang. If he hadn't purchased Xingqing Heavy Industry, none of this would have happened. If it weren't for a greedy fool stepping up to take the blame, I would have faced severe reprimands from the old man. Xin, why not come to Qingshui to invest and do some good for the country and the people? Uncle, you would be pleased to know. Stop it. I can't bear to stay another day in this desolate place. Then why did you come? Was it not you who brought me here? Do you think I'm unaware of your little schemes? Too embarrassed to face it yourself? You want me to help your man out, right? Let me tell you, not a chance. Then let Chen Yang continue to make trouble for you in Xingqing. Do you believe I can find someone to put him in a sack? My dear sister, he is your brother-in-law. Haha, I've already beaten my own man. What is a brother-in-law? All right. But you must promise me to send that disaster back to Qingshui swiftly. Not a problem. Consider it done. After the 2 women reached an agreement, they quickly drove away from Qinjia Village. An hour later, Chen Dingfang, the village secretary of Qinjia Village, received a call from the secretary of the town party committee of Panlong Town, enduring a 2-hour scolding. With a belly full of fury, Chen Dingfang immediately summoned all members of the village committee to the village office, where he unleashed another 2-hour tirade. Following the meeting, the entire Qinjiao village was abuzz. Everyone knew that Chen Yang had struck it rich outside and had connections with high-ranking officials that even the county party secretary of Qishui County could not afford to offend. When he returned, some people's lives would become quite uncomfortable. Inside the supermarket of Sunshine Garden Community, Chen Chunmei, who was arranging goods, suddenly received a call from an old friend from Qinjiao Village, informing her that the Chun family ancestral home had been demolished and the land redistributed by the village. Fuming with rage, Chen Chunmei immediately called Chen Yang. Chen Yang, hurry and pack your things to come back to our hometown. Why should I go back? Our ancestral home has been demolished. The land has been taken. I know. When did you find out? Why didn't you tell me? Our household registration has been moved out. Making a fuss is pointless now. Moreover, we have now settled in Star City, and it will be rare for us to return. That old ancestral home will inevitably decay if left unattended. No, that is the foundation left by the Chen ancestors. I must return and discuss this matter with them. Aunt, why not let me go back? The supermarket is already short-staffed, and if you leave too, we will have to close down. Well, if they refuse to be reasonable, we can create a stir at the county government or city government. I refuse to believe that there is no place in this world where reason prevails. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang realized that Chen Xuanmei's knowledge of the ancestral home indicated that Lin Wei had visited Chen family village. Thus, he found it imperative to return to Qing Shui. Star City Heavy Industries is still in a suspended trading phase. Chen Yang had initially planned to take his cousin Zhao Qian to the south for a leisurely trip and to purchase furniture for the new house. Now, he must first return to Qing Shui. Chen Yang approached Liu Shiji, intending to purchase his BMW directly. Liu Shiji remarked that the car was originally bought by the company for tax evasion purposes, and it was a waste to leave it in the garage. He offered Chen Yang the use of the car, even agreeing to reimburse fuel and toll expenses. Chen Yang politely declined at first, but ultimately accepted Liu Shiji's generosity. Driving around Star City, he bought some cosmetics commonly used by Lin Wei and some cigarettes and liquor favored by Lin Zhangwo before packing his belongings to return to Qing Shui. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, night had already fallen. However, having heard that Chen Yang was returning, Lin Zhangwo postponed dinner. Upon seeing Chen Yang arrive with an abundance of cigarettes and liquor, he couldn't help but criticize him. Afterward, he allowed everyone to move the items into his collection room. After dinner, Chen Yang inquired about the situation back home with Lin Wei. This was made by Sister Xian. She hopes you will remain in Qing Shui and refrain from causing trouble in Star City. Have I caused any trouble? I am a law-abiding citizen, Chen Yang protested. Lin Wei pinched him sharply. You dare claim to be law-abiding? Just the gambling alone could land you in jail for a while. Chen Yang cautiously glanced toward the door and whispered to Lin Wei, Dad, doesn't he know? Does he? Lin Wei scoffed. If he knew, would he let you eat at home? He would have already dealt with you severely. You should use that money to give back to society. I heard you made quite a bid in the stock market this time. It should be enough. All right. With the matriarch speaking, how could I possibly disobey? Chen Yang, now holding ample cash, felt considerably more at ease. Engaging in charitable acts could reduce taxes, and even if Lin Wei had not mentioned it, he would still allocate a sum for this purpose. As long as he could expand, he would not hesitate to part with even 600 million. Lin Wei was quite pleased with Chen Yang's attitude. The conversation then circled back to the Chun family ancestral home. The village committee had convened and agreed to allow him to transfer his household registration back and approve the reconstruction of a house on the old homestead. They also hoped he could contribute to the local economy. Chen Yang felt a wave of discontent wash over him. They were returning to him what was rightfully his. Yet he was expected to owe them a favor. Such reasoning seemed unjust. Lin Wei replied, Chen family village is, after all, your place of roots. Not everyone there is ill-intentioned. You could first distinguish the bad from the good and then assist the latter. Chen Yang sighed. You are too optimistic. Human nature is complex. If they cannot benefit from you, they will find ways to sabotage you. Honest individuals cannot contend with the unscrupulous and are often susceptible to their influence. Lin Wei remained unconvinced. Chen Yang proposed a wager. Let us bet. I will return and initiate a project for those virtuous individuals to undertake. Should it ultimately fail, you shall no longer interfere in my affairs. Lin Wei decisively shook her head in refusal. You think I would fall into your trap? As long as you are my man, I shall oversee your endeavors. With his scheme thwarted, Chen Yang resignedly sprawled on the bed, feigning defeat. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei locked the door, and like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, pounced upon him. Chapter 55. Registering the common people trademark, Chen Yang was in no haste to return to his hometown of Qinjia village, since the villagers desired his investment. The longer he delayed his return, the more leverage he would possess. Moreover, being an investment, it was imperative to first register the company. Acting under the company's name would not only facilitate various transactions, but also enable him to secure more advantageous policies. After careful contemplation, Chen Yang resolved to name his new enterprise Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company, Limited. Following discussions with Lin Wei, he also decided to name the forthcoming supermarket Common People Living Supermarket. His rationale was straightforward. The phrase common people possesses an innate appeal in society. with remarkable attention and influence. In a previous life, a certain chain pharmacy had transformed this trademark into a publicly listed company. Chen Yang aspired to leverage the same name to expand and strengthen his agricultural trading enterprise, to ensure the longevity of both the agricultural company and the supermarket. Chen Yang specifically registered Common People as a trademark on the trademark website. After conducting a search, he discovered that this trademark had not yet been registered. With Lin Zhangwo's connections at the Qingshui City Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the registration process for the company and supermarket proceeded swiftly. The trademark approval would take time. But Chen Yang was not anxious. After all, he was the first to register it, making it difficult for others to claim. The 4 interconnected storefronts at Shuanglin Market had been opened up and renovated. To minimize costs, Lin Feng enlisted the help of his unemployed friends. Aside from specialized tasks such as wall demolition, flooring, ceiling installation, and electrical work, the rest was handled by their own crew. When Chen Yang inspected the site, he found the wall painting somewhat unsatisfactory, but overall, it was quite commendable. He had no intention of making further modifications. After all, choosing the Common People trademark was a deliberate move toward an approachable image. Given the current living conditions of the common people in Qingshui City, overly extravagant decor might create a sense of distance. In gratitude for Lin Feng and his friend's assistance, Chen Yang decided to treat them to dinner. Lin Feng suggested the veterans' restaurant they often frequented. However, upon visiting, Chen Yang found it unsatisfactory due to its limited space, which would be inconvenient for discussions. Ultimately, following Lin Wei's recommendation, he reserved a spacious private room at the Qingshui Grand Hotel. It was fortunate that he had booked a large room. Otherwise, it could have been quite awkward. Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to discuss the future development of Common People Agricultural Products Trading Company during dinner, Lin Feng, his brother-in-law, did not hold back and invited over 20 friends. His intentions seemed clear. He hoped Chen Yang would arrange positions for all his friends within the company and supermarket. Chen Yang did not harbor any objections. During his time with the Lin family, he had already gathered insights about these individuals from Du Yue. Apart from a few comrades from Lin Feng's unit, the others were retired veterans whom Chen Yang had met during gatherings at the veterans' restaurant. These retired servicemen exhibited remarkable discipline and execution capabilities alongside commendable physical fitness. Some even possessed specialized skills, provided their character was sound and they were willing to endure hardships. Chen Yang felt confident in entrusting both the logistics and security responsibilities of the company to them, particularly in the realm of security. Given the already strained relations with Zhang Jun, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Although Lin's family provided a strong backing, the opposing party might still hesitate to act rashly. Nevertheless, it was wise to maintain a sense of caution. During dinner, Lin Feng took the initiative to invite Chen Yang, the future CEO of the company, to speak. Although Chen Yang was still unfamiliar with everyone and did not wish to prolong their meal, he managed to convey a few words of gratitude. He expressed his appreciation for their hard work over the past few days, acknowledging that without their contributions, the renovation of the People's Life supermarket would not have progressed so swiftly. He also thanked them for honoring him with their presence and for prioritizing this gathering over various social engagements. Chen Yang then outlined the future operations of the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company. In principle, he could arrange a position for each individual, with remuneration on par with state-owned enterprises. However, he insisted that the proper procedures must be followed. Upon their return, he requested that each person submit a personal resume, so they could tailor their roles based on specific circumstances. Lastly, he encouraged everyone to indulge in whatever food and drink they desired, framing it as a celebration for their joining the company. Following his remarks, the group rose in applause. Due to the necessity of driving, Chen Yang toasted them with 3 cups of tea in lieu of wine and then delegated the task of accompanying the guests to Lin Feng. He departed with Lin Wei. Chen Yang's intention was to leave the social obligations to Lin Feng, hoping that they could enjoy a relaxed atmosphere free from constraints. Once the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company officially commenced operations, there would be an extended period of busyness, leaving little opportunity for such gatherings in the future. On their way home, Lin Wei suddenly suggested spending the night at Chen Yang's aunt's house. Upon inquiry, Chen Yang learned that the Lin family's home had poor sound insulation, leading to public discontent over their nighttime activities. Chen Yang had contemplated purchasing a property in Qingshui City, but had been preoccupied in Xingqing, while Lin Wei was also busy with work, which prevented them from pursuing it further. Nevertheless, he had no intention of moving into the textile factory's housing area. As Zhao Donghai's unit was still housed in an old-style structure lacking independent kitchens and bathrooms, which was highly inconvenient. While a short stay would be manageable, Lin Wei would surely find it intolerable over time. After careful consideration, Chen Yang ultimately proposed renting an apartment near the municipal government where Lin Wei worked. The area offered convenient living and transportation options, not only facilitating Lin Wei's commute, but also allowing them to enjoy a pleasant life together. Lin Wei was delighted by this suggestion. That evening, Chen Yang and Lin Wei lingered by the ancient city wall pier along the Qingshui River for quite some time. Lin Wei shared many thoughts with Chen Yang, discussing matters concerning her family, as well as her aspirations in Qingshui City. In that moment, Chen Yang realized that Lin Wei's background was even more formidable than he had initially surmised. She had chosen to forego better prospects in Xingqing to return to Qingshui, driven by the desire to fulfill her life ambitions through her own efforts. Although overly idealistic, it is truly admirable. Judging from the development of her past life, it is evident that Lin Wei has indeed achieved remarkable accomplishments. Under her leadership, Qingshui County not only successfully eradicated poverty, but also became one of the economic powerhouses in Dongjiang Province. Of course, since Chen Yang's rebirth, the butterfly effect has already taken hold. Besides their union as husband and wife, Lin Wei's career has also undergone transformation. She now serves as the secretary to the vice mayor, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, her time in grassroots governance will be postponed. Therefore, her future experiences will undoubtedly diverge from those of her previous life. Will she continue to serve as the guardian of Qingshui County, or will she preside over another city? Chen Yang suddenly finds himself looking forward to that day. Naturally, during this journey, he will diligently manage his agricultural products trading company to support Lin Wei's aspirations. After all, they are now a couple who share both joys and hardships. Chapter 56. Vice Mayor Su Chen Yang instructed to tidy up the storefronts within Shuanglin Market. One space will serve as a temporary office for the agricultural products trading company, while the other four will be utilized as storage for the agricultural supermarket. As for the corner storefront facing the street, Chen Yang plans to open a lottery shop. In impoverished areas, the number of people dreaming of overnight wealth tends to increase. Given Shuanglin Market's strategic location and high foot traffic, it is ideal for a lottery business. Furthermore, during significant football events, Chen Yang can leverage his memory to gain insights from the lottery director. After outlining the intended uses of the storefronts, Chen Yang began posting announcements to recruit staff. Most of Lin Feng's acquaintances were only suitable for manual labor. For administrative roles, he needed individuals with higher educational qualifications. However, after a day of interviews, the results were less than satisfactory. The candidates who met the requirements lacked experience, while those with experience were often too conservative and lacked entrepreneurial spirit. Chen Yang contemplated posting recruitment ads on the campus forum of Xingqing University and on the Qing network, yet he feared being discovered by Zhang Jun. After all, he and Lu Shiji were currently setting a trap for that individual. Revealing his establishment of a company in Qishui at this juncture would certainly alert the snake. Left with no other options, Chen Yang sought Lin Wei's assistance. After all, she had served as the student council president at Xingqing University for 3 years, possessing an extensive network that might enable her to discreetly recommend suitable candidates. However, Lin Wei informed Chen Yang that her superior, Vice Mayor Su, wished to meet him. Prior to his rebirth, Chen Yang had little interaction with Su Li. One was an ordinary citizen, while the other occupied a lofty position as mayor, representing two entirely different worlds. Su Li's sudden desire to meet him was likely due to her connection with Lin Wei. Whether this meeting was for professional or personal reasons, Lin Wei did not clarify, only instructing him to meet at the Qingshui Grand Hotel. With a sense of trepidation, Chen Yang made his way to the Qingshui Grand Hotel, where, under Lin Wei's guidance, he encountered the legendary Vice Mayor Su. Chen Yang had seen Su Li on television in his previous life. She was indeed a striking beauty. Upon meeting her in person today, he discovered that not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed an exceptional demeanor. When greeting Chen Yang, she did not adopt an authoritative posture. Su Li appraised Chen Yang for a moment, then playfully remarked, "Chen Yang, you are even more handsome in person than in your graduation photos. No wonder Lin Wei is fond of you. If I were a decade younger, I would likely be captivated by you as well. Thank you for the compliment, senior." Chen Yang dared not make light-hearted jokes with her and cautiously inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Su Li nodded and replied, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the skincare products you sent. I truly appreciate them. However, given the premium nature of this brand, I believe it only fair to reimburse you. With that, Suli withdrew an envelope from her briefcase and extended it towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not accept it, but rather addressed her. These skincare products were intended for Lin Wei, as I was concerned about her skin while accompanying you on your excursions. As for your share, it was merely a kind gesture on her part, and it does not pertain to me. Observing Chen Yang's refusal of the money, Suli handed the envelope to Lin Wei, who also declined to accept it. Boss, please do not misunderstand. I offered you the cosmetics primarily to avoid any misconceptions. If we travel together and you become sunburned while I remain fair-skinned, how might others perceive it? Wouldn't they accuse me of neglecting my duties as your secretary? If you find it inappropriate, I shall refrain from such gifts in the future. By saying that, am I at fault? Suli found herself amused and bemused. Lin Wei's twisted logic made it difficult for her to uphold her principles. She was not a rigid person, and since it was Lin Wei's goodwill, she decided not to insist further. Suli was aware of Lin Wei's background and felt no obligation to provide special consideration as her superior. As for Chen Yang, it was he who had a need for her assistance. Chen Yang, I have heard that you are establishing an agricultural product trading company. How are preparations progressing? The business formalities are still being processed, and the office is temporary, with staff not yet fully assembled. It will likely take at least a month to become operational. A month is rather slow. You could begin with preparatory work. I heard from Lin Wei that your supermarket is set to open soon. Have you resolved the sourcing issue? I have reached a verbal agreement with local agricultural wholesalers to supply goods before the company is fully operational. Oh, have you considered bypassing wholesalers and sourcing directly from agricultural bases? That could prove challenging. Identifying suitable production sites and negotiating prices require time. Additionally, transportation of goods must be taken into account. If the volume is substantial, storage becomes another concern. At present, my company lacks the necessary conditions. If I can help coordinate these matters, how much volume could you handle? That would depend on market demand. My preliminary plan is to conduct a month-long promotional campaign for the supermarket, with an estimated daily sales volume of 2 tons, totaling around 60 tons. Suli felt a twinge of disappointment. 60 tons would hardly make a dent in the current agricultural surplus issues facing Qishui City. Nevertheless, since Chen Yang was genuinely interested in investing in agricultural sales, she was more than willing to support him. Here is a list of industries in Qishui City and the surrounding counties. Take a look and see what piques your interest. Later, have Lin Wei make you a copy. Chen Yang accepted the document Lin Wei offered, flipping through it roughly and noting down the list of agricultural production bases related to Qishui County. Although the suburbs were nearby, competition was fierce, with resources nearly exhausted and no price advantage. When considering investment in a county, his first choice remained his hometown of Qishui County. After all, it was the place where he had grown up. Even in the face of some unpleasantness, it does not diminish the essence of this sentiment. Subsequently, Suli inquired about Chen Yang's plans to establish an agricultural product trading company. In order to garner the robust support of this senior sister who held the mayoral office, Chen Yang did not hesitate to reveal his ambitions. My intention is to first establish stable procurement and sales channels in Qishui City. Once the business stabilizes, I will develop a mature logistics system to distribute Qishui's agricultural products to every corner of Dongjiang province. Such confidence is remarkable. Do you really believe you can sell agricultural products in the remote mountainous areas? Where there is demand, there is market potential. Urban areas have their own needs, just as rural regions have theirs. However, the current state of transportation in rural areas is dismal, with narrow, rugged, and uneven roads, some of which remain mere mud paths that become nearly impassable during the rainy season. These dire transportation conditions significantly inflate transportation costs, deterring even the most determined merchants from venturing into the market. Suli expressed her agreement with Chen Yang's viewpoint. If Qishui City had more advanced information systems, the current issue of unsold agricultural products would certainly be much alleviated. Yet, this is not a problem that can be resolved in a day or two. It requires a substantial investment of human resources, material support, and time. Her work in Qishui City is indeed a long and arduous journey. Chapter 57. Plan for creating an online sales platform. Suli not only provided a list of procurement locations, but also promised certain project subsidies and tax incentives to the agricultural product trading company. Limited Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised by the government's willingness to offer assistance. and he promptly assured Su Li of his commitment to expanding the company and contributing to the agricultural development of Qingshui City. Upon returning home, Chen Yang called Lu Qingqing, asking her to help initiate a charitable activity for farmers on the Qing Network Forum under her name, with a focus on promoting the unsold agricultural products from Qingshui County. Lu Qingqing expressed her confusion regarding Chen Yang's actions. Senior, Qingshui County is so far away. Who would travel such a distance to buy agricultural products? You should be conducting this activity in Qingshui instead. Chen Yang replied, we will definitely conduct it here, but we might also strike a bit of luck in Qingqing. My aim is to disseminate the information and let the market determine the fate of these farmers in Qingshui County. Lu Qingqing was not pleased. Aren't you just helping your senior sister with her tasks? I'm not doing it. Chen Yang then asked her, Qingqing, have you considered that once Qing Network grows larger, we could establish an online sales platform akin to eBay? Lu Qingqing, lacking experience in online shopping, curiously asked, what is an online sales platform? Chen Yang explained, it's a means of selling goods online. The website provides a trading platform where sellers and buyers can negotiate prices. Once the negotiations are complete, if the locations are nearby, they can transact offline. Alternatively, buyers can pay via online banking, and sellers can deliver the products to the buyers' addresses through logistics companies. Lu Qingqing remarked, that sounds quite complicated. I feel I wouldn't manage it well. Chen Yang immediately painted a bright picture for her. Online sales are still in their infancy in our country, and yes, it is somewhat complex. However, with diligent effort, success is surely attainable. If you can make it work, you might not become the world's top businesswoman, but you will certainly be a prominent figure in our country. Lu Qingqing felt intrigued. So, does that mean I would be better than senior sister? Absolutely. As Chen Yang encouraged Lu Qingqing verbally, he made a gesture of supplication towards the unkindly gazing Lin Wei. Lu Qingqing was quite pleased. So what should I do? She inquired. Chen Yang replied, let us first conduct an experiment with this poverty alleviation and agricultural assistance initiative to gauge the public's acceptance of online shopping. Should the results prove favorable, we can subsequently organize additional activities to pique their interest. When the time is ripe, we can formally consider establishing a platform. Lu Qingqing responded, that sounds like a good plan. However, I am not well versed in agricultural products, so I will need you to provide the copy. Chen Yang assured her it would be no trouble and, after hanging up the phone, instructed Lin Wei to prepare the materials. Lin Wei was also intrigued by Chen Yang's vision. If a network sales platform could indeed be established, the agricultural products from Qingshui City would not only reach the entirety of Dongjiang province, but also extend nationwide. Even if it could not completely resolve the issue of unsold goods, it would significantly alleviate the problem. She felt it necessary to report this to Su Li during working hours. While waiting for Lin Wei to draft the copy, Chen Yang made a call to Du Yui. He proposed renting several vehicles, outfitted with loudspeakers and adorned with advertisements announcing grand discounts for the opening of the local agricultural products supermarket, to promote throughout the city. Initially, Chen Yang intended to advertise only in the southern district where Shuanglin Market was located, but after conversing with Su Li, he altered his plans. He aimed to engage a broader audience in the initiative, with a resident population of at least several hundred thousand in the urban area of Qingshui City, and estimating each person would consume a pound of agricultural products daily. The overall demand was substantial. With the backing of a promotional opening event, Chen Yang was confident that customer numbers and sales would increase. The original sales plan of 2 tons per day might even escalate to 4 tons or more. To accommodate this, he also planned to rent a large cold storage facility specifically for preserving perishable goods. With all plans meticulously arranged, Chen Yang drove back to Panlong town early the next morning. Rather than returning to Qinjiao village, he proceeded directly to the town government, seeking out Zhou Jingyang, the party secretary of Panlong town. He had heard from Lin Wei that this individual was affiliated with the Yi family line and had previously intervened on matters regarding the ancestral home. Zhou Jingyang, just over 40, was of modest height with a slightly tanned complexion, suggesting he spent considerable time outdoors. He was a man of action. Upon learning that Chen Yang had been introduced by Deputy Mayor Su, Zhou Jingyang's demeanor was exceedingly warm. Chen Yang, on behalf of all the citizens of Panlong town, I welcome you back to invest, Zhou's secretary exclaimed. Chen Yang replied, given your assistance in resolving my family's troubles, I feel compelled to contribute in whatever small way I can. Zhou laughed, you flatter me, Mr. Chen. I am merely fulfilling my official duties. It is truly outrageous that your kin would engage in such disgraceful conduct. He sighed, Family matters should remain private. Let us focus on business instead. Although Deputy Mayor Su provided me with a list, I still need to inquire about the actual circumstances. Absolutely. I will take you to visit various production bases. Whatever you find appealing, I assure you will receive the best possible discount. Discounts can be set aside. It's not easy for farmers to establish any industry. If I could merely reduce my transportation costs, that would suffice. Zhou Zhengyang gazed at Chen Yang with a hint of astonishment. Having encountered numerous merchants who typically sought favorable policies or discounts, he was taken aback by the rare encounter of one who did not wish to exploit the situation. Mr. Chen, if you forego discounts, then the transportation costs will be covered by the town government. We aspire to establish a long-term cooperative plan with conscientious merchants like yourself. Transportation fees are indeed a significant portion of agricultural product sales, and Zhou Zhengyang was willing to let the Panlong town government bear that expense, which brought Chen Yang great satisfaction. Consequently, when placing his order, Chen Yang expanded his initial plan from 60 tons to 180 tons. Simultaneously, he entered into a contract with Zhou Zhengyang and the Panlong town government, assuring prompt payment upon the arrival of the goods in Qingshui City, provided everything was in order. After paying the deposit, Chen Yang recalled his poverty alleviation initiative for farmers and inquired if Zhou Zhengyang would be interested in collaborating. Upon learning that Chen Yang intended to assist in selling their products to Xingqing, Zhou Zhengyang excitedly clasped Chen Yang's hand. Mr. Chen, you are truly a benefactor to our Panlong town. There is no need for such formality, Secretary Zhou. I am merely following Deputy Mayor Su's commission, Chen Yang replied, wishing to remain modest and attributing the credit to Su Li. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with Zhou Zhengyang and harbored concerns that he, along with the officials from the Panlong town government, might not act in good faith. By mentioning Su Li, he hoped to safeguard the promotional plans for the agricultural products supermarket. After bidding farewell to Zhou Zhengyang, Chen Yang chose not to return to Chenjiakan, aware that Zhou Zhengyang would inevitably divulge his return, leading others to reach out to him. Chapter 58. Watermelons priced by the pound. Watermelons for sale. Wholesale at 0.8 yuan. Retail at 1 jiao. As Chen Yang drove out of Panlong town, he was unexpectedly halted by a young girl selling watermelons. He stopped the car and scrutinized the girl before him. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with large expressive eyes, braided hair, and adorned in a black floral dress. In her hands, she held a piece of cardboard inscribed with charcoal, proclaiming wholesale watermelons at 0.8 yuan, retail at 1 jiao. Behind her, a small wooden table displayed several slices of watermelon, accompanied by a long array of green-skinned watermelons stacked nearby. Little sister, why are you selling watermelons all alone? Where are your parents? My mother went home to cook, and my father is working in the field, she replied, pointing towards the watermelon patch behind her. Following her gesture, Chen Yang noticed a man diligently laboring about 400 meters away in the field. Uncle, would you like to buy some watermelons? Ours are sweet and affordable. You can try a piece. The girl swiftly offered a slice of watermelon to Chen Yang. Taking a bite, Chen Yang found it both sweet and juicy. Indeed, a fine watermelon. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how such exceptional watermelons could be priced at only 1 jiao per pound, given that in Qingshui City, they typically sold for at least 0.6 yuan, with prices in Xingqing exceeding 1 yuan. Little sister, please call your father over. I wish to purchase more. Okay, uncle. Just wait a moment. Fearing that Chen Yang might drive away, the young girl hurriedly turned to summon her father. Upon hearing his daughter's call, the melon farmer, a sturdy man of modest height in his 30s, swiftly approached. His sun-kissed skin bore testament to countless hours spent under the blazing sun. Sir, how many watermelons would you like to purchase? He inquired. May I ask why your watermelons are so inexpensive? Sigh, if I don't sell them at a lower price, they'll rot in the fields, he lamented. Why is no one buying? Chen Yang interjected. I saw many vendors selling watermelons in the city, with trucks lined up along the roadside. This year, many have planted watermelons. With the same pricing, vendors will naturally opt for the nearest sources to save on costs. The farmer replied. But you could rent a truck to transport them to the city. Chen Yang suggested. Sir, it's easier said than done. Renting a truck costs money. The fare from here to Qingshu County is at least 300 yuan. If I can't sell them in a day, the costs double. 8 cents for a watermelon means 5 tons only amounts to 800 yuan. After deducting 600 yuan for 2 days' expenses, I'm left with merely 200 yuan. I still need to account for meals, health management fees, and the return fare. In the end, there is hardly anything left. Chen Yang recalled Lin Wei mentioning that farmers engaged in extensive cultivation often received subsidies. He queried, "Is there no government support or cultivation subsidy available to you?" "Subsidy? What subsidy? I've seen the list of agricultural support from the county government, and it seems your watermelon fields aren't included," the farmer replied. "Sir, you appear to be unfamiliar with the process. It requires connections. Our village has planted 500 acres of watermelons, and those with connections or who have offered favors are prioritized for support. My family struggles to afford my child's education. We cannot afford to give gifts. I heard those who have given gifts are still waiting in line." Chen Yang fell silent. The list provided to him by Su Li included many watermelon production bases. As he drove to Panlong town, he observed numerous watermelon fields along the way. This indicated that beyond the listed production sites, many others remained unrecognized. Given such extensive cultivation, it was surprising that the market was thriving. More critically, if the watermelons from the production areas were unsold, the prices in the market would not be significantly lower. Ultimately, the vendors would not incur losses, while it was the oblivious farmers who bore the brunt of the struggle. "How many mature watermelons do you have left?" he inquired. "There should be over 10 tons remaining," the farmer replied. "Let us do this. Prepare 300 jin for me to take. If I can arrange transport tomorrow, I will return to purchase the rest." Chen Yang retrieved 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the farmer, who expressed his gratitude profusely. For burlap sacks filled with watermelons were placed in the back seat and trunk of Chen Yang's car. The farmer then produced 6 yuan in change, offering it to Chen Yang. Declining the change, Chen Yang suggested they settle at the wholesale price of 8 cents when the larger truck arrived. The farmer insisted on placing the change in the passenger seat. Unable to convince him otherwise, Chen Yang, noticing the sun nearing the horizon, bid farewell to the father and daughter, then drove back to Qingshui City. He called Lin Wei and learned she was at home. So he parked his car beneath her building and carried 2 sacks of watermelons upstairs. The remaining 2 sacks were intended for the supermarket at Shuanglin Market, to quench the thirst of the hard-working employees. Upon hearing that watermelons cost only 8 cents per jin, the Lin family was astounded. Lin Wei believed Chen Yang was jesting, exclaiming, "This cannot be true. In the report I compiled, the wholesale price of watermelons in Qishui County is merely 2 dimes per pound." Chen Yang remarked, "The price of 2 dimes per pound likely includes transportation costs. It could also be the result of connections with certain officials or favors being exchanged. Those overlooked farmers, unable to sell their watermelons and reluctant to let them rot in the fields, are compelled to continue lowering their prices. The most challenging aspect is that even with reduced prices, there is no guarantee they will sell." Lin Wei fell into a contemplative silence. If Chen Yang were not fabricating the truth, the issue of unsold agricultural products in Qingshui may be more dire than anticipated. "Chen Yang, our supermarket's promotional plan does not include fruits. How do you propose to handle the purchase of over 10 tons of watermelons?" Du Wei expressed her concerns, given that their existing warehouse arrangements were already in place. Chen Yang had to pay to store the goods ordered from Panlong town in a cold storage facility. Acquiring such a large quantity of watermelons would only exacerbate storage costs. After some consideration, Chen Yang suggested, "We can distribute 100 pounds to each employee of the company and store, treating it as an early employee benefit. The remainder can be sold at Shuanglin Market. While others sell at 6 dimes, we will sell at 3. It is bound to sell." Du Wei laughed. "In that case, this transaction will result in a loss." "That does not bode well." Chen Yang sighed. "I never intended to make a profit. My primary goal upon returning is to engage in charitable endeavors." Lin Wei playfully kicked Chen Yang and admonished, "Do not complain in front of me. Now that you are affluent, you must embrace a greater sense of social responsibility. Contributing to good deeds can also accrue merit for future generations." Chen Yang gazed at Lin Wei with eager anticipation. "Wife, when do you plan to bless me with a chubby little boy?" Lin Wei's cheeks flushed as she stuffed a piece of watermelon into Chen Yang's mouth. "I am currently preoccupied. When would I have time to have children? Just enjoy your watermelon." Chewing on the watermelon, Chen Yang silently sighed. Given Lin Wei's workaholic nature, he feared that fulfilling his father's wish might prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 59. The Sales Miracle of Qingshui City Daughter. "Are you concealing anything from me regarding Chen Yang?" "No, absolutely not." "Really? Truly?" Lin Jiangwo scrutinized Lin Wei's subtle expressions and movements, relieved to see no signs of deceit. "If this agricultural product supermarket fails to generate profit, we can explore other options. Do not let your brother's situation affect your relationship." Father, you are overthinking it. This supermarket will undoubtedly turn a profit. The initial losses from promotional activities are merely to attract customers. Many new stores in Xinjiang operate in this manner. Promotional activities do not need to last a month. That young man won a prize recently, and during this period, he has been purchasing houses, cars, and indulging in extravagant living without restraint. I doubt he has much left. If that supermarket continues to incur losses, how will you manage in the future? Father, you worry too much. He owns dozens of properties in Xinjiang. Even if this supermarket were to close, he could sustain himself through rental income. Moreover, this supermarket will surely become profitable in the end. You say he has dozens of properties? Isn't the highest lottery prize only 5 million? Are property prices in Xinjiang really that low? To be precise, he won 20 million. That was merely the value of his assets upon returning. If all goes well, it should now exceed 9 figures. Thus, there is no need for you to worry about the prospect of us starving. Lin Wei suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy. It had taken him decades of hard work, along with bonuses, merely to afford a home in Qingshui, while Chen Yang acquired a fortune exceeding 100 million in the span of a month. Is earning money truly that effortless nowadays? Continue to boast as you will. Lin Wei resolved to conclude his conversation with Lin Wei, believing that his daughter was fabricating tales to persuade him to accept Chen Yang. In truth, there was no need for such theatrics. The young man had already surpassed expectations in his recent endeavors. After several days of preparation, the People's Agricultural Products supermarket finally opened its doors. Due to the overwhelming number of patrons, police officers, traffic enforcers, and urban management personnel from the southern district of Qingshui mobilized to maintain order. The atmosphere at the site was as jubilant as a festival, with Qingshui Television dispatching reporters to conduct live interviews with those waiting in line. As it was the first entrepreneurial venture for his daughter and son-in-law, Lin Wei made a special trip to witness the event. When his gaze fell upon the serpentine line of customers that resembled a great dragon, a profound sense of astonishment surged through his being like a tidal wave. Lin Wei had attended employee meetings with thousands in attendance and concerts featuring tens of thousands. Yet he had never witnessed a queue of over 1,000 for purchasing vegetables. The era of planned economy, where citizens waited in line for rations, was long gone. Qingshui boasted numerous agricultural markets, adequately catering to the public's produce needs. Thus, gathering such a multitude in one place to buy groceries was indeed a remarkable feat. Unbeknownst to Lin Wei, Chen Yang had rented 4 vehicles and broadcasted announcements across the 4 districts of Qingshui for 4 consecutive days. The prices at the People's Agricultural Products supermarket were genuinely affordable, with cabbage selling for 3 jiao per jean, green peppers at 7 jiao, string beans at 7 jiao, loofah at 6 jiao, and pumpkins at 5 jiao. It can be said that all available products were being sold at wholesale prices or even below. Furthermore, Chen Yang had arranged for several individuals to provide water and watermelon to those waiting in line and to the law enforcement personnel maintaining order. With low prices and excellent service, it was nearly impossible for business not to thrive. Originally, the sales target for the day was 6 tons, which was achieved by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, Chen Yang had stocked 3 days' worth of inventory and had personnel on standby in the cold storage. By 8 o'clock that evening, when the store closed, total sales exceeded 10 tons. Selling over 20,000 jean in a single day set a remarkable sales record for Qingshui. To ensure that subsequent sales plans were not hindered, Chen Yang promptly contacted Zhou Jingyang to increase the daily supply of agricultural products to 10 tons. He also made some adjustments to the sales strategy, deciding to allocate additional staff to serve customers purchasing large quantities directly from the warehouse. This adjustment proved effective, as sales exceeded 15 tons the following day. Subsequently, Chen Yang continued to refine the supply quantity. Due to the limited size of the store and insufficient manpower, the supply was ultimately capped at 20 tons per day. Naturally, behind such high sales figures lay significant losses. In the span of just 1 week, the losses incurred by the People's Agricultural Products supermarket have already reached 30,000 yuan, not accounting for labor costs and utilities. Lin Wei found it difficult to comprehend Chen Yang's actions. Even if one were to attract customers to the supermarket, spending over 100,000 yuan seemed excessive. As the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, his annual income barely exceeds 30,000 yuan. This young man, in a single month, could squander several years' worth of his earnings. Meanwhile, Suli has been closely monitoring the sales performance of the People's Agricultural Products supermarket. Every day, Du Yui's income and expenditure report is delivered to her by Lin Wei. To be candid, she admires Chen Yang's vision and audacity. Once this event concludes, the entire Qingshui city will remember the existence of the People's Agricultural Products Supermarket. In the future, whenever people think of purchasing discounted agricultural products, they will first consider this supermarket. The impact is far superior to advertising on television. In fact, Chen Yang has spent less than what would be required for a television advertisement while achieving even better promotional results. This young man possesses remarkable business acumen. It is a pity that he is merely selling agricultural products. Suli resolved to meet Chen Yang again, hoping to glean further inspiration from him regarding the sluggish sales of agricultural products in Qingshui City. However, Lin Wei informed her that Chen Yang had gone to Star City. After a week of restructuring, Star City Heavy Industries has resumed operations. Following its relaunch, the stock has experienced several consecutive trading limits, with the current market price exceeding 12 yuan, more than doubling since Chen Yang's purchase. For the past few days, Lu Shiji has been calling Chen Yang daily, not only to discuss plans to outmaneuver the Zhang brothers in the International New City project, but also to inquire about when to sell the Star City Heavy Industries stock. Of course, Lu Shiji is not the only one concerned about Star City Heavy Industries. Yi Xian and Su Mingyue are equally invested. Yi Xian frequently asks Chen Yang, "Why haven't you sold your shares yet?" While Su Mingyue often advises, "Chen Yang, I believe Star City Heavy Industries has appreciated sufficiently. We should withdraw soon." Chen Yang remains unhurried, fully aware that the stock has the potential to triple in value. Such a lucrative opportunity is not one to be easily relinquished. His return to Star City is primarily for the commencement of the bidding for the International Star City project. After nearly half a month of fishing, it is time for Lu Shiji to reel in his catch. Chapter 60. Zhang Jun, beaten at the auction in preparation for the auction of the International New City project. Chen Yang deliberately purchased a tailored Armani suit from the Star City International Shopping Center. When he arrived at the auction venue to meet Lu Shiji, dressed in his new attire, the latter hurried inside, fearing that his brilliance might be overshadowed. "Oh, looking quite dapper today. Which wealthy lady are you trying to impress?" Suli jested, to which Chen Yang replied, "You mustn't speak so recklessly. I am a married man." "Then why are you here in Star City instead of accompanying your wife in Qingshui?" Yi Xian shot him a look, sensing that his presence here was not merely for good intentions. Lu Shiji has been obsessing over lot number 8 of the International New City project recently, even clashing with the Zhang brothers. Chen Yang's presence here likely serves to bolster Lu Shiji's efforts. The two of them have made considerable profits lately and could indeed make a remarkable impression at this auction. However, Yi Xian's attendance at the auction is purely for the sake of excitement. She had already issued the warning. Chen Yang and Lu Shiji, insistent on ignoring her counsel, ventured into misfortune, and she could hardly be bothered to intervene further. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Yang, Yi Xian mingled with other attendees. Just as Chen Yang intended to join Lu Shiji at the venue, he was intercepted by Zhang Jun. "Well, looking quite dapper today. Which woman do you intend to seduce?" Zhang Jun was accompanied by 3 others, including their mutual acquaintance Zhang Peng, as well as Tang Kuan and Zhao Xuanfa. Perhaps due to Zhao Xuanfa's presence, Zhang Jun spoke to Chen Yang with an unmistakable bravado. Chen Yang disregarded Zhang Jun and directed his attention to the visibly troubled Zhao Xuanfa, questioning, "Is it truly worth sacrificing your future for a scoundrel?" Zhao Xuanfa lowered his gaze, refraining from responding. However, Zhang Jun was incensed. "You filthy country bumpkin. Stop trying to sow discord. If it weren't for your pursuit of Lin Wei, would he have faced detention?" Chen Yang offered a cold smile, retorting, "My relationship with Lin Wei is entirely legitimate. Unlike some who thrive on unrequited feelings and resort to underhanded tactics, ultimately harming themselves and others." In a fit of rage, Zhang Jun lunged at Chen Yang, delivering a kick. Chen Yang deftly sidestepped, causing Zhang Jun to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "You bastard. I'll get you for this." "Zhao Xuanfa, why are you hesitating? Take him down." Zhao Xuanfa hesitated, recalling the warning he received upon his release from detention, to avoid provoking Chen Yang, lest he find himself in trouble once more. Noticing Zhao Xuanfa's inaction, Chen Yang chose to disregard them and proceeded to enter the auction venue alongside the other attendees. Lu Shiji beckoned Chen Yang to sit beside him and began to complain. "You rascal, we're merely here to put on a show. Is it truly necessary to dress so elegantly? One might think you're here to charm wealthy women." Chen Yang glanced around and indeed spotted several attractive women. However, the most striking was undoubtedly Yi Xian, seated in the front row, engrossed in conversation with friends. In that moment, she appeared as a rare orchid blossoming in a secluded valley, exuding an aura of elegance akin to a proud plum blossom in the winter's chill. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon her, Yi Xian suddenly turned her head, and upon recognizing Chen Yang, shot him a fierce glare. Chen Yang quickly averted his gaze and resumed his casual conversation with Lu Shiji. After a while, Zhang Jun and his companions, including Tang Kuan and Zhao Xuanfa, entered the venue. This time, he merely glared menacingly at Chen Yang without taking further aggressive action, aware that this was a government-hosted auction, and any disruption could result in ejection and tarnish the Zhang Group's reputation. Both Lu Shiji and Zhang Jun had their sights set on Lot 8 of the International New City project. Therefore, during the preceding auctions, both parties observed quietly. When it came time for Lot 8, the host announced an opening bid of 60 million, prompting Zhang Jun to raise his bid. 80 million. After declaring his bid, Zhang Jun cast a provocative glance at Chen Yang and Lu Shiji. 100 million. Lu Shiji countered assertively. Lot 8, spanning 80 acres, was the largest and most strategically located parcel in the International New City project. His estimated valuation was 200 million. Should the bidding exceed that amount, he was prepared to withdraw. 120 million. After declaring his bid, Zhang Jun continued to regard Chen Yang and Lu Shiji with an air of arrogance. He secured a loan of 500 million from Star City Bank, with the 8th plot firmly in his sights. 140 million. 160 million. 250 million. Chen Yang's sudden bidding not only captured the attention of the entire audience, but also startled Lu Shiji, who gazed at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. Were we not just pretending? Are you serious? Fear not, the fish will bite. If it doesn't, will you cover the excess? I'll cover it, I shall. Lu Shiji instantly regained his composure. 250 million, the first call. 250 million, the second call. 250 million, 300 million. Zhang Jun could not allow Chen Yang, that impoverished wretch, to snatch away the coveted prize. He immediately raised his bid by 50 million. This time, Lu Shiji clutched Chen Yang's hand tightly, fearing he might let excitement lead him to raise the bid further. 300 million, the first call. 300 million, the second call. 310 million. Zhang Jun instinctively glanced towards Chen Yang and Lu Shiji's position, momentarily taken aback when he realized they were not the ones bidding. But he quickly recovered. 320 million. 330 million. 340 million. 350 million. 400 million. Zhang Jun was thoroughly incensed, glaring fiercely at the other bidders, wishing he could devour them whole. Perhaps it was his fury that intimidated his rivals, as this time, no one dared to bid again. Ultimately, Zhang Jun secured the 8th plot at the price of 400 million. A broke wretch is still a broke wretch, if one has no money. One should refrain from mingling in such high-end venues. Having won the land, Zhang Jun began to mock Chen Yang with an air of triumph. You might as well return to Qing Shui and play the pretty boy. This is not your territory. I can come and go as I please. And who are you to dictate otherwise? Chen Yang felt elated, completely unfazed by Zhang Jun's taunts. Lu Shiji chimed in, adding to the mockery. The foolish son of the landowner has a unique comprehension, spending an extra 200 million. He thinks the auction house belongs to his family. How absurd. Let us depart before we are assimilated by their low intellect. Chen Yang quickly pulled Lu Shiji outside, leaving Zhang Jun fuming behind them. He suddenly realized he might have fallen into a trap. Zhang Jun glared angrily at the middle-aged businessman who had bid against him, convinced that this man was in cahoots with Lu Shiji and Chen Yang, deliberately conspiring to ensnare him. You scoundrel, dare to play me. Ouch, that hurts. Help. Zhao Xuanfa, come save me. Zhang Jun found himself at the mercy of the middle-aged man's bodyguards, who held him down and delivered a barrage of punches and kicks. Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan could only watch from a distance, too afraid to intervene. Had it not been for Zhang Peng's timely call for security, he would have found himself in the hospital for several days. At that moment, Yi Xian, who had been observing the spectacle, finally understood why Chen Yang and Lu Shiji had inquired about the 8th plot. Reflecting on the antics of these two, particularly Lu Shiji, who had been feigning foolishness in her presence for days, she could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Chapter 61. The Handsome Deliveryman and a BMW Fool. I allocated 200 million for land acquisition, and you squandered 400 million. Did you spend 4 years studying finance in Star City merely to be incompetent? Dad, That plot has an excellent location. It will surely appreciate in value. Am I unaware of its potential? The issue is, can we afford to wait? You borrowed 500 million from the bank. How will you repay this money? There remains 100 million. We can promptly initiate the project. Do you think this is child's play? The procedures for the project are not so easily managed. Hurry back to Qingshui. The affairs in Xingqing are none of your concern. Father, grant me another chance, and I shall surely excel. If you do not return within 3 days, I shall consider you no longer my son. Zhang Jun lay dejectedly on his bed, initially hoping to carve a niche for himself in the business world of Xingqing through the International New City project. Little did he anticipate being ensnared by the collusion of Liu Shiji and Chen Yang. It was only later that he learned that Liu Shiji's budget was merely 200 million. Had it not been for Chen Yang's unwelcome intervention, he could have acquired that piece of land at a significantly lower price. That damn country bumpkin Chen Yang. I shall make you pay dearly. Today, outside the supermarket at Yangwan Garden Community, a semi-trailer adorned with a banner proclaiming its support for poverty alleviation and agricultural assistance had arrived, carrying 30 tons of watermelons transported from Qingshui County. The market price for watermelons in Xingqing is 80 cents per pound, but here they are sold for 50 cents. Purchases exceeding 50 pounds come with free delivery. As news spread, a throng of buyers was drawn to the scene. Chen Yang had custom-made numerous work shirts emblazoned with the symbol of the common people. He established a rule that whether in Qingshui or Xingqing, anyone engaged in selling or delivering goods must wear them. This was a form of brand promotion. Upon returning from the auction, Chen Yang shed his suit and donned the designated work shirt for deliveries. Liu Qingqing's poverty alleviation initiative launched on Qinhuang was already yielding results, with many users placing orders on the forum. However, there remained a certain reluctance towards online payments. All demanded to pay upon delivery. Chen Yang had brought only 2 employees with him, which was sufficient for the on-site delivery tasks. He resolved to personally handle the online orders. You are now a billionaire. How can you stoop to being a courier? Liu Shiji both disdained and failed to comprehend Chen Yang's actions. What do you know? This is called experiencing life. Chen Yang smiled as he queried Liu Shiji, do you wish to try it as well? I'm not as bored as you. Liu Shiji firmly shook his head in refusal. He was only interested in seeking a gentle refuge to revel in his successful revenge against the Zhang brothers. It was a pity that Chen Yang preferred to play the courier rather than join him in leisure, driving Liu Shiji's BMW. Chen Yang followed the delivery list provided by Liu Qingqing, dropping off watermelons at various addresses. His actions quickly gained traction on Qinhuang. Dear family, the watermelons from the Agricultural Assistance Initiative have arrived. They are sweet and delicious. The best part is that the delivery man is quite the handsome gentleman. Did you know he drove a BMW to deliver a few dollars worth of watermelons? How touching. Hey upstairs, you didn't just buy 1 watermelon, did you? They are delivering it to you? I genuinely feel for the BMW gentleman's fuel expenses. It's true, the courier is indeed handsome. I bought 50 pounds, and he even helped me carry it to the 7th floor, so considerate. If I weren't married, I would truly want to embark on a passionate romance with him. Hey upstairs, wake up. The BMW gentleman is merely experiencing life. How could he possibly date an ordinary person? Only a wealthy heiress would be worthy of him. Is it possible that the BMW is borrowed? I observed a handsome gentleman donned in a work shirt emblazoned with the logo of the common folk. Perhaps he truly is an ordinary citizen. The upstairs commentary possesses merit. How could one who genuinely owns a BMW work as a courier? That vehicle must undoubtedly belong to another, or perhaps to his employer. It is absurd. What kind of employer would provide a BMW for an employee to deliver goods? Who knows the license plate number of that BMW? A friend of mine from the traffic bureau wishes to make the acquaintance of his boss. To the individual above, I have already investigated. That vehicle is registered under the name of Sunshine Real Estate Company, and the owner is Liu Shiji, who shares familial ties with our station master. Esteemed station master, would you be so kind as to disclose your relationship with General Liu? Furthermore, it would be prudent to provide the contact information of the courier. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to invite him for a meal to express my gratitude for delivering watermelons. Liu Qingqing is also quite troubled. She never anticipated that Chen Yang, the business owner, would personally engage in deliveries. Delivering is one thing, but driving a BMW? It has caused quite a stir. And now she must assist in mending the situation. Dear friends, the president of Sunshine Real Estate is my brother, and he is already married. So please refrain from harboring any notions. The individual making the deliveries is one of our forum administrators and is also in a relationship. The primary objective of this event is to alleviate poverty and assist farmers in remote areas. Let us redirect our focus towards the charitable endeavor. Dear friends, I must share some unfortunate news. I have experienced a heartbreak. To the individual above, I am also quite suitable and still single. Why not consider a relationship with me? Humph. Do you possess a BMW? Are you the president of a real estate company? Lacking a BMW, would a bicycle suffice? Farewell. What era are we in? Still attempting to woo women with a bicycle? To the individual above, love is sacred. How could it be conflated with wealth? It is so banal. My apologies. I am but a mundane person. I would rather weep in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. Farewell. Oh, so it turns out you are a materialistic woman. Unfortunately, she's already in a relationship. And what of it? I would rather be a mistress than date a penniless individual like you. Seeing the argument reignite, Lu Qingqing hastily intervened. Dear friends, each person's perspective on love differs. We cannot compel others to accept aspects they do not favor, whether love or material wealth. Harmony remains paramount. I hope everyone can enjoy cheerful conversations here. Lu Qingqing's mediation finally quelled the discord. However, discussions regarding Chen Yang persisted. With each delivery he makes, the latest updates are posted on the Qingyang forum. Due to his exceptional service, he has even earned the moniker of BMW Prince. Yet, Chen Yang is unaware of his burgeoning online fame. He is currently en route to the hillside villa area in the northern region of Star City to deliver his final order of the day. He is a person of great compassion, having ordered 300 pounds of watermelon. However, when contacted by phone, the customer also requested that Chen Yang procure a meal. It is rather peculiar that someone residing in a villa would not hire a servant to cook. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, Chen Yang decided to accommodate her request. Chapter 62. Yi Xian's close friend Wulong Mountain spans the entirety of the northern district of Star City. Its lengthy ridges resembling a slumbering dragon coiled upon the earth, which is how it acquired its name. It is not only a national 5-star scenic area, but also a favored destination for leisure and relaxation. During his academic years, Chen Yang had visited Wulong Mountain and had contemplated exploring the entrance of Wulong Mountain Villa. Regrettably, its privacy regulations were stringent, and ordinary individuals were prohibited from entry. Even today, upon arriving in a BMW to deliver goods, the security personnel only permitted access after confirming with the owner. Upon reaching Villa number 7, Chen Yang discovered Yi Xian standing at the entrance with her arms crossed. He briefly questioned whether he had come to the wrong place and double-checked the house number. What are you staring at? The watermelon is mine, she remarked. Xian Jia, what a coincidence. We meet again, he replied. Humph. Hand over the delivery first, she commanded. Chen Yang promptly handed her the takeout, and once she opened the door, he drove the BMW into the courtyard. Where should I place the watermelon? Anywhere, she replied nonchalantly. Her villa spanned over 600 square meters, allowing for such casualness. Chen Yang carried the bag filled with watermelons into the living room of Yi Xian's villa and was about to make his escape. However, just as he returned to the courtyard, he was called back by Yi Xian from upstairs. Are you not charging for this? No need. Consider it a humble tribute from a younger brother, he replied, wishing to avoid lingering too long with this capricious woman, fearing he might inadvertently ignite her ire. Enough chit-chat. Hurry upstairs, she urged. Reluctantly, Chen Yang ascended the solid wooden staircase to the second-floor living room, where he found not only Yi Xian, but also another woman in a white tank top, indulging in the boxed meal he had purchased. Hello, BMW Prince. The woman waved at Chen Yang with disposable chopsticks in her right hand. BMW Prince? Chen Yang was taken aback. The woman was quite beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. Yet her infatuation was evident. To bestow upon him a nickname upon their first encounter was quite bold. The issue was, he neither considered himself a prince nor aspired to be one. You've become quite famous for your deliveries. The netizens from Qingyang and this lady before you now refer to you as BMW Prince. Yi Xian, mind your words. I am currently a single man, he retorted. So what? She is a married woman, Yi Xian countered, smirking. Do you remember the little girl from Grandpa whose family? She's his wife. Oh, Lin Wei is married. When did that happen? I never received an invitation, Chen Yang inquired, bewildered. These two have engaged in a whirlwind marriage. I only found out recently. What a pity. Such a handsome little lamb has been devoured by that girl, Yi Xian lamented. Chen Yang gazed in confusion at the two women before him. particularly at the one indulging in fast food, who had uttered such predatory words, likening him to a lamb for consumption. Perhaps I should take my leave now. We can gather another time, he suggested, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease in this atmosphere. Stop. Who said you could leave? Xian glared at him, pointing at the woman beside her. This is Shun Anna, my close friend, a master's graduate in management from Harvard University. She will be in your care from now on. Isn't that inappropriate? I am already committed, Chen Yang protested. What are you thinking? Didn't you ask Lin Wei to find you talent? She has experience in a Fortune 500 company. She will be more than sufficient for your little firm. Is that so? Welcome, welcome. Chen Yang, filled with excitement, approached Shun Anna and firmly grasped her hand. This sudden shift in demeanor left both Xian and Shun Anna bewildered. Remove your large hoof, Xian admonished, forcefully swatting Chen Yang's hand away. Remember, you are a married man. Chen Yang quickly released her hand, grinning as he replied, Rest assured, Sister Xian. My primary interest lies in Sister Anna's capabilities. Huh, a man's words are but tricks. Who would believe them? Xian retorted, Perhaps I should seek a more competent candidate. Noticing Xian's skepticism, Chen Yang contemplated making a hasty exit. Stop. You two must converse first. If you cannot reach an agreement, we shall discuss it further. Xian seemed resolute in her intention to promote Shun Anna, clinging to Chen Yang. But how shall we converse? Chen Yang inquired cautiously, glancing at Shun Anna, who continued to enjoy her fast food. Discuss your grand plans with her. Xian urged. Oh, my plan is merely to sell agricultural products, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Is that all? Xian questioned, realizing that Chen Yang was feigning ignorance to avoid accepting Shun Anna. However, she too did not wish for Shun Anna to remain in Xingqing. I heard from Lin Wei that you intend to establish an agricultural trade company covering the entire Donjiang province. Is this true? Indeed, but that is a future endeavor. Currently, our company consists of a temporary office and a few capable laborers. The rest is blank paper. Blank paper is excellent. It allows Anna to fully showcase her talents. But the conditions in Qingshui are quite harsh. Sister Anna has returned from studying abroad. I fear she may struggle to adapt. Chen Yang expressed his concerns. Fear not. As long as you can keep your lower half in check, everything else is manageable. Chen Yang felt an overwhelming headache, desperately hoping that Shun Anna would reconsider. After finishing a bite of her meal, Shun Anna finally shared her perspective. To my knowledge, the domestic agricultural products are facing severe sales issues. Isn't Chen Yang's poverty alleviation initiative losing money? Chen Yang nodded. Then why pursue it? Consider another industry. I think Qingshui is a promising option. Would you like me to introduce you to Qingshui? Their boss is my junior. That sounds great. Great? Just as Chen Yang and Shun Anna seemed poised to reach a consensus, Xian interjected. She pointed at Shun Anna, stating, Your current situation does not suit staying in Xingqing, but selling agricultural products truly lacks prospects. If it fails, how will I navigate the business world in the future? Shun Anna expressed her reluctance. Is he wealthy? Xian pointed at Chen Yang. Over 100 million. Shun Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, no problem. We can play a serious game. A game? Do you think this is a game? Chen Yang quickly protested. No, my temple is too small. Sister Anna should soar in broader skies. Xian dismissed Chen Yang's concerns, insisting, I believe Qingshui's skies are quite lovely. Chen Anna nodded in agreement. As Chen Yang sought further justification, Xian cut him off. All right, it's settled then. I will call Lin to arrange accommodation for Anna. Chen Yang, reluctantly preparing to voice another protest, was pulled downstairs by Xian. Chen Yang, you take her. I will explain the specifics later. Please assist me with this favor. And in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help during difficult times. Chen Yang, noticing her resolute demeanor, could only nod in agreement. Given the current circumstances, it was imperative to safeguard his finances. Without financial support, Shun Anna would inevitably tire of the endeavor and leave on her own accord. Chapter 63, A Chance Encounter with Mr. Wang Xian. It seems that Chen Yang harbors a certain apprehension towards you. Is there something amiss between the two of you? Shun Anna felt a nagging suspicion regarding the nature of the relationship between Xian and Chen Yang. Xian pinched Shun Anna's delicate waist. What are you thinking? My husband is still very much alive, and you are already seeking a replacement for me? Shun Anna, sensing that Xian was not deceiving her, felt a modicum of relief. Then ensure you treat him well. Do not let it interfere with my professional rapport with him. Huh. You and Lin are cut from the same cloth. Xian playfully poked Shun Anna's forehead, her expression turning serious. Let me remind you, he is a married man. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Rest assured, my wounds have yet to heal. Even if I were to embark on a new romantic journey, I would never undermine my own kin. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. That is good to hear. Originally, there was an opportunity for you to exact revenge, but it was unfortunately disrupted by Chen Yang and that fellow Zhang. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. I have already forgotten that individual's existence. Let us hope so. Yi Xian was skeptical. This woman had nearly resorted to violence upon learning that her fiancé had taken a mistress. Had it not been for her timely intervention, Chen Yang would likely be visiting a correctional facility in the United States by now. Indeed, if you do not believe me, take me to their wedding tomorrow. I promise to remain composed and even wish them a lifetime of happiness and unity. Quickly gather your belongings. I shall escort you to Qinshui tonight. Such haste. What about the watermelon I bought? Gift it to the security guard. Surely that would not be appropriate. It was a personal gift from my future employer. He has offered more than just to you. And besides, I have already paid for it. Very well. Let us proceed to Qinshui. It has been over a decade. I wonder if Lin still remembers me. Upon emerging from the Wulong Mountain Villa, Chen Yang received a call from Lu Shiji, instructing him to visit the Sunshine Real Estate Company for an urgent matter. He drove to the Xinhui building on Jiefang Road in Xingqing and located Lu Shiji's office on the 13th floor. The firm occupied an expansive area of over 600 square meters, dominating the entire floor. Upon announcing Chen Yang's arrival, the receptionist promptly escorted him to Lu Shiji's office. To Chen Yang's surprise, in addition to Lu Shiji, there was a familiar face from Wuyuju present. Mr. Chen, it has been quite some time. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Chen Yang recognized Mr. Wang's business card, which indicated he was in the timber industry, due to the lack of any business interactions. He had no intention of reaching out until today's unexpected meeting at Lu Shiji's company. Indeed, I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Chen. I wonder if you might be interested. Mr. Wang stated directly. Curiosity piqued. Chen Yang inquired, what sort of business? I have a plot of land in the southern outskirts of the city, originally intended for a factory. However, due to recent changes in business circumstances, I wish to sell it. I am curious if you would be interested in taking it over? Chen Yang regarded him with a hint of confusion. Mr. Wang, you ought to negotiate with Mr. Lu regarding the sale of land. He is the one in real estate. Mr. Wang has yet to respond. But Lu Shiji has already taken the initiative to answer. He remarked, Mr. Wang's location is rather remote. At this stage, investing in residential property development carries substantial risk. Chen Yang, still perplexed by Lu Shiji's implication, inquired, so, if I purchase it, is there no risk? Lu Shiji replied, you could establish a transit station. It is quite close to the South Railway Station currently under construction. How close? Chen Yang felt a stir of interest. Lu Shiji extended a finger, stating, the straight line distance is merely 1 kilometer. Would you not consider that close? Just a kilometer? That location must indeed be quite desirable. Chen Yang no longer hesitated. Mr. Wang, how large is the land you possess? What is the price? Mr. Wang responded, 10 acres. I acquired it for 10 million, and I shall transfer it to you at the original price. He continued, in just a few years, the urban construction of Xingqing will extend to the suburbs, and land prices will inevitably rise. Upon hearing it was being transferred at the original price, Chen Yang decided against negotiating further. All right. My funds are still tied up in the stock market. Is it acceptable for me to remit payment in a few days? No problem at all, Mr. Wang exclaimed. Shaking Chen Yang's hand with excitement, he felt that Chen Yang was his lucky star. Gentlemen, tonight I shall treat you. Feel free to choose any place for a delightful evening. That depends on Mr. Chen's preference. I am easygoing. You two go ahead. I need to return home to report to my wife. Chen Yang was aware of their intended destination and politely declined. Very well, I will take you to see Mr. Wang's land tomorrow. Understanding that Chen Yang's interests differed from his own, Lu Shiji did not press the matter further. After bidding farewell to Lu Shiji and Mr. Wang, Chen Yang called Yi Xian. Sister Xian, is Sister Anna there? She is beside me. What is it? I just purchased a plot of land near the South Railway Station in Xingqing. Could you please expedite the process and handle the subsequent paperwork? Did Mr. Wang sell you that piece of land? Indeed, Sister Xian is also aware. He is a member of Wuyou residence. Such a significant transaction would surely prompt him to seek my assistance in finding a buyer. However, the several buyers I contacted found the 20 million price tag too steep. No wonder he only asked me for 10 million. We are on our way to Qinshui. You can manage the paperwork on your own. All right. My company's materials and official seal are in Qingshui, so please remember to bring them back with you. Understood. After hanging up, Yi Xian, filled with indignation, turned to the front passenger seat where Chen Yang sat and exclaimed, "How is it that Chen Yang's luck is so extraordinary? Winning the lottery, always winning at sports betting. And his stocks are skyrocketing. It seems all the good fortune in the world is his." Chen Yang, resting her chin in thought, speculated. If he isn't a reincarnation of the god of wealth, then his ancestors must be blessed. Impossible. Yi Xian shook her head, dismissing Chen Yang's conjecture. I secretly took a feng shui master to inspect their ancestral grave. It was quite ordinary, seemingly just an arbitrary piece of land they chose for burial. Chen Yang gazed at Yi Xian in shock. Goodness, I suspected there was something between you two, and now you're even concerned about his ancestral grave. Yi Xian shot her a glance. I merely took a look. I did nothing. Chen Yang remained skeptical, knowing Yi Xian well. With your temperament, how could you possibly have done nothing? Yi Xian swore. I truly harbor no animosity towards Chen Yang. I am simply curious about his remarkable fortune. Chen Yang remained unconvinced. As dusk descended, she suddenly felt as though something outside was watching her. Yi Xian, shall we postpone our departure until tomorrow? She suggested. I can't shake off this peculiar feeling. Those who have a clear conscience during the day need not fear midnight knocks. Yi Xian replied resolutely. Just then, a black dog darted out from the bushes by the roadside. Bang. Chapter 64. The capable Chen Yang was fortunate today. Having acquired a promising piece of land for 10 million, positioned near a high-speed train station, he intended to establish the future headquarters of a local agricultural products trading company. He had already sold half of the 30 tons of watermelons transported from Qingshui County, earning 15,000 yuan, purchased at 8 cents and sold at 50 cents. After deducting costs, labor, and transportation, he still made several thousand. Even after accounting for losses, he would have over 10,000 remaining. He deemed it necessary to establish several distribution points, not only to increase watermelon sales, but also to offset the losses incurred by the local agricultural products supermarket. As for deliveries, having heard he had become an internet sensation on Xinhuang, Chen Yang decided to cease personally handling them. Moreover, the cargo capacity of his BMW was limited, far less efficient than that of a truck. Each time he made a delivery, Chen Chunmei would offer her usual remarks. Chen Yang understood her concern for money and refrained from arguing. After all, this aunt had meticulously saved and scrimped to support both him and Xiao Qian through university. Such ingrained habits could not be altered overnight. After dinner, Chen Yang arranged accommodation for the employees traveling with him and prepared to head home. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's call came through again. Chen Yang, please come pick up Anna at Weiju. Sister Xian, didn't you say you were returning to Qingshui? I have something urgent. You must hurry. It's quite late. Shall we not wait until tomorrow? No, we must leave tonight. Chen Yang found this strange. He sensed something was amiss with Chen Anna. The social situation in Xingqing had been relatively stable lately, and he hadn't heard of any significant events. Curiosity piqued, he decided to subtly inquire about her concerns. To his surprise, after just a few questions, she discerned his intent. Chen Yang, you needn't be anxious. It's nothing serious. My fiancé is getting married tomorrow, and I am not the bride. Chen Yang fell silent. Such a situation would be disheartening for anyone. In truth, there are many good men in this world. You should be grateful to have avoided a scoundrel. Thank you for the consolation. I understand the reasoning. Chen Anna was reluctant to delve further into her romantic troubles. Noticing her silence, Chen Yang resumed driving. About half an hour later, Chen Anna suddenly grew tense, her eyes fixated on the sides of the road. Chen Yang, have you seen anything strange? No, why? Have you dreamt of anything peculiar in the past few nights? Perhaps about the elders at home? No, I've been utterly exhausted. Sleeping soundly until dawn. Is that so? Well, that's rather fortunate. Chen Yang found Chen Anna's behavior quite odd. Did professors in the beautiful country still teach about spirits? No, I am a staunch materialist. Have you done something wrong? Is it related to me? Absolutely not. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll just rest my eyes for a moment. Chen Anna quickly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Chen Yang, being newly acquainted with her, hesitated to delve deeper into the matter. Throughout the journey, he received numerous phone calls. Lin Wei had already contacted Yi Xian to inquire about their arrival in Qingshui, so she could arrange their accommodation. Dui Wei needed to report on the supermarket's performance, facing daily losses and a hectic schedule. She was in a similar situation to Chen Chunmei. Lu Qingqing informed him to check his email for the latest poverty alleviation orders. Her tone was filled with excitement, and Chen Yang estimated that the order volume was substantial. Su Mingwei persistently questioned him about when he would sell his shares in Xingqing Heavy Industry. Chen Yang advised her to get some rest. In his previous life, Chen Yang had been overwhelmed due to financial constraints. In this life, despite having wealth, he still felt busy. What a predicament. She couldn't help but sigh. With your charm among women, why would you have troubles? The pretending to sleep shenana. Noticing Chen Yang's discontent after the call, couldn't suppress her curiosity. Firstly, the so-called charm you speak of, aside from my wife, pertains solely to professional relationships. Secondly, everyone experiences their own troubles. Is that so? And what troubles do you face? I'm simply too busy to enjoy spending money. Sister Anna, being a distinguished graduate of Harvard and a senior executive in a Fortune 500 company, you should possess considerable skills. I intend to entrust my trading company entirely to you. Don't burden me with psychological expectations. I trust your capabilities. Chen Yang, I am not an 18-year-old girl. If you wish to persuade me, you ought to find a more suitable subject. Shin Anna felt a surge of annoyance. Initially, she harbored ambitions for significant accomplishments. But Chen Yang's words made her feel as though she had embarked on a treacherous path. Sister, from the moment I first saw you, I felt an affinity. Why don't we adopt a brother-sister relationship? Stop right there. I'm merely going to Qingshui to clear my mind. I have no interest in your agricultural products company. Shin Anna could no longer tolerate Chen Yang and decided to continue feigning sleep. Chen Yang sighed and remarked, what a pity. I had hoped you would assist me in taking the company public. Taking it public? How much are you willing to invest? Shin Anna's interest was piqued once more. Chen Yang raised a finger and replied, 100 million. How does that sound? Shin Anna beamed with delight. No problem, as long as you're willing to spend. I will gladly play along. Money is certainly not an issue. However, Chen Yang added, concerned that she might not take the endeavor seriously. Any plans you devise must be discussed with me first. After all, one must use their resources wisely. Shin Anna let out a cold laugh, realizing that Chen Yang was quite astute. While he spoke of camaraderie, when it came to financial matters, he was all business. Don't worry. I have seen much of the world. A mere 100 million is not something I take lightly. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Chen Yang attempted to shake her hand once more, but she declined. Drive safely and pay attention to the road. As you command, my lord. Shin Anna felt a shiver run down her spine from his playful tone, observing Chen Yang's smug grin. She suddenly questioned whether this trip to Qingshui would turn out to be a blessing or a curse. At midnight, the two finally arrived in Qingshui. Lin Wei had already reserved a room for Shin Anna at the municipal government's guest house, yet Shin Anna insisted on staying at Lin Wei and Chen Yang's rented accommodation. It had been quite some time since they last met, and Lin Wei expressed a desire to engage in a lengthy conversation. Consequently, they indeed spent an entire night conversing, reminiscing about the joyful days of their childhood spent together and sharing intriguing anecdotes from their separate lives since parting ways. Remarkably, by dawn, both of them appeared invigorated. After finishing breakfast, one energetically headed to the government office for work, while the other diligently sat in Chen Yang's temporary office, scrutinizing various documents and seals related to the agricultural products company. This state of affairs elicited both concern and joy in Chen Yang. He worried that if Shin Anna were to exhaust herself, she would face repercussions from EXIN. Yet he was delighted to finally have a capable individual to share the burdens of the new company. Chapter 65. Confirming the headquarters address as he organized the necessary materials and seals. Chen Yang prepared to embark once more to Star City to finalize the land transfer with Mr. Wang. He suggested that Shin Anna explore the surroundings of Qingshui City to familiarize herself with the area. However, Shin Anna insisted on accompanying him to Star City, claiming she wanted to immerse herself in a work-oriented mindset. As the boss, Chen Yang naturally hoped Shin Anna would swiftly step up to assist him with the workload. Yet, he recalled EXIN's instructions that Shin Anna should not remain in Star City today. Before he could articulate a reason to decline her request, she had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. With no other option, Chen Yang called EXIN to discuss the situation. She advised him to drive slowly and to delay their arrival until after that scoundrel's wedding. Chen Yang found it difficult to grasp EXIN's reasoning. Why should Shin Anna avoid the situation when the fault lay squarely with that scoundrel? Yet, a warning came through the phone. Chen Yang, if you wish to avoid a tragedy, keep a close watch on Anna. A tragedy? Was the other party part of the underworld, threatening violence? He mused that he would prefer if that scoundrel were indeed part of the mafia, as that would simplify matters. What was there to fear? His concern was for Anna. She was genuinely capable of violence. All right, I will try to delay my arrival, he conceded. Chen Yang gazed at the sleeping Shin Anna, her delicate features appearing serene and tranquil, with long lashes gently resting on her closed eyelids, resembling two crescent moons. The slight upturn of her lips seemed to carry a hint of an elusive smile, evoking a sense of affection in him. Could such a gentle soul possess violent tendencies? Chen Yang was reluctant to believe it. However, given Yi Xian's warning, he felt the need to exercise caution. With only 10 kilometers remaining to Star City, he pulled over and locked the passenger door before closing his eyes to rest. Yet, he had not been at peace for long when Shin Anna awoke, urging him to hurry and sign the contract with Mr. Wang before he changed his mind. Chen Yang dismissed the notion that Mr. Wang, who intended to develop in the South, would have any second thoughts. He sensed that Shin Anna was merely seeking an excuse to cause a scene at the scoundrel's wedding. In principle, he supported her desire to create disruption, provided it did not escalate to extremes. To mitigate any potential chaos, Chen Yang called Lu Shiji, asking him to arrange for Mr. Wang to sign the contract at Weiju, where 3 strong men could oversee the proceedings, ensuring Shin Anna would not create any disturbances. Chen Yang drove to Weiju. Although Yi Xian was absent, she had already informed her subordinates to allow Chen Yang temporary access. Unable to contain himself, he began to voice his grievances to Shin Anna. Sister Anna, you ought to speak with Sister Xian. We are all business people. Why can others attend while I cannot? Is it that I cannot afford the membership fee? Shin Anna replied with a smile, if Yu Xian has chosen not to let you come, there must be a reason for it. If you truly face difficulties, even without attending here, she would be able to assist you. Chen Yang interjected. There are many business people here. I simply wish to forge more friendships and expand my network. Is such a modest request too much to fulfill? Shin Anna disagreed with Chen Yang's perspective, stating, based on my experiences abroad, you do not need to pursue such endeavors. Those of true capability will naturally seek your friendship. Conversely, no matter how hard you try, recognition will elude you. Chen Yang responded, the circumstances in our country differ from those abroad. Without engaging in personal relationships, many matters cannot be accomplished. Am I to rely on Sister Xian for everything? Shin Anna then asked, shall I speak on your behalf to her? Perhaps to open a small door for you? Chen Yang nodded eagerly. However, in the end, Yi Xian still did not agree, suggesting that if there were matters to discuss, Shin Anna could represent him. Chen Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. Fortunately, Lu Shiji and General Wang arrived promptly, and after dining together, they inspected the site. Once all aspects were confirmed to be satisfactory, Chen Yang officially signed the land transfer contract. Shin Anna proposed that this land be developed into the headquarters of a citizens' agricultural products trade company. Her reasoning was simple. As the provincial capital, Xingqing boasts a superior brand image compared to Qingshui City, with a broader array of available resources and more comprehensive supporting services. Lu Shiji concurred with her viewpoint and willingly undertook the construction of the headquarters. Initially, Chen Yang had only aimed to resolve his brother-in-law Lin Feng's marital discord by establishing the agricultural products trade company and supermarket, never intending for it to escalate. Unexpectedly, through the influence of various forces, not only was there a push towards public listing, but the construction of a headquarters was also necessitated, which left him quite reflective. After careful consideration, Chen Yang ultimately decided to accept Shin Anna's suggestion to establish a headquarters in Xingqing and a branch in Qingshui. With sufficient funds in hand, other concerns seemed trivial. Once all matters were concluded, Chen Yang escorted Shin Anna to the villa of Yi Xian at Wulong Mountain for her to rest. When they were alone, Shin Anna suddenly broke down in tears, weeping intensely, filled with sorrow and despair. Chen Yang, though pained to witness her distress, did not intervene, understanding that allowing her emotions to flow freely was essential for progress towards a more positive outcome. Chen Yang, why are men so easily swayed? We loved each other for 10 years. After just 4 years apart, he has changed. Chen Yang replied, I believe the primary reason lies in the distance. While distance can foster beauty, it equally creates barriers. In a long-distance relationship, even 4 months can be unbearable. Is that so? Yet why can I not let go? Perhaps it is due to your lack of resonance with the culture in America. Deep down, you may not wish to integrate into that world. Now that you have returned, you will eventually encounter a partner better suited to you. I'm not that foolish. I can survive without a man. Indeed, Focus on your work. I am counting on you to help the company go public. Well then, you should return for now. I need some time alone to reflect. Chen Yang remained motionless, even though Chen Anna had already vented her frustrations. Yet, he felt uneasy, waiting for Yi Xian to return. He understood that those wounded in love often exhibit heightened sensitivity. Even if they do not intend to harm others, they may inadvertently cause themselves harm. Regardless of the outcome, he found it disheartening. Observing that Chen Yang did not leave, Chen Anna reclined on the sofa, curling her body and gradually succumbing to slumber. Seeing her pitiful state, he let out a silent sigh. In his previous life, he too had been deeply scarred by love. A woman who had slept beside him for 20 years turned out to be merely a pawn in a grand scheme. Ironically, despite his wounds, he still had to grit his teeth and bear the responsibilities of a man. Had it not been for the sudden crisis at Zhang Jun's company, and had Tang Kuan not unveiled the truth, he would still be ensnared in his illusions. Chapter 66. Capturing the primary market. As Chen Yang awaited Yi Xian's return home, the sky darkened, prompting him to make 2 bowls of beef noodles using the ingredients in her kitchen. This woman was much like Lu Qingqing, with a refrigerator brimming with provisions, yet she never cooked. When the noodles were ready, Chen Anna was drawn by the aroma. After tasting a bite and finding it delightful, she gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. Chen Yang, you are remarkable, capable of earning money, handsome, and your noodles are delicious. I find myself a bit envious of Lin Wei. Chen Yang reveled in her praise, yet modestly replied, in truth, apart from being slightly handsome, I am rather ordinary in other respects. Chen Anna gazed at him, suddenly struck by a realization. She sighed and remarked, that person, aside from being unable to cook, is quite similar to you in many ways. I once fell out with my parents for him when I was younger. Little did I know, I would end up alone. Chen Yang inquired, who is this person? What does he do? I can help you teach him a lesson. Chen Anna responded, his name is Wang Yichen, the future heir of Wang Real Estate. Wang Real Estate. Chen Yang paused, recognizing that this was the same company from his past life that had purchased the International New City No. 8 plot and ultimately faced trouble. Do not worry, his good days are numbered. Why? Chen Anna, intrigued by Chen Yang's confidence, asked. Feigning mystery, Chen Yang replied, I just secretly cast a spell on him. Chen Anna shot him a skeptical glance and continued eating. Indeed, Chen Yang insisted fervently, my spells are quite effective. He will surely face retribution. Though Chen Anna remained unconvinced, she felt a surge of warmth. It had been years since someone had been there to cheer her up during her low moments. After finishing the noodles, with Yi Xian still absent, Chen Anna found it difficult to sleep and began discussing work matters with Chen Yang. When the topic of the agricultural product surplus in Qingshui City arose, she suddenly conceived an idea she deemed quite promising. Chen Yang, I believe you should seize this opportunity to sign long-term cooperation contracts with those farmers engaged in industry. By capturing the primary market in Qingshui City, you can gain a strategic advantage for both wholesale and retail in the future. That's quite challenging. There are thousands of farmers in Qingshui City involved in various industries. I am not Sun Wukong, capable of manifesting 100,000 shadows to negotiate with them. Chen Yang had indeed contemplated this plan. But after several days of recruiting at the Qingshui City Labor Bureau, he found no suitable candidates. Chen Anna, not fully grasping Chen Yang's sentiments, remarked, you don't need to take matters into your own hands. Just hire more salespeople and assign them tasks. Chen Yang sighed and replied, in Qingshui City, we only have laid off ordinary workers. While they may comply with your demands without issue, persuading them to engage in sales is a different challenge altogether. It's not just about venturing into rural areas. Even sending them to the nearby county towns is met with reluctance. After some contemplation, Chen Anna suggested, you could recruit in Xing City. With the current situation, university graduates are struggling to find jobs. If you offer a competitive salary and decent benefits, many will surely be tempted. Graduates are quick learners, and if you invest in some professional training, they could be ready to work in no more than half a month. Chen Yang found her suggestion reasonable and promptly agreed. Chen Anna continued, regarding the contracts, I recommend hiring the best lawyers. Spending a bit more is worthwhile to ensure that these merchants are firmly bound to our company, preventing competitors from taking advantage of us. Chen Yang hesitated at this suggestion, as the list of farmers in Qingshui City had been provided by Su Li. If the contract were too stringent, any discontent from the farmers could implicate both Su Li and Lin Wei. Moreover, if he were to forego Su Li's list, the manpower and time required would multiply significantly. leading to inefficiencies and making it easier for competitors to notice. While it was possible to enlist a professional legal team for the contracts, they couldn't be overly complicated. At the very least, the farmers needed to comprehend the contents. In the event of future disputes, they would still need to hold the moral high ground. Chen Yang cautioned Chen Yang, in business, one cannot afford to be overly lenient. Otherwise, it could lead to substantial losses. Chen Yang explained, if the contract is too harsh, my wife will surely object. Her superiors oversee agriculture and rural affairs, and the list of farmers was provided by them. If issues arise, they will be held accountable. Chen Anna fell silent. If it were Yi Xin, she would undoubtedly support her without hesitation. However, Lin Wei was different. Her grandfather was a well-known figure in Dongjiang province, infamous for his ruthlessness. If he were to be angered, both she and Chen Yang could face dire consequences. How about we ease the terms for the contracts in Qingshui City while tightening them in other areas? Since you plan to establish a network across the entire Dongjiang province, it would be wise to lay the groundwork early. Lacking a better solution, Chen Yang reluctantly accepted her suggestion, his primary concern being not to jeopardize Lin Wei's future. After they reached a consensus, Yi Xian finally returned. Observing Chen Yang and Chen Anna engaged in pleasant conversation, she expressed her surprise. You two have been alone together for so long, and given someone's emotional void. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. Chen Anna shot a disapproving glare at Yi Xian. Can men and women not discuss anything aside from such matters? For instance, work? Absolutely not. Yi Xian replied decisively. At least the unpleasant men I encounter are always using work as a pretext, their minds filled with base thoughts. Chen Yang felt a slight tension with Yi Xian and prepared to withdraw. What is the matter? Feeling guilty? I knew you two must be up to something. Sister Xian, have you ever encountered a man and a woman engaging in such activities without shedding their garments? A spiritual dual cultivation, perhaps? Is such a practice even conceivable? Chen Yang decisively departed. Continuing this conversation might lead Yi Xian to speak ill of him to Lin Wei. He had no desire to assume the role of the hall director. Upon noticing Chen Yang's hasty exit, Chen Anna quickly followed to remind him not to forget to prepare a sum of 10 million for the company's startup funds. Chen Yang intended for his stocks to appreciate for a few more days, so he suggested, you might as well borrow from Sister Xian first. Once I sell my stocks, I shall repay her. The mere thought of Chen Yang's stocks infuriated Yi Xian. Borrowing money was acceptable, but interest was a necessity. Not much. Just 1 million would suffice. Hey, let us negotiate the interest with our family. As long as she agrees to reduce company expenditures, I have no objections. Chen Yang said before swiftly driving away. After Chen Yang's vehicle disappeared, Chen Anna turned back, beginning to express her grievances towards Yi Xian. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yang is still Lin's partner. Could you not treat him with a bit more kindness? Yi Xian found herself both amused and exasperated by Chen Anna's antics. This individual had profited immensely in the stock market, riding on her shoulders. Had it been anyone else, he would have been dealt with long ago. Furthermore, regarding the recent incident with the international new city, she had repeatedly cautioned him against getting involved, yet he managed to ruin it nonetheless. You should have witnessed the nauseating display of affection between that couple today. It's of no consequence, Chen Anna remarked nonchalantly. Chen Yang has already calculated it for me. That scoundrel's good days are numbered. Yi Xian was at a loss for words, astonished that Chen Anna, in her ignorance, had fallen for such trivial tricks. Chapter 67. The Scapegoat. Zhao Xiaoli. After exiting the Wulong Mountain Villa, Chen Yang received a phone call from his aunt, Chen Shunmei, requesting his presence at the Sunshine Garden community for an urgent matter. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sunshine Garden, he discovered a crowd gathered around the sales office. With much speculation and even a police vehicle present, Chen Shunmei stood by the roadside at the community entrance, and upon seeing Chen Yang's car, she hurried over. Chen Yang. A few women just came and beat up Xiao Zhao, accusing her of being a mistress. You need to go check it out. Chen Yang immediately grasped the situation. He instructed Chen Shunmei to return to the supermarket and then called Lu Shiji. Brother Jia, my sister-in-law has caused a scene at the sales office. What is the situation with Manager Zhao? What situation could there possibly be? It's merely my wife, bored at home, conjuring up wild thoughts and causing a ruckus. Are you certain there's nothing amiss? I'm with you every day. Could you really conceal something from me? Besides, I have never engaged in such indiscretions. So, there is indeed someone on the outside. Men are merely playing their roles, nothing more. I know my limits. What about your sister-in-law? It wouldn't be right for her to keep causing a disturbance here. Let me make a call to send her back. As for Zhao Xiaoli, allow her to rest for a while. Her salary and bonuses will continue as usual. You must address the root of the issue. If she frequently comes to create a scene, it will negatively impact the entire community. Understood. Please help me reassure Zhao Xiaoli. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up, Chen Yang waited in his car. Moments later, 5 women emerged from the sales office. The leader, in her 30s and possessing an appealing appearance, unfortunately, struggled with her physique, exuding an air of intimidation as she walked. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely Lu Shiji's wife. Chen Yang, wishing to avoid entangling himself in Lu Shiji's domestic affairs, waited until they departed before alighting from his vehicle. The police officer on duty at the station was a friend of Chen Bing, having previously shown support during the supermarket's inauguration. Chen Yang approached him, exchanged pleasantries, and discreetly handed over 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, requesting his assistance in dispersing the crowd of onlookers. Once the gathering had dispersed, he ventured into the sales office. The lobby was in disarray, with Zhao Xiaoli seated on the floor, weeping softly. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing reduced to merely her undergarments, and her face bore distinct handprints. Several female staff members from the sales department encircled her, offering comfort. Chen Yang instructed someone to help Zhao Xiaoli put on her coat, and, acting on Lu Shiji's behalf, permitted the other employees to leave for the day. Manager Zhao, President Lu advises you to take a few days off to avoid the limelight. Your salary and bonuses will remain unaffected. Zhao Xiaoli did not respond, her sobs growing louder. Chen Yang sighed and remarked, I understand you are innocent. It is absurd that a young woman, merely for her beauty, is overlooked for her professional capabilities and wrongfully accused of being a mistress. Yet, this is the harsh reality. When you occupy a subordinate position, you must endure all manner of rumors and slander. Zhao Xiaoli, feeling deeply aggrieved, lamented, I neither steal nor cheat. I work diligently every day. Why must I suffer such torment? When Miss Lu visited last time, I explained everything to her and maintained my distance from President Lu. Yet they still refused to believe me. Chen Yang found it perplexing, as Lu Shiji had been by his side recently, and Zhao Xiaoli had only been working and assisting at the supermarket. There seemed to be no reason for Lu Shiji's wife to target her. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Have you offended anyone recently? Zhao Xiaoli shook her head. Chen Yang speculated, Could it be that someone envies you and is deliberately maligning you in front of Mrs. Lu? If they manage to oust you, they could usurp your position. Zhao Xiaoli furrowed her brows, acknowledging the likelihood of such a possibility. The challenge was that with a dozen employees in the sales office, she had no idea who might be scheming behind her back. Moreover, Mrs. Lu was known to be utterly unreasonable. Chen Yang advised Zhao Xiaoli, Perhaps you should heed President Lu's counsel and take a break. Once your position is usurped, the truth will inevitably emerge. Zhao Xiaoli, upon hearing Chen Yang's suggestion, felt even more despondent. President Chen, your idea is hardly appealing. Are you suggesting that after enduring this injustice, I should also relinquish my job? Chen Yang reassured her. Rest assured, President Lu is not an ungrateful person. He will surely compensate you for the hardships you have faced. If you find yourself bored during your time off, I have some side work that could be of interest to you. Zhao Xiaoli asked, President Chen, you're not going to ask me to sell watermelons, are you? Chen Yang chuckled. Selling watermelons can indeed be quite profitable, though it involves enduring the elements, unlike your more comfortable housing sales. However, I would seek to utilize your strengths. So selling watermelons might be a tad beneath your talents. Zhao Xiaoli inquired, What exactly do you have in mind? Chen Yang replied, My agricultural products company is planning to expand its operations, aiming to establish numerous outlets in Xingqing and surrounding cities. Given your experience in real estate sales and your extensive network, would you be interested in taking on the task of finding suitable locations? For every storefront purchased, I shall reward you with 2,000 yuan. Zhao Xiaoli immediately felt a surge of excitement. Selling houses involves appealing to consumers, whereas buying houses means others seek your patronage. The dynamics are entirely different. Mr. Chen, what type of storefront are you interested in, and do you have specific requirements? Chen Yang pondered for a moment and replied, In Star City S8 districts, my goal is to establish 4 stores in each district, with 4 to 6 storefronts per store. The distance between each store must not be too close, and the locations should not be too remote, ideally situated near essential service areas. Zhao Xiaoli calculated in her mind that if she accomplished this task, she would earn at least 265,000 yuan in bonuses. This would allow her to purchase a decent apartment in Star City or even start her own business. Mr. Chen, Are you certain you are not jesting? Chen Yang said. You are capable and have a kind heart. I have always appreciated your efforts regarding my aunt's supermarket, and I have not had the chance to express my gratitude. Consider this task a way to repay a favor. Mr. Chun, I have merely done a few insignificant things. This favor you speak of seems rather substantial, Zhao Xiaoli replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her monthly salary, including bonuses, barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. Chen Yang's gesture had effectively saved her a decade of hard work. Chen Yang continued, a favor is a favor, and work is work. If the storefronts you find do not meet my expectations, this money will not be yours. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in assurance. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will do my utmost. Chen Yang was pleased with her attitude. Noticing her still seated on the ground, he teased. I trust you have no time to lounge about now? Zhao Xiaoli awkwardly stood up and dusted herself off. Very well, I will speak with Mr. Liu later and arrange for a vehicle for you. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chen Yang waved goodbye to Zhao Xiaoli before returning to the supermarket to report to Chen Chunmei. His aunt held a favorable view of Zhao Xiaoli. Chapter 68. A fortune beyond a million. A truckload of 30 tons of watermelons, sold below market price, could still yield a profit of over 20,000 yuan. Chen Yang was astonished by the remarkable return rates in the primary agricultural market. Of course, he understood that such a lucrative period would not last long. The nature of domestic merchants is to follow trends. Once the public's agricultural supermarket business booms, many competitors will inevitably emerge, leading to cutthroat competition. Hence, Chen Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Shen Anna's perspective to seize the opportunity and dominate the primary market before others fully react. He did not aspire to monopolize the entire Dongjiang province. Acquiring some quality resources would suffice. As for sending Zhao Xiaoli to procure storefronts, it was not only about establishing a presence throughout Star City, but also about reducing operational costs. The future of the physical economy faces challenges from the online economy, and exorbitant rents are a significant factor. Chen Yang was determined not to be at the mercy of high rental costs. Chen Yang purchased the storefronts and subsequently leased them to the public agricultural supermarket for operation. This not only secured a stable rental income, but also allowed for flexible adjustments to rental strategies based on the supermarket's profitability. If the supermarket thrived and generated substantial profits, Chen Yang would reap greater rental returns. Conversely, even if the supermarket faced losses, he had no reason to fear significant financial repercussions. He may judiciously lower the rent according to the actual circumstances, thereby assisting the supermarket in reducing operational costs, alleviating pressure, and enhancing the likelihood of weathering difficulties. In summary, as long as the shop is his own, regardless of the supermarket's fluctuating operational conditions, Chen Yang is adept at navigating challenges and remains invincible. In the Poverty Alleviation Initiative organized by Qing Wang, Chen Yang intends to incorporate a selection of locally distinctive agricultural products. Compared to the conventional vegetables available in the market, these unique offerings, particularly the scarce mountain goods, are more likely to entice consumers. After consulting with Lu Qingqing, Chen Yang initiated a month-long essay contest titled Exploring the Beauty of Mountain Goods, Savoring Nature's Gifts on the Qing Wang Forum. To encourage greater participation, he established a first prize of 5,000 yuan, a second prize of 3,000 yuan for 3 winners, a third prize of 1,000 yuan for 10 winners, and 50 special participation prizes of 100 yuan each. Furthermore, Chen Yang contacted Lin Wei to inquire if she could enlist Su Li's assistance in securing several renowned senior editors and writers from Dongjiang province to serve as final judges for the event. Lin Wei promptly responded, confirming Su Li's willingness to help coordinate and also to provide Chen Yang with photographs of distinctive agricultural products from Qingshui City. Chen Yang subsequently incorporated these images into the contest details, offering creators clearer direction and inspiration. After the contest was announced, many netizens from other cities and counties in Dongjiang province, who had come to Xingqing for development, eagerly participated, thereby generating a fresh wave of traffic for Qingwang. Following a significant financial outlay, Chen Yang officially began contemplating the sale of stocks in Xingqing heavy industry. After all, he found himself in need of funds for various purposes. Wang's land required 10 million. The startup capital for the Farmers Trade Company Limited also demanded 10 million. And Zhao Xiaoli's purchase of a commercial property was conservatively estimated to exceed 30 million. The company had commenced formal operations, necessitating the search for suitable office space and the acquisition of vehicles. Besides the transportation vehicle for him and Shenana, A fleet of delivery trucks was also required, which would likely cost several million. Additionally, long-distance transportation rental fees, storage costs for goods, and labor wages were considerable expenses. Nevertheless, despite the financial constraints, Chen Yang insisted that Su Mingyue sell the stocks at no less than 18 yuan. For he understood that 18 yuan was not the ceiling after the restructuring of Xinjiang heavy industry. A subsequent rise above 20 yuan was anticipated. For the past few days, Su Mingyue had been unable to eat or sleep well, even dreaming of Xinjiang heavy industry's stocks turning green. Yet, Chen Yang remained unhurried, offering her comfort instead. Finally, when Chen Yang relented, she felt a sense of relief and promptly relayed the news to the company's executives. The senior management of Xinjiang Securities was also awaiting Chen Yang's updates, harboring suspicions that he possessed insider information and had secretly purchased some stocks of Xinjiang heavy industry. Although most believed that Xinjiang heavy industry had the potential for a higher valuation, after a collective meeting, they decided to follow Chen Yang's lead. The large-scale liquidation by Xinjiang Securities soon caught the attention of investors, as they recognized that the resurrection of Xinjiang heavy industry was primarily due to the substantial investment from Xinjiang Securities. What on earth? Is Xinjiang heavy industry facing issues again? Unbeknownst to me, driven by a spirit of experimentation, I placed 10 limit orders at the ceiling price, and, to my astonishment, they were executed instantaneously. The individual above me, who placed an order for 50 lots at 18 yuan, also saw their transaction completed in the blink of an eye. I intended to partake in this lucrative opportunity, only to find myself on the verge of becoming another casualty of the market. However, do not be disheartened. Institutional sell-offs do not always signal bearish sentiments. They might simply indicate that profits have been realized and the players are exiting early. Were there truly adverse news, the market would undoubtedly plummet dramatically. There is no cause for concern. I have inquired with insiders, and Xinjiang Heavy Industries is facing no issues whatsoever. The market enthusiasm remains fervent. Despite the fluctuations instigated by Xinjiang Securities, the fervor of investors remains unabated, culminating in a closing at the price ceiling for Xinjiang Heavy Industries. For Chen Yang, the future trajectory of Xinjiang Heavy Industries holds little significance. He has accrued a staggering fortune of 120 million, firmly establishing himself as a billionaire. Chen Yang, which stock do you intend to acquire next? Su Mingyue, elated by her commission of 42,000 after selling the stocks of Chen Yang and Lu Shiji, has seen her position elevated from a mere employee at Xinjiang Securities to that of a business manager. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Chen Yang reminded Su Mingyue that it was she who had recommended Xinjiang Heavy Industries. Su Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, having always believed that Chen Yang possessed insider information, a belief reinforced by the upper management's insinuations. It was a surprise to discover that Chen Yang had merely acted upon her suggestion. I shall conduct some research first. Su Mingyue suddenly felt the weight of her responsibilities pressing heavily upon her shoulders. Having made a promising start, she could not afford to tarnish her reputation. After ending her call with Su Mingyue, Lu Shiji reached out. Chen Yang, which stock are we purchasing next? This time, I plan to invest a bit more. I am uncertain. I am also awaiting Su Mingyue's recommendation. However, I must caution you. The stock market is fraught with risks, and not every investment guarantees returns. How much do you intend to invest this time? 20 million. And you? I shall retain 10 million for some leisure. Chapter 69, Wealth in the Mountains. Distant relatives. Since the opening of the Citizens Agricultural Products supermarket, Chen Yang has been tirelessly shuttling between Xinjiang and Qingshui, feeling somewhat fatigued. With over 100 million now in his account and a total net worth nearing 200 million, he decided to take a brief respite to recharge his energies. Chen Yang called his cousin Zhao Qian, intending to take her to the Xinjiang International Shopping Center for a leisurely outing. As she is on the cusp of embarking on her university journey, he felt it imperative to broaden her horizons, ensuring she is not easily deceived by the unscrupulous. In his previous life, Zhao Qian's romantic endeavors were fraught with challenges. Encountering a dubious character during her freshman year led to further heartbreak. And it wasn't until she reached 30 that she found genuine happiness. Now that Chen Yang has been reborn, he ardently hopes she will not repeat her past mistakes. However, upon arriving at the supermarket in Sunshine Garden to pick up Zhao Qian, he noticed two visitors from Qinjia village. One was a male, a former elementary school classmate named Chen Daler, who stood about 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a sun-kissed complexion and a robust physique indicative of a life spent in labor. The other was Chen Daler's mother, Ma Shaoan, in her 40s. one of the few women in Xinjia village who could hold a meaningful conversation. Possibly due to their overnight journey by train, an unpleasant odor clung to them. Chen Yang, who had once endured the days of traveling on green trains, found himself unperturbed by their scent. On the contrary, he felt a certain fondness for this mother and son duo. In his previous life, after his family's ancestral home was usurped, they were among the few in the village willing to stand up and voice their support. Yananti delay, it has been a long time, Chen Yang exclaimed. Chen Yang, I cannot believe you still remember me, Ma Xiaoyan responded, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly. It has been 10 years, you've grown so tall. With a smile, Chen Yang replied, Delay and I were classmates. I often visited your home for meals as a child. How could I possibly forget? Let us not dwell on those memories, Ma Xiaoyan said, feeling a bit embarrassed that Chen Yang still recalled such things from his childhood. You know our family's circumstances are limited, and we lack the means to entertain. Chen Yang was stirred by her words, reminiscing about the past. During those times when the entire village suffered from poverty, everyone supported one another to weather the storms of hardship. Ironically, it was only after certain individuals suddenly acquired wealth that the human heart began to grow convoluted. Some affluent villagers sought to elevate themselves above others, engaging in various machinations against those they perceived as weaker. Meanwhile, some who were impoverished and unwilling to strive for betterment feigned camaraderie while secretly plotting against the wealthy, wishing for their downfall. Others, honest yet without wealth or power, found themselves caught in the middle, bullied by both factions. Thus, Chen Yang was extremely reluctant to rejoin that community. However, the members of that community had no intention of letting him go. They had dispatched Ma Xiaoyan and her son as emissaries. Chen Yang, we have come at the behest of the village secretary. We hope you can return and lead everyone towards a better life. Yananti, if you are struggling back home, you may assist at my aunt's supermarket. Salary and benefits are not an issue. As for returning, let us not speak of it. I am no longer a resident of Xinjia village. Chen Yang, the issue of your household registration has been collectively resolved in a village meeting. Your father's land has also been returned. Let us move past this matter. After all, we share familial ties. Chen Yang scoffed. When he was impoverished and powerless, they had turned their backs on him. Now, with wealth and power at his disposal, they suddenly remembered their kinship. Wealth in the deep mountains brings distant relatives? Spare me. Yananti, please convey to the secretary that I have been quite busy lately and lack the time to return. Ma Xiaoyan sighed, choosing not to press further. She understood Chen Yang's sentiments. Those people truly were oppressive. If it were not for her unbearable frustration, she would not have taken on the thankless role of a mediator. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, Chen Yang turned to Delay and inquired, Delay, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to stay here to assist? Or return to our hometown for development? Delay, though yearning to remain, faced harsh realities. Chen Yang, my father is unable to move well, and I have grandparents to care for. If I were to leave, my mother would struggle alone. Chen Yang had heard about Delay's family circumstances from Chen Shunmei. His father had suffered a leg injury while working with a small construction team in the village due to inadequate safety measures. Due to a lack of funds for treatment at a large hospital, he was left with sequelae after surgery, now limping while walking and unable to perform strenuous tasks. Why not start a small business in town? I can assist you with the financial issues, suggested Chen Yang. Chen Delay scratched his head awkwardly. I have never engaged in business. I know nothing about it. Chen Yang replied, lack of knowledge can be remedied through learning. I am aware of your family's situation. Relying solely on agriculture is insufficient for survival. How about opening a store for purchasing agricultural products? You can sell the goods to my trading company afterward. There is no need for you to deliver. I will arrange for people to pick them up regularly. Chen Delay was overwhelmed with excitement as he grasped Chen Yang's hand, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Brother, you are truly a good person. If you need anything in the future, just command me, and I, Chen Delay, will go through fire and water for you. Chen Yang chuckled. I am simply lending a hand due to our connection as classmates. Whether this venture succeeds depends on your own efforts. Chen Delay nodded vigorously, and Ma Xiaoyan, moved by the moment, couldn't help but express her admiration for Chen Yang in front of Chen Shunmei. While Chen Shunmei exchanged pleasantries with Ma Xiaoyan, her heart brimmed with joy. With Chen Yang's current success, she felt she had not let down her in-laws and had fulfilled her obligations to the ancestors of the Chen family. Subsequently, Chen Yang patiently explained the detailed operational procedures and considerations for running an agricultural product purchasing store to Chen Delay. Unbeknownst to them, They conversed for an entire morning. After a meal, Chen Yang took Chen Delay and his mother for a stroll around Xingqing, purchasing essential goods and local specialties that were unavailable in Qinjia village. Afterward, he escorted them to the train station. This flurry of activity led to the postponement of their plans to visit the international shopping center. Zhao Qian was rather displeased and insisted on compensation from Chen Yang. Unable to resist her persistence, he suggested she enroll in a driving school. Once she obtained her license, he promised to buy her a car. With a vehicle, she could go wherever she pleased and even take Chen Chun-mei and her husband on trips. Zhao Qian was delighted by this proposal and finally forgave Chen Yang. Chen Chun-mei, observing from the side, couldn't help but voice her concerns again, lamenting that their new house had yet to be decorated and furniture was still unpurchased. She fretted about how they would manage their finances with such reckless spending. Chen Yang merely smiled and refrained from arguing. The mindset of the older generation was inherently difficult to communicate with. Even if he revealed his true worth to Chen Chun-mei, it would not alter much. Indeed, he dared not disclose that he possessed 200 million, fearing it would only rob her of sleep. Chapter 70. Reported Chen Yang did not anticipate that his brief stay in Xingqing would abruptly lead him back to Qingshui. Early in the morning, Due contacted him, informing him that the Common People's agricultural products supermarket had been reported by a group of merchants, accusing Chen Yang of exploiting his father-in-law Lin Zhangwo's connections to bully the market. To prevent further escalation, Lin Zhangwo had already agreed over the phone to temporarily cease operations. Upon receiving this news, Chen Yang sensed something amiss. The legal representative of the supermarket was Du Yue, and he had been operating behind the scenes from the very beginning, never even attending the opening ceremony. How did these accusers learn of his involvement? Nonetheless, Chen Yang was not particularly concerned about the potential repercussions for the supermarket. Indeed, all procedures pertaining to the supermarket's operations are entirely legitimate, and the low-price promotions serve to alleviate the issue of unsold agricultural products in Qingshui City. Receiving the support of Vice Mayor Su Li, who oversees agriculture. Throughout this process, Lin Zhangwo has not wielded any privileges. The individuals who have reported this matter have managed to unearth Chen Yang, who lurks in the shadows, and have even meticulously scrutinized his relationship with Lin Zhangwo, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Although Du Yue reassured Chen Yang that there was no need for concern, he resolved to drive back to Qingshui without delay. Upon arriving at Shuanglin Market, Chen Yang indeed found the entrance to the People's Agricultural Products supermarket closed. Scattered on the ground outside were numerous flyers bearing slogans that accused collusion between officials and businessmen, claiming they were exploiting the market. Venturing further into Shuanglin Market, he discovered Du Yue and Lin Feng's comrades diligently organizing goods inside their storefront. Outside the storefront, a throng of elderly men and women surrounded Du Yue, offering their heartfelt pleas for the supermarket to reopen. However, Du Yue, unable to defy Lin Zhangwo's orders, could only attempt to persuade them patiently, albeit with little success. Upon seeing Chen Yang's return, Du Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chen Yang, what should we do? Father has ordered us to cease operations. Yet they refuse to leave. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, Sister-in-law, gather those perishable vegetables and set aside a portion for our employees. The remainder should be given away for free. Vegetables spoil easily if left too long, and rather than letting them rot in storage, it would be better to assist those in need. We won't be charging anything, and Father will likely not object. Du Yue, feeling a twinge of sorrow, remarked. But we have prepared a ton of vegetables for today. Are we truly giving them all away? Indeed, let us distribute them all. Chen Yang added after a moment's thought. However, limit each person to 5 pounds to prevent waste. He instructed her to open the front entrance first, distribute the vegetables, and then conclude the day's work. Upon Chen Yang's agreement, Du Yue instructed everyone to move the vegetables into the supermarket. Upon hearing they could receive free vegetables, the elderly rushed to queue at the front. Once everyone had departed, Du Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang, you really didn't need to come back. Your brother has already enlisted someone to investigate who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. The truth will soon come to light. Chen Yang chuckled wryly, clearly. They are targeting me. If I were to hide away like a turtle, it would only complicate matters further. Du Yue found his reasoning sound, but she still cautioned. Chen Yang, our mother has returned, and the old man will be coming over tonight. You should prepare yourself mentally. The patriarch of the Lin family had explicitly opposed Chen Yang's union with Lin Wei, and Chen Yang had long since relinquished any hope regarding this matter. His concern lay more with his mother-in-law, Hu Qingwan. Sister-in-law, what is our mother's assessment of me? It's neither particularly good nor bad, Du Wei replied. She mentioned that you have many female friends in Xingqing, and that the relationships seem rather ambiguous. Chen Yang was taken aback that his mother-in-law had conducted an investigation into him, exclaiming defensively, Sister-in-law, those are merely colleagues from work. I haven't done anything inappropriate. Du Wei laughed. This is not something I can decide. You should confess to her at home. However, judging by our mother's tone, it seems she hasn't uncovered any major issues. Chen Yang asserted, not only major issues, but there are no minor ones either. Upon hearing of the free vegetable distribution, an exceedingly long line formed outside the supermarket. The traffic police and urban management officers were once again drawn to the scene. To avoid wasting public resources, Chen Yang instructed everyone to divide into 3 groups to distribute the vegetables, swiftly depleting the inventory. Once the task was accomplished, he decisively announced the closure of the store. During this period, everyone was exceedingly busy and somewhat disoriented. To reward these diligent employees, Chen Yang personally spent money to purchase 2 packs of Furongwang cigarettes and 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor, additionally providing 300 yuan for a hearty meal at the Laobing restaurant. Du Yue was quite speechless at Chen Yang's actions, remarking, with your way of living, no amount of money will suffice. Chen Yang replied with a smile, Sister-in-law, only through investment can one expect returns. If I treat them well, they will work harder, and the supermarket will earn more. Du Yue reminded him, but we are not making any profit. We have been operating at a loss. Chen Yang countered, although we are currently at a loss, we have already won the hearts of our customers. Have you not noticed that they can hardly do without us now? After reflecting, Du Yue admitted, indeed, if you hadn't returned today, I truly would not have known how to manage that group of elderly customers. Chen Yang continued, Sister-in-law, I plan to open 3 more stores across 4 districts, with 1 store in each area. Du Yue expressed her surprise. Isn't that a bit too soon? Our current store hasn't even turned a profit yet. Chen Yang stated, I wish to remain low-key, but these circumstances compel me otherwise. Du Yue replied, with our current staff, we might not be able to handle the workload. We will need to hire more people. Chen Yang responded, let us recruit. Each store will have 4 employees, while the rest will handle logistics. Additionally, I plan to purchase 4 trucks for deliveries and supply distribution among the various branches. Please coordinate the drivers and accompanying personnel. Du Yue felt a headache coming on, knowing this would incur significant expenses. Curiously, she asked Chen Yang, just how much money do you have at your disposal? Chen Yang replied, Sister-in-law, a man's finances are a secret not to be disclosed. It's best if you refrain from inquiring. Du Yue shot him a glare. What nonsense. I am well aware of your brother's financial situation. Chen Yang seriously looked at her and asked, are you certain? Absolutely. Du Yue suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Chen Yang sighed, foreseeing that Lin Feng would not have an easy night ahead. But what could be done? After all, his own day had not been pleasant either. It is better to share in joy than to suffer alone. Naturally, Chen Yang did not return to the Lin family with Du Yue. He first went back to the rented apartment he shared with Lin Wei. This strategy served to avoid an early encounter with the Lin family patriarch and the risk of being questioned alone. Moreover, returning with Lin Wei would allow them to mutually support one another in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the saying goes, when husband and wife are of one mind, their combined strength can cut through gold. Chapter 71. Accountability from the Lin patriarch. It was not Chen Yang's first visit to Lin Jian's home. Yet today he felt particularly anxious. The closer they got to the house, the tighter he grasped Lin Wei's hand. Sensing her husband's unease, Lin Wei softly reassured him. Do not worry. I am here to protect you. Hearing her words, Chen Yang relaxed slightly, though this sense of ease was short-lived. Upon entering the Lin residence, he instantly felt as if he were under the scrutiny of several piercing gazes. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he was targeted by a sniper, immobilized by an overwhelming tension. In the living room, the venerable Mr. Lin sat at the center of the sofa, flanked by Lin Jiangwo and his wife on either side, while Lin Feng and his wife respectfully occupied the adjacent space. Upon the entrance of Chen Yang and Lin Wei, all gazes converged upon Chen Yang. Although Mr. Lin's hair had turned gray, his eyes remained as sharp as a blade, meticulously assessing Chen Yang from every angle, as if he intended to dissect him into pieces of varying sizes. Lin Jiangwo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a somber expression, his mood evidently not at its best. Hu Qingwan scrutinized Chen Yang with equal care, alternating between nodding and shaking her head, leaving her initial impression of the new son-in-law ambiguous. In contrast, Lin Feng and his wife exuded the most amicable demeanor, with Lin Wei discreetly offering Chen Yang an encouraging gesture. Lin Wei squeezed Chen Yang's hand, urging him to respond. It was only then that Chen Yang emerged from his anxious reverie. "Hello, Grandpa, Dad, Mom," he greeted. "Come here. I have some questions for you, mister." Lin beckoned Chen Yang forward with a gentle motion of his finger. Uncertain of Mr. Lin's intentions, Chen Yang approached with trepidation, his right hand gripping Lin Wei's as if it were his last lifeline, pulling her alongside him. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, what is this all about? I haven't done anything wrong. Why does this feel like a trial?" Lin Wei protested, having sensed the unsettling atmosphere upon entering. "Such disrespect. It's your father's indulgence that has led to this," Mr. Lin retorted, casting a stern glance at Lin Wei. "I merely wish to ask Chen Yang a few questions." "Why the urgency?" Lin Wei pouted and replied, "If you have questions, just ask them." "Why so serious?" Ignoring her, Mr. Lin directed his inquiry at Chen Yang. "In your supermarket, have you engaged in any dubious activities under your father's banner?" "No." Chen Yang shook his head. "All procedures are legal. Even if some connections were utilized, it was merely to expedite the process." Mr. Lin then asked, "And with Vice Mayor Su, have you acted under her authority in any capacity?" Chen Yang responded, "When procuring goods in Qingshui County, I did mention Vice Mayor Su to the Secretary of Panlong Town. But it was at her behest that I went." Lin Wei promptly interjected, "I can attest to this." The list of unsold agricultural products from Qingshui City was personally presented to Chen Yang by Vice Mayor Su. She hoped he could alleviate some pressures for the government. Mr. Lin regarded Lin Wei with skepticism, scoffing, "What could a rural lad possibly contribute to Vice Mayor Su? Don't fabricate tales to protect him in our presence." Lin Wei pulled out her phone, asserting, "Grandpa, I can call Vice Mayor Su right now, and you can ask her directly." Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively. Since Lin Wei dared to confront the matter directly, there should be no issue with Vice Mayor Su. After a brief pause, he inquired of Chen Yang, "I have heard from UAE that since the supermarket's opening, it has incurred daily losses. Now, a multitude of merchants accuses you of maliciously disrupting the market. How do you intend to explain this?" Chen Yang remarked that low-price sales are a marketing strategy employed by new businesses, not only in Qingshui City, but by the majority of merchants across the nation. The issue of losses primarily stems from labor costs and the expenses associated with cold storage. As for the notion of maliciously undermining the market, I believe it to be unfounded. Although the supermarket supplies 20 tons daily, 3/4 of that is appropriated by vegetable vendors, leaving only about 5 tons, or 10,000 jin, for direct sale to the citizens. Calculating at 5 jin per person, merely 2,000 individuals benefit from the low prices. Considering the hundreds of thousands of residents in Qingshui City, how significantly can 2,000 people impact the market? Old Master Lin meticulously analyzed Chen Yang's words and found them to possess a degree of validity. If Chen Yang was truthful, the allegations of collusion between officials and merchants to deliberately disrupt the market were entirely baseless. This aligned with the investigative results previously reported by Lin Feng. Now, let us address the second matter. What grievances do you have with your classmate Zhao Xuanfa? Why does he repeatedly seek to trouble you? Zhao Xuanfa? Chen Yang was taken aback to discover that this merchant unrest was orchestrated by Zhao Xuanfa from behind the scenes. However, he soon recalled another individual. "Grandfather, I harbor no conflict with Zhao Xuanfa. If there are any grievances, they pertain to another person. My father should know him. His name is Zhang Jun, who has dined at our home during our school days." Old Master Lin glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the existence of such a person. Old Master Lin then inquired, "What animosity do you share with Zhang Jun?" Chen Yang glanced at Lin Wei and, with a hint of pride, replied, "I married the woman he has long pursued." The room fell into a collective silence as the gravity of the revelation settled in. Tracing the origins of the turmoil, it became evident that the entire debacle was financed and instigated by Zhang Jun, who had manipulated Zhao Xuanfa to tarnish Chen Yang's reputation, inadvertently dragging Lin Jiangwo into the fray as well. Old Master Lin had initially come to hold Chen Yang accountable, even hoping to leverage this incident to distance him from the Lin family. However, he was taken aback by the sheer frivolity of the truth. He felt that further inquiries would be futile. "Qingwan, do you have anything to add?" "Father, I have nothing to contribute," Hu Qingwan replied, shaking her head. She understood old Master Lin's intentions, but wished to remain uninvolved. Chen Yang and Lin Wei had already registered their marriage, a reality that stood irrespective of their consent. At this juncture, to drive a wedge between them would inflict harm not only upon Chen Yang, but also upon her own daughter. Old Master Lin then turned his gaze to his son. Zhang Wo, what about you? Zhang Wo responded with a non sequitur. I must speak with Zhang Dagua about how he raised such a son. Since there are no objections, I shall take my leave. Old Master Lin, who harbored a lack of fondness for Chen Yang, rose with a stern expression as he noted his son and daughter-in-law's lack of unity with him. Hu Qingwan swiftly stood up to intercept Old Master Lin. Father, dinner will be ready shortly. Let Zhang Wo escort you home afterward. I am on a diet. You all enjoy your meal. Old Master Lin dismissed Hu Qingwan's entreaties and left, visibly discontented. Zhang Wo, aren't you going to see your father off? Hu Qingwan shot Lin Zhang Wo a disapproving glance. He sighed in resignation and followed after Old Master Lin. Once Old Master Lin departed, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Lin Wei guided Chen Yang to sit on the sofa, slicing a piece of watermelon for him to ease his nerves. This scene caused Hu Qingwan to shake her head and sigh, as her daughter bore an uncanny resemblance to her younger self. Chapter 72. Establishing a Membership System. Farewell to Zhao Xuanfa after dinner. Hu Qingwan summoned Chen Yang to her study, as she had matters to discuss. I have heard that you share a close relationship with the daughter of the chairman of the Lu Group. What is the nature of this relationship? She is a junior of both Lin Wei and me. We are merely friends. Recently, my company has been involved in some charitable activities on her website, which Lin Wei is aware of. And what about Su Mingyue, the one who assists you with stock trading? What is your connection with her? She is my university classmate and also Lin Wei's close friend, working at a securities firm, asking me to help her with business. Is it really just that simple? I heard you invested 60 million with her in one go. That is true. At the time, I was captivated by her analysis of the stocks of Xingqing Heavy Industry and decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, it paid off. From now on, refrain from such speculative endeavors. Engaging in honest business not only brings profit, but also spares your family from unnecessary worry. Understood, I will remember that. Hu Qingwan had initially intended to inquire whether Chen Yang was aware of any insider trading regarding stocks. However, after a moment's contemplation, she decided against it. If the provincial authorities had not uncovered anything, why should she trouble her own family? Furthermore, as long as there were no issues with Chen Yang and Lin Wei's relationship, that was sufficient. Without the interference of Shen Anna, Chen Yang was finally able to relish married life in the rental apartment. He harbored an ineffable obsession and affection for Lin Wei's graceful, curvaceous form. Whenever his gaze fell upon her silky skin, her long, slender legs, and her tiny waist, his heart would race uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Lin Wei, in turn, reveled in her role as a cool and commanding queen, seeking to conquer her beloved beneath her. After their passionate encounter, the weary Lin Wei nestled against Chen Yang's body and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Yang entered a contemplative state, pondering the preparations for the supermarket's reopening. Although the reporting incident was yet another scheme devised by Zhang Jun, it inadvertently confirmed that the supermarket's low-price promotions had incited collective hostility from neighboring vendors. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Zhao Xuanfa, a newcomer, to rally them together. After a night of reflection, Chen Yang resolved to establish a unique supermarket membership system. The membership would be divided into two categories: ordinary members, who would enjoy a 10% discount on regular products, a 30% discount on promotional items, and a 50% discount on vegetables after 6 p.m., and VIP members, who would receive a 50% discount on all products. Regarding the membership criteria, anyone with a purchase record at the local agricultural products supermarket could apply for ordinary membership. For VIP membership, Chen Yang decided to raise the bar slightly, requiring a cumulative spending of 10,000 yuan for eligibility. To provide vendors with some leeway, he added an additional condition: a single purchase of 100 yuan would grant temporary VIP status, with that transaction contributing to the total expenditure for VIP membership. After dawn, Chen Yang went to the advertising shop to order 2,000 ordinary membership cards and 100 VIP magnetic cards. He also printed a notice regarding the establishment of a supermarket membership system and posted it at the entrance of the supermarket. Upon reading the announcement, the customers felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, they had grown accustomed to purchasing vegetables at half price, and the sudden increase to a discount of 70 to 90% was quite a shock. The only consolation was that after 6 in the evening, they could still buy some less fresh vegetables at half price. As for the VIP membership, the controversy was not significant. 100 yuan was not a hefty barrier for the vendors. Smaller operations could easily find acquaintances to pool resources. Despite their reluctance, a long line formed outside when the supermarket reopened. Everyone could do the math. Even if the prices at the supermarket increased by 20%, they remained cheaper than those in the market. Of course, there were dissenters. For instance, the merchants who had protested collectively the day before, upon learning of the supermarket's reopening, rushed over to voice their objections. They brandished placards accusing collusion between officials and merchants, obstructing the entrance and preventing the supermarket staff from selling goods. Their actions did not incite anger among the staff. Instead, they ignited the crowd waiting outside. These people are absurd. They refuse to sell us affordable vegetables and won't allow others to do so either. Indeed, their only concern is profit, entirely disregarding our livelihoods. If they won't let us live well, they shouldn't expect to thrive either. Let's band together and put an end to their antics. A middle-aged man clad in black took the lead and charged toward the obstructing vendors, quickly rallying a large group of people to follow suit. The vendors, unaccustomed to such a confrontation, fled in terror. Some, who were slower to escape, were swiftly knocked to the ground, only to be met with a barrage of punches and kicks. Lin Wei, worried that someone might be seriously harmed, hurriedly summoned the staff to intervene. With tremendous effort, and aided by the timely arrival of police officers from a nearby precinct, they finally managed to pacify the enraged crowd. Lin Wei also called for an ambulance to transport the beaten vendors to the hospital, although she certainly would not cover their medical expenses. These individuals had malicious intentions and aimed to wreak havoc. The fact that she refrained from letting her staff retaliate against them was already quite magnanimous. Meanwhile, Chen Yang found the mastermind behind the scenes lurking in a corner across the street. Zhao Xuanfa, I spared you once out of consideration for our school days. I never imagined you would forget so quickly. Zhao Xuanfa appeared visibly flustered. He had thought he was well hidden, but had evidently been exposed. I don't understand what you're talking about. I was just passing by, he stammered. Chen Yang chuckled coldly. Passing by? Should I bring those people here for a confrontation? Zhao Xuanfa lowered his head in dismay. Noticing his silence, Chen Yang inquired in confusion, I don't understand. After being deceived by Zhang Jun once, why have you not awakened to the reality? Zhao Xuanfa sighed. Chen Yang, you are fortunate and cannot comprehend my plight. Chen Yang replied, no matter your troubles, they do not justify deceiving others. We were university classmates, sharing a room for 4 years. Even if our bond is not deep, there is no enmity between us. Yet you persistently stab me in the back. What has become of your conscience? Zhao Xuanfa sighed, remaining silent. Chen Yang threatened, if you do not provide me with a justification, I swear I will send you back inside. This is Qing Shui, my territory. I have ample means to ensure you return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanfa, with a pained expression, spoke, my mother, upon learning that my academic credentials were revoked by the school, has been hospitalized due to a heart attack, requiring a surgical fee of 100,000 yuan. My family is destitute. I cannot borrow money, and I am left with no choice but to seek Zhang Jun's assistance. If you lack funds, you could have approached me. Why must you conspire with him to deceive me? I believed you would not resort to this. You have not even attempted to help me, thereby nullifying my worthiness of sympathy. Chen Yang, unwilling to engage further, turned to leave for the supermarket. Chen Yang, I have answered your inquiries. You will honor your promise. Will you not? When did I ever make you a promise? However, you ought to contemplate the vendetta of those vendors you have sent to the hospital once they recover. Chapter 73. Zhao Xuanfa is arrested again. Father, rest assured, I will remit the money tomorrow. Outside the Honglingman bar in Qing Shui City, Zhao Xuanfa, having ended the call with his father, felt an overwhelming weight upon him. Although Zhang Jun had agreed to lend him 100,000 yuan for his mother's surgery, it came with strings attached. He must sabotage Chen Yang's agricultural supermarket. Presently, Chen Yang's supermarket was still operational, without completing his task. Would Zhang Jun truly provide him with the funds? His confidence waned. Meanwhile, the hospital was pressing urgently. His father had already made several calls today. If he did not procure the funds soon, his mother's condition would become irretrievable. Zhao Xuanfa was consumed by regret. Had he not heeded Zhang Jun's advice to act as an intermediary for hire, he could have graduated smoothly and returned home to secure a fulfilling job. Now, with his academic credentials stripped away and employment elusive, his mother suffered a heart attack due to his actions. Most infuriating was that upon informing Zhang Jun of his mother's urgent need for surgical funds, instead of showing compassion, Zhang Jun used it as leverage to coerce him into further morally reprehensible actions. Now that his mission had failed and his exposure to Chen Yang was inevitable, acquiring the funds for his mother's treatment seemed increasingly improbable. Yet for the sake of his mother, he had no choice but to shamelessly plead with Zhang Jun once more. Zhao Xuanfa trudged into the Honglinman bar, navigating through the throngs of people until he reached a private room on the second floor. The scene within was rather disreputable. Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan were each entwined with two flamboyantly dressed women, dancing wildly to the rhythm of the music. Their exuberance suggested they had indulged in illicit substances. Brother Jun, my mother's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. Could you possibly transfer that 100,000 yuan to me? What does your mother's surgery have to do with me? If you want money, you must first accomplish your task. Brother Jun, please advance me the funds. Once my mother's surgery is complete, I shall serve you in any capacity you desire. Incompetent at achieving success and adept at creating failures. What use have I for someone like you? Zhang Jun disregarded Zhao Xuanfa, continuing to sway with the woman beside him, seemingly lost in the throes of a drug-induced haze. Consumed by anger, Zhao Xuanfa clenched his fists, wishing to charge forth and deliver a thorough beating to Zhang Jun. Yet, he ultimately lacked the courage. This was Zhang Jun's territory, guarded by dozens of bodyguards. The moment he took action, his survival would be in question. Young Master Jun, it's bad. A multitude of police have arrived outside. A man clad in a black suit suddenly burst into the private room, calling out loudly to Zhang Jun, who was still lost in a world of illusions. Noticing Zhang Jun's lack of response, he forcefully pushed aside the woman beside him and, with Zhang Jun on his back, sprinted toward the escape passage at the back of the bar. Zhao Xuanfa, his heart racing with fear, desperately followed behind. He had just emerged from detention and wished to avoid returning. Unfortunately, not long after, a sudden blow to the back of his head sent him spiraling into a dizzying darkness, rendering him unconscious. Today, Chen Yang had the rare opportunity to seize control and was preparing to reap the rewards of victory when Lin Wei's phone rang unexpectedly. Wei, please come to the Public Security Bureau. Your classmate Zhao Xuanfa claims there's an urgent matter requiring your attention. Zhao Xuanfa? He went to the Public Security Bureau looking for you? No. Today, the Bureau conducted a surprise inspection of all entertainment venues in the city. Your two classmates, Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan, were found with issues. Tang Kuan was caught using soft drugs and was incoherent upon arrest. Zhao Xuanfa collapsed in the emergency exit of the Honglinman bar with a bag of drugs concealed in his pocket. Then why does he want to see me? I don't know, but he insists it's a matter of life and death and that you, Chen Yang, are aware of it. All right, I'll come over. After hanging up with Lin Feng, Lin Wei gazed at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. What exactly is your relationship with Zhao Xuanfa? Chen Yang suddenly recalled something and replied, his mother is suffering from a heart condition and urgently requires 100,000 yuan for surgery. Lin Wei appeared perplexed. He came with Zhang Jun to deceive you, yet he still has the audacity to ask you for money? Chen Yang shook his head. He did not ask me for money. Lin Wei was somewhat confused. Then why is he seeking me out? Am I made of money? Perhaps you should go see for yourself? Chen Yang had lost interest by this point. Both Zhao Xuanfa and Tang Kuan were involved with Zhang Jun and had been arrested for drug-related offenses, yet Zhang Jun was nowhere to be found. This was quite illogical. The two changed into clean clothes and drove toward the City Public Security Bureau. Along the way, the air was filled with the wailing of police sirens, as if the entire sky of Qingshui City was ensnared by an impenetrable web of law. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Lin Feng had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Brother, what exactly is going on? Your classmate had a bag of drugs hidden in his pocket, but refuses to admit it is his. Our colleagues have been trying to extract the truth from him, yet he insists on speaking only to you. Lin Wei seemed to grasp the situation and ceased her inquiries, following Lin Feng into the interrogation room. Zhao Xuanfa sat in the interrogation room, his head bandaged in white, his demeanor despondent and pallid. Upon seeing Lin Wei and Chen Yang, a glimmer of hope shone through his desperate eyes. Lin Wei did not offer him a warm reception and directly inquired, Zhao Xuanfa, what do you need from us? Tears uncontrollably streamed down Zhao Xuanfa's cheeks. He earnestly pleaded with Lin Wei, considering our camaraderie as classmates, could you lend me 100,000 yuan? The doctor has said that if my mother does not undergo surgery soon, she will not survive. Lin Wei coldly remarked, you repeatedly assist in the wrongdoing, seeking every possible means to harm my husband. How can you still have the audacity to ask me for a loan? Zhao Xuanfa wept. I am blinded by my own folly and deserve this fate, but my mother is innocent. Lin Wei sighed. They had all met Zhao Xuanfa's mother, a kind-hearted and good woman. During their university years, she often sent them local specialties. How could such a wonderful person give birth to a scoundrel? Chen Yang, if you save my mother, I will confess all the wrongdoings that Zhang Jun has committed. Will you? Seeing that Lin Wei remained unyielding, Zhao Xuanfa shifted his hope towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not provide him with a direct answer. Then tell me, what wrongdoings has he committed? No. Zhao Xuanfa shook his head. You must first promise to lend me money to rescue my mother. Chen Yang turned and walked outside. At this stage, he still wished to negotiate terms. Lin Wei reached out to stop Chen Yang, and then said to Zhao Xuanfa, speak. As long as the information you provide is truthful, I assure you I will do my utmost to help your mother through this crisis. The incident at the school gate, where someone was hired to harm others, was instigated by Zhang Jun. I am aware of that. Is there anything else? Zhang Jun borrowed 500 million from Xingqing Bank and gave 200 million as a bribe to the bank's executives. Do you have evidence? No. I heard Zhang Jun talking about it with someone else. Anything more? The troublemakers outside the supermarket were arranged by Zhang Jun. He also orchestrated the rumors regarding Uncle Lin's relationship with Chen Yang. Is there any evidence to prove his involvement? None. Zhao Xuanfa, can you provide something useful? Zhang Jun is a drug addict. Today at the Honglinman bar, besides me and Tang Kuan, Zhang Jun was also present. When the police arrived, he was already disoriented and was taken away by his bodyguards. I went to pursue them and then was knocked unconscious. And the items in my pocket were not mine. Chapter 74. The frenzied Zhang Dagua. Zhao Xuanfa's luck was not entirely unfortunate. After the police reviewed the surveillance footage from the Honglinman bar, they discovered he had not been there long and had not engaged in selling drugs. The bag of drugs found did not contain his fingerprints. However, upon conducting a hair analysis, the police discovered that Zhao Xuanfa had indeed used drugs recently. He would face corresponding administrative detention penalties once again. With his incarceration, the troubles returned to Chen Yang. Should he lend the 100,000 for Zhao Xuanfa's mother's surgery or not? Following his true feelings, Chen Yang was reluctant to lend it. Zhao Xuanfa's recent actions had consistently forced Chen Yang towards a dead end. Such a person, Chen Yang would prefer to see remain in prison until death. Yet, as Lin Wei pointed out, Zhao Xuanfa's mother was also pitiable. After raising her son with great effort, he was expelled from school, ruining his future, and she herself suffered from heart disease. Chen Yang, having been a father in his previous life, understood the challenges of raising a child. Once, he too had his blood pressure rise due to his children's rebellious behavior. From a parent's perspective, he felt deep sympathy for Zhao Xuanfa's mother. Seeing Chen Yang's indecision, Lin Wei proposed an idea. She pulled a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and said, "Let us decide by flipping a coin. If it is a number, then assist his mother this once. If it is the national emblem, let us pretend that nothing transpired tonight and return to our slumber." Chen Yang found this proposition acceptable. He tossed the coin into the air, but before he could catch it, Lin Wei snatched it from midair. Chen Yang sighed, suddenly gripped by an intuition. I wager it is indeed a numeral. Lin Wei smiled as she opened her palm, confirming it was a number. Darling, are you not afraid he will remain unrepentant and return to deceive me again? Fear not, for I shall protect you. Chen Yang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wei, pondering the source of her innate confidence. Nevertheless, since marrying Lin Wei, his fortunes had indeed improved significantly. In contrast to Zhao Xuanfa, Chen Yang was more concerned about Zhang Jun's feelings after his betrayal. While it might be challenging to gather evidence regarding Zhao Xuanfa's confessions, drug use could certainly be uncovered, unless he were to hide in a mouse hole indefinitely. Of course, Chen Yang did not remain idle. Upon returning home, he immediately messaged Lu Shiji, instructing him to disseminate news of Zhang Jun bribing a senior executive at Xingqing Bank within Weizhou to irritate the Zhang family. Lu Shiji flatly refused, explaining that such financial underhandedness, even with evidence, could not be publicly addressed, lest they face ostracism from the entire financial circle of Xingqing. If the opposing party had a formidable background, retaliation could ensue. In business, few could claim absolute integrity. After contemplating, Chen Yang mentioned the news regarding the Zhang family's assets being seized in Qishui. This time, Lu Shiji acquiesced, seeing an opportunity to use this information to vex his adversary. Zhang Peng. In the office of the International New City Project Development Department of the Zhang Group in Xingqing, Chairman Zhang Dagua was on the verge of madness. He had expelled everyone from his office and smashed everything within it, yet still felt unsatisfied. So he called his wife to vent his frustrations. I instructed you to keep an eye on that rebellious son. How did you allow him to provoke Lin Jiangwo? Is it that you wish for my life to be more challenging? Honey, I only just heard about this from the staff below. Moreover, it was not Xiao Jun's idea. It was instigated by that director Huang. Huang's ambition to ascend by stepping on others is his affair. Do you lack discernment? Becoming someone else's stepping stone? What does a deputy director possess to contend with a director who also holds the position of secretary of the political and legal committee? If you cannot win Lin Jiangwo to our side, there is no need to make him an enemy of the Zhang family. What shall we do then? The police have just arrived, claiming they suspect Xiao Jun of drug use and wish to take him in for questioning. What? He is using drugs? I do not know. I have been unable to reach him. Then dispatch someone to find him. Once located, ensure he surrenders and is taken to a rehabilitation center. If he cannot break free from his addiction, you shall expel this rebellious son from the Zhang family. After taking a tranquilizer, Zhang Dagua calmed himself momentarily and immediately called Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo did not answer. He dialed another number. Director Huang, is it a convenient time to talk? Old Zhang, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I did not anticipate Secretary Lin conducting a surprise raid, sweeping through all entertainment venues in Qingshui City. It is of no concern. I merely wish to inquire if this matter is serious. That is difficult to ascertain. In your establishment, a significant number of drug users have been discovered, including members of the affluent class. Additionally, 2 wanted fugitives have been apprehended. I surmise that a temporary closure for rectification is inevitable. Director Huang, given our long-standing friendship, you cannot turn a blind eye to this predicament. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to prevent the situation from escalating. However, you are aware that certain connections require delicate handling. Director Huang, I understand the rules. With that said, I currently have an overwhelming number of cases to manage, which will likely keep me up late. Zhang Dagua hung up the phone, cursing the director Huang and his ancestors. It was one thing to use his son as a pawn, but now he had to bear the financial burden of resolving the ensuing troubles. Is there anyone in this world worse than this? The myriad of issues awaiting him at home made Zhang Dagua yearn to return immediately. Yet, he found himself unable to leave. The project in the international new city was far more intricate than he could have imagined. To facilitate its advancement, he had exhausted all his resources, fervently seeking assistance from anyone he could. Various social gatherings and business negotiations became the norm in his life, to the extent that even in sleep, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to appease those in power. Regrettably, despite expending millions on public relations efforts, he had yet to uncover the key to success. Each time he seemed to be nearing his goal, he would ultimately discover it was merely a fleeting illusion. This mounting pressure weighed heavily on his spirit. Even worse, Zhang Dagua harbored a nagging suspicion that a mysterious force was deliberately targeting the Zhang group. Every time a glimmer of hope emerged, inexplicable obstacles and issues would arise, as if someone were orchestrating events from the shadows. Yet, no matter how diligently he investigated or sought leads, he could never find concrete evidence to substantiate his suspicions. This sense of helplessness was driving him to the brink of madness. He suddenly realized that the project, which Zhang Jun had procured at a high price, could very well be the noose leading to the downfall of the Zhang group. If this situation was not handled with care, the commercial empire he had painstakingly built could come crashing down. That wretched, ungrateful child. Upon returning to Qingshui City, I shall not hesitate to break his legs. Chapter 75. Installing the cash register system. After transferring 100,000 yuan to Zhao Xuanfa's father, Chen Yang requested Zhao Xuanfa to write an IOU, stipulating that he must repay it within 5 years. Having a criminal record in Dongjiang and having offended Zhang Jun, Zhao Xuanfa felt compelled to seek opportunities in other provinces to repay his debts quickly. Chen Yang's intention was also to distance him from his circle of influence, preferring not to see him again. To his delight, Zhang Jun and Tang Kuan had also been detained alongside Zhao Xuanfa. Tang Kuan was apprehended for drug use at the scene, while Zhang Jun, who fled upon being caught, later returned to turn himself in. Although Zhao Xuanfa was not using drugs at the time of his arrest, he had previously partaken with Zhang Jun and the others, thus facing similar penalties. 3 addicts, truly, are not from the same family, nor do they enter the same door. Chen Yang was mildly curious about the scene when the 3 reunited in detention. Would they be throwing punches, engaging in fierce brawls, or would they embrace each other in tears, lamenting their choices? Certainly. What perplexes Chen Yang the most is the source of the idea that led Zhang Jun to involve Lin Wei in their grievances. A merchant provoking the highest authority of local law enforcement is nothing short of self-sabotage, is it not? Zhang Jun, accustomed to a life of luxury, arrogant and ignorant, may easily be swayed, but how could Zhang Dagua, seasoned in the business arena and adept in both legal and illicit dealings, remain passive? The police action last night was clearly a display by Chen Yang's father-in-law, a warning meant to intimidate. Having angered Lin Wei, the Zhang group will likely face turbulent times in Qishui in the near future, which is precisely what Chen Yang hopes for. The Zhang group has borrowed 500 million from Xingqing Bank. With 20 million allocated as kickbacks and 400 million for land acquisition, only 80 million remains. If this stronghold in Qishui cannot provide continuous financial support, it is exceedingly unrealistic to expect that sum to suffice for the international New City project. However, as the wealthiest private enterprise in Qishui, the Zhang Group's downfall will not be easily achieved. As long as they are willing to make significant sacrifices, such as selling off some assets in Qishui, they could bridge the gap for the international New City project and avert the crisis. Without Zhang Jun's interference, the agricultural products supermarket has resumed normal operations. 2,000 paper membership cards were distributed within a day. Chen Yang, should we hire a few more cashiers? I'm worried about being overwhelmed later, Du Wei expressed her concerns. Previously, the prices of vegetables were fixed and transactions were straightforward. Now, with the introduction of membership discounts, 10%, 7%, and 5%, mistakes are easily made during peak hours. Chen Yang disagreed with her proposal, believing that the current staff in Qishui was sufficient. We are not a large shopping mall. Our foot traffic is limited. If you are worried about being busy, I'll arrange for a dedicated cashier system that utilizes computers for transactions. Can a computer really handle transactions? Du Wei asked, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had just opened the door to a new world. Absolutely, Chen Yang nodded. A computer can not only assist in processing payments and reduce the risk of errors, but it can also provide clearer insights into product sales, saving considerable manpower. After hearing this, Du Wei felt a sense of urgency. Then please expedite the process. It would ease my burdens. Chen Yang continued, actually, our membership system is not complicated. Just remember that holidays offer a 7% discount, while non-holidays provide a 9% discount. VIP members want to pick up goods from the store. Aside from the discounts on vegetables after 6 in the evening, the other 5% discounts can be disregarded. Du Wei remarked, however, we still need to record the total spending of each ordinary member. That's quite a significant task. Chen Yang responded. Since we are not implementing a points system for rewards or gift exchanges, there's no need for extensive tracking. Du Wei added. But what if they wish to upgrade to VIP membership? Chen Yang replied. Those who desire to upgrade will keep their own records. Generally, it's quite difficult for ordinary consumers to qualify for VIP status without forming groups. What if they do qualify? Du Wei inquired. It's simple, Chen Yang shrugged. We will just issue them a VIP card. Du Wei pressed further. But what if everyone becomes a VIP member? How will we profit then? Chen Yang smiled and remarked. As the leading sales front for our products, we can appropriately adjust import and export prices based on circumstances. By slightly lowering the price during procurement and raising it during sales, we can generate profit, can't we? Du Wei remained unconvinced and replied, can we casually alter product prices? Would the members agree? Aren't you concerned they might report us to the Consumer Association? Chen Yang explained, the market is ever-changing, and it is both reasonable and justifiable to adjust prices accordingly. As long as our prices are more competitive and our service exceeds expectations, there should generally be no objections. Even if there are, we can always assert the final say. Seeing that Chen Yang had considered all potential risks, Du Wei ceased her objections. She found Chen Yang somewhat enigmatic. Despite his youth, he possessed a profound understanding of many matters. Nonetheless, she greatly admired his mature and composed demeanor. In addition to her admiration, Du Wei felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Yang. Since the opening of the People's Agricultural Products supermarket, Lin Feng had been spending increasingly more time by her side, enriching her daily life considerably. Chen Yang was a man of action. During the day, he discussed the need for a cash register system with Du Wei, and by night, during a conference call with Shen Anna, he shared his ideas. Shen Anna was very much in favor of procuring cash register equipment and establishing a stable cash register system for the company to grow strong and prosperous. It needed high efficiency, exceptional service, and superior quality. Equipping the chain supermarkets with the most advanced cash register systems would not only enhance operational efficiency, but also elevate the company's brand image. Chen Yang was remarkably efficient. The very next day, she arranged for 2 cash registers to be delivered to the city of Qingshui. After instructing Lin Wei on various operational processes, the technician thoughtfully left a contact number for after-sales service. After experiencing the convenience of the cash register, Lin Wei's admiration for Chen Yang deepened. She felt that her brother-in-law was truly capable of anything. With Lin Wei's concerns resolved, Chen Yang began searching for storefronts for branch locations in Qingshui. If the company headquarters were established in Xingqing, the staffing in Qingshui would become somewhat bloated. Following the conclusion of promotional activities, there would undoubtedly be a surplus of personnel. Opening several more stores would not only alleviate the issue of labor surplus, but also significantly expand the customer base. Armed with the success of the first store, Chen Yang was not overly worried about the expansion of branches. He believed that even in his absence from Qingshui, with financial support, Lin Wei would manage effortlessly. Moreover, Chen Yang's performance expectations for the Qingshui branch were not particularly high, as long as they did not incur losses after accounting for labor costs and various expenses. He would consider it a success. As long as the store attracted customers and enhanced the company's visibility, he would deem it profitable. The primary focus of the chain supermarkets remained the provincial capital of Xingqing, while Qingshui occupied a role in Chen Yang's vision as a product transit hub. Agricultural products from various counties would be centralized here before being dispatched to Xingqing or other cities. Furthermore, Chen Yang planned to establish his own warehousing and logistics center to better serve the headquarters. Chapter 76. New Company. New colleagues. Chen Yang spent an entire day driving around the urban area of Qingshui, but his harvest was not particularly significant. The desired locations are either those where the homeowner is reluctant to sell or where the asking prices are excessively high, leaving little room for appreciation. In his previous life, Chen Yang seldom returned to Qingshui City and was not well versed in the future urban planning of the area. He only recalled that most new developments were being constructed away from the city center, while the old town largely retained its original appearance. Chen Yang was actually more inclined to invest in the facades of new properties, not only because of their substantial potential for appreciation, but also because he could purchase several units at once. In contrast, aside from the commercial areas in the city center, older facades lacked investment value, requiring tedious negotiations with individual owners, which was quite cumbersome. Lin Wei was preoccupied with running errands between the supermarket and the Lin family, leaving her unable to divert her attention. After some contemplation, Chen Yang approached Zhang Lin, who was still working at the Shuanglin Marketing Center, and asked her to keep an eye out. Given her expertise in the field, she was a suitable choice. Chen Yang generously offered her a reward of 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for successfully securing a unit. Once the matters in Qingshui were settled, Chen Yang intended to return to Xingqing. The affairs of the headquarters were currently being managed solely by Chen Yang, and he felt somewhat guilty for being an absentee boss. Recently, Xin had been incessantly calling Chen Yang, complaining and berating him for being heartless and exploiting a woman who had recently suffered emotional distress. Chen Yang argued that work could fill the void left by emotional turmoil, and that Chen Yang's current state was not necessarily detrimental. However, this only intensified Xin's tirades. To escape the torment of that unpleasant woman's calls, Chen Yang decided to return to Xingqing. Chen Yang had also rented an entire floor above Liu Shiji's company in the Xinhui building to serve as a temporary headquarters for the Common People's Agricultural Product Trading Company, with an annual rent of 300,000 yuan. Upon his arrival, Chen Yang discovered that the office renovations had been completed and that most of the office supplies were already in place. With the assistance of Xin and Liu Shiji, he was not particularly surprised. The only unexpected detail was that Chen Yang's office was larger than his own as chairman and even featured a private lounge. From Xin's continuous complaints, it was evident that Chen Yang had likely been residing at the office these past few days. Goodness, she truly intends to fill her emotional void with relentless work. Sister Anna, I believe your current work approach has some issues. Immersing yourself in labor without pause will not yield the best results. It is essential to arrange reasonable breaks and achieve a balance between work and rest to genuinely enhance productivity. Just like a vehicle, if it is driven for prolonged periods without maintenance or rest, it is prone to malfunction or even breakdown. The same goes for humans. Sustained high levels of stress in the workplace can take a significant toll on both body and mind, inevitably affecting one's performance over time. You ought to take a break. Chen Yang, my current work state is quite normal in the beautiful country. There is no need for concern. I'm not worried. Someone else is. Huh. Do not mind Yi Xian. She has always had things easy and knows nothing of the hardships of entrepreneurship. We have the means to hire a few more people to share the workload. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Would you prefer to take over this task? All right. Forget I said anything. Seeing that he could not sway Shenana, Chen Yang resigned himself to acceptance. He strolled through his temporary company and discovered that Shenana's preparations were indeed meticulous. In addition to their offices, there were departments for human resources, finance, procurement, sales, legal affairs, warehousing and logistics, quality inspection, market research, and cybersecurity. Once the relevant personnel were recruited, a complete corporate structure would be established. Chen Yang was exceedingly pleased with Shenana's efficiency. Sister Anna, when do you plan to hire? No rush. First take me to the airport to pick someone up. Who? My former colleague. I'm inviting her to manage the HR department. How capable is she? Quite sufficient for a company of our scale. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. He was ready to invest 100 million, yet Shenana still found the scale lacking. Who could he possibly reason with? Driven by curiosity, Chen Yang drove to Xingqing International Airport to fetch the person. To his surprise, after just a few minutes, Shenana fell asleep in the passenger seat. To allow her more rest, he refrained from waking her upon arriving at the airport and instead took the welcome sign she had prepared to the arrivals area. He held the sign for half an hour before finally spotting a woman in a black suit slowly approaching, pushing a massive suitcase. In her 30s, her gaze resembled a cold abyss, deep and frigid, making it difficult for one to look her in the eye, as if a mere glance could freeze the soul. The black suit clung to her slender form, resembling a layer of icy armor that shielded her from the warmth and enthusiasm of the outside world. Her strides were resolute, each step imbued with an undeniable indifference, as if the clamor and splendor of the world had no relevance to her. You are Chen Yang? Hello, I am Chen Yang. You must be Luo Shui. Greetings, I am indeed Luo Shui. You look quite different from Anna's description. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? She said you were a marvel, but I find you only somewhat handsome, just like an ordinary person. Well, your impression is accurate. I am indeed an ordinary person, just fortunate enough to have acquired some wealth that perhaps was not meant for me. And thus, I became your boss. And Anna? Wasn't she supposed to personally come to greet me? She's resting in the car. I've been away these past few days, and she has been managing everything on her own, so she must be exhausted. Let me clarify. I am not Anna. I do not work overtime. Understood. I hope you can encourage her to take it easy. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If she wears herself out, what good is earning 10 billion? One must have the fortune to enjoy it. Luo Shui fell silent. This new boss was unlike any she had encountered in her past dealings with executives from publicly listed companies. He did not conform to conventional norms. While others relished in maximizing the exploitation of labor, he wore an expression of indifference. Such a boss may be easy to work with, but whether he could lead them to greatness was uncertain. At that moment, Shenana hurriedly approached from behind Chen Yang. Shui, I sincerely apologize for not being able to personally greet you as promised. I dozed off. Luo Shui smiled. No problem. Having the boss pick me up is just as well. Shenana nodded and pointed to Luo Shui as she introduced her to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, let me formally introduce you to our new colleague, Luo Shui. Luo Shui, this is our future boss, Chen Yang. Chapter 77. Public Matters and Private Affairs. Chen Yang had booked 2 rooms at a hotel near Zinni Building for Shenana and Luo Shui to rest. Since he had previously allowed Shenana to stay in the office, he anticipated that Yi Xian would incessantly nag her. As she was reluctant to return to Yi Xian's villa, Chen Yang arranged accommodations at a nearby hotel, with Luo Shui, a former colleague of Shenana. Keeping an eye on things, he felt assured that there would be no significant issues. However, Shenana requested Chen Yang to book 6 rooms, stating that 4 more people would be arriving later, all of whom were her former classmates and colleagues, at a rate of 100 yuan per room. 6 rooms would total 600 yuan. Given that all these individuals were summoned from out of town, they would likely need long-term housing. Calculating at a monthly package price, 600 a day would amount to 18,000 yuan per month. This expense was only for Shenana and her friends. If more individuals were to be recruited later, the cost would escalate further. Sister Anna, I have an empty unit in the Sunshine Garden community. Would the company be interested in renting it to convert it into staff accommodation? Chen Anna was somewhat perplexed by Chen Yang's suggestion. She inquired, "Boss, why should the company rent it when you could simply renovate it for us to live in?" Chen Yang replied, "Public matters are public and private matters are private. The house is my personal property. It can be rented to the company or to individuals. If I provide it to the company for free, I would be incurring a personal loss of income. Are you suggesting that we use company funds to renovate your house and then pay to rent it as accommodation?" Chen Anna suddenly grasped Chen Yang's intent, though it still felt somewhat peculiar. "Exactly," Chen Yang affirmed with a nod. "Rest assured, I will not take advantage of the company. The renovation costs can be offset against the subsequent rent." Chen Anna found Chen Yang's proposal reasonable. Renting from whoever's property was still renting. There was no need to oppose her boss over such trivial matters. Additionally, since Chen Yang's house was still in its raw state, it could be designed according to their preferences, making it more comfortable to live in later. However, Chen Anna still had some questions for Chen Yang. "Where shall we stay before the house is renovated?" Chen Yang responded, "You can arrange that yourself. You may stay in a hotel or rent a few existing units nearby for a transitional period. Then let us stay in a hotel for now." Chen Anna opted for the most convenient lifestyle, unwilling to waste too much time searching for a place. Chen Yang returned to the front desk and negotiated with the hotel manager, ultimately securing 6 rooms for 12,000 yuan a month. After handing the room keys to Chen Anna, he drove home to rest. "Anna, our boss is not the charming figure you described. He is clearly a cunning devil. The company hasn't even started yet, and he is already thinking about profiting off it, draining its resources. At this rate, how can the company sustain itself?" Luo Shui expressed her dissatisfaction with Chen Yang's actions. Chen Anna disagreed with Luo Shui's viewpoint. She stated, "Chen Yang has the right to rent his property to any unit or individual. Since the renovation costs can be offset against the rent, there is no question of him taking advantage of the company. To put it another way, the company inherently belongs to him, even in the face of losses. They remain his losses. What urgency is there for us employees?" This is the principle, yet Luo Shui expressed her concerns, but with his calculating nature. "Won't we be exploited to the bone in the future?" Chen Anna replied with a smile. "A shrewd boss is not necessarily detrimental to the company. Moreover, he is not the person you might envision. He is, in fact, quite kind-hearted and generous. Once you become more acquainted with him, your current impression will surely change." "I hope so." Luo Shui pouted. She had resigned from her position at a foreign enterprise and traveled a great distance to join Chen Anna in pursuing a significant venture. If the new boss proves difficult to work with, it would indeed be quite distressing. Shortly after Chen Yang returned home, he received a call from Zhao Xiaoli, who informed him that she had identified several promising storefronts and inquired about his availability to visit. Exhausted from a day of driving, Chen Yang arranged to meet her the following morning. A little later, Chen Anna called again, asking if he would be going to the company to meet the new employees. Since he had already scheduled to view the storefronts with Zhao Xiaoli, he requested that the meeting be postponed by a day. After hanging up with Chen Anna, he received another call from Su Mingyue, who wanted to recommend a few stocks to him. Chen Yang declined her offer. Lately, he had been keeping an eye on the stock market during his downtime, and the overall conditions were far from favorable. The shares of Xingqing Heavy Industry, which he had purchased earlier, began to decline after reaching over 20 yuan and now stood at just over 16 yuan. It was clear that this was not an opportune time for stock trading. Su Mingyue's confidence had evidently been shaken by the sluggish market, as she shifted her recommendations from primarily endorsing Xingqing Heavy Industry to suggesting several other stocks. This moment was not suitable for re-entering the stock market. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Chen Yang speculated it might be Lu Qingqing and opened the door, only to find Su Mingyue standing there. "Su Mingyue, you still live here?" She explained, "Yes, there are several vacant rooms at Qingqing's place, so I moved in." Chen Yang, feeling fatigued, replied, "I've been quite busy lately, so please manage the stock matters on your own." Su Mingyue hesitated. "Is that wise? I must be responsible for your funds." After contemplating, Chen Yang said, "Among the stocks you've recommended, choose the one you believe holds the least potential and invest in that." "Ah." Su Mingyue was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Chen Yang's actions. Why? Chen Yang could not elucidate the future to her. He simply stated, "This is my advice. If you wish to heed it, buy some shares to test the waters. If not, continue to hold your position." Su Mingyue felt disappointed by Chen Yang's explanation and reluctantly returned to Lu Qingqing's side. She was already indecisive, and after their conversation, she felt even less inclined to invest. Consequently, she missed a valuable opportunity to present herself. Only after confirming that she had not returned did Chen Yang close the door. He had left 20 million in his account untouched, intending for Su Mingwei to experiment with it. As long as the losses were not excessive, he believed he could recover. However, it seemed that Su Mingwei had lost the confidence she once had when first introducing stocks to him, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Chen Yang's current capital was sufficient for a comfortable life for the remainder of his days. He did not wish to be overly burdened. If Su Mingwei is willing to assist him in monitoring the stock market, he would gladly cooperate as long as there is promise for the future. Regarding the public listing plan of the agricultural products trading company, as long as Shun Anna and her team are fully committed, Chen Yang has no intention of intervening. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Since Shin Anna is an expert in her field, he, as a somewhat inexperienced owner, sees no need to meddle. Aside from mandatory meetings, signatures, and necessary investments, Chen Yang does not plan to devote excessive time to the company. Chapter 78. Investment in Real Estate Agency. After a few days apart, Zhao Xiaoli has undergone quite a transformation. Her previously solemn and austere black professional attire has been replaced with a simple yet fashionable white shirt and light blue jeans. Her high heels have also been swapped for comfortable sneakers. The white shirt, as pristine as fresh snowflakes, gently hugs her elongated neck and delicate collarbone. The light blue jeans perfectly contour her slender waist, rounded and pert posterior, and long, straight legs, showcasing her flawless figure without reservation. It is no wonder that this striking appearance has drawn the ire of Liu Shiji's wife, perhaps due to prolonged sun exposure. Zhao Xiaoli's once fair complexion has taken on a slightly tanned hue. However, this change does not detract from her beauty. Rather, it imparts a unique vitality. She exudes an aura of health and natural charm. The only aspect that makes Chen Yang somewhat uncomfortable is the rather thick layer of foundation on her face, which starkly contrasts with the rest of her body, creating a disjointed appearance, as if her face and body have been forcibly separated. It seems the scars on her face have yet to fully fade. Manager Zhao, I suggested you borrow a car from the company for your convenience. Why did you not heed my advice? Mr. Chun, I've already resigned. There is no reason for me to use the company car, nor do I wish to. Resigned? Chen Yang was taken aback. Liu Shiji had been in contact with him daily, yet had never mentioned this. Was it Liu's decision, or perhaps his wife's? Zhao Xiaoli sighed and replied, I no longer wish to be troubled by rumors, so I took the initiative to resign. Chen Yang understood her decision. The fear of public opinion can be daunting. After such an incident, there will inevitably be whispers and speculation. Even if Zhao Xiaoli is innocent, people often conjecture based on their own biases rather than seeking the truth. Is your current situation manageable? Do you need me to advance some funds? No need, Mr. Liu has compensated me for 3 months' salary. Very well. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chun. Zhao Xiaoli declined his generous offer. After exchanging pleasantries, she led Chen Yang to a crossroads in a residential area. She pointed towards 4 adjacent storefronts near the corner and said, I have contacted the landlords of these storefronts, and they are all willing to sell. Chen Yang glanced over. All 4 storefronts were operational, each approximately 30 square meters in size. The 2 storefronts closest to the corner housed a small restaurant serving breakfast and lunch. With a moderate flow of customers and a sign advertising the transfer of the business hung at the entrance. The 2 adjacent storefronts present a stark contrast. One is a dry cleaning establishment that remains shuttered, while the other, a clothing boutique, hangs a sign indicating it is for lease and is equally closed. Chen Yang finds himself perplexed by the lack of business in such a prime location, where 2 out of 3 shops are seeking new tenants. Zhao Xiaoli elucidates. Within a 200-meter radius, there are 6 breakfast spots, and this particular one has the least appealing offerings. The clothing store specializes in trendy women's apparel. Yet the majority of passers-by here are elderly individuals and children, who seldom patronize it. Business only picks up slightly on weekends. The dry cleaner's clientele is relatively steady, but their landlord has mentioned a willingness to negotiate their departure. Curious, Chen Yang inquires about the foot traffic in the vicinity. Zhao Xiaoli gestures towards the north end of the intersection, stating, there lies an elementary school and a middle school. Each day, during morning and afternoon hours, adults are seen escorting their children. From my observations, the foot traffic remains consistently above 1,000 individuals at any given time. Chen Yang further questions. Where is the local market? Zhao Xiaoli replies. The market is situated close to the schools. Contemplating the situation, Chen Yang envisions the potential for an agricultural products supermarket in this area. Firstly, there are stable customer sources from 3 distinct directions. If Zhao Xiaoli's statistics are accurate, there are at least 1,000 potential clients. Moreover, there is a significant elderly population nearby who are particularly sensitive to pricing. As long as the supermarket's vegetable prices are lower than those at the market, they will undoubtedly prefer to shop here. In fact, we might even attract seniors from beyond the intersection. With determination, Chen Yang decides to proceed. What are the rental prices for these storefronts? Zhao Xiaoli extends 4 fingers, indicating 400,000 for each. Given that the old storefronts within this age community are priced at 13,300 per square meter, it seems somewhat steep, especially in light of Xingqing's current real estate market. However, as this is within the second ring road, the potential for value appreciation due to future redevelopment or renovations is considerable. All right, go negotiate with them. Call me when it's time to sign the contract and make the payment. After saying this, Chen Yang retrieves a pre-prepared sum of 10,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and hands it to Zhao Xiaoli. This is to cover your expenses while running errands. Let me know if it falls short. Zhao Xiaoli, this time, does not refuse the money, expressing her gratitude as she places it into her wallet. Chen Yang reflects momentarily and adds, if you come across similar storefronts in the future, even if they are not part of a row, feel free to negotiate. Zhao Xiaoli then asks, Mr. Chen, are you considering a long-term investment in commercial properties? Chen Yang nods in affirmation. The return on investment for commercial spaces surpasses that of residential properties, and the potential for appreciation is substantial. I am indeed interested in this avenue. Zhao Xiaoli continues her inquiry. Mr. Chen, would you consider establishing a real estate agency? Chen Yang shakes his head, explaining that managing an agricultural trade company along with a chain supermarket is already quite taxing, leaving little room for additional ventures. However, he quickly discerns Zhao Xiaoli's intentions. Are you interested in pursuing this? Zhao Xiaoli nods eagerly. I wish to do so, but I lack the funds. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang proposes. Then I shall invest in your real estate agency. I will provide the capital in exchange for 30% of the shares. What do you think? Zhao Xiaoli, who had merely sought employment from Chen Yang, is taken aback by the prospect of becoming a shareholder, her excitement almost bringing her to tears. Mr. Chen, are you joking with me? Chen Yang responded earnestly, I am absolutely serious. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhao Xiaoli exclaimed, her hand grasping Chen Yang's with fervor. Sensing her overwhelming excitement, Chen Yang cautioned, do not be too hasty in your gratitude. If the performance falters, I may have to close the company at any moment. Rest assured, I will work diligently, Zhao Xiaoli promptly declared, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her earnest yet cautious demeanor. You may return to your duties now. Zhao Xiaoli smiled and waved goodbye to Chen Yang before retrieving her phone to connect with the shop owner regarding the business transaction. After parting ways with Zhao Xiaoli, Chen Yang drove to the supermarket in Sunshine Garden community. If his cousin Zhao Qian had not gone to driving lessons, he would fulfill his promise to take her shopping at Star City International Shopping Center. Chapter 79. The unexpected meeting with new employees. Upon arriving at the rented accommodation of Chen Chunmei's family, Chen Yang found his cousin Zhao Qian comfortably curled up in bed, immersed in sweet dreams. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, as if she were lost in a delightful reverie. Chen Yang recalled her frequent complaints of sleep deprivation during her high school years and decided not to disturb her. With ample time at hand, he resolved to assist at the supermarket first. When Chen Yang entered the supermarket in Sunshine Garden community, he noticed several customers already selecting items. Habitually, he greeted the staff on duty, Zhao Donghai and Zhong Lin, before helping to organize the shelves. Just as he was engrossed in his task, he heard a somewhat familiar voice from behind. Boss. The voice was crisp and cool, tinged with uncertainty. Turning around, he was surprised to find Luo Shui, the new HR representative from his company, standing there. Luo Shui, what brings you here? Boss, didn't you say you had important matters to attend to? Is this what you consider important? Luo Shui's tone was laced with surprise and a hint of dissatisfaction. It was the first high-level meeting of the company, yet the owner, Chen Yang, was absent, and the reason for his absence was that he was doing menial work in a modest supermarket. Caught in the act, Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed. I finished my matters and came here to gather with family and lend a hand with some chores. Is this supermarket also part of your family's business? Luo Shui inquired, immediately realizing the redundancy of her question. Upon arriving, General Lu had already mentioned that this supermarket was owned by Chen Yang's family. She quickly shifted the topic. I came with Anna and the others to check out the new dormitory. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had merely mentioned the renting of a place in passing and had not disclosed the specific address to Shin Anna. He was surprised they managed to find it so easily. How did you know the address? General Liu from Sunshine Real Estate sent us here. Then allow me to show you around. Chen Yang had not anticipated they would seek out Liu Shiji. Since they were already here, it was only fitting for him, as their landlord and boss, to act as a guide. Let me grab some water first. Remembering her purpose for being at the supermarket, Luo Shui quickly retrieved 6 bottles of chilled mineral water from the display freezer at the entrance. Just as she was about to pay, Chen Yang stopped her. No need to pay. Consider it my treat. In that case, may I grab some snacks as well? Of course. Faced with Luo Shui's incremental requests, Chen Yang readily acquiesced. Luo Shui swiftly dashed to the snack aisle to retrieve several packages of her favorite treats. Chen Yang exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Donghai, instructing him to inform Zhao Qian to postpone their shopping excursion for a while. Subsequently, he grasped a bottle of mineral water and, accompanied by Luo Shui, exited the supermarket. At the entrance of Sunshine Garden Community, Shin Anna was engaged in conversation with her new colleagues when she spotted Chen Yang and Luo Shui emerging from the supermarket. Her expression one of surprise. "Boss, what brings you here?" she inquired. He was caught red-handed working as a clerk in the supermarket. Luo Shui interjected before Chen Yang could offer any defense. Shin Anna found the situation amusing yet perplexing. It appeared that Chen Yang genuinely preferred to remain a hands-off proprietor, choosing to linger in his own supermarket rather than attend to company matters. "Shall we not introduce the new colleagues?" Chen Yang suggested, glancing at the 4 individuals accompanying Shin Anna. Among them were 3 women and 1 man, all approximately in their 30s. The 3 women possessed striking appearances. The first, tall and slender, wore a floral dress that danced with the breeze, reminiscent of a graceful swallow. The second, slightly plump with an endearing round face, exuded charm and approachability. While the third, bespectacled and petite, radiated an intellectual aura. The man appeared earnest and unassuming, standing quietly beside the 3 women, with a square face and glasses. Shin Anna turned to the quartet and said, "Why don't you introduce yourselves?" "Boss, I am Zhao Xiao. I look forward to your guidance," began the tall woman, extending her hand for a handshake. "Boss, I'm Qin, and I hope for your support." The slightly plump woman followed suit, shaking hands with Chen Yang. "Boss, my name is Qian Duo. I look forward to your mentorship." The bespectacled woman bowed politely instead of shaking hands. When it was the turn of the shy male colleague, he merely lowered his head and greeted Chen Yang softly. "Boss, I'm Luo Hao, a computer specialist." Chen Yang was curious about how Shin Anna had acquainted herself with such an introverted individual, yet he recognized that talents in computing were precisely what he needed. He patted Luo Hao on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Work diligently. I hope you become an invaluable asset to our company." Seeing Chen Yang's emphasis on Luo Hao alone, Zhao Xiao felt a twinge of jealousy. "Boss, that seems rather inequitable. Are we not also among the most important individuals in the company?" Chen Yang chuckled. "You all, even in your stillness, serve as the finest representation of our company. How could you possibly not be important?" Pouting slightly, Zhao Xiao retorted, "So, in the boss's eyes, we are merely decorative?" Chen Yang replied, "I sincerely wish for each of you to possess remarkable talents so that together we can fortify and expand the company." Upon hearing that she too would be valued, Zhao Xiao smiled contentedly. After everyone had introduced themselves, Shin Anna urged Chen Yang to guide them in viewing the properties. Although Chen Yang had left his keys at home, the 12th floor, where Chen Chunmei and others resided, was under renovation, and the entire floor was unlocked. Thus, he led the group to the 12th floor. The 3-bedroom unit belonging to Chen Chunmei had completed electrical work, and the workers were laying tiles. Chen Yang then invited everyone to tour his 2-bedroom apartment. After a thorough inspection, Shin Anna expressed her satisfaction with the layout and structure of the apartment. "The light here is splendid, the air is well ventilated, and the scenery outside is quite delightful. It should be very comfortable to reside here. Let us rent this place as our dormitory." Chen Yang shot her a glance, somewhat exasperated, and reminded her, "Sister Anna, what are you thinking? This is the new home where Lin Wei and I will reside after our marriage. If you wish to stay, you may either go upstairs or downstairs. The layout on each floor is essentially the same." After a moment of contemplation, Shin Anna proposed, "Then let us rent the 11th floor. What does everyone think?" Upon finishing her statement, she glanced at Luo Shui and the others. "I have no objections. Having a place to stay is sufficient, Luo Shui remarked nonchalantly. Her expectations for housing not particularly high. I have no objections either. However, Zhao Xiao whispered to Xin Anna, may I have a room to myself? Xin Anna appeared somewhat troubled. I cannot make that decision. You must consult the boss. Zhao Xiao immediately turned her gaze to Chen Yang. Boss, what do you think? Seeing everyone looking at him with eager anticipation, Chen Yang nodded in agreement. No problem. We shall rent the entire 11th floor, allocating one room for each person. Hooray. Thank you, boss. The chorus of gratitude echoed. Chapter 80. Discussion on establishing an online sales platform. After viewing the property, Xin Anna proposed organizing a staff gathering, during which she suggested that Chen Yang elaborate on the development plans for the agricultural product trading company. Though Chen Yang initially sought solitude, he found himself obliged to accompany them back to the company. On the way, Xin Anna informed Chen Yang about the work arrangements for the 4 new recruits. Zhao Xiao would oversee market research, Qin would handle legal affairs, Qian Duo would manage finances, and Luo Hao would be responsible for cybersecurity. Chen Yang inquired if there were any external recruits needed for procurement, sales, warehousing, or quality inspection, to which she shook her head. I have already contacted a lecturer for procurement and sales. We are merely awaiting the recruitment for training. As for warehousing and quality inspection, there is no immediate urgency. We can consider that once we secure the procurement contract. Seeing that she was well informed, Chen Yang refrained from further questioning. He parked the car at the foot of the Xinhui building, where Zhao Xiao and the others had just arrived by taxi. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to the 3rd floor of the Xinhui building for a buffet. Upon reaching the 3rd floor via the elevator, they were greeted by a tantalizing aroma of food that was utterly irresistible. Chen Yang surveyed the restaurant, which was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, fresh seafood, exquisite sushi, fragrant roasted meats, and an assortment of delightful desserts that dazzled the senses. After paying, everyone began selecting their favorite delicacies. Except for Luo Shui, who was determined to lose weight, the others filled their plates to the brim with culinary delights. After satisfying their appetites, they returned upstairs to convene. Xin Anna delivered a few opening remarks before inviting boss Chen Yang to speak. Chen Yang had previously shared his vision for the company with Xin Anna, who he trusted had communicated it to the others as well. Thus, he chose to supplement his comments with additional suggestions. Dear colleagues, first and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to you all. My initial intention in establishing this agricultural product company was to address the issue of unsold rural products. Should the conditions be favorable, we aspire to grow stronger and eventually go public. My expectations for the company extend beyond merely excelling in traditional storefront sales. I envision the establishment of a robust online sales platform. With the rapid advancement of internet technology and the continuous progression of global digitization, online sales are poised to become the prevailing trend of the future. I sincerely hope that everyone will recognize the significance of online sales. Our company's sales objectives should not be confined to Dongjiang province, but rather encompass the entirety of the nation. Xin Anna, having spent time in the United States, is well acquainted with online sales. Xin Yang remarked, as long as we can execute this effectively, spending a bit more money is inconsequential. For the company to thrive and expand, we must adopt a broader perspective. Xin Anna then turned her gaze towards Luo Hao and inquired, Lao Luo, do you possess the confidence to undertake this? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Hao asked Xin Anna, may I invite a few more individuals to join us? Xin Anna remained silent, instead looking at Xin Yang. Xin Yang responded to Luo Hao, there is no issue. As long as you are dedicated to this endeavor, we will provide the necessary resources. Luo Hao promptly agreed to give it a try. The theme of Chen Yang's discussion today was online sales, and having concluded the topic, he prepared to leave. However, Xin Anna intercepted him, stating, Boss, have you not noticed what our company is still lacking? Lacking what? He inquired. Transportation tools. You can't expect us to take taxis or buses to work every day, can you? Well, the hotel you are staying at is less than 500 meters from the company. Is that really a need for a taxi? He retorted. I was joking. Purchasing a car is a trivial matter that does not require my approval, Xin Anna thought, wishing to give Chen Yang a good kick. What kind of car would be suitable? She asked. One each of BMW, Mercedes, and Audi, in addition to a business vehicle and several small trucks. If there are any other needs, you can arrange them as you see fit. Chen Yang thought it was indeed inappropriate to keep driving Lu Shiji's car. He might as well take advantage of Xin Anna's plan to buy cars and resolve the issue all at once. Once the matter of transportation was settled, Chen Anna inquired about when the headquarters construction project would commence. Chen Yang suggested she consult Liu Shiji, who, having missed out on a plot of land for the International Film City project, currently has no ongoing projects but has expressed interest in assisting Chen Yang with the headquarters. It is always reassuring to employ familiar individuals. After leaving the company, Chen Yang received a call from Zhao Xiaoli, who informed him that contracts had been successfully negotiated with the landlords of 4 shops, and the documents were prepared, awaiting his signature and payment. Without hesitation, Chen Yang hung up and drove directly to meet Zhao Xiaoli. At the temporary headquarters office of the Common People's Agricultural Products Trading Company, Luo Shui complained to Chen Anna. Anna, our boss may not be of high stature, but his ambitions are indeed considerable. He hasn't even initiated the offline sales platform yet. Yet he is already contemplating expansion into the online realm. Is he not concerned about spreading himself too thin and achieving nothing? Chen Anna smiled. How do you know he hasn't developed an offline sales platform? It's simply not located in Xingqing. Curiously, Luo Shui asked, does our company have operations in other cities? Chen Anna replied, we have a thriving agricultural products supermarket in Qingshui City, which attracts thousands of customers daily. Luo Shui expressed skepticism. Anna, do you find it amusing to deceive me? How could a supermarket selling agricultural products draw a queue of over 1,000 people? Is he selling gold? Chen Anna clarified. He is not selling gold. He is indeed selling agricultural products. However, the sales were all at a 50% discount, sacrificing profits for the sake of popularity. Luo Shui instantly comprehended the situation. This time, she refrained from criticizing Chen Yang. After all, promotional sales for a new store opening are indeed the most effective means of advertisement. Although Chen Yang's promotional methods seemed somewhat extravagant, he possessed the financial capability to absorb the losses. So, shall we agree to let Luo Hao establish an online sales platform? Naturally, with the boss's directive. We cannot oppose it. Luo Shui reflected on this and realized that they were ultimately just employees. She promptly sought out Luo Hao and requested that he leave behind the contact numbers of the individuals he needed to reach so that she could make arrangements in advance. Meanwhile, Chen Yang drove to the Xingqing Real Estate Bureau to meet Zhao Xiaoli. Under her guidance, he met with the landlords of 4 shops. He said little, glanced over the shop transfer contracts, and upon finding no issues, signed and made the payments. By the time all procedures were completed, the sun was nearly setting. Chen Yang drove Zhao Xiaoli back to her residence. Upon arrival, he handed her 8,000 yuan, the promised bonus for purchasing the shop. Zhao Xiaoli, having just received 10,000 yuan from Chen Yang that morning, adamantly refused this additional sum. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Chen Yang reluctantly conceded for the time being. Before parting ways, he reminded Zhao Xiaoli not to rush into establishing a real estate agency. At this stage, Chen Yang's primary objective remained finding suitable shops for the citizen supermarket. Establishing a sales network in Xingqing promptly would allow the company to get on the right track. Chapter 81. A proper personal assistant to expedite the process of acquiring shops. Chen Yang called Chen Anna and requested that Zhao Xiaoxiao be temporarily reassigned to serve as his personal assistant. Initially, Chen Anna did not fully grasp Chen Yang's intentions and curiously inquired over the phone, "Boss, since you are not involved in daily operations, why do you need a personal assistant?" Chen Yang explained, "I plan to purchase several shops to serve as outlets for a grocery supermarket. It is too slow to search for them alone." Chen Anna further asked, "Why choose Zhao Xiaoxiao for this task?" Chen Yang replied, "She conducts market research. Having her out and about will help her become familiar with the environment, making future work smoother." Chen Anna found this reasoning sound. After some contemplation, she said, "Boss, I believe it might be more appropriate to rent shops than to buy them, especially since the company has just been established. If the market takes a downturn, we could mitigate our losses." Chen Yang responded, "Exactly. My plan is to purchase the shops and then lease them to the company. This way, the company can operate without the burden of heavy investments." Chen Anna felt a bit disoriented, having just arranged for the company to rent dormitories. Now there was a shift towards renting shops. What was Chen Yang intending? "Boss, is it really appropriate to rent both dormitories and shops simultaneously?" Chen Yang replied, "Why wouldn't it be? The company will always need to rent shops. It doesn't matter whose they are." Chen Anna appeared conflicted. "Boss, if you proceed this way, some colleagues may have objections." Chen Yang nonchalantly stated, "That's fine. If they have objections, they are free not to rent. I consider myself quite democratic and would never force anyone to engage in actions detrimental to the company's interests." After pondering for a moment, Chen Anna remarked, "Renting is acceptable. but I must conduct an on-site inspection. If the location is subpar, the company reserves the right to decline. Chen Yang assured her, rest assured, if the location is unsuitable, I will not invest. Xin Anna finally understood why Chen Yang wanted Zhao Xiaoxiao to serve as his personal assistant. Familiarity with the environment serves merely as a pretext. The true intention lies in attending to personal matters. It is no wonder that she proactively consulted with her. Xin Anna instructed Chen Yang to wait at the entrance of the hotel where Zhao Xiaoxiao was resting. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the hotel. She donned a white, low-cut camisole that revealed a generous expanse of fair skin and a deep neckline, drawing the attention of passers-by. Complementing her attire was a form-fitting black mini-skirt, its hem barely covering the upper thighs, swaying gently with her every step, exuding an irresistible allure. Upon spotting Chen Yang's vehicle, a slight smile graced Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips as she deliberately swayed her hips towards him. Chen Yang found himself momentarily bewildered by her appearance. After all, a mere visit to a store hardly warranted such a grand display, akin to preparing for a ball. Boss, am I beautiful? Indeed. Then do you wish to pursue me? Dear lady, are you not aware of your own age? Do you still wish for an old cow to graze on tender grass? Did you not request me to be your personal assistant? Zhao Xiaoxiao felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. When Xin Anna had called her, she initially assumed it was Chen Yang expressing romantic interest. Being a personal assistant was merely a guise. With a sigh, Chen Yang replied, I intended for you to be a proper personal assistant. What about my demeanor is improper? Zhao Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to flee back into the hotel. Noticing her inclination to leave, Chen Yang quickly called out, let us consider it a verbal slip. I apologize. No need, Zhao Xiaoxiao awkwardly replied. I merely wished to change into something more suitable. Not wanting to waste time, Chen Yang complimented her. You look splendid. Standing on the street. You could captivate an entire block. Really? Are you certain you're not just flattering me? Zhao Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted instantly. Absolutely, without a doubt. Chen Yang urged her to enter the car, and this time, she did not refuse. It must be said that Zhao Xiaoxiao's charm was indeed formidable. Standing at the entrance of the real estate agency, she had the young agents who typically went about their duties in a mundane manner utterly entranced. Of course, during their journey, Chen Yang had already conferred with Zhao Xiaoxiao regarding their script, instructing her to portray the role of a wealthy matron secretly investing in businesses, while her idol brother, Chen Yang, pursued his own ventures. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Zhao Xiaoxiao's unique allure transformed the previously routine agents into enthusiastic guides. They not only went to great lengths to personally escort Chen Yang and Zhao Xiaoxiao to inspect properties, but also patiently addressed the myriad of inquiries Zhao Xiaoxiao posed. Even more surprising was their willingness to assist in negotiations when Zhao Xiaoxiao discussed pricing with landlords, striving to secure the most favorable terms on her behalf. This fervor left Zhao Xiaoxiao feeling somewhat bashful. At the end of the day, Chen Yang successfully acquired 8 properties in prime locations, though only 4 were contiguous. All exhibited significant potential for appreciation. Over the subsequent days, Chen Yang and Zhao Xiaoxiao employed the same approach to purchase 40 more commercial properties across various districts in Xinjiang. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoli successfully secured 4 contiguous storefronts. Upon reflection, Chen Yang calculated that during this period, he had acquired a total of 64 storefronts, with an average expenditure of 400,000 yuan per property, culminating in a total investment of 25,600,000 yuan. Despite the fact that only half of these storefronts can be utilized for the public's agricultural product supermarket, Chen Yang felt quite content. Initially, he planned to open 8 supermarkets, and once their reputation grew, he would expand with additional branches in the vicinity, thereby minimizing risk. To reward Zhao Xiaoxiao for her tireless efforts in recent days, Chen Yang decided to present her with a gift. Once Zhao Xiaoxiao confirmed that Chen Yang was not jesting, she cautiously and eagerly expressed her desire for a Nikon DSLR camera, which she had long wished to purchase but hesitated due to the exorbitant prices of new models on the market. Chen Yang promptly drove to the Nikon camera store at Star City International Shopping Center, allowing Zhao Xiaoxiao to select her desired camera, and he purchased one for himself as well. The total expenditure amounted to 20,000 yuan. Chen Yang's primary intention in acquiring the DSLR was for photography related to online sales. At that time, the only smartphone capable of taking photographs was the Nokia 7650. Priced above 6,000 yuan domestically, with a mere 300,000 pixels. In terms of photography, its cost-performance ratio was incomparable to that of a DSLR. Zhao Xiaoxiao was overjoyed upon receiving her coveted camera. On their way back to the dormitory, she enthusiastically threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, embracing him passionately and bestowing a warm kiss. After she exited the vehicle, Chen Yang hurriedly wiped the lip gloss from his face, simultaneously reflecting on the boundless allure of wealth. Since his financial fortune, the number of beautiful women willing to express their affection had multiplied. For a fleeting moment, Chen Yang found himself regretting having concluded his single life too soon. For Lin Wei, he had sacrificed an entire forest for a solitary tree. Nonetheless, Chen Yang was acutely aware that without Lin Wei, he would have faced numerous hidden adversities, such as Zhang Jun's scheme to hire someone to harm him. If Lin Wei had not arranged for an investigation, he would undoubtedly have remained oblivious. Chapter 82. A new Land Rover after Chen Yang approved the vehicle purchases. Shen Anna acquired a Mercedes-Benz for her personal use and procured a fully equipped Land Rover Range Rover for Chen Yang. Subsequently, she also purchased an Iveco van and 4 wheeling small trucks. The Iveco was designated for transporting employees to and from work, while the small trucks would be utilized for delivering goods to clients or stores. The total expenditure for the 7 vehicles exceeded 2.5 million yuan. Shen Anna had initially hoped that Chen Yang would purchase these vehicles in his personal capacity, but after discussions with the finance officer Qian Duoduo, she ultimately opted to proceed through the company account. Following Chen Yang's announcement regarding the confirmed location of the new store, Shen Anna requested Zhao Xiaoxiao's company and personally drove to the site for a visit. Overall, she felt satisfied. Although Chen Yang's actions sometimes baffled others, he proved to be quite reliable in his endeavors. Upon returning to the company, she convened a meeting with all management personnel in her capacity. When Chen Yang attended as an observer, he noticed the addition of 2 male supervisors. Through Shen Anna's introduction, he learned that one was responsible for marketing, while the other managed warehousing. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat apprehensive. Upon Chen Yang's arrival, she quickly lowered her head, feigning interest in her documents. Chen Yang paid little heed to Zhao Xiaoxiao's reaction. Though she was indeed beautiful, he was not particularly attracted to older women, especially those 10 years his senior. Furthermore, in terms of both looks and figure, Zhao Xiaoxiao could not compare to Lin Wei. Chen Yang's gift of the camera to Zhao Xiaoxiao was merely a form of compensation for her assistance in recent days. According to the reward standards set for Zhao Xiaoli, a digital camera is indeed a considerable saving. Shen Anna's meeting focused on discussing the opening of new stores, whether to enter the market gradually or to launch a full-scale opening. The head of the marketing department, Wang Ziqiang, was the first to voice his opinion. Our newly recruited sales personnel are still in the training phase and have not yet been assigned to various regions to officially commence business operations. If we were to supply goods in bulk to both Xingqing and Qingshui simultaneously at this juncture, I fear that our current supply may fall short. The head of the warehousing department, He Yifei, also shared his views. The company has yet to secure a suitable warehouse, and the new employees are still undergoing training. Opening stores at this moment seems rather hasty to me. Zhao Xiaoxiao, who has been involved in the entire process of the new store, also expressed her thoughts. Many of the properties purchased by the boss are still in operation, and relevant compensations are still under negotiation. If we rush, the cost could escalate significantly. After listening to their comments, Shen Anna turned to Chen Yang. Boss, what is your perspective? Naturally, Chen Yang supported a gradual approach. If the endeavor were too aggressive and resulted in failure, the losses would fall squarely on him. With a consensus among the group, Shen Anna began to delegate tasks. She instructed Wang Ziqiang to send his team to Qingshui to negotiate business at the earliest opportunity, as the list provided by the deputy mayor of Qingshui, Su Li, indicated that the difficulty of the business would be manageable. She also tasked He Yifei with securing a rental warehouse within a week. Without a warehouse, the storage and sorting of goods would become exceedingly complicated. After the meeting concluded, Shen Anna brought up the issue of accommodations with Chen Yang, mentioning that Luo Hao had made promises to his former team about single-room accommodations for the newcomers. She inquired whether Chen Yang could honor those commitments. With a pressing need for talent in the field of computer science, Chen Yang readily agreed. In truth, he would not only provide single-room accommodations. If Luo Hao's team could establish an online sales platform before the advent of a certain treasure, he would even consider providing housing. After leaving the company, Chen Yang returned to Lu Shiji's office to return the BMW keys. Lu Shiji was quite pleased with Chen Yang's visit. You're a busy man. When will you take me to the stock market to make another fortune? My money in Qingqing's account is about to grow stale. You should consult Su Mingyue for stock trading. She has no good. Whenever I ask her if she can make a profit, she always speaks ambiguously, lacking any confidence. The stock market is inherently unpredictable. Who can guarantee 100% profit? If you seek stable earnings, it's best to focus on real estate. Lu Shiji suddenly became interested. Chen Yang, do you also have faith in the real estate market? Of course, Chen Yang replied. If I didn't believe in real estate, why would I purchase a unit from you? My money doesn't come from thin air. Lu Shiji considered this and realized that since Chen Yang's arrival, properties in Sunshine Garden had been selling much better. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Chen Yang, is Zhao Xiaoli working for you? Chen Yang did not deny it. She has been assisting me in finding commercial spaces. What is the matter? Regretting letting her go? Lu Shiji sighed. He felt a twinge of reluctance towards Zhao Xiaoli. Yet for the sake of familial harmony, he had to endure the pain of parting. Chen Yang then inquired, has your sales department acquired a new manager? Lu Shiji looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression and asked, is there a problem? Chen Yang probed further, is the new manager recommended by your sister-in-law? Lu Shiji immediately grasped the implication behind Chen Yang's words, and his countenance darkened. He believed he had a firm grasp on the company, unaware that his wife had been secretly monitoring him. This revelation was utterly alarming. Chen Yang's intent was to vindicate Zhao Xiaoli. Noticing Lu Shiji's change in mood, he realized his objective had been achieved. However, this was fundamentally an internal matter for Lu Shiji's company, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to offer advice. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Yang rose to take his leave. He walked briskly and resolutely into the spacious, yet dimly lit underground garage of the Xinhui building. The air was infused with a faint scent of gasoline and the dust left behind by passing vehicles. Chen Yang's eager gaze scanned the surroundings in search of the customized Range Rover that Shen Anna had requested. At last, in a corner, he spotted it. The vehicle stood there quietly, resembling a slumbering giant, exuding an air of majesty and elegance. Its sleek lines were a testament to nature's artistry. The paint shimmered like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Upon closer inspection, he was further awed by its top-tier features. The oversized wheels paired with high-performance tires seemed poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. The exquisite interior boasted the finest leather, with a delicate and supple texture that was irresistibly enticing. The seats not only offered electric adjustment, but also included massage and heating functions, providing an unparalleled experience of comfort. The central console was equipped with the latest intelligence system, with a large screen that displayed information clearly and was easy to operate. The sound system was exceptional, producing music that resonated like heavenly melodies. This fully loaded Range Rover was undoubtedly the king among automobiles, with every detail reflecting luxury and quality. Driving such a vehicle back to the countryside would not only be a statement of style, but also an experience of utmost comfort. Chapter 83. The Angry Yi Xian Anna. I truly regret my decision. How could I have been so foolish as to introduce you to that scoundrel Chen Yang? Yi Xian lamented. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Shun Anna with palpable concern. Shin Anna instinctively touched her cheek and then rummaged through her handbag to find a small, exquisite mirror. She scrutinized her reflection, noticing indeed some dark circles and fatigue, though it seemed not as severe as Yi Xian had described. Is it really that bad? I don't see it, she replied. It will be too late when your cosmetics can no longer conceal it, Yi Xian retorted sharply. You need to quit that job immediately. If you're too embarrassed to say it, I will speak to Chen Yang myself. Shin Anna's brows knitted in displeasure, and a flicker of indignation sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she shot Yi Xian a glare. Humph. Do you have any idea how much effort I have put in during this time? Working tirelessly day and night, exhausted like a beast of burden. We have finally managed to set the company on the right track and can now officially commence operations. At this juncture, are you truly considering withdrawal as if it were merely a game of make-believe? Yi Xian expressed her astonishment upon hearing this. How could your struggling company be operational so soon? Surely you jest. Struggling company? Shun Anna retorted, clearly displeased with Yi Xian's choice of words. As far as I know, there are fewer than 50 enterprises in Xinqing that have invested over 10 million. Even with our limitations, we rank among the top 50 in the city. Would you call that struggling? All right. You are indeed a large company, Yi Xian replied, wishing to avoid a meaningless argument with Shin Anna. Her primary concern was how Chen Yang's company could be operational so swiftly. Just over a week ago, She had personally participated in the logistical arrangements of the temporary office for the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company. At that time, the entire office building was desolate, with only Chen Yang standing as the sole commander. Have you managed to hire all your staff? Are suppliers, stores, and warehouses ready? Chen Yang nodded and replied, the management team is mostly in place. As for the suppliers, Chen Yang has established stable partnerships in Qingshui City, which should suffice for now. Recently, he acquired several storefronts within the third ring of Xinqing, enabling the operation of 8 stores. Currently, we are in dire need of a suitable cold storage facility. I came to see if you might have any recommendations. Yi Xian huffed in displeasure. I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. It's difficult to engage in casual conversation with you, yet when there's a need, I suddenly become indispensable. Chen Yang immediately adopted a cheerful demeanor, sidling up to Yi Xian, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, and sweetly cooed, darling, this isn't my first rodeo. I must achieve some results. Once the company stabilizes, I promise to spend quality time with you. Stop that, Yi Xian exclaimed, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Her primary concern was for Chen Yang, fearing that she might overexert herself and jeopardize her health. After recently losing love, if her body were to fail, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Chen Yang's parents, who were overseas. There is an old cold storage facility in the Southern Agricultural Trading Market that is up for transfer. I will provide you with a contact number later. Let Chen Yang handle the negotiations himself. Yi Xian, I adore you. Chen Yang joyfully kissed Yi Xian on the cheek. Yi Xian shook her head helplessly. She cautioned Chen Yang, business is business, and personal matters are personal. Do not let yourself become entangled with that scoundrel. What are you thinking? Chen Yang rolled her eyes. I am 10 years older than Chen Yang. How could he possibly be interested in me? Besides, he is married to Lin. Yi Xian responded. That rascal is quite generous towards the women around him, and he possesses commendable qualities. I worry that you might act foolishly. Chen Yang immediately vowed, rest assured, Chen Yang, would never fall for a married man. Only then did Yi Xian feel satisfied. She continued, Wang Yichen has recently been scheming behind the scenes, aiming to take over the Zhang Group's land in the international new city. You are about to witness an intriguing spectacle. That land has already been notarized. How could there be any changes? Upon hearing a name she disliked, Chen Yang's mood soured instantly. It has been notarized, but the project approval procedures have yet to be finalized. In a sudden flash, Yi Xian found herself haunted by the image of a dashing yet detestable figure, and she couldn't help but exclaim, speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to Chen Yang. This fellow has been spreading rumors about the Zhang Group's misfortunes at the club, not only ensnaring the Zhangs, but also luring out the Wang family. Chen Yang, intrigued, inquired, what are your plans to deal with him? Yi Xian replied, in the realm of business competition, there are many unsavory dealings lurking in the shadows. Once the Wang family is aboard this ship, I possess the means to capsize it. Chen Yang seemed to be touched by some hidden emotions, suddenly bowing her head in silence. Noticing this, Yi Xian cautioned her, you mustn't show any weakness. If I discover that you've been secretly tipping him off, our sisterhood will be at an end. Chen Yang forced a bitter smile and said, rest assured, I am not foolish to the point of no return. Only then did Yi Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Yang had already sabotaged her once, and if Chen Yang were to do the same, her composure would surely shatter. Chen Yang recalled another matter and asked Yi Xian, when will the paperwork for the land our company is interested in be completed? Yi Xian replied leisurely, you needn't worry about that piece of land. If it weren't for the necessary procedures, the local government would be eager for you to commence work immediately. Chen Yang nodded, merely seeking reassurance. Since Yi Xian assured her there would be no issues, she felt more at ease. She dialed Chen Yang's number and relayed the cold storage address and contact information provided by Yi Xian. As Yi Xian observed, her irritation began to surface. Anna, you need to inform Chen Yang to come here and apply for a membership. Chen Yang looked at her in confusion. Dear, did I mishear? It seems you were the one who initially barred him from coming here. Yi Xian retorted, if he doesn't come, how will the money flow? I can't keep providing information for free. Chen Yang, now acutely aware of financial matters, immediately shook her head in refusal. Our company is just starting out. We cannot afford the exorbitant membership fees at Wuju. You should seek out other wealthy patrons. Yi Xian scoffed, your company may be short on funds, but Chen Yang is not. That guy made over 100 million in the stock market. What's the harm in imparting with a little cash? Chen Yang considered this and chuckled. Shall I call him again? Yi Xian nodded vigorously, adding, make sure he opts for the highest tier. Chen Yang dialed Chen Yang's number. Boss, Yi Xian said you should come to Wuju to apply for a membership. What? No signal? Where are you? After another attempt, Chen Yang found his phone switched off. Yi Xian, seething with frustration, gritted her teeth and muttered angrily to the air. Chen, don't let me see you at Wuju again. Chapter 84. Acquiring Yun City Bio. After receiving Chen Yang's call, Chen Yang set off for the cold storage facility behind the agricultural wholesale market in the southern district. Accompanied by He Yifei and 2 newly hired employees, the cold storage was expansive, spanning an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. Upon establishing contact with the facilities manager, Chen Yang instructed He Yifei and his team to conduct an inspection. The feedback indicated that the cold storage was equipped with a comprehensive array of facilities. From advanced refrigeration systems to efficient ventilation equipment, every element has been meticulously selected and installed. The storage space is spacious and well-lit, divided into numerous areas to accommodate various storage needs. Furthermore, the cold storage facility boasts a comprehensive monitoring system, fire prevention measures, and convenient transportation corridors, among other amenities. Chen Yang felt a hint of confusion, the cold storage, having been constructed not long ago with all its facilities in place, raised questions as to why the owner wished to resell it. He attempted to contact Yi Xian to inquire about the situation, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he surmised that she was still upset over his decision not to become a member. Reluctantly, he called Shun Anna instead. Boss, is there something you need? Anna inquired. Could you please find out why the owner of the cold storage is looking to transfer it? Chen Yang asked. What is the issue? There is no issue. Which makes it all the more puzzling. After hanging up, Shin Anna took about 10 minutes before responding. Boss, Yi Xian mentioned that the owner recently lost a considerable sum gambling on football, and after borrowing money from loan sharks to invest in stocks, he incurred further losses. He is now in urgent need of cash to repay his debts. If you wish to acquire it at the lowest possible price, she can mediate. What are the conditions? Become a member. Then let us settle for the basic tier. You know how many areas the company needs funding for. We must uphold the spirit of frugality. All right, but you all should take your time. Yi Xian advised against rushing. After ending the call, Chen Yang drove He Yifei and the others back to the company. Despite Yi Xian's short temper, Chen Yang held great confidence in her abilities. As for the 500,000 yuan membership fee, he understood the necessity. With the considerable expenses of Wuju, if everyone were to exploit information without cost, it would inevitably lead to its downfall. Since someone was addressing the cold storage matter, Chen Yang prepared to head home. He was assured that Shun Anna would follow up, leaving him only the responsibility of payment. Upon returning to the staff quarters of Shida-affiliated high school, he coincidentally encountered Lu Qingqing and Su Mingyue descending from the upper floors. Su Mingyue appeared somewhat downcast, while Lu Qingqing gently comforted her. What's wrong? A heartbreak? No, it's just that a stock she was interested in has been rising these past few days. But she didn't buy it. As an experienced stock trader, Chen Yang understood well the feelings of missing out. It's just one missed opportunity. Don't worry. As long as you remain in the stock market, you will encounter many more. You will eventually grow accustomed to it. Lu Qingqing shot Chen Yang a disapproving glance, playfully reproaching him. Senior, you're hardly a comforting presence. Chen Yang chuckled. Even if I say kind words, it won't change the outcome. Ultimately, it's crucial for her to learn from experience and act when the time is right. Pouting, Lu Qingqing replied, it's easy for you to say. What if it drops? Wouldn't you and my brother blame her? Chen Yang responded, if that's the mindset, then your brother and I would have to withdraw our funds. An unconfident stockbroker is someone no one dares to invest with. Su Mingyue, feeling anxious, grasped Chen Yang's hand in desperation. Chen Yang, please don't withdraw it just yet. I promise I will make the necessary adjustments. Lu Qingqing chimed in, Senior, you've been classmates. Su has helped you earn so much money. How can you be so unyielding? Chen Yang gently released Su Mingyue's hand, stating, investing is a business. It cannot be driven by emotions. If we were to merely discuss camaraderie, I could invite you all to indulge in exquisite delicacies or perhaps embark on a journey to unwind. Su Mingyue remarked, Chen Yang, grant me one more night, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. This time, Chen Yang did not decline. Observing this, Su Mingyue hurried back to Lu Qingqing's residence to delve into stock research. Senior, you've changed. Lu Qingqing expressed her discontent at Chen Yang's indifference. Chen Yang sighed as he watched Su Mingyue's figure fade away, stating, Her indecisiveness is ill-suited for a career in stock brokerage. Rather than face future obsolescence, it is better to give her a nudge now. If she succeeds, splendid. If not, she can pivot in a timely manner to avoid squandering her youth. Lu Qingqing may not have a deep understanding of stocks, but she grasped Chen Yang's underlying message, and a smile quickly graced her face. Senior, so you never intended to withdraw your investment. You had me worried for nothing. Chen Yang replied, whether to withdraw or not depends on her performance. As far as I know, your brother has lost faith in her. Lu Qingqing had indeed heard Lu Shiji's complaints. She clenched her fists and declared, then I must encourage Su Su. With that, she dashed back as well. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Chen Yang returned home, took a shower, and retired for the night. Upon waking, he discovered a multitude of messages from Su Mingwei. She recommended the stock of Yunqing Biotech, mentioning that the company had recently developed numerous new projects and established business ties with several major domestic enterprises. She wished to give it a try. Chen Yang recalled that Yunqing Biotech had indeed experienced a surge for a while. After conducting an online search, he found that the stock had been in decline for 5 consecutive days, dropping from 22 to 18 yuan. If his memory served him correctly, this stock should ultimately rise to 25 yuan. After some contemplation, Chen Yang responded to Su Mingwei, advising her to invest in Yunqing Biotech. Su Mingwei, likely having spent a sleepless night, knocked fervently at Chen Yang's door upon receiving his message, fearing she had misread it. Didn't you say to invest? Is there a problem? How much should I buy? Since you are so confident, then go all in. All right, should I notify General Lu as well? You can decide for yourself. Don't ask me about everything. Stock investment inherently carries risks. General Lu is not unreasonable. Chen Yang, thank you for your support. Su Mingwei expressed her gratitude with a bow. You are being overly formal. Chen Yang turned aside, wishing to avoid such gestures. The opportunity he provided for Su Mingwei to hone her skills, and the profit she could generate for him, constituted a mutually beneficial relationship. There was no element of charity involved. With Chen Yang's affirmative response, Su Mingwei's spirits lifted considerably. She swiftly returned home to contact Lu Shiji. However, Lu Shiji indeed harbored doubts about her capabilities. His call promptly reached Chen Yang. Chen Yang, did you purchase Yunqing Biotech? Not yet. Su Mingwei said it was worth buying, so I advised her to proceed. How confident are you? I observe her confidence is robust. She should be able to gain some profit. Then how much do you plan to invest? 20 million. Since it's all earned money anyway. Chapter 85. Good news follows bad, profits galore. Mr. Ma, why did you recommend Yunqing Biotech to little Su? What is the matter? The favorable rumors circulating in the market are mere fabrications. You must realize that this stock holds no investment value. I am well aware. My intention is to see that little minx suffer a setback. She believes that having 2 financial backers makes her exceptional, yet she hesitates even to accept a dinner invitation. Those who ascend by trading on their charms and sheer luck should not feign moral superiority. Master Ma, isn't this approach rather reckless? If her clients incur losses, might it not tarnish the company's reputation? No worries. This stock merely lacks investment merit, and the risks are minimal. Even if there are losses, the responsibility lies solely with that little minx, not with me. I am not the one managing the trades. Master Ma, something seems amiss. Why is Yunqing Biotech surging so rapidly? Damn, that little minx's clients are truly peculiar. If they choose to invest, they do so heavily. With this strategy, any worthless stock could turn profitable. Should we consider partaking in the gains? Patience. This time, there is no favorable restructuring news to inflate her stock. The enthusiasm among competitors is lukewarm, likely merely spectators to the spectacle. Who knows? Those 2 foolish backers might be assisting the retail investors in mitigating their losses. Let us hope for that. In Lu Qingqing's boudoir, Su Mingwei, watching the stock of Yunqing Biotech soar, excitedly embraced Lu Qingqing, singing and dancing. The stock had plummeted 5 points at the opening, yet she had purchased 1,715,000 shares at an average price of 17.50. She invested all of Chen Yang and Lu Shiji's 30 million, alongside her own modest investment of 12,500. Now, the stock price had ascended to 19.70, dangerously close to the limit up. Should the market close at this rate, her profits would soar to 3,773,000 yuan. At that moment, Su Mingwei felt an indescribable exhilaration. It was akin to standing atop a mountain, gazing down upon breathtaking vistas. or like witnessing a resplendent rainbow emerge after a tempest. Everything appeared so splendid and intoxicating. Su, please stop. You're going to shake my bones apart. Lu Qingqing clutched Su Mingyue, who was still swaying with excitement. She perceived stock traders as mad, capricious beings. Just the day prior, they lamented their fortunes. Yet now they rejoiced as if celebrating the new year. Qingqing, I'm so thrilled. Do you realize? In just half an hour, I've earned 3,773,000 yuan. That is a sum many people could never accumulate in a lifetime. And what of it? Our senior earned over 100 million recently. Yet he doesn't exhibit such fervor. Lu Qingqing reminded Su Mingyue, the money you've gained will ultimately return to the accounts of our senior and my brother. Your share is quite limited. You don't understand. Beyond monetary gain, there lies a sense of honor in being a stock investor, Su Mingyue declared with pride. After this success, certain individuals in the company will no longer dare to claim I advanced through connections. Very well. Our Su is the most formidable stockbroker in Star City. Lu Qingqing encouraged her friend with a pat on the shoulder. Formidable might be an overstatement. Su Mingyue, slightly bashful from the praise, confessed, in truth, this stock was recommended to me by a senior in the company. Lu Qingqing smiled and said, you are truly a good person, my esteemed senior. I must invite you to a meal to express my gratitude. Su Mingyue nodded in agreement. Also believing that there are indeed kind souls within Qingqing Securities, such as the senior surnamed Ma. Yunqing Biotechnology ultimately closed at a price of 19.8, yielding Su Mingyue a profit of 15% on her stocks. She promptly called Chen Yang to share the good news and inquire whether to hold on or take the profit. Chen Yang estimated and advised her to sell once Yunqing Biotechnology reached 21. If it did not reach that price, she could continue to hold. Su Mingyue was quite receptive to Chen Yang's counsel, for she never doubted his expertise in stocks. Since she began her journey in the stock market, she had yet to hear of a novice waiting until a stock had tripled in value before selling. As Chen Yang had predicted, Yunqing Biotechnology continued to surge after the market opened the following day. All of Su Mingyue's stocks, listed at 21 yuan, were bought up. After deducting various fees, she netted a profit of 5,954,000. Overjoyed, Su Mingyue embraced Lu Qingqing in a frenzy for nearly half an hour. However, she soon discovered that the stock of Yunqing Biotechnology had plummeted. Checking the news, she found that the official announcement clarified there was no intention for collaboration with a major company. At that moment, Su Mingyue felt as if Chen Yang possessed some divine insight into the stock market. Not only did he consistently profit, but he also adeptly maneuvered away from precarious situations. Eagerly, she called Chen Yang. Do you have insider information? No. What insider information? About Yunqing Biotechnology. It turns out they have no collaboration with a major firm. Now that the official news is out, the stock is crashing. It's nearly hitting the floor. Is that so? Then you should continue buying. Buying? Are you serious? Yes. My intuition tells me this stock should rise above 21. Really? How much more should I buy? Buy it all. If it reaches 21 tomorrow, sell it then. All right. Su Mingyue decisively executed another purchase, successfully acquiring 198,800 shares of Yunqing Biotechnology at an average price of 18 yuan before the market closed. Her actions astonished the entire Qingqing Securities. What the hell? Has this little rascal gone mad? With bad news circulating, everyone is fleeing. And she still intends to buy the dip? Mr. Ma, isn't this quite good? If she truly makes a few million, you won't sleep a wink tonight. Haha. You speak the truth. She is indeed choosing the path of least resistance, charging into the abyss. Just wait for the show tomorrow. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yunqing Biotechnology announced a breakthrough in the development of a monoclonal antibody drug for emergency use. The news sent shockwaves through the forums. Damn, the executives of Yunqing Biotechnology are truly despicable. They frightened everyone away with bad news during the day and then released positive news at night to inflate the stock price. The manipulation is blatant. To my fellow traders, those who sold at the limit drop, my heart feels like ice right now. I was fortunate to escape at 20, making a small profit. I wonder if there will be another opportunity to buy in tomorrow. Haha, the internet speed at my home is rather poor, and I almost smashed my keyboard in frustration. Unexpectedly, a misfortune turned into a blessing. Have you all noticed that Qingqing Securities is truly formidable? Yunqing Bio was heated up by them, and now they are both selling off and manipulating the stock again. This operation is simply extraordinary. In Chapter 86, spending money like water, It was no surprise that the next day, upon the market opening, Yunqing Bio's stock skyrocketed. Su Mingwei excitedly sought out her mentor, Ma Chaoyun, who had recommended the stock, expressing her gratitude profusely and even offering to treat him to a meal. "I have been feeling unwell lately. Let us postpone it." Ma Chaoyun declined her invitation. His previously unremarkable face now appeared as though it had been marred by an unpleasant encounter, looking exceedingly ghastly. He had intended to use the stock of Yunqing Bio to manipulate the seemingly innocent Su Mingwei. Who would have anticipated that the situation would unfold entirely contrary to his expectations? Not only did he fail to seize control of the situation, but he inadvertently aided Su Mingwei in making a substantial profit. The more joyfully she smiled, the more nauseating it became for Ma Chaoyun. Adding to his discomfort, he misjudged the circumstances, missing 2 opportunities to profit and inadvertently dissuading a significant client with whom he had collaborated for a year. Following the announcement from Yunqing Bio last night, Ma Chaoyun endured an hour-long tirade from that client. Their partnership ended abruptly. "Senior, health is the foundation of revolution. You must rest more, or you'll become seriously ill, which is not worth it." "What do you mean? Are you hoping for my illness?" "Senior, don't misunderstand. I naturally wish for your good health to help me earn more money." "Humph. One cannot always rely on luck to make money." Ma Chaoyun, disinterested in further conversation, sulked away, leaving Su Mingwei bewildered, unsure of what she had said to offend this financial deity. However, her brief disappointment was swiftly overshadowed by the joy of the stock's surge. She now held 198,800 shares of Yunqing Bio, and if it could rise to 21 yuan as per Chen Yang's calculations, its total value would soar to 41,748,000 yuan. After deducting costs, she would earn over 11 million. Su Mingwei harbored no greed, despite Yunqing Bio's stock reaching another limit up the following day. She swiftly sold her shares at 21 yuan each. Trained professionally, she understood that no matter how favorable market conditions appeared, securing profits was the only true victory. Her successful investment yielded significant returns. After the market closed, Chen Yang conferred with Liu Shiji and decided to allocate 500,000 yuan from the total profits as a bonus for Su Mingwei, then instructed her to maintain a cash position. Just as Su Mingwei cleared her holdings, Ma Chaoyun, a seasoned stockbroker at Xingqing Securities, discreetly took over the stocks she had held. He eagerly anticipated that these stocks would soar due to the favorable news released by Yunqing Bio, leading to substantial gains. Yet again, the unfolding events defied his expectations. When the stock price reached 22 yuan, the previously unrelenting momentum abruptly came to a halt, as if the brakes had been suddenly applied. Subsequently, influenced by the overall market trends, the stock began to gradually decline. Ma Chaoyun, with his astute perception, sensed the deteriorating situation and, drawing upon his years of experience in the stock market, promptly recognized that the tide had turned against Yunqing Biotechnology. Without hesitation, he decisively liquidated his holdings. In the end, upon calculating his losses, he found that he had not only failed to make a profit, but had incurred a loss of 500,000. In a fit of rage, he vented his frustrations by smashing all the worthless items in his office. At Wuju, Yixin presented the drafted transfer documents for the cold storage at the Chengnan Agricultural Products wholesale market to Shenana for review. In her pursuit of the 5 million membership fee, she had resorted to some rather dubious methods. 15 million, doesn't that seem a bit exorbitant? Shenana hesitated upon seeing the transfer price. The company's operational costs were merely 10 million, and the investment in a single cold storage facility exceeded the entire company's budget. It was simply extravagant. The construction of the cold storage had cost over 10 million, alongside the land use rights. If it weren't for the urgent need to repay debts, one couldn't even secure it for 30 million. Yixin noted that ever since Shenana took the helm of the Leibexing Agricultural Products Trading Company, she had become exceedingly frugal in all her dealings. This transformation made Yixin feel quite uncomfortable. "All right, I will communicate with the boss and see what he thinks." Shenana understood that Yixin was doing her utmost to negotiate a lower price and hurriedly reported the situation to Chen Yang. After listening, Chen Yang expressed that the price was acceptable. However, the contract details still required review by Qin to avoid any unnecessary complications in the future. Shenana summoned Qin to Wuju, where she meticulously reviewed the contract 3 times before finally signing it. This time, Chen Yang did not purchase the cold storage under his personal name, but rather incorporated it into the Leibexing Agricultural Products Trading Company. The cold storage necessitated a significant investment of manpower and resources for its operation and maintenance, which he personally did not have the bandwidth to manage. It was wiser to reserve it for the company's future capital for listing. Of course, Chen Yang did not abandon his search for retail spaces throughout Xinjiang. Over the past few days, he had been driving around the city during the day, capturing images of suitable storefronts with his camera. Upon returning, he would discuss them with Zhao Xiaoli. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao, while conducting market research outside, also assisted Chen Yang in scouting for shops. After several days, they successfully acquired 36 additional storefronts, bringing the total to a neat 100, inclusive of previously purchased properties. Moreover, Chen Yang purchased an entire floor of office space in the Xinhe building for 6 million, which Leibexing Agricultural Products Trading Company had rented. Considering the central location of the Xinhe building in Xinjiang, even if the company established its headquarters at the Xinjiang South Railway Station in the future, this location would still serve as a vital external office point. Chen Yang calculated that his total investment in the company had reached 40 million, 10 million for the headquarters land, 15 million for the cold storage transfer fee, 5 million for the Weiyuja membership fee, and 10 million for operational expenses. His personal investment had also climbed to 46 million, comprising 100 storefronts and an office floor. In less than half a month, he had spent a staggering 86 million. Truly, money was flowing like water. Having finalized the transfer procedures for the cold storage, Chen Yang resolved to return to Qingshui. On one hand, he had spent quite a considerable amount of time in Xinjiang, and Lin Wei, who had been left alone in Qingshui, had voiced her complaints several times. In pursuit of a harmonious marital relationship, it is time to return and fulfill familial obligations. On the other hand, the agricultural resources contracted from Panlong Town have nearly been depleted. His return is to reassess new resources. Despite the company having dispatched sales representatives to negotiate in various counties of Qingshui, Chen Yang resolved to take matters into his own hands. His intention was not solely to expand the company's new ventures, but also to leave a favorable impression on Su Li, the deputy mayor of Qingshui. This would, at the very least, ensure that for the next 4 years, the People's Agricultural Trade Company, Limited, could garner greater policy support for agriculture in Qingshui. Chapter 87. Chen Yang, you deceitful scoundrel. Lin Feng was off duty today and, having heard of Chen Yang's return, eagerly awaited him at the entrance of the community. Upon witnessing Chen Yang emerge from a brand new luxury Land Rover, his eyes sparkled with excitement and envy. Chen Yang, you rascal, have you gotten yourself a new car again? This vehicle is truly magnificent, Lin Feng exclaimed, circling the Land Rover and scrutinizing its sleek body, unable to contain his eagerness to take it for a spin. May I borrow it for a quick drive? Of course, but first, let's load up your things. Chen Yang's vehicle was brimming with cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, and an assortment of cosmetics. He had initially intended to call Lin Wei to pick him up, but unexpectedly, it was his brother-in-law, Lin Feng, who arrived. You always return with a grand haul, making it quite challenging for me as your brother-in-law, Lin Feng grumbled while helping to carry the items. Ever since Chen Yang married Lin Wei, his parents and wife had taken to comparing him with Chen Yang. As a police officer earning a fixed salary, he felt overshadowed by the wealth and generosity of his businessman brother-in-law, leading to a palpable sense of defeat. However, Lin Feng bore no jealousy. Chen Yang's arrival had undeniably shifted the atmosphere within the Lin family. Conversations at the dinner table had shifted from urging him and Du Yue to have children to discussing the new son-in-law, Chen Yang. His wife, Du Yue, was now preoccupied with supermarket affairs, leaving little time for disputes. The once suffocating pressures that had enveloped him had suddenly dissipated. Brother, how are Mom and Dad feeling today? Chen Yang's habitual purchasing spree upon his returns also served to curry favor with Lin Zhangwo and his wife. After all, as a son-in-law, he had yet to earn their full acceptance. Lin Zhangwo was relatively easy to please. As long as Chen Yang stayed within the bounds of the law and brought fine cigarettes and liquor, he was satisfied. However, Hu Qingwan, the chairwoman of the art association with diverse interests and no distinct preferences, remained an enigma. Chen Yang found it challenging to discern what would genuinely please her. Although she did not exhibit overt joy when presented with luxury handbags and cosmetics, she also showed no disdain when he brought in watermelons priced at a few cents per pound. Nonetheless, in their conversations, Chen Yang sensed that her acceptance of him was not yet complete. Chen Yang, have you been causing trouble again? What do you mean by again? I am a law-abiding citizen. Then why the sudden concern about Mom and Dad's feelings? I thought you might have done something wrong. Not at all. I merely asked out of curiosity. Rest assured. When I went downstairs, their mood was quite stable. Lin Feng hurriedly carried the items upstairs, eager to experience Chen Yang's new vehicle. Chen Yang, clutching the favored cigarettes and liquor of Lin Zhangwo, followed closely behind, only to be intercepted at the doorstep by his mother-in-law, Hu Qingwan. You young man, I just asked your father to quit smoking and drinking yesterday, and here you are with so much. Quickly return it all. Chen Yang chuckled, Mom. Since we've already purchased them, let's just store them at home for now. Even if they aren't for Dad to enjoy, they could serve as gifts during the New Year or festivals. Hu Qingwan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Are you not worried that such lavish gifts might lead others to report your father to the disciplinary committee for a chat? Chen Yang replied. It's customary to offer a bit of tobacco and liquor to relatives and friends during festive seasons. These items were purchased with my legitimate earnings, and I have the receipts. As long as it's a reasonable and lawful gesture, the disciplinary committee shouldn't interfere, right? Mom, Dad has such limited hobbies. Please don't be too strict. Lin Wei pulled Hu Qingwan back into the living room, and as Chen Yang entered, Lin Zhangwo took the opportunity to relieve him of the tobacco and liquor, cheerfully retreating to his study. This scene left Hu Qingwan in a state of bemusement. Chen Yang then joined Lin Feng in descending the stairs to continue moving items. Once they finished, Lin Feng eagerly drove off in a Range Rover for a joyride. Upon returning to the Lin household, Chen Yang found Lin Zhangwo had already stored the tobacco and liquor and was back on the sofa watching television. Lin Wei and Hu Qingwan were sorting through fruit, large baskets of lychee, mangosteen, mangoes, and longan that the family would certainly not finish. They needed to set some aside for relatives and friends as well as colleagues. Hu Qingwan, having just returned from a business trip to the south, remarked on the fruits from that region. The fruits down south are at least half the price and come in a greater variety. Your company should consider a market survey there. Chen Yang nodded. I've just acquired a large cold storage facility of 10,000 square meters in Xingqing, specifically for storing vegetables and fruits. Once the market in Xingqing is fully developed, I will assign sales personnel to explore the market in the south. Dear, how much did you spend on this trip to Xingqing? Lin Wei inquired. Including the cold storage, land, and shop, it totals over 80 million, Chen Yang replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhangwo and his wife cast astonished glances at him, not expecting Chen Yang to undertake such a substantial project. Lin Wei, however, appeared somewhat displeased. With so much money, you should have invested it in Qingshui, Chen Yang explained, to alleviate the pressure of unsold agricultural products in Qingshui. Merely developing the local market is insufficient. Xingqing, being the provincial capital, has a larger population base and stronger economic power. Only by fully developing this vast market can we hope to address the fundamental issue. Lin Wei asked, does that mean your company's main operations will all move to Xingqing? Chen Yang nodded. I've already purchased a plot near the South Railway Station in Xingqing, planning to establish the company headquarters there. Additionally, I bought 100 shops, a significant portion of which will be used for chain supermarket outlets. Lin Wei seemed a bit unhappy and scolded. Chen Yang, you trickster. You said you would stay in Qingshui with me, and now you've left after just a few days. Chen Yang smiled and reassured her. It's merely a 3-hour drive. I can return whenever I wish. Besides, the company has personnel to manage it, so I don't need to be there every day. That's what you said. If you can't follow through, don't blame me for holding you accountable, Lin Wei warned, then turned to Hu Qingwan and Lin Zhangwo, saying, Mom and Dad, you're my witnesses. Lin Zhangwo redirected his attention to the television, pretending not to hear. Hu Qingwan lightly tapped Lin Wei's head, gently admonishing. A man should prioritize his career. What does it say if he is always by your side? Lin Wei pouted in protest, saying, I do not aspire for Chen Yang to become extraordinarily wealthy. Having him by my side is sufficient. Is that too much to ask? Chen Yang quickly smiled and replied, Not at all. It is not difficult in the least. Hu Qingwan huffed and reproached Lin Wei. You only think of your own happiness, without considering Chen Yang. If he becomes idle and relies entirely on you, what will others think? Moreover, should your values change in the future, and Chen Yang remains unaccomplished, will you still be able to maintain a good relationship with him? Lin Wei found herself at a loss for words against her mother's rebuke. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Chen Yang and asked, Are you afraid that we might abandon you in the future? Chen Yang responded, Not at all. In fact, there are quite a few people pursuing me. If my standards were any lower, you would not stand a chance. Chapter 88. Gaining the approval of Lin Zhangwo and his wife. A man should prioritize his career. Chen Yang's current achievements have not come easily. If you are dissatisfied with the long-distance relationship, then you should request a transfer to Star City. I have no intention of doing that. I am quite content with my current job. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Is this not a simple principle for someone in university like you? I understand. Can I at least let him go to Star City to flirt a little? Lin Wei pulled a cigarette from his pocket, hoping to relieve his stress, but upon receiving a glare from Hu Qingwan, he put it back. He found this weekend somewhat unbearable, as his daughter was disobedient and his wife was overly controlling. Work seemed much more comfortable. Chen Yang also felt quite uncomfortable. Ever since establishing his relationship with Lin Wei, he had deliberately kept his distance from the women around him. To his dismay, he was still met with suspicion. Darling, do enlighten me. Who has been flirting around? Lin Wei replied, just because you are not now, does not mean you won tea in the future. I am merely giving you a precautionary warning. Chen Yang shot her a glance. What was going on with her today? Why was she suddenly acting this way? Wei. Spouses should trust each other. It is best not to speak of unfounded matters, as they may affect your marital relationship. Hu Qingwan could no longer tolerate Lin Wei's behavior. At least according to her investigations, Chen Yang was innocent. Lin Wei pouted and said, you two are siding with an outsider. Who among us is your true offspring? Hu Qingwan looked at her daughter in confusion, saying, Chen Yang is married to you. He is our son-in-law. How can he be considered an outsider? Oh, really? Lin Wei suddenly smiled mysteriously at Chen Yang. Did you hear that? Remember to treat them well. Chen Yang was left bewildered by her words and could only nod in agreement. However, Hu Qingwan seemed to have grasped something, sighed, and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once Hu Qingwan left, Lin Wei immediately pulled Chen Yang back into her room, passionately expressing her yearning. Aware of the room's poor soundproofing, Chen Yang refrained from being too exuberant. Once Lin Wei had calmed down, he gently inquired, what is wrong with you today? Is there something I am unaware of? Nothing. Lin Wei grinned mischievously. I was merely testing your position in this household. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Was there really such a method of testing? He nearly felt mortified. Nevertheless, judging from the earlier situation, it seemed that Lin Wei and Hu Qingwan both acknowledged his status as their son-in-law, greatly uplifting his spirits. The conversation between Lin Wei and Chen Yang shifted back to Chen Yang's work. You've focused all your efforts on Star City. My boss will undoubtedly be disappointed. I'll have to do some damage control with her. What do you propose to compensate me? Chen Yang playfully lifted her onto the bed, grinning. How about I give you a chubby little boy? Lin Wei shot him a disapproving glance. You intend to give birth? I'm not mentally prepared to be a mother yet. Chen Yang, undeterred, urged, I can take care of the child full-time. Lin Wei retorted, first, you need to take care of me. Once I'm comfortable, then we can consider the matter of continuing the family line. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Chen Yang chose to abandon the topic. They indulged in each other's company for a while until Lin Feng and his wife returned, restoring tranquility to the room. Lin Feng was effusive in his praise for Chen Yang's new car. Chen Yang, this Land Rover is so cool. I wish I could drive it every day. Chen Yang replied, brother, if you like it, feel free to take it for a spin. I'll just take my sister-in-law's Jetta to Star City. Lin Feng enthusiastically agreed, while Lin Wei, standing nearby, wore a frown of disapproval. With a stern expression, Lin Wei addressed Lin Feng. You are merely an ordinary police officer. Driving such an extravagant car may lead the public to question our integrity. They might think we enjoy special treatment or illicit income. This could tarnish not only your image but also that of the entire police force. Lin Feng sighed regretfully as he reluctantly returned the keys to Chen Yang. Throughout his life, he had rarely defied Lin Wei's wishes. Chen Yang had intended to express his thoughts but was stifled by a pinch from Lin Wei, forcing him to concede. This family lunch was the most enjoyable one since Chen Yang and Lin Wei had registered their marriage. Over time, Lin Wei and his wife had fully accepted Chen Yang's presence, while Lin Feng and his wife continued to support him. The only one remaining neutral was the elder Lin. However, Chen Yang had no intention of seeking the approval of every individual, as long as Lin Wei remained steadfast. He wasn't concerned about the elder Lin causing any disruption. After lunch, Du Wei shared some news she had just received. Chen Yang, several stores across from our shop are undergoing renovations, and I've heard they are also dealing in agricultural products. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated competitors emerging so swiftly. Have you looked into their background? Is there any connection to the Zhang Group? Du Wei was puzzled by Chen Yang's inquiry. What does this have to do with the Zhang Group? Chen Yang explained. If it's a matter of ordinary commercial competition, I'm ready to engage. But if the Zhang group is pulling strings behind the scenes, I must devise a way to make them uncomfortable. At that moment, Lin Wei interjected. Zhang Jun has been sent to a rehabilitation center by his father for treatment. He hasn't emerged yet. Chen Yang felt a twinge of regret. Had Zhang Jun succumbed to addiction, the Zhang group would indeed face ruin. Such a pity. By the way, has Zhao Xuanfa been released? Yes. He borrowed 2,000 yuan for travel expenses to the south. I heard his mother's surgery was also quite successful. Chen Yang was relieved to learn that Zhao Xuanfa had gone south. The region offered numerous job opportunities, and as long as he was determined to survive, finding work would not be a concern. The overt threat is easily evaded, yet the covert strike is much harder to defend against. Zhao Xuanfa is a man frequently exploited by Zhang Jun, lacking principles of his own. Should he find himself in dire straits one day, reverting to his former ways would inevitably lead to a cascade of troubles. To better understand his rivals, Chen Yang chose not to escort Lin Wei directly home after their meal. Instead, they meandered through the Shuanglin market. Upon arriving, Chen Yang noticed, with keen observation, that indeed, a property diagonally across the intersection was undergoing renovations. He had named his supermarket Leibexing Agricultural Products Living Supermarket, while his competitors simply referred to theirs as Leonongman Agricultural Products Living Supermarket. The competitive atmosphere was unmistakably palpable. Chen Yang enjoyed a stable and high-quality supply chain from his production sources, even in the face of market fluctuations and operational pressures. The overall extent of his losses remained relatively minimal. With challengers stepping into the arena, he felt compelled to gauge their true capabilities. If they could endure for a month without closing their doors, that would indeed be intriguing. Chen Yang even contemplated sending an undercover operative to lend them a subtle push, harboring concerns about their supply sufficiency. In Chapter 89, Scenic Views from the Summit, Chen Yang visited the marketing center of Shuanglin Market to meet Zhang Linlin. Before departing from Qingshui, he had entrusted her with the task of finding a suitable location for a branch. A couple of days prior, she had mentioned that results were forthcoming. Upon seeing Lin Wei accompanying Chen Yang, Zhang Linlin's expression turned slightly awkward. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to Lin Wei in greeting. Please wait a moment. I need to request some time off. Although the market had gained traction thanks to Leibexing Agricultural Products Living Supermarket, several storefronts remained unoccupied. The marketing center had to work overtime during the weekend. After a brief phone call, the middle-aged leader Chen Yang had encountered previously arrived about 15 minutes later. Presumably aware of Chen Yang and his wife's background from the recent debacle, he spoke with great courtesy, assuring Zhang Linlin to focus on assisting Chen Yang with his affairs without worry. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude, and then led Lin Wei and Zhang Linlin to their destination. The urban area of Qingshui River was not expansive. Chen Yang had previously traversed the city by bus in just over an hour. The first stop, guided by Zhang Linlin, was near a large agricultural trade market in the Eastern District, close to a major traffic intersection. There were 4 storefronts. One was a breakfast shop, while the other 3 served as tea houses for laid-off workers to play cards. Speaking of tea houses, this had become one of Qingshui's distinctive industries for the coming decades. Following the continuous bankruptcies of state-owned enterprises, this sector blossomed like mushrooms after rain, permeating every corner of the city. Opening a shop required minimal investment, allowing one to secure a lucrative livelihood. Initially, patrons merely sought a diversion from boredom at home, but over time, this evolved into a habitual occupation. This small-scale entertainment industry, as long as its impact remained negligible, was often overlooked by the relevant authorities. Zhang Linlin chose these particular storefronts primarily because the compensation required would be significantly lower. After all, both the breakfast shop and tea houses demanded minimal initial investment. With a steady clientele, relocating nearby would enable them to continue operations seamlessly. Chen Yang, displaying generosity, quoted a price of 200,000 for each storefront, significantly above the market rate of 150,000, facilitating smooth negotiations. Several landlords even willingly offered to cover the merchant's compensation costs. It has come to my attention that Chen Yang is poised to establish a supermarket for agricultural products, catering to the common people. The patrons engaged in card games at the tea house are delighted and eagerly offer to assist in promoting this venture. Chen Yang, in turn, generously presents them with several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his vehicle, expressing his gratitude profusely. After paying a deposit, he requested Zhang Linlin to accompany him to view 2 additional locations, both of which met his criteria. It is evident that Zhang Linlin is diligently assisting him in selecting a suitable site, as he had business to attend to in Panlong Town on Monday. Chen Yang entrusted the entire process of transferring the store's lease to Zhang Linlin. "My dear, it might be more efficient to have sister-in-law handle this matter," he remarked. Upon parting with Zhang Linlin, Lin Wei proposed an alternative suggestion. Her intent was not to undermine Zhang Linlin, but rather to assert that Du Wei possesses more connections to secure a location, thereby expediting the process. However, Chen Yang disagreed with Lin Wei's proposition, explaining, "I previously promised Zhang Linlin a commission. If we bypass the proper channels, she would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable accepting it. If she does not accept, I would owe her a favor. Should she require assistance in the future, would you not suspect me of infidelity?" Lin Wei pinched Chen Yang's arm sharply, retorting with a huff, "Does it seem like I am the jealous type?" "Not at all," Chen Yang replied, suppressing the pain with a perfunctory response. "A woman does not exhibit jealousy unless she harbors love." Su Mingyue, with the substantial commission provided by Chen Yang and Lu Shiji, could easily purchase a fine residence. Yet she insists on cramming into an old neighborhood with Lu Qingqing. This is not a mere coincidence orchestrated by Lin Wei. He would not believe it, even under duress. Chen Yang drove to the summit of Shuangqing Mountain, the highest point in Qingshui City. At that moment, the sun was gently descending, casting a splendid glow upon the horizon. He rolled down the car window, inhaling the fresh air while reveling in the breathtaking sunset. Since his rebirth, he felt as though an invisible force had compelled him to remain in constant motion and toil. Though he had amassed considerable wealth, he found no trace of the leisure and comfort that often accompany affluence. Today, with Lin Wei finally having some free time, he yearned to relish their intimate moments together. Chen Yang retrieved his newly acquired DSLR camera, directing the lens toward the sun as it dipped below the horizon. The setting sun resembled a brilliant pearl, radiating a soft and enchanting glow. The sky transformed into a vibrant canvas, with hues of orange, deep red, and gold intertwining, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He continuously pressed the shutter, capturing the magnificent sunset in a series of photographs. Still not satisfied, he instructed Lin Wei to pose beneath the sunset, taking dozens of exquisite shots from various angles that he found particularly pleasing. After the photo session, the two sat back-to-back on a stone platform at the mountaintop, admiring the night view of Qingshui City. Lin Wei was captivated by the beauty of the myriad lights illuminating the city. "My dear, look how beautiful Qingshui is at night. It surpasses Xingqing by far." Chen Yang sensed an underlying message in her words. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Qingshui is indeed beautiful, as is Xingqing. Qingshui's allure lies in its picturesque landscapes, while Xingqing's beauty is rooted in its cultural depth. It is not a matter of one being superior to the other. Each possesses its own unique charm. Is that so?" Lin Wei turned to face Chen Yang, inquiring, "If you had to choose one, would you select Qingshui or Xingqing?" This question lacks significance. Chen Yang embraced Lin Wei, declaring, "You are currently working in Qingshui, so naturally, you wish for me to remain here. If one day your job is transferred to Xingqing, you will find that place more appealing. To put it bluntly, you simply desire my continuous companionship." Lin Wei nodded, acknowledging that Chen Yang's words indeed reflected her genuine thoughts. She gazed at Chen Yang and earnestly inquired, "Will you always be by my side?" "Not at all." Chen Yang shook his head, responding with equal seriousness, "Being together every day, even celestial beings may grow weary. I believe it is better to maintain some distance. For instance, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I shall sleep in the bedroom, while on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, I shall occupy the guest room." Lin Wei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully pummeled Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Maintain distance, you say? Sleep in the guest room. Help! I am being assaulted by my beloved husband." Chen Yang evaded her playful assault and dashed back to the Land Rover. Before he could close the door, Lin Wei had already slipped into the passenger seat. With a mischievous yet alluring smile gracing her delicate features, she teased, "On such a splendid night, does my lord not harbor any thoughts?" Chen Yang felt a stir within his heart, promptly stowing the camera in the back seat, rolling up the car windows, and reclining the driver's seat as far back as possible. Lin Wei removed her outer garment and slowly settled onto Chen Yang's lap, their bodies soon blending with the night enveloping Shuangqing Mountain. Chapter 90. The Order of 100,000 Eggs Secretary, Fat Luo from Shuangliu Village, is here to see you again. Will you meet him? What is there to discuss? You know his matters as well as I do. If I could resolve them, I would have done so already. How should I inform him? Just tell him I've gone to a meeting in the county. Secretary, he is waiting right by your garage. Zhou Zhengyang walked to the office window and glanced outside. Indeed, there was a plump man in a red shirt squatting beside his vehicle. He realized that evasion was no longer an option. Speaking of this fat Luo, whose real name was Luo Hongjun, he was in his 40s and was among the first to become affluent in Shuangliu village. In the 1990s, he earned some money working in the south and returned to support the construction of his hometown, establishing a poultry farm in Shuangliu village. Initially, Luo Hongjun's operation was modest, housing 1,000 chickens. The meat and eggs produced were sold in the county, yielding an annual profit of around 10 to 18,000 yuan. Upon Zhou Zhengyang's appointment, he encouraged Luo Hongjun to expand his poultry farm to set an example of prosperity, offering numerous policies and subsidies that increased the scale from 1,000 to 20,000 chickens. He even leveraged his connections in the county to provide Luo Hongjun with an additional sales avenue. However, the anticipated success of the expanded poultry operation did not materialize, as numerous officials in Qingshui shared Zhou Zhengyang's vision and were also developing large-scale poultry farms. Consequently, Luo Hongjun's egg sales did not increase as expected, and the additional sales channel Zhou Zhengyang had facilitated was canceled due to unforeseen circumstances. As the stockpile of eggs at home grew increasingly burdensome, Luo Hongjun was left anxious and restless, ultimately seeking Zhou Zhengyang's assistance. Zhou Zhengyang explored several avenues, but all were intercepted by other nearby towns. In desperation, he sought help from relevant leaders, yet to this day, no progress had been made. In this situation, Zhou Zhengyang truly felt embarrassed to meet Luo Hongjun. Just as he found himself at a loss, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Chen, it has been a while. When will you return to Panlong Town for an inspection? I will be at the town government shortly. Does Secretary Zhou have time? I would like to treat you to a meal. Mr. Chen, as a guest from afar. It is my duty to extend hospitality. How can I allow you to treat me? No. Mr. Chen is a great benefactor of Panlong Town. This meal must be on me. How about this? Drive your car to the town government's guest house, and I will come out to meet you. After hanging up, Zhou Zhengyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had considered asking Chen Yang for assistance, but felt too shy to voice it. Knowing that Chen Yang had been taking agricultural products from Panlong Town to sell at a loss in Qingshui City, he was reluctant to burden someone who had been so dedicated to solving the town's product surplus issue. However, since Chen Yang was coming, he could take him to meet Luo Hongjun. Even if no agreement was reached in the end, at least Zhou Zhengyang would have given Luo Hongjun an opportunity. Zhou Zhengyang made a call to arrange for the guest house, and then tidied his attire before briskly exiting the town government office. He waved to Luo Hongjun, who was by his garage, and when the latter approached, he said, Lao Pang, a significant client will be arriving shortly. I am giving you a chance to meet him. Whether you succeed or not depends on your skills. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you. Luo Hongjun grasped Zhou Zhengyang's hand, his eyes misty with emotion as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Observing Luo Hongjun's grave demeanor, Zhou Zhengyang felt a pang of guilt. At such a moment, however, no words of comfort would suffice. The key was to help him resolve the issue of sales channels. He led Luo Hongjun to the entrance of the guest house, and before long, a Land Rover slowly approached and halted before them. Secretary Zhou, greetings. Mr. Chen, welcome back home. Zhou Zhengyang shook Chen Yang's hand and introduced Luo Hongjun. This is Luo Hongjun, the poultry magnate of Shuangliu village. Noticing the troubled expression on Luo Hongjun's face, Chen Yang immediately grasped Zhou Zhengyang's intent. He was being introduced to a potential seller. Although he had no plans to venture into the breeding industry, making a new acquaintance was never a disadvantage. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Chen Yang, engaged in agricultural product trade. You are too kind, Mr. Chen. I am merely a chicken farmer and cannot compare to a magnate like you. Just call me Lao Pang. Having heard of Chen Yang's reputation, as he was the one who facilitated the sale of all vegetables and fruits in Panlong Town, Luo Hongjun's heart, once steeped in despair, began to flicker with a glimmer of hope. Zhou Zhengyang invited Chen Yang to a private room on the second floor of the guest house, instructing the waiter to serve the dishes while discreetly signaling to Luo Hongjun. Luo Hongjun understood Zhou Zhengyang's implication perfectly. This was his best and final chance for self-rescue. If he missed it, he would have no choice but to return south to seek labor work. Mr. Chen, I wonder if your company has any interest in trading eggs? From the moment Chen Yang stepped out of the vehicle, he had already discerned Zhou Zhengyang and Luo Hongjun's intentions. He was rather verbose and directly inquired of Luo Hongjun. Mr. Luo, are you facing some difficulties? Luo Hongjun sighed and replied, at the beginning of this year, I raised 20,000 chickens, and they have recently begun to lay eggs. However, the market conditions this year are unfavorable, and I have yet to find suitable buyers. Chen Yang asked, how many eggs do you currently have in stock? If the quantity is not substantial, I can assist you for the time being. Luo Hongjun was taken aback by Chen Yang's willingness to offer help, and his heavy heart suddenly felt lighter. He said, currently, I have 20,000 pounds in stock, and the farm produces over 2,000 pounds of eggs daily. Chen Yang could indeed accommodate such a quantity, especially with the supermarket in Xingqing set to open soon, and the need for replenishment in Qingshui. Although the profit margin on eggs is minimal, they are one of the most favored products among the public, making them an ideal choice for promotions. I will initially order 100,000 pounds. If sales are favorable, we can establish a long-term partnership. Luo Hongjun thought he had misheard. He was stunned for a moment before realizing, and he excitedly grasped Chen Yang's hand, almost kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You are truly my benefactor. Chen Yang chuckled. No need to rush to express your gratitude. I am in the business as well. Let us first discuss the pricing. After pondering for a moment, Luo Hongjun stated, the wholesale price on the market is 1 yuan and 85 cents per pound. I can offer you 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. What do you think? Currently, eggs in Qingshui City are priced at 2 yuan per pound, while in Xingqing they are at 2 yuan and 50 cents. The purchase price of 1 yuan and 50 cents, after deducting transportation, labor, and storage costs, indeed leaves little profit. That works, but you must ensure quality. If my reputation is tarnished, future cooperation will be impossible. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. I assure you there will not be a single bad egg. Chapter 91. Suggestions regarding free-range poultry farms. Chen Yang had initially imagined that Luo Hongjun's poultry farm was built amidst the mountains, with chickens descending in droves at feeding time, akin to videos he had seen online. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that the chickens were all confined in coops, raised in cages. As someone who grew up in the countryside, Chen Yang was acutely aware of the stark contrast in meat quality between caged and free-range chickens. Caged chickens grow and live in relatively small and confined spaces, lacking sufficient exercise. Their muscles do not develop adequately, resulting in meat that is often loose and lacking firmness, devoid of chewiness and elasticity. Similarly, the eggs produced by caged hens are far inferior in taste to those laid by free-range hens. Free-range chickens have a diverse diet and absorb a wealth of nutrients, producing eggs with deeper yellow yolks and thicker egg whites. In contrast, caged chickens have a monotonous diet, resulting in eggs that taste bland and lack the unique deliciousness and rich aroma of free-range eggs. This explains why Luo Hongjun's eggs have failed to sell. Not only is the location unfavorable, but they also lack market competitiveness. Given the same quality of eggs, Chen Yang would also prioritize sourcing from a more cost-effective channel. However, Luo Hongjun's farm had just undergone expansion, and recovering costs made it unrealistic for him to alter his farming methods. Chen Yang had contemplated investing in a free-range poultry farm himself, but the thought was fleeting and quickly extinguished. Human nature is inherently selfish. Engaging in tasks for oneself and undertaking responsibilities for others embody entirely distinct mindsets. In the absence of reliable supervision, Chen Yang is certain that any investment he makes would ultimately be in vain. Therefore, after departing from Luo Hongjun's poultry farm, Chen Yang offered a piece of advice: to consider raising free-range chickens, provided the conditions permitted such a change. Luo Hongjun, however, did not take this suggestion seriously, believing that having Chen Yang as a significant client sufficed, and there was no need for alteration. Chen Yang promptly doused his complacency with a dose of reality. Boss Luo, I am a businessman, not a philanthropist. If someone else begins raising free-range chickens before you do, I will undoubtedly direct more orders their way. This revelation instantly alarmed Luo Hongjun. With limited sales channels, if Chen Yang were to withdraw, the poultry farm would inevitably face ruin. Mr. Chen, even if I were to change, I must first recoup my costs. Chen Yang replied, the market is ruthless and grants no time for preparation. If others are enhancing the quality of their eggs, survival necessitates a continual reduction in price. How low can you go? And if even slashing prices fails to capture the market, what then? Luo Hongjun fell silent. Chen Yang's assertions were not without merit. In fact, prior to Chen Yang's visit, numerous wholesalers had approached him, offering prices that were exceedingly low. The rationale behind this was that his eggs bore no competitive advantage compared to others, compounded by the farm's remote location. Nonetheless, Luo Hongjun had his own predicaments. He lamented to Chen Yang, "All my funds are tied up in this poultry farm. I lack the surplus to establish a new site." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang proposed, "I can offer you a long-term cooperation agreement. You can take this contract to the bank to secure a loan for constructing a new poultry house. As for the eggs produced at the current farm, I will purchase them, provided their quality meets the standards. What do you think?" Upon calculating, Luo Hongjun realized that if Chen Yang agreed to buy the eggs from his existing flock, not only could he recover his initial investment, but he could also earn a profit. After discussing the proposal with his family at the farm, he ultimately consented to Chen Yang's suggestion. Chen Yang then contacted the company's legal advisor, Qin, instructing her to draft a procurement contract for free-range eggs and send it to his email. As Luo Hongjun needed time to organize the eggs for transport, Chen Yang decided to explore Shuangliu village with his camera. Qingshui County is a poverty-stricken area, and Panlong Town also reflects this economic hardship. Although there are several government-supported affluent individuals, the overall living standards at the grassroots level remain low. As Chen Yang ventured deeper, he encountered predominantly dilapidated adobe houses, and the villagers donned simple attire, often patched and mended repeatedly. Curious about Chen Yang taking photographs, they gathered around him. He captured not only the landscape of the village, but also the daily lives of its inhabitants, aiming to document the authentic conditions there and share them on Lu Qingqing's website forum, inviting more individuals to join in the efforts of poverty alleviation and agricultural support. Upon learning that Chen Yang was in Shuangliu village to procure agricultural products, many villagers brought forth their home-stored mountain goods, including dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, cured meats, cured fish, sun-dried small fish and shrimp, as well as pickled vegetables. They all hoped to exchange these for a bit of pocket money. Lacking a scale or change, Chen Yang instructed them to deliver their goods to Luo Hongjun's poultry farm for weighing, where they would settle the payment collectively. In the end, he spent 400 yuan, filling both the back seat and the trunk to capacity. When Zhou Zhengyang finally concluded his work and arrived to assess the situation, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. Chen, it is my lack of diligence that has caused you unnecessary expenses. It is nothing. I too hail from a rural background and understand the hardships we all endure." Chen Yang replied, showing no aversion to the villagers of Shuangliu. It is often said that poverty breeds cunning, yet the villagers at least engaged in fair transactions with him. In his past life, Chen Yang had heard and seen in reports that many areas in Qingshui County had deliberately set up roadblocks to extort protection fees from passing merchants. Such actions severely undermined the developmental environment of Qingshui County. It was only after Lin Wei's arrival and a large-scale crackdown on organized crime that the situation began to improve. "Mr. Chen, I have heard that you encouraged Fat Luo to raise free-range chickens. Do you hold a favorable view of the market for these chickens?" Zhou asked. "Secretary Zhou, every industry is characterized by scarcity and abundance. What is currently in demand may not remain so in the future." Chen Yang discerned Zhou Zhengyang's intentions. If he were to affirm his confidence in the free-range chicken market, it would undoubtedly lead to aggressive promotion throughout Panlong Town. Consequently, an oversupply would negatively impact the poultry market across Qingshui County. Zhou Zhengyang appeared somewhat regretful and inquired about Chen Yang's company's needs for the second half of the year. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang replied, "We could scale up the cultivation of everyday agricultural products such as radishes, cabbages, scallions, ginger, and garlic. If we consider greenhouse cultivation, we could also grow some off-season vegetables." Zhou Zhengyang pondered this for a while and then asked, "Is there a demand for meat products?" Chen Yang shook his head. "The inspection of meat products is stringent. If we were to engage in this sector, it would be through collaboration with a meat processing plant rather than sourcing from rural farmers. A typical farmer, having profited merely 180 yuan from slaughtering a sheep, could face a fine of 100,000 yuan. No matter how much Chen Yang possessed, it would never suffice to cover such penalties imposed by the relevant authorities. To ensure a stable supply for the upcoming semester, Chen Yang signed several procurement contracts for agricultural products with Zhou Zhengyang. This collaboration would provide him with a reliable source, while Zhou Zhengyang would achieve his political objectives, thus solidifying their partnership for the long term. Chapter 92. Assisting Chen Dali in opening a store. Chen Yang did not return to Qingshui City with the egg transport truck. Instead, he contacted Chen Dali in Qinjiakan through Zhou Zhengyang. Previously, he had promised to assist Chen Dali in establishing an agricultural procurement store in Panlong Town. However, since returning from Xingqing, Chen Dali had not responded. Reluctant to reach out to the village officials himself, Chen Yang enlisted Zhou Zhengyang as an intermediary. Upon receiving Chen Yang's call, Chen Dali was elated. Ever since their last discussion about opening a store, he had eagerly anticipated further developments. However, once news of this reached his mother in the village, it sparked considerable controversy. Many villagers expressed skepticism about Chen Yang's intentions, advising Chen Dali and his family not to indulge in fanciful dreams. Due to the rampant rumors, Chen Dali's parents were unsupportive of his plans to seek a shop in town. After all, renting a store entails significant costs, and should Chen Yang be jesting, their family could not bear the financial loss. Chen Yang, are you truly in town? Chen Dali could scarcely believe his ears. Hurry over. I must return to the city before nightfall. Chen Yang wasted no time with unnecessary chatter, instructing Chen Dali to meet him in Panlong Town directly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Dali arrived on a motorcycle, accompanied by Chen Dingfang, the village secretary of Chenjiakan. Ever since Chen Dingfang was publicly reprimanded by Zhou Zhengyang, he had been devising ways to mend his relationship with Chen Yang. The village assembly had convened, the ancestral land of the Chen family had been restored, and land that had originally been allocated to the village collective was reassigned. Yet, Chen Yang remained unresponsive, as residents from other villages in Panlong Town received Chen Yang's assistance. Chenjiakan found itself entirely deprived, leaving Chen Dingfang in a state of frantic urgency, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Now that Chen Yang had returned, he felt it necessary to personally clarify the misunderstandings, hoping to engage this benefactor in the future development of Chenjiakan. Greetings, uncle. Although Chen Yang harbored discontent towards Chen Dingfang and certain villagers, he recognized the importance of maintaining civility with an elder of his clan, refraining from any overt hostility. Chen Yang, you've returned several times. Why haven't you come home to visit? Chen Dingfang asked. Do I still have a home? Chen Dingfang felt a knot tighten in his chest. At that moment, he wished he could seize the village head, Chen Bing, and give him a thorough beating. That scoundrel had compromised the entire village for his own selfish interests. Of course, he too bore a share of the blame, as he was ultimately the one making decisions. Chen Yang, regarding your ancestral home, I owe you an apology, Chen Dingfang said earnestly. Let bygones be bygones. I'm doing quite well out here. Chen Yang responded dismissively, fully aware that Chen Dingfang's apology was insincere. Had he lacked wealth and influence, the village secretary would not have spared him a second glance. Understanding the implication behind Chen Yang's words, Chen Dingfang earnestly advised, you are ultimately a part of Chenjiakan. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Chen Yang replied, I am thriving now. The notion of returning to my roots is a consideration for old age. I hope that when that time comes, Chenjiakan will still have a place for me. Seeing Chen Yang's resolute stance, Chen Dingfang turned to Zhou Zhengyang for assistance, hoping he might intercede with some kind words. However, Zhou Zhengyang merely averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. He had no desire to offend Chen Yang, viewing the sacrifice of one village as a worthwhile exchange for the happiness of the entire Panlong Town. Daily I instructed you to find a shop. Why have you not responded? Chen Yang inquired. Well, I thought you were joking, so I didn't take it seriously, Chen Daily replied, feigning innocence. In truth, he had already located a shop but hesitated to disclose this in Chen Dingfang's presence. You'd better hurry, as I won't be staying in Qingshui for long, Chen Yang urged, gesturing towards Zhou Zhengyang. If you encounter any difficulties, you may consult Secretary Zhou. Zhou Zhengyang immediately affirmed. It is commendable for young people to venture into entrepreneurship. As the administrator of Panlong Town, I will offer my full support. Chen Daily expressed his gratitude swiftly, while Chen Dingfang rolled his eyes in frustration, unable to confront Zhou Zhengyang. In a bid to avoid further aggravation, he sought an excuse to depart. Once Chen Dingfang had left, Zhou Zhengyang followed him, and when they were sufficiently distant from Chen Yang, he candidly confided, Old Chen, it's not that I refuse to assist you. The actions you undertook were simply too extreme. For the future of Panlong Town, you must endure this hardship. Chen Dingfang felt somewhat stifled. He confided in Zhou Zhengyang, lamenting that matter was decided in a village committee meeting. And now we are being made to bear the brunt of it alone. It is utterly unjust. Zhou Zhengyang patted Chen Dingfang on the shoulder, offering him comfort. After all, he is a member of Chen family village. Once the anger subsides, he will inevitably return. Chen Dingfang sighed. In the current circumstances, he had no choice but to wait for Chen Yang to calm down. Meanwhile, Chen Dalei, noticing Chen Dingfang's departure, promptly took Chen Yang to visit a shop he had his eye on. The location was at the first intersection leading into Panlong Town from Chen Family Village. It was a mere 300 meters from the Panlong Town market, with relatively affordable rent. The shop comprised 2 storefronts, spanning 60 square meters, with a monthly rent of only 100 yuan. Chen Yang had no objections to this choice. As Chen Dalei was engaged in procurement, all that was truly necessary was a conveniently located warehouse. Chen Yang helped him by covering a year's rent and withdrew 30,000 yuan in cash from the town's bank to serve as startup capital. Chen Dalei, wishing to avoid a significant debt of gratitude to Chen Yang, insisted on writing an IOU, to which Chen Yang did not object. With the robust backing of the People's Agricultural Products Trading Company, Chen Dalei need only be moderately diligent to rest assured about his earnings. Chen Yang, do you truly not intend to return to Chen Family Village? As they prepared to part ways, Chen Dalei could not help but pose the question. After all, this was a matter of great concern for the villagers of Chen Family Village. Let's discuss it later, Chen Yang replied, not providing a definite answer. Despite the fact that they had returned the ancestral home to him, rebuilding it would undoubtedly entail other conditions. Chen Yang's household registration was no longer in the village. As long as one villager objected, the reconstruction could not commence. He currently lacked the energy to engage in a battle of wits with those individuals and could only set the matter aside for now. Chen Dalei did not press further. After bidding farewell to Chen Yang, he rode off to find Chen Dingfang. They had come together, and leaving one another behind would make for a difficult explanation upon returning. Upon his return to Qingshui City, Chen Yang, laden with a truck full of mountain goods, left Lin Zhangwo's family speechless. In just 2 days, they had yet to finish the fruits purchased previously, and now he had brought back another load of mountain goods. If Chen Yang made a few more trips, they would likely need to buy another house to serve as a warehouse.